Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 211, The Veteran and the Serum. When Sean arrived at the Pentagon, he learned that General Ross was in the middle of a briefing and couldn't meet with him immediately. It seemed that the failed operation to capture the Hulk had subjected the stubborn and tough old man to considerable criticism. After all, the incident had escalated into a major debacle. The young men had seen the footage circulating online, a green giant standing in the middle of the road, casually flipping cars, with bullets bouncing harmlessly off his impenetrable skin. The creature radiated an indescribable sense of raw power, like an ancient titan from mythology. Sitting in the waiting room, Sean couldn't help but wonder, if he were to clash head-on with that monstrous green beast, who would emerge victorious? Based on the available information, the Hulk was undoubtedly one of the strongest beings on the planet. Rage was his source of power, and his only real weakness was his lack of higher intelligence. If the Hulk could somehow merge with Banner's mind, the resulting chemical reaction would be incalculable. A smart Hulk. Sean chuckled and shook his head, dismissing the fleeting thought. Before he could meet with General Ross, the door opened, and a short rough man in formal military attire walked in, exuding an aura of disciplined ferocity. The man seemed momentarily surprised but quickly composed himself and took a seat, his back rigidly straight. Colonel Blonsky. Sean eyed the man, who refused to meet his gaze, with an odd glint in his eyes. Emil Blonsky, who was sitting stiffly, looked genuinely startled. Have we met? He did vaguely recognize the young man who was frequently featured in New York newspapers and various magazines. He was once hailed as the second Tony Stark, and now proclaimed as a rising star surpassing Iron Man. This Sean Cypher's guy had risen at an astonishing speed. General Ross mentioned you. Specifically, during the failed operation. He requested the most elite soldiers from the Department of Defense to track down Dr. Banner, and you were the best among them. Sean cleared his throat, then recited the man's decorated service record: born in Russia, raised in the UK, transferred from the Royal Marines to the Special Operations Command, participated in numerous classified missions. With your record, you could easily be a full colonel by now. A truly admirable soldier. Blonsky was taken aback once more. He was here today to serve as a witness in General Ross's briefing, providing supplementary testimony before the military committee. The failed operation had cost the lives of 13 elite soldiers, and footage of the Hulk had spread across the internet, causing an uproar. Even someone as well connected as General Ross, the scion of a prestigious military family, had to offer a formal explanation. After all, the Department of Defense wasn't a monolithic entity. Mind if I ask, have you ever considered retiring? Or perhaps transitioning to a civilian officer? Sean leaned back in his chair, studying him with interest. No. I'm a soldier. As long as I can still fight, I will never leave the battlefield. Blonsky's reply was firm, each word deliberate. He wasn't the type to settle for mediocrity, content with a quiet retirement, and waiting for his body to wither away while clinging to fading glory. Especially after witnessing the Green Giant in Rio de Janeiro. Blonsky's blood had boiled. If only he still had the body and stamina of a decade ago, he wouldn't have barely escaped with his life. You're brave, and full of fighting spirit. But time spares no one. How old are you? Sean gradually steered the conversation. 39. Blonsky's weathered face betrayed the toll of years spent in combat. A lifetime of warfare had aged him beyond his years. War ages a man fast, huh? You look like you're in your 40s. A faint gleam flickered in Sean's eyes as he deliberately stoked the fire in Blonsky's heart. This man had an unyielding spirit, one tempered like steel. After his brief encounter with the Hulk, he had become obsessed with the raw power of the green behemoth. As a soldier, Blonsky didn't see the Hulk as a monster, he saw it as a magnificent force of nature that radiated an unrivaled aura of dominance. Sean could see the fire burning within him. The declining physicality, the frustrating limits of training, a true warrior would never accept dying in bed, plagued by illness. That was the worst torment imaginable. Blonsky was exactly that kind of man, he'd rather die in battle than rot away in old age. He was a fearless, iron-willed soldier. Endless combat and the rush of battle were the only life he truly craved. Life offers many choices, Blonsky. Sometimes, opportunity knocks on your door. Sean handed him a business card, his tone laden with implication. Come see me at Umbrella. I know what men like you truly desire. For you, a peaceful life is the greatest suffering. Blonsky almost reflexively accepted the card, but froze for a moment. This soon-to-retire soldier was indeed troubled. He believed he still had more to give, but as Sean had said, time was merciless. His declining stamina, and the occasional aches in his bones, they were all silent reminders that his military career was nearing its end. "You know what I want?" Blonsky stared at the young man's composed smile, perplexed. "The Hulk. That big green monster." Sean's gaze burned with intensity as he locked eyes with the veteran. "It's not just General Ross who wants the Hulk. I'm interested in him too." Blonsky pocketed the card and was about to say more when the secretary entered, reminding him that the military committee's briefing was about to start. The hardened soldier left with countless questions swirling in his mind. Before stepping out, he glanced back at Sean, who remained seated with an enigmatic smile, his eyes deep and inscrutable. Recalling their conversation, Blonsky felt something stir within him. If he retired normally, he could live comfortably, find a good woman, start a family, raise children, and enjoy a peaceful, happy life. No more gunfire ringing in his ears, no more life-or-death battles. His calloused hands, which once gripped rifles, would spend the rest of their days mowing lawns, changing light bulbs, and brewing coffee. It didn't sound so bad. But that wasn't what Blonsky wanted. Deep down, he craved battle and yearned for strength. Only with adrenaline surging and his heart pounding could he truly feel alive. Touching the card in his pocket, Blonsky strode out of the conference room. A man like him, a soldier molded by war, one who thrived in the chaos of battle, couldn't bear the thought of a future where he'd dull his senses with alcohol just to get through the day. In truth, many veterans suffered from this kind of psychological trauma. For those who had adapted to one extreme environment, transitioning to an entirely different one often left them feeling alienated, especially Special Forces soldiers who had spent years deployed overseas. The tranquil life of ordinary people was unbearable for them. Imagine one moment fighting for survival in a war zone, bullets flying, completing missions under fire, and the next, thrust back into a peaceful city, surrounded by laughter and sunshine, while you alone felt like an outsider. That abrupt contrast was impossible to reconcile. The laughter and serenity of civilian life felt like they belonged to another world. Watching the door close, Sean allowed a faint smile to curl his lips. He hadn't lied. Umbrella did have a special project in mind for the Hulk. Skynet's surveillance network was already tracking Samuel Stearns, the man communicating with Bruce Banner under the alias Mr. Blue. When the time was right, Sean would obtain the Hulk serum. At the same time, the young man also had his hands on the failed Goblin formula and the reverse-engineered super soldier serum. Combined with the final derivative, the Hulk's gamma-infused blood, he had a feeling the end result would be something extraordinary. Chapter 212, Mr. Blue and Mr. Green. The sky was gloomy, as if a downpour could begin at any moment. Samuel Stearns, his hair a disheveled mess, clutched his briefcase and muttered a curse under his breath at the wretched weather before breaking into a jog as he hurried into the lecture hall. He was a professor in the cellular biology department at Grayburn College, occasionally responsible for teaching students, though most of his time was spent holed up in his lab tinkering with equipment. This unkempt biology professor had a rather perfunctory teaching style. He would read from the lesson plan for a few minutes before letting the students study on their own. He despised having to explain concepts like gene regulation, protein science, and cell signaling to a bunch of clueless kids, only to endure their endless, sluggish questions, their minds moving as slowly as an 80-year-old grandmother's. Those questions are so simple they could be answered just by flipping through the textbook. Samuel Stearns thought, his lips curling in disdain. He was Grayburn College's resident oddball, antisocial, disliked, and always keeping to himself. Most of his time was spent buried in obscure research, especially in recent days, when he had strictly forbidden anyone from entering his private lab without permission. Even cleaning and maintenance had to be done by him alone. This led some faculty members to whisper behind his back, speculating whether Samuel Stearns was secretly conducting some kind of illegal, unethical research. Of course, this was just casual gossip among colleagues. No one took it seriously. Independent scholars like Dr. Stearns, who lacked fame, steady funding, or generous investors, were stuck with the college's shabby labs. The world of science was a ruthlessly pragmatic place. Individual talent and promising research projects were the keys to proving one's worth. Unfortunately, Stearns had neither. Of course, the kind of talent referred to here was the likes of Reed Richards or Bruce Banner, genuine, undisputed geniuses. After all, people only paid attention to the top of the field. Who cared about those trailing behind? As the bell signaling the end of class rang, Samuel was the first one out of the lecture hall. He rushed back to his cramped, outdated private lab. The small, cluttered room, packed with various instruments and devices, looked more like a disorganized bachelor's apartment than a proper research facility. Being an independent scholar sounded liberating, but without recognition or financial backing from investors or major corporations, he was stuck in this pitiful existence of using outdated equipment, restricted by budget and manpower, forced to focus on niche and low-cost research. Over time, this only pushed him further away from the mainstream scientific community. Samuel Stearns was a prime example. He wasn't some talentless hack. In fact, he had considerable scientific aptitude. But his eccentric, stubborn, an arrogant personality had gotten him kicked out of multiple research teams, leaving him with no choice but to teach at an obscure college. One day, those idiots will realize they missed their chance to work with a real genius. Samuel sneered as he turned on his computer and logged into an encrypted channel under the alias Mr. Blue. He waited with bated breath for a certain someone to appear. He had first met Mr. Green, Bruce Banner, under a pseudonym, 2 months ago, when he stumbled upon a post in a rather obscure forum. Someone had asked how to reduce gamma radiation levels in blood, claiming to have witnessed a person survive exposure to massive amounts of gamma rays. Most dismissed it as nonsense. No one could endure gamma radiation and walk away unscathed. The rays would penetrate the body, ionizing cells and eroding complex organic molecules like proteins, nucleic acids, and enzymes, the very building blocks of living cells. Once damaged, the body's normal biochemical processes would be disrupted, leading to mass cell death. This was basic biology. At 200 to 600 rems of gamma radiation, the body's hematopoietic organs, like bone marrow, would be destroyed, and white blood cells would severely deplete, leading to internal bleeding, hair loss, and a 0 to 80% chance of death within 2 months. At 6001000 rems, the death rate within 2 months jumped to 80 to 100%. And at over 5,000 rems, the central nervous system would be destroyed, causing convulsions, tremors, loss of coordination, lethargy, and a 100% chance of death within 2 days. The dosage Mr. Green described far exceeded even the 100% lethal threshold. In simple terms, the moment that person was exposed to the gamma rays, death should have been instantaneous. If someone really had survived, it would be a miracle beyond scientific explanation. Out of sheer boredom, Samuel, under the alias Mr. Blue, began corresponding with this Mr. Green. After a few exchanges, he gradually started believing the other man's claims, because the data and details were too precise to dismiss. Over time, the two communicated through encrypted channels. Samuel was desperate to get his hands on Mr. Green's blood samples for research. If he could crack the key problem and harness gamma radiation, he would skyrocket to the top of the scientific world, and maybe even win a Nobel Prize. Driven by ambition, he offered academic assistance to Mr. Green, while Banner, in turn, hoped Samuel could help him uncover the real reason behind his transformation into the Hulk whenever he lost control of his emotions. Both had their own agendas, yet maintained a cautious distance. "I need more data." He sent the message to Mr. Green. Not long ago, Samuel had obtained Banner's blood samples and immediately began comparative studies. With his sharp intuition and extensive knowledge, he quickly bred several lab mice injected with diluted serum. But even after repeatedly reducing the radiation levels in the blood, the poor creatures still couldn't last more than a few minutes before exploding into chunks of greenish flesh. Repeated failures infuriated the self-important Dr. Stearns. He stubbornly believed the problem was insufficient initial data, so he demanded more details from Mr. Green: exposure levels, gamma concentration, cell saturation, etc. But all the original experiment records had been sealed by the military. Banner couldn't access them. And due to his own lingering distrust, he kept refusing Mr. Blue's requests for an in-person meeting. This drove Samuel into a frenzy. He believed he was genuinely trying to help, yet Mr. Green kept hiding things. It was infuriating. "Idiot. I need more blood samples. More data." He raged, flailing his arms wildly. Without the original experiment records and precise measurements, Samuel couldn't replicate the conditions. Extracting a stable serum from the blood was nothing but a pipe dream. "I can help you. Bring the data. It's time we met." Mr. Blue sent the request again. Samuel stared nervously at the computer screen, his greasy face and messy hair making him look like a mad scientist straight out of a movie. "Okay." After about 10 minutes, Mr. Green finally replied. Surprisingly, this time, he didn't refuse. He agreed to meet in person. Samuel pumped his fist in excitement, his eyes gleaming with ambition. He could already see fame and fortune beckoning, the flood of accolades, standing on the stage in Stockholm, accepting the gleaming Nobel Prize. Meanwhile, on the other end of the connection, Bruce Banner had secretly returned to Culver University in Virginia. He closed his laptop quietly, his eyes heavy with the pain of his long, harrowing journey as a fugitive. After the botched capture attempt in Brazil, he knew the military would never let him roam free. So even if it was risky, Banner had to meet Mr. Blue in person. He had to find a way to rid himself of the gamma radiation in his body. Betty, the once brilliant scientist, now at the lowest point of his life, could only whisper her name in despair. Chapter 213, The Prelude to a Matchmaking. The black sedan drove along Fifth Avenue, passing by the East River where the first lights of evening had already begun to twinkle. Towering skyscrapers, like spears thrusting into the sky, lined the riverbanks. This was Manhattan's Upper East Side, the most coveted residential district for New York's wealthy elite, often referred to as the Gold Coast by outsiders. Many of society's upper crust preferred to purchase property here, flaunting their considerable wealth and refined tastes. The military provided generous benefits to its high-ranking officers, and General Ross, hailing from a prestigious northern family, certainly had no financial worries. For the average person, buying a home in the ultra-expensive Upper East Side might require decades of hard work, but for a top military figure, it was as easy as a wave of the hand. This iron-willed general, known as Thunderbolt within the Department of Defense, was born into a traditional military family. His father and grandfather had both served with distinction in American wars. In his youth, he graduated at the top of his class from West Point, later marrying the daughter of a commanding officer and rapidly rising to the rank of captain. His ascent through the ranks was as meteoric as it was improbable. By the time Ross fought in his first war, he had already become one of the youngest majors in history. His leadership in battle earned him immense prestige, and his fearless lead from the front style silenced any lingering doubts about his rapid promotion. Over his long military career, his battlefield achievements and uncompromising attitude won him the admiration of the Defense Department's hawkish faction, propelling him swiftly to the rank of general. The black sedan pulled up in front of a modern-style duplex villa. Dressed formally, Sean stepped out as the evening sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the city. He walked up to the door and rang the bell. A servant answered. General Ross had been waiting in his study for some time. The military is very satisfied with Ivan Vanko's energy weapon design. Considering its power, the cost isn't exorbitant, and it's durable enough for mass production. General Ross was extremely pleased with Sean's gift. He had always valued pragmatism, and compared to the many young men who were all talk and no substance, this low-key mild-mannered ally was growing on him more and more. What had begun as a mutually beneficial relationship was now becoming closer. This young man, whose influence continued to deepen, had long since earned the right to stand as his equal. And so, General Ross was now considering taking their connection one step further. Technology changes lives, Sean said, sounding almost like he was reciting an advertising slogan. The future holds endless possibilities. Energy weapons could revolutionize warfare, I have no doubt about that. The young man's words resonated deeply with General Ross. He had dedicated his entire life to the United States, rising from a lowly soldier to a 3-star general, wielding power beyond most people's imagination. Everything he had done was in service of military honor and a sense of duty to his country. Resources and land have always been the eternal themes of human conflict. The old era is over. As a great man once said, the world is yours, and ours, but in the end, it will be yours. Sean, you're like Stark in his rise, you will usher in a new age. The general clapped Sean on the shoulder, his voice thick with emotion. The future won't be limited to just energy weapons. We can achieve so much more, Sean said earnestly. General Ross nodded as he opened a bottle of brandy with enthusiasm and invited Sean to join him. The military committee's debriefing hadn't affected him much, only the Hulk capture operation had been temporarily suspended. This left Ross deeply frustrated. He had an inexplicable obsession with that green beast, but the Department of Defense had prohibited any further tracking of Bruce Banner. He had originally planned to select an elite soldier from the military, inject them with a modified version of the failed super soldier serum, and pit them against the Hulk. Blonsky, who had performed admirably during the capture operation, would have been the perfect candidate. But now, all of that was just a pipe dream. God bless America, the general toasted. Sean raised his glass in agreement. He and General Ross were now inseparable allies. On top of that, he had cultivated a strong personal connection with the ambitious vice president. Through these strategic partnerships, he was steadily weaving a complex web of influence, much like the entrenched megacorporations, using intricate exchanges of interest to solidify his position. Having finished with official matters, the general turned his attention to Sean's personal life. Adopting the tone of a kindly elder, he asked, "Are you seeing anyone?" "I had a crush on a girl in high school once. She was the cheer captain. A gorgeous girl with a killer figure. But I transferred schools a lot, from LA to New York, then to Manhattan. We kept in touch at first, but eventually, things just fizzled out." Sean spun the lie effortlessly. He knew exactly what the general was hinting at. From a strategic marriage perspective, this was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity. A union between him and military influence would multiply his power and reach. But on the other hand, it would also be an invisible shackle. Umbrella would forever bear the military stamp, adding constraints and complications to its path forward. In the long run, the drawbacks might outweigh the benefits. Young love is always beautiful but fleeting. The road ahead is long, and choosing a life partner is a crucial decision, much like selecting a business partner. Sometimes, you have to pick the right person. The general's words were steeped in pragmatism, a perspective shared by most of high society. Cinderella and Prince Charming only existed in fairy tales. In the real world, marriages built on mutual interest often proved more stable than those fueled by fleeting passion. Of course, Sean had never been particularly moved by such arguments. At his current level of influence, he had no need to force himself into anything. Besides, the general's approval was likely temporary. He might not truly be willing to marry his precious daughter to a playboy, a label Sean could arguably claim, given his current romantic entanglements. The general didn't press the issue. He knew this young man had a strong will and wouldn't be easily swayed. He also believed Betty could capture Sean's attention. That way, his daughter could finally move on from the dangerous Bruce Banner, and the bond between the Ross family and Sean would grow stronger, no longer just an alliance of convenience. "I'm hosting a family dinner tomorrow. If you're free, you should come." Ross chuckled. "Oh, and you haven't met my daughter yet, have you? Betty, my little angel. I'll introduce you. I'm sure you youngsters will have plenty to talk about." Sean smiled faintly and nodded, though inwardly, he found the situation bizarre. Why did this feel like some awkward blind date setup? An image flashed through his mind, a certain Asgardian prince being ragdolled by the Hulk like a punching bag. "Dr. Banner, I'm being forced into this," the young man muttered silently. Chapter 214, The General's Dinner Party. The dinner at the general's home began at 6:30 p.m. Sean was dressed in well-fitted casual attire, carrying a carefully prepared gift in his left hand, a bottle of Crown vodka, which he was certain the cigar and liquor-loving General Ross would appreciate. In his other hand, he held a bouquet of white tulips, symbolizing purity and beauty, a gesture unlikely to be too abrupt for his first meeting with Betty. The door was opened by a tall, elegant young woman with smooth brown hair and delicate features. Her striking azure eyes exuded an intellectual and reserved charm. "Pleasure to meet you, Miss Betty." After stepping inside and setting down the gift, Sean extended his hand for a handshake. Following a brief self-introduction, he presented the bouquet of white tulips. Having been abruptly summoned back to New York from Virginia by her father, the general's beloved daughter seemed slightly disgruntled. Since the incident with Banner, her relationship with General Ross had been strained. Out of good upbringing and social etiquette, Betty reluctantly shook Sean's hand, her cold demeanor tinged with reluctance. It was clear she understood what the presence of an unfamiliar young man at this family-style dinner implied. "I believe Miss Betty holds a PhD in genetic biology from Culver University. When Umbrella was first established, we actually extended an invitation to you." Sean didn't take the young woman's dismissive attitude to heart. He wasn't some walking pheromone magnet where every woman would throw themselves at him. If that ever happened, all he needed to do was clutch his wallet tightly. As Harry often said, when a stunningly beautiful girl smiles at you, the first thing to worry about is whether you've brought enough cash. Never flatter yourself into thinking it's your charm or handsome looks. What really attracts them is usually the luxury watch on your wrist or the sports car key in your pocket. If you didn't have those things, it was best to stay on guard. Otherwise, you might find her boyfriend kicking down the door, abruptly ending what seemed like a passionate night. At the time, I wasn't in the right frame of mind. And compared to research, I prefer teaching. Betty was momentarily taken aback, only now recalling that the young man before her had founded Umbrella, an organization with remarkable achievements in biological research. Really? I'd have thought any ambitious scientist with drive wouldn't refuse an invitation from a well-funded research institution. Sean remained composed, his attitude toward the general's daughter neither overly warm nor cold. "I'm not disparaging the noble profession of teaching. But for a researcher, rather than dedicating energy and time to educating students, why not actively engage in more practical experimental work, especially while your mind is still sharp and agile? After all, you can become a teacher at any time, but scientific research has higher thresholds and demands." The faintly mocking undertone in the young man's words made Betty frown. She could clearly discern his implication that she lacked the talent and ability, hence her retreat into academia. "Oh, I forgot, you're the celebrated genius who took New York by storm." Betty scoffed. It wasn't as if she hadn't encountered brilliant high-achieving prodigies before. Take Bruce Banner, for instance. Had he not vanished after his accident, perhaps the men sitting at this dinner table wouldn't be the young men before her. "So, proud genius, what are your thoughts on the future of the biological sciences?" Perhaps inheriting her father's competitive streak, Betty tossed out the question challengingly. Needless to say, the future belongs to the bioeconomy. By every metric, current data and trends indicate it's one of the most growth-driven industries, especially with advancements in foundational fields like genomics and molecular biology. Umbrella has always been committed to staying at the forefront. We have a strong interest in multiple biotech applications, including cross-genetic research, cell cultivation, and life sciences, and have established dedicated research teams. Our Hive Biotech Park is already under construction and is expected to be operational by year's end. Sean spoke fluently, outlining a grand vision that combined future trends in biology with Umbrella's strategic roadmap. What began as a debate soon evolved into a lively discussion, expanding beyond bioscience into broader territories. Emerging from his study at some point, General Ross watched the scene with a satisfied smile. After Banner's flight, he had introduced his daughter to numerous accomplished young elites in hopes of steering her away from the dangerous scientist, all to no avail. Now, it seemed Sean was hitting it off splendidly with his beloved daughter, though had the general been able to follow their conversation, he might have thought differently. Ahem, as the clock struck 7, the general reluctantly interrupted their animated exchange. Miss Betty, let's call it a day. You're welcome to visit Umbrella anytime. Sean shrugged, smiling. At the dinner table, the young man didn't resume his earlier lively chat with Betty. Instead, he turned his attention to General Ross, and the two men delved into discussions about the nation's future and fortunes. The old man, laughing heartily, cracked open the gifted bottle of Crown vodka. Under the fiery liquor's influence, the family dinner grew even more boisterous. By the time the clock chimed 10, Sean offered Betty an apologetic smile before helping the thoroughly drunk general to his room. His steps were steady, remarkably so for someone who had downed half a bottle of vodka. Out of basic courtesy, Betty saw the young guest to the door. Under the shimmering lights of the deep night, she complained lightly, "You shouldn't have let him drink so much. That wasn't exactly up to me." Sean feigned helplessness. Refusing a toast from an elder at the dinner table was practically unthinkable, especially one as strong-willed as General Ross. In under an hour, the bottle of Crown vodka was emptied, and the men had even demanded Betty fetch his aged treasured collection, insisting on getting Sean drunk. "Still, your alcohol tolerance is impressive. I've never seen anyone outdrink my father." Betty covered her mouth with a light laugh. Her initial dislike for the young man before her gradually faded. Earlier, her resentment had unfairly extended to Sean, but after their pre-dinner discussion and his effortless rapport with her father at the table, her bad impression had quietly dissipated. "My offer stands. Umbrella's doors are always open to you." Sean smiled as he bid farewell, then stepped into the night. Before playing any romantic games with the general's daughter, he still had to meet with Blonsky. According to a message from Yuriko, the power-seeking soldier had called. It was obvious that the other party had made his decision. Sean was deeply curious, would the abomination born from his hands be able to defeat the Hulk? Chapter 215, The Tower of Babel. "Please come in, Mr. Emil Blonsky." A graceful Japanese woman led him into the main structure of Umbrella Corporation. This research institution, hailed as a rising star, had undergone multiple expansions with two towering skyscrapers resembling unfurled sails added to its periphery, one dedicated to biological modification and the other to genetic engineering. Internally, Umbrella referred to these heavily guarded, top-secret buildings as Babel and the Hive. Blonsky's destination today was Babel, which was located to the right of the main building, fully overseen by Dr. Connors and exclusively devoted to biological enhancement experiments. With a faint sense of unease, Blonsky followed Yuriko through the bustling lobby and into a transparent corridor connecting to Babel. From a distance, the three closely situated buildings appeared like clustered mountain peaks, linked by straight skybound pathways. The artificial intelligence, Red Queen, guided the way ahead, leading Blonsky into an employee-only elevator. A series of automated verification procedures granted access seamlessly. As the elevator ascended, the hardened soldier gazed downward, feeling as though he were stepping into a tower leading to heaven. The view expanded until the entirety of Long Island sprawled beneath him. Upon exiting the elevator, his eyes landed on a metal plaque inscribed with a line of Hebrew script. "Come, let us build ourselves a city, and a tower whose top may reach unto heaven, and let us make us a name, lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth." It was a passage from Genesis in the Old Testament. "Follow me," the lifelike Red Queen instructed. Stepping into the enigmatic building's interior, Blonsky was first greeted by an expansive botanical garden. Lush, oversized flora thrived, thick green vines coiled like pythons, towering trees so massive, multiple adults couldn't encircle them, and strange glowing plants shimmering faintly. As he proceeded, he caught glimpses of enormous, ferocious creatures, crocodiles floating in deep pools, lizards draped over thick tree trunks, and even the hulking silhouette of a one-horned rhinoceros. Animals and plants coexisted, forming a complete, self-sustaining ecosystem. Rich people and their eccentric hobbies. Unaware of the purpose behind it all, Blonsky muttered under his breath, assuming this was merely Sean's personal indulgence, like wealthy hunters who mounted animal heads as trophies to flaunt their taste and power. In truth, what he saw was only the tip of the iceberg. Beyond the simulated walls of the botanical garden lay creatures of mythic proportions, a mountainous white gorilla leaning against a cliffside, idly scratching a tree as if writing its name. George. Then, there was a colossal winged wolf casting shadows as it circled overhead, and in the nearby swamp, a brown-scaled crocodile with jagged fangs capable of swallowing a bison whole. These were Sean's pets, bred for future genetic engineering. Even though they were injected with the Métis serum, they lacked the human-like learning capacity of Caesar the chimp. Instead, a combination of the Goblin formula and reverse-engineered super-soldier serum had proven more effective, their massive doses triggering drastic physical transformations and bestowing them terrifying strength. Blonsky noticed the building's interior was hollowed out like a towering spire. Riding the elevator to a higher floor, he found Sean, who had extended the invitation, engaged in lively conversation with an Asian woman clad in a blue and white uniform. This is Dr. Helen Cho, from Seoul, South Korea. She's a world-class expert in genetic biology. Her invention, the regeneration cradle, will ensure your survival. Sean made brief introductions. The brilliant female scientist's intellect and creativity had even earned the respect of the notoriously arrogant Tony Stark. Currently, she served as one of Umbrella's lead researchers in biological experimentation. I'm glad you ultimately accepted Umbrella's invitation. The young man shook Blonsky's hand warmly, a faint smile playing on his lips. I'll fulfill my promise to you. I'll grant you a younger body and greater strength. You'll step into a world beyond imagination. And trust me, that world belongs to men like you. Blonsky nodded reflexively. After the Brazil operation, he had formally retired from the military. Though General Ross had attempted to persuade him to stay, the suspension of the Hulk pursuit made continuing feel meaningless. He declined the offer to transition to a desk job, instead accepting Sean's invitation. During their phone call, the enigmatic young man had hinted at Umbrella's ongoing human enhancement experiments, ones requiring a soldier of exceptional physicality and willpower. At the time, Blonsky hadn't agreed immediately. But after returning home and reflecting, the thought of an ordinary life became unbearable. In the end, he chose to participate in the highly risky project. I, too, wish to regain my former strength, to feel that fire for life again. Blonsky clenched his fist, the image of the green giant from the operation flashing in his mind. That unparalleled might was the power he truly coveted. No. You'll be stronger than ever before. Sean's words carried profound meaning. This compact man, forged in Siberia's bitter cold, had served in the British Royal Marines before being transferred to Special Operations Command. His record brimmed with glory, earning him a reputation as one of the military's finest. A lion like this was precisely the kind Sean wouldn't let slip away. In his view, were it not for the Hulk's limitless rage-fueled power, the green behemoth would stand no chance against the abomination. With his tactical brilliance and combat mastery, Blonsky's potential far exceeded what he had shown. Inside the lab, Dr. Connors and his assistant, Gwen, had been waiting. All equipment and preparations were complete. If this experiment succeeded, it would prove Umbrella capable of mass-producing super soldiers with extraordinary physical prowess. Something that would undoubtedly help them strengthen ties with the Department of Defense. The human trial consists of 2 phases, Dr. Connors explained calmly. First, we'll inject the serum into the central spinal column. This may cause some pain. The second phase involves vaporized injection, converting a measured dose into gas to ensure full cellular absorption, achieving complete bodily transformation. Blonsky's gaze locked onto the vial of green solution in the doctor's hand. Rumors of the military's super soldier program had reached his ears. The legendary Captain America, Steve Rogers, had been the product of such a serum, leading troops to victory against the Nazis. Maybe I can become someone like Captain America. The thought flickered in his mind. I'm a soldier. Pain doesn't scare me. I only crave power. Blonsky stared at Sean, his eyes burning like fire, a reflection of his ambition and hunger for strength. You'll get everything you desire. Sean's voice was measured. He admired this unyielding, razor-sharp determination. A warrior willing to risk death for greater power was born for the battlefield, destined to bathe in the blood and terror of his enemies. The abomination would become a blade in Sean's hand, cutting down any who stood in his way. The young man harbored no doubts about wielding such a weapon. Those who craved power most also feared the strong. Even enhanced, Blonsky would remain beneath him. Absolute loyalty was a myth. But so long as he maintained his own strength, betrayal would never be a concern. Don't disappoint me, Blonsky. Sean watched as the hardened soldier stripped down and strapped himself to the operating table, a faint smile curling his lips. Chapter 216, Human Experiment. Blonsky's limbs were strapped down with restraints. This was a precaution in case the subject couldn't endure the agony of spinal injection and attempted to resist. The entire process required the test subject to remain fully conscious to stimulate cellular activity, so even local anesthesia was out of the question. A hollow syringe filled with green solution pierced Blonsky's skin, the sharp needle driving deep into his spinal column. The liquid was slowly injected as the needle advanced, merging with his cells in a process of excruciating pain. The modified Goblin formula and reverse-engineered super soldier serum didn't alter the body through gentle means. On the contrary, its methods were brutal and direct, forcing the subject to endure unbearable suffering. Imagine this: the moment the green solution entered the body, the aggressive serum forcibly consumed existing cells, rewriting genetic sequences and restructuring DNA chains. In this violent and irreversible process, the subject would feel as if their body were being torn apart, the pain searing into their very bones. Without ironclad willpower, no one could withstand this hellish torment. Sean had full confidence in Blonsky. This soldier was driven by an unrelenting thirst for power and possessed unquestionable mental fortitude. His burning desire for strength was the very essence of what once made him the Abomination. Unlike the Hulk, whose rage fueled his power, the Abomination drew strength from an unyielding warrior's heart. It sought to defeat the Green Giant, to prove to the world that the Abomination was the true apex predator. The spinal injection was complete. Crack, crack, crack. Blonsky's muscles visibly swelled, his body emitting sharp cracking sounds as if undergoing another growth spurt. The first phase was physical enhancement, bulging muscles signifying superhuman strength, and reinforced bones granting unmatched endurance. Once all physical parameters were elevated, a super soldier would be born. On the monitoring screens, graphs representing bodily metrics surged dramatically, while vital signs remained stable. Dr. Connors breathed rapidly, his eyes alight with excitement. The success of the first phase exceeded his expectations. This soldier named Blonsky truly had unimaginable mental resilience. The men hadn't even let out a single scream during the spinal injection. As the one who had modified the fusion of the Goblin formula and super soldier serum, Connors knew exactly how much agony that needle inflicted on the nervous system. It was like a devil laughing maniacally as it dragged you into hell and shattered your spirit. No wonder you insisted on maximum dosage from the start. I never expected the subject to be this exceptional, Connors remarked, watching Blonsky prepare for the second phase with genuine admiration. Human potential is limitless, and the pursuit of desire knows no end. He has a fire inside him, either it destroys his enemies, or it consumes him. Why do mortals worship gods? Because they all yearn for something they cannot attain on their own. So they kneel at the feet of deities, praying their devotion will move the omnipotent to grant their wishes. Sean's voice was calm, his words sending a faint chill down Connor's spine. This young man, who had altered his destiny, possessed an unnervingly precise understanding of human nature. It was a trait that inspired unease. But what happens after he gains power? This man isn't the type to be tamed like a docile hound, Connors cautioned. Nearby, Gwen and Dr. Helen Cho were busy analyzing biometric data, calculating enhancement ratios and physiological changes. No one would overhear their conversation. Once he steps through the door to a new world and witnesses power beyond human imagination, Blonsky will realize that no matter how hard he strives, he can never surpass me. A faint smile played on Sean's lips as he observed the hardened soldier strapped to the operating table. From that moment on, he will see me as a god. Connors nodded silently. Beneath this young man's composed exterior lurked a cold detachment. Yet the doctor didn't dwell on it. While Sean was ruthless toward enemies, he maintained measured respect for allies and subordinates. No one wanted to serve a tyrant. To earn loyalty, one had to demonstrate reason and warmth. Most people gravitated toward the sun in fear darkness. Light was what humanity instinctively craved. This was why Sean always presented a gentle front to friends and partners, treating even his employees with remarkable generosity. It was also why his public image remained impeccable. The experiment continued. Once Blonsky's vitals stabilized, mechanical arms lifted the secured operating table into a sealed isolation chamber. The transparent hatch closed as Gwen worked the controls. Vents opened, flooding the chamber with green gas. The second phase had begun. Vaporized injection. By inhaling the gas, Blonsky's cells would fully absorb the serum, ensuring complete bodily transformation without degradation or regression. The green mist thickened. Inside, Blonsky let out guttural roars of agony. Total cellular fusion was the experiment's most critical step. Without stable genetic restructuring, the process couldn't be considered a full success. This stage also carried the highest risk of mental breakdown, as the torment wasn't merely physical, but psychological as well. For regular soldiers, we wouldn't need such an exhaustive procedure. Simple liquid injections would suffice to give the Department of Defense their super soldiers, Connors explained. Not every candidate had to endure this inhuman ordeal. Blonsky was only undergoing this because Sean allowed it. Otherwise, attempting this method would be tantamount to murder. After all, few could withstand such suffering. To gain power, one must first endure what others cannot. I don't just want a super soldier. For Blonsky to become a proper attack dog, a sharpened weapon, he must be the strongest of them all. Sean smirked. The military brass desired an invincible army, not a single overpowered individual. That was why neither Captain America nor the Hulk met their standards. If it couldn't be replicated, it was a failure. But Sean was different. He sought unique, one-of-a-kind assets. A mere super soldier wouldn't satisfy his ambitions. Time passed. The green gas thinned. Within the fading mist, a powerful fist slammed against the chamber wall, bam, bam. Booming impacts shook the room like thunder, as if a furious beast were trapped inside. Blonsky's arm muscles bulged like mountain ridges. Cracks spiderwebbed across the reinforced transparent walls. It seemed like it was only a matter of time before the caged predator broke free, eager to revel in bloodshed. Sean remained unfazed, ushering the startled women out. He pulled a lever, and a trapdoor opened beneath the isolation chamber, sending the massive capsule crashing down into a vast space below. It was a circular platform, roughly half the size of a football field, enclosed by electrified fencing like the Colosseum of ancient Rome. Chapter 217, The Abomination and the Juggernaut. Boom. The heavy isolation chamber crashed to the ground. Under relentless hammering, the reinforced transparent walls shattered beneath fists like iron mallets. Emil Blonsky, with his muscles swollen and bulging like mountain ranges, strode out from within. The maximum dose injection trial had transformed the once compact soldier into a towering behemoth. His body radiated explosive and terrifying power. However, the agonizing process had left his mental state unstable, his entire being now carried the aggression and brutality of a wild beast. This was the serum's side effect. The extreme pain during the procedure amplified the subject's deepest emotions, exactly what Dr. Erskine, creator of the original super soldier serum, had described: good becomes better, bad becomes worse. Dr. Connor's modified formula had initially eliminated these side effects. By reducing dosage concentrations, it stabilized the subject's psyche, preventing dark personality shifts. But Blonsky had undergone the full two-stage trial, leaving him in a volatile, rage-fueled state. Crash. With no outlet for his fury, Blonsky kicked the one-ton isolation chamber like a discarded soda can. The alloy hull crumpled inward, stamped with the deep impression of his boot. Excellent enhancement. A perfected super soldier. Sean observed the roaring Blonsky from above, a satisfied smile curling his lips. Release the Juggernaut. Let's see who's stronger, mutant or super soldier. Dr. Connors nodded, then unlocked the lower-level steel gates. A mountainous figure stormed out like a freight train. It was the Juggernaut. He was clad in his signature crimson battlesuit, with his face hidden behind a thick iron helmet. Only his eyes and snarling mouth were visible. Cain Marco, the unstoppable force of the Brotherhood, stood nearly 10 feet tall. He was a colossus of raw power. Captured when Sean dismantled the Brotherhood, the Juggernaut had been imprisoned in Umbrella's high-security facility, guarded by a talking gorilla. Though unharmed, his freedom had been stripped away. Now, however, he could finally stretch his limbs. You used to be a shrimp. Didn't know super soldiers came with a height boost, the Juggernaut rumbled, unimpressed by the hulking soldier before him. Blonsky's eyes burned crimson as he fought to control his surging rage. The massive mutant before him was like a red flag to a bull. The sight of him ignited the fury simmering in his veins. Yellow bone-like plating emerged across his skin, with jagged spikes erupting along his spine. He was no longer just a man, he was a monster. He was the abomination. With muscles coiling like steel springs, Blonsky shot forward like a bullet, crossing hundreds of feet in an instant. His fist lashed out, wham. TCH, too slow, UGH. The Juggernaut barely dodged the first strike before a devastating knee slammed into his gut. Even his nigh-invulnerable body convulsed from the impact. Blonsky roared with laughter, hammering his opponent to the ground with fists like piledrivers. Those punches feel like tickles. You some kinda sissy. The Juggernaut spat dirt as he rose like an angered titan. His tree-trunk-like arms bulged as he locked onto his foe. Let me show you real power. Blonsky's chest heaved like bellows as thunderous breaths echoed. He dragged a finger across his throat, and his face twisted into a bloodthirsty grin. The Juggernaut charged. The ground quaked as the unstoppable force barreled forward like a runaway train of pure destruction. Blonsky stood his ground and roared, "There's a beast inside me. Its name is Abomination." Boom. The two titans collided. Blonsky bent low, bracing against the Juggernaut's momentum. Veins throbbed like cables beneath his skin as he strained against the 900-pound behemoth. The reinforced floor cratered under their struggle. A shockwave of sound erupted, visible ripples distorting the air. Roar. Blonsky heaved, his muscles screaming, as he lifted the Juggernaut overhead before slamming him down in a brutal suplex. Above, Sean and Dr. Connors observed the spectacle and analyzed the combat data. So far, the Abomination dominated. Blonsky's military precision and sharpening focus outmaneuvered the Juggernaut's brute strength. "I'll rip your head off." The Juggernaut roared, stampeding like an enraged bull. The battle escalated. Dust clouds erupted with each earth-shaking step. Blonsky dodged effortlessly. Despite his bulk, his movements remained fluid. He had a predator's grace. His fists became blurs, each strike cracking the air like gunshots. The Juggernaut tanked the onslaught, retaliating with hammer blows that could flatten tanks. Flesh met flesh. Bone met bone. Two monsters brawled like beasts in a death match. Within seconds, dozens of collisions erupted, fists pounded, and bodies slammed. The Juggernaut absorbed most hits, but occasionally bulldozed through the barrage to land crushing counters. Crunch. Blonsky's head snapped back from an uppercut, blood trickling from his lip. The Juggernaut fared no better, his crimson suit hung in tatters, and bruises mottled his skin. Magnificent, Sean remarked. Blonsky's performance exceeded expectations. His stats hadn't peaked yet, there was room to grow. Soon, he'd be unleashed upon the Hulk. A faint beep sounded from the Juggernaut's shock collar. He glanced up, meeting Sean's infuriating smirk. Part of him longed to smash that face in, but an instinctive dread stayed his hand. With a grunt, he retreated. Panting, Blonsky's fury ebbed, and clarity returned. He grinned in satisfaction. Such worthy opponents were rare. As the dust settled, Sean descended to the platform. "How do you feel?" he asked, locking eyes with the defiant soldier. "Alive. Like I've been reborn, no, stronger than my prime." Blonsky laughed, exhilaration coursing through him. Trusting this young man had been the right choice. Good. Sean's gaze darkened, this was a transaction. Before reaping rewards, one must learn to give. Slam. A hand clamped around Blonsky's throat, lifting him effortlessly. The abomination strained to break free, however, even with his every muscle bulging, it was all useless against Sean's grip. "Remember this feeling. Never forget it." Sean spoke calmly. The beast within Blonsky quailed before those piercing eyes. His rage dimmed, and was replaced by reluctant submission. In that moment, he sensed it, the terrifying energy radiating from Sean. An unassailable and unbreakable golden aura that was as blinding as the sun enveloped him. The abomination instinctively bowed his head. Chapter 218, Banners Peaking. A sunny day. Sean arrived at the Riverside restaurant, sitting in the outdoor dining area with a serene view of the Hudson River's east bank. A cool breeze brushed against his face, bringing an incredibly comfortable feeling. After waiting about 10 minutes, Betty, dressed in a floral sundress, arrived fashionably late. The first words out of her mouth as she took her seat were a sincere apology. The well-bred daughter of a general had always been punctual, but this time, she had sat in front of her vanity, agonizing over her thoughts, hesitating for a long while before finally mustering the courage to come. Betty understood her father's intentions. That iron-willed, domineering general wanted to personally select a suitable husband for her. In the past, General Ross had looked down on Banner, believing he lacked masculinity and his mind too focused in science and experiments. Before Sean appeared, there had been another suitor named Leonard Sampson, a psychologist and Betty's colleague at Culver University. Though accomplished in academia, he too had failed to win the general's approval. But during the last family dinner, her father's admiration for Sean had been unmistakable. The usually critical and demanding general rarely expressed his approval so openly, which made Betty curious, what remarkable qualities did this young man possess? From their brief interactions, Betty found him humorous, warm, and free of any bad habits or vices. Professionally, he was ambitious. By all outward appearances, he was indeed an impeccable choice for a spouse. After much hesitation, she decided to follow her father's wishes and engage in a tentative, friendly connection with Sean. As General Ross had advised, she couldn't linger in the past forever. Since the catastrophic lab accident, Banner had vanished without a trace, as if he had evaporated from the world. Time had dulled the pain of the past, and Betty was determined to step out of the shadows. "I ordered you a Black Forest cake, one of the signature desserts here. I think you'll like it." Sean didn't mind Betty's tardiness. Girls were entitled to certain privileges, and being late to a date was one of them. Chef Evans, who had discreetly brought over a bottle of red wine, gave the young man a subtle thumbs up, his eyes conveying a silent understanding between men. This was the second time he had served Sean, though the girl accompanying him last time was clearly not the same one. Sean blinked and softly explained to Betty, "This dessert is called cereal and milk. It looks like an artwork. Gently tap it with your spoon, and milk will flow out, soaking the chocolate shell and the Black Forest cake beneath. There's a touch of sea salt mixed in to enhance the richness and layers of flavor. At the bottom, crispy rice adds a satisfying crunch." Following his instructions, Betty took a small bite of the milk-soaked cake. The crisp sweetness of the chocolate and the softness of the cake filled her mouth. It was indeed an exquisite dessert. "You seem quite knowledgeable about food," she asked curiously, glancing at Sean. It wasn't just the cuisine, the restaurant's decor, being bathed in warm orange lighting with countless tiny bulbs strung across the ceiling, exuded a modern yet creatively whimsical charm that perfectly suited her taste. "Not really. I only know how to cook Chinese food," Sean admitted with a shake of his head. Soon, he effortlessly took control of the conversation. The reserved and conservative general's daughter was a typical intellectual. Aside from her research in genetic biology, her leisure time was mostly spent reading, with a particular fondness for Jane Austen and Agatha Christie. Having gathered this intel from the general beforehand, Sean naturally steered the discussion in that direction. The atmosphere between them quickly became relaxed and pleasant, far from the awkwardness Betty had feared. Meanwhile, not far away, Banner watched the scene unfold from beneath his baseball cap. The fugitive genius had sneaked back into Culver University's labs in Virginia, hoping to retrieve the experimental data, only to find all relevant files deleted. Left with no choice, he had agreed to meet the mysterious Mr. Blue in New York. But before that, he wanted to see the woman he still longed for. Watching Betty laugh and chat animatedly with the young man filled Banner with a pang of loss. Yet he harbored no resentment. If not for his overconfidence and reckless decision to proceed with human trials, that fateful accident which resulted in flooding his body with gamma radiation and birthing the monstrous Hulk would never have happened. Banner had once been nothing more than a brilliant scientist. His extraordinary intellect was his only distinguishing trait. He was a well-educated young man with a bright future. However, he had lost everything in an instant, his peaceful life, his beloved, and his promising career. He was reduced to a fugitive on the military's most wanted list, living in constant fear. The strain on his psyche was immense. Without methods to control his emotions, he might have long since merged with the Hulk, becoming nothing but the rage-filled green beast. The weary genius had grown tired of this life on the run, which was why he was willing to take the enormous risk of meeting Mr. Blue. Taking a deep breath, Banner, his face unshaven and worn, stepped away with a heavy heart. He had tried everything to rid himself of the Hulk, even attempting suicide. But even the right to die had been taken from him. When he fired the gun, the green monster inside him spat the bullet back out. After one last glance at Betty's smiling face, Banner slipped away, heading to a payphone to call Mr. Blue. Right now, solving the Hulk problem was all that mattered. He had tried yoga, meditation, therapy, anything to keep his heart rate under 200 BPM. Anger was the trigger. Once it boiled over, the monster would roar forth, destroying everything. On the other end of the line, Mr. Blue was ecstatic at Banner's agreement to meet. Running a hand through his messy hair, his eyes darted to his latest test subject. After repeated modifications, he had finally succeeded in making animals withstand the serum's drastic changes. A white rat, now as large as a wolfhound, gnashed its razor-sharp teeth inside a steel cage and relentlessly rammed against the bars, its claws leaving deep scratches. I can get more. Samuel's mind raced with visions of fortune. If he could refine the serum into a marketable drug, it would spark a frenzy. With the wealth he'd amass, he could establish his own laboratory and achieve fame, glory, and accolades, just like that young prodigy, Sean Cyphers. Being the cover of Time magazine. The academic world's brightest star. A meeting with the president. The next Nobel Prize winner. Samuel Stearns lost himself in delusions of grandeur. Of course, the couple at the Riverside restaurant remained oblivious to all this. But as Banner walked away, Sean suddenly felt a strange sensation, as if two swirling silhouettes had flickered in his mind's eye, a frail man and a green giant overlapping. When he turned to look, there was nothing. The vision shattered like an illusion. What's wrong? Betty asked, tucking a strand of brown hair behind her ear. Sean smiled and shook his head, though a suspicion lingered in his heart. It seems the abomination will soon meet the formidable opponent he has always longed to fight. Chapter 219, Falling into the Net. The course of events had exceeded Sean's expectations. To put it simply, Samuel Stearns had unexpectedly subdued Banner, derailing the scenario Sean had originally envisioned. This rather unremarkable cell biology professor had actually managed to trap Banner, the man who harbored the Hulk within him, through a carefully planned trap. Having frequently communicated with Banner online, Samuel knew everything about Mr. Green. Thus, he meticulously prepared a snare, waiting for his prey to walk right in. And Banner, desperate to cure his condition, fell for it effortlessly. Even Sean, who had been monitoring everything through Skynet, couldn't help but marvel. The Hulk hadn't even had the chance to face off against the abomination before being taken down by a man who could barely restrain a chicken. Rewind to 2 days earlier. Banner, wearing a baseball cap, slipped into Grayburn College and met Mr. Blue, Samuel Stearns, at a prearranged secluded location. The cell biology professor, who had been offering enthusiastic help online, matched the image Banner had conjured in his mind: unkempt, eccentric, slightly neurotic, and seemingly difficult to get along with. Samuel appeared overjoyed at his arrival, his enthusiasm making Banner somewhat uneasy, especially the way his burning gaze made Banner feel like a lab rat under scrutiny. "I've always wondered if you were real," Samuel said excitedly, as if he were one step closer to the Nobel Prize. He truly hadn't expected that someone with such immense power within him could appear so ordinary. It was hard to believe this unremarkable body could withstand massive gamma radiation and survive. It was nothing short of a miracle. Banner gave a shy smile, glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before whispering, "How do you plan to cure the gamma radiation in my body?" He treated the Hulk as nothing more than a stubborn disease, something he was desperate to be rid of. "This isn't as simple as a picnic in the park," Samuel said, deliberately hedging. "Even if everything goes smoothly and we calculate the exact dosage for the inhibitor serum, we still can't be sure whether you'll be fully cured or just temporarily stabilized." He made a coin-tossing gesture. "It's all uncertain." And if we inject even slightly too much, the toxicity could kill you. Or if the dose is insufficient, I might still be in danger, Banner added. Samuel wasn't concerned. He was confident in his preparations and was certain no accidents would occur. Besides, his true goal wasn't really to help Banner. Curiosity has always outweighed caution for me, and I never make mistakes. So, do you want to proceed? Banner nodded firmly. He had waited far too long for this day. Even if it wasn't about winning Betty back, he just wanted a normal life, not to be seen as a monster. A faint smile flickered across Samuel's face as he led Banner into his lab. At the center of the equipment stood an operating table. He instructed Banner to lie down, then secured him tightly with restraints. During their encrypted communications, Samuel had discovered a special plant whose extracted solution could reduce the radiation concentration of the gamma rays in Banner's body. After attaching electrodes to Banner's temples, an exhilarated Dr. Stearns fed the pre-prepared solution into the machine as he explained how it worked. The hemodialysis machine will infuse the antidote into your bloodstream, but it'll only take full effect after complete reaction. Let's begin. Once the machine started, Samuel used an electric shock device to inflict pain on Banner. Strapped tightly to the table, Banner's veins bulged, his face twisting grotesquely as a furious roar echoed in his mind. Banner bit down hard on a mouthguard, his body convulsing violently as the solution permeated every cell. His eyes glowed a vivid green, and veins spiderwebbed across his skin like dark threads. Samuel observed the phenomenon with awe. Who would have thought the seemingly frail body contained such terrifying power? Banner thrashed wildly, his muscles swelling as a savage green visage emerged, a monstrous beast threatening to burst free. Agonized screams filled the room. The tremendous force snapped the sturdy restraints. The operating table groaned under the increasing weight, slowly buckling. Samuel trembled, his mind a storm of fear and ecstasy as he stared at the colossal green giant. With a forceful kick, he ramped the machine to maximum dosage. The solution flooded Banner's system. Just as the Hulk was about to break the last restraint, his movement suddenly stilled. His expanding body shrank rapidly back to normal as the bulging veins faded beneath his skin. After a brief unconsciousness, Banner awoke with his mind clear for the first time in a while, untouched by the Hulk's rage. Whenever the monster emerged, it felt like a liter of acid had been poured into his skull. He would see only fragmented images, while his ears filled with deafening noise. His consciousness might still exist, but the Hulk's power overwhelmed him, rendering control impossible. Sweat seeped from his pores as the pale-faced Banner smiled weakly. He had finally rid himself of the nightmare that had haunted him. "Thank you, Dr. Stearns." He expressed his gratitude sincerely, but Samuel only responded with a cryptic grin. "No, it's I who should thank you, Bruce Banner. Your body is a treasure trove. You'll contribute greatly to science, Dr. Banner. Your serum holds limitless potential. The applications of gamma technology are vast. I could develop cures for hundreds of diseases, freeing humanity from suffering. Dr. Stearns, believe me, this is dangerous. It's uncontrollable." Banner struggled violently, trying to rise from the table, but without the Hulk's strength, he was powerless. "I understand its dangers far better than you." Samuel's eyes burned with fanaticism as he wheeled out a massive iron cage from a hidden room. Inside was a monstrous white rat with pupils that glowed green, and bulging veins pulsed beneath its fur. "This is just the first prototype. I can apply it to humans and create powerful soldiers. You'd be surprised how much someone would pay for this. I'll be wealth beyond imagination." A needle pierced Banner's skin. "This is enough sedative to knock out an elephant," Samuel said coldly. "That big guy inside you won't be coming out anytime soon, so don't bother struggling." Banner's eyelids grew heavy as he fought to stay conscious. He saw Samuel pick up the phone, speaking to what sounded like a buyer. Fragmented words like Sitwell and Shield reached his ears. Then, darkness took him. Chapter 220, Hydra emerges. Seated leisurely before his computer, Sean watched the events unfolding in Samuel Stern's laboratory through the omniscient surveillance of Skynet. It played out like a tedious, drawn-out film filled with trivial details. Dr. Banner, in his desperation while on the run, had made a grave mistake by placing his trust in a stranger. His lack of caution had reduced him to a prisoner. Had he maintained even basic vigilance, the situation might have unfolded entirely differently. Yet, the true root of this predicament lay with the ever-resourceful Shield. Or, more accurately, the clandestine force parasitizing that vast organization. Long before the failed capture operation in Brazil, they had taken notice of Bruce Banner, the man pursued by the military. At that time, Banner, who could transform into the Hulk, was still the prey of General Thaddeus Ross. Shield had no reason to intervene, and the accidental nature of the experiment that birthed the Hulk made replication nearly impossible. Thus, Nick Fury had not prioritized Banner as a high-value surveillance target. But Hydra, lurking in the shadows, was far more invested. The organization's leader from the last century, Johann Schmidt, the Red Skull, had been born from Dr. Erskine's supersoldier serum, as had his nemesis, Captain America. General Ross's attempt to replicate the serum under the Rebirth program had inadvertently created the Hulk. This line of thought revealed how Dr. Erskine's supersoldier serum, which was developed during World War II, continued to exert immense influence. Hydra's keen interest in Bruce Banner stemmed from their desire to harness power surpassing even that of the supersoldier. After the war, Hydra had attached itself to the crumbling Soviet Empire and used its vast resources to produce a batch of supersoldiers, aside from the Winter Soldier that is. These men were physically formidable, masters of assassination, and among the world's top operatives. Unfortunately, the serum's side effects, aggression and uncontrollable rage, remained unresolved. Hydra's leadership deemed the cost-to-benefit ratio unacceptable and shelved the project, sealing these failed experiments away in the frozen wastes of Siberia. With the Soviet Union's collapse, the secret was buried. So when Samuel and Banner, under the aliases Mr. Blue and Mr. Green, began communicating via encrypted channels, Hydra operatives embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately took notice and reported it. This was why Samuel had suddenly grown greedy. Someone had offered him unimaginable wealth, tempting the stubborn, arrogant biologist. As night fell, a suited bald man arrived as promised. "This is the second-generation serum sample." His eyelid twitched slightly as Samuel handed him a vial of glowing green liquid. "And Bruce Banner?" the bald man asked casually, accepting the vial. Samuel snorted. "He is currently my stepping stone to greatness. Naturally, I'll protect him well." He knew exactly what the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, Sitwell, was scheming. There was no chance he'd hand Banner over, not before fully unlocking the potential of gamma technology. "Does this still have the same irreversible side effects as the last batch you gave us?" Sitwell inquired. Their initial purchase from Samuel, which is the first-generation serum extracted from Banner's blood, had ended disastrously. Test subjects either exploded into green gore or became uncontrollably violent. "I haven't yet perfected the extraction process. The toxicity in Banner's blood is too high. Subjects injected with it become enraged, turning into bloodthirsty killing machines." Samuel ran a hand through his messy hair as he explained. Though he now had ample serum samples, achieving stable results remained a distant goal. "That doesn't meet our requirements, Dr. Stearns." Sitwell's tone turned sharp. Hydra had no use for defective products. Their leadership wanted a refined and reliable serum, and if possible, Bruce Banner himself. The remnants of the Nazi regime had countless methods to brainwash him into an obedient tool. The bald agent adjusted his wire-rimmed glasses, saying, "Rather than waste time, why not hand Banner over? S.H.I.E.L.D. can offer you substantial funding, or even a dedicated research team under your leadership." If not for Samuel hiding Banner, he wouldn't be negotiating so politely. Once Samuel outlived his usefulness, he'd be discarded without hesitation. Samuel smirked. "Ha! You can't afford my price anymore," he said. When he had first acquired Banner's blood samples, these covert operatives had come knocking. But times had changed. After witnessing the Hulk's power, he no longer blindly obeyed Sitwell's demands. "Bruce Banner is my personal treasure trove. Until I've unlocked all his secrets, no one takes him from me." Sitwell studied the fool before him, whose greed was plain to see. Clearly, Samuel saw Banner as a goldmine, one that even Hydra's endless funds might not satisfy. Before Sitwell's scowl could fully form, a massive dog emerged from the shadows. Its singed, patchy fur and hulking frame, which was comparable to a leopard's, made it a terrifying sight. Drool dripped from its razor-sharp fangs. No one would guess this beast, capable of tearing a man apart, had once been a stray plucked off the streets. "Don't even think about scheming, Agent Sitwell. I'm no fool who'll blindly trust you or your shadowy organization." Samuel halted the dog's advance with a command, grinning, "You pay for the serum. You supply test subjects. Once I've unraveled Banner's secrets, he's yours. Dr. Stearns, as the Jews say, once a contract is signed, there's no room for renegotiation." Sitwell said, eyeing the restless dog, its eyes glinting with predatory hunger. Samuel laughed heartily before countering, "But Jews also say, if there's an extra dollar to be made, I won't let it slip. So our terms must change. Without me, you'll never find Bruce Banner." Holding the ultimate bargaining chip, he had no fear of betrayal. Even if Sitwell's organization could mobilize agents and armies, he had another card to play. The third-generation serum, his key to a new world. "Oh, and you're not my only buyer. A generous patron has paid handsomely to provide mercenaries as test subjects." Samuel relished Sitwell's stormy expression. He'd long grown tired of the agent's condescending attitude. He was no lackey to be ordered around. "You'll get what you want, Dr. Stearns." Sitwell forced a smile, his gaze lingering on the shelves lined with glowing green vials. Neither schemer realized a pair of eyes watched them from the darkness, their every word and transaction laid bare. This seemingly crude laboratory wasn't as secure as they believed. At the very least, it couldn't shield them from Skynet's gaze. Closing his laptop, Sean drummed his fingers on the desk. The situation had grown increasingly intriguing. The mighty Dr. Banner, temporarily stripped of the Hulk's power, was now at the mercy of a minor player like Samuel Stearns. Meanwhile, Hydra had surfaced, stepping into the light of his awareness. How entertaining. The young puppeteer hidden in the shadows smiled faintly. He couldn't help but wonder, where will this twisted path lead next? Chapter 221, Notice. But with that, I can't even access the stockpile of the 300+ chapters of all the fics that I had stored there. Because of this unreasonable development. My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. That being the case, I won't be able to continue with any of the work that I was doing here until this issue is resolved. Chapter 222, Chapter 221, Plans in the Darkness. T/N, took a while, but we're back. The whole P at Tray 0 and fiasco is resolved, and we're pushing forward again. Thank you for your patience and understanding, everyone. Hammer Industries, office. Fernando, who had been summoned by his boss, entered the office with trepidation. The moment he pushed open the door, a file on the desk was hurled straight at him. Given his reflexes, he could have easily dodged it, but doing so would only have further enraged the man. The sharp corner of the file sliced open the security chief's forehead. Blood streamed down his face in a ghastly manner. Yet, even this did nothing to quell Justin Hammer's fury. He bellowed, a whole month. Sean Cyphers is still alive and well, Umbrella has secured a long-term contract with the Department of Defense, and his energy weapons are about to enter mass production. Tell me, where are your mercenaries? Faced with his boss's roaring interrogation, Fernando couldn't help but feel that the hefty annual salary of a security chief wasn't so easy to earn. The renowned New York genius had taken a 2-week vacation in Eastern Europe, something that should have been a perfect opportunity. Fernando had dispatched 2 elite mercenary teams under Hammer Industries Security Company. Yet, those seasoned soldiers who had incited political unrest in small nations and assassinated African tribal leaders ended up as after-dinner snacks for vampires and werewolves, though officially, they had, unfortunately, perished in a firefight with local gangs. With his years of experience, Fernando sensed something was off. But the reports showed no flaws. Who would have guessed those insane Romanian gangs would resort to suicide attacks, and they just happened to target the bus carrying the mercenary team? There was no evidence of premeditation. Dismissing it as bad luck, Fernando immediately contacted Wade Wilson the moment the New York genius returned. To be honest, Fernando couldn't stand that foul-mouthed, joke-cracking bastard. But even he had to admit, Wade was one of the best in the business. Yet Fernando was disappointed once again. The response he got was, "If this call isn't important, I'll shoot your balls off." Wait, what? Your boss wants to pay me to take out some insufferable young billionaire? Fernando, what kind of man do you take me for? 2 million. Fine, I'll do it. Did it end there? No. What followed was a 30-second-long, high-pitched moan, punctuated by the rhythmic sounds of vigorous physical activity. Judging by the speed and frequency, the guy had impressive core strength. After an awkward 2-minute wait, the call resumed with a satisfied sigh. "Sorry, Fernando. I was just having a heart-to-heart with my moral conscience. She told me very seriously, Wade Wilson, you can't do this. Sacrificing your noble character for a measly sum isn't worth it. So, buddy, for the sake of my, Vanessa, not so hard. My little guy is fragile." The beleaguered security chief was subjected to another round of wild, unrestrained slapping sounds before silently hanging up, cursing the bastard under his breath. And that was why, a month later, Fernando still hadn't accomplished the task. From every angle, subjective or objective, none of this seemed to be his fault. Unfortunately, his boss wasn't the understanding type. You take my money, you do your damn job. Otherwise, I'll replace you in a heartbeat. So respect the men in front of you with more devotion than you'd give God himself. Justin Hammer jabbed a finger into the tall and burly security chief's chest, clearly dissatisfied with his employee's performance. He no longer cared about the consequences, as long as Sean Cyphers was gone. The energy weapons had won high praise from the DoD, and their potential applications were vast enough to propel Umbrella into the spotlight of military procurement overnight. If it were some nobody, Hammer Industries could have resorted to hostile takeovers or aggressive suppression. But Sean Cyphers had close ties with General Thaddeus Ross, and Umbrella was backed by Stark, Oscorp, and Koch Industries. They were hardly easy targets. It's worth the risk, Justin Hammer muttered to himself. His heavily funded armored suits were about to debut, yet the energy problem remained unsolved. His so-called genius scientists were useless. If Tony Stark could cobble together a working prototype in a cave with scraps, why couldn't they? Forget the mercenaries. Hammer waved a hand, loosening his tie. I've contacted a seller who has a special serum that enhances physical abilities. Round up some men from security for testing. Fernando's eyes widened. His fists clenched involuntarily before he took a deep breath. Without FDA approval, unauthorized human trials are high risk. Lives would be at stake. Bang. Another file smacked Fernando in the face. Hammer, red with rage, roared, "Throw money at them. How much are their lives worth? Don't question me again, or get the hell out." The pent-up frustration of recent weeks exploded like a powder keg. Hammer thought of Stark Industries' success with arc reactors and Umbrella's meteoric rise. His bloodshot eyes burned. He had finally gotten his chance when Tony Stark exited the weapons market, only for Sean Cyphers to emerge. Who was to say Umbrella wouldn't become the next Stark Industries in a few years? Hammer had had enough of playing second fiddle. He had bought Stark's weapon factories and was ready to carve out his own empire, only for that infuriatingly polite New York genius to stand in his way again. After dismissing his insubordinate security chief, Hammer turned on the TV. The screen displayed that detestably youthful face as Sean spoke on the Mutant Registration Act. "I believe people should seek to understand the unknown, not blindly fear it. Mutants are not a disease or a plague. They aren't born evil. On this land of democracy and freedom, why can't they receive fair and lawful treatment? I fully support Vice President Francis Underwood's initiative. This is the ringing of liberty's bell, the dawn of hope." Listening to Sean's sanctimonious speech, Hammer hurled the remote at the TV. Bam. The screen exploded in sparks. The defense tycoon panted heavily, just a little longer. He had contacted a mysterious figure on the black market, someone called Mr. Blue. The men had demonstrated a green serum. Injected test subjects exhibited superhuman strength, rapid healing, and destructive power surpassing elite soldiers. Exactly what Hammer needed. Lying back on the sofa, his breathing steadied. His eyes gleamed with cold calculation as he murmured, "Kill Sean. Then take the serum for myself." Chapter 223, Chapter 222, on the protagonist's harem and the battlefield of love. According to the fundamental principle of Murphy's Law, if something has the potential to go wrong, no matter how small that possibility may be, it will inevitably happen. The unexpected incident occurred one afternoon, roughly a week after Bruce Banner had fallen into Samuel Stern's clutches. Sean maintained the mindset of an observer, quietly waiting to see how this spectacle would conclude. After all, the imprisoned Dr. Banner was in no mortal danger, and using him to lure out the long-hidden Hydra wasn't a bad strategy. However, as Murphy's Law states, nothing is ever as simple as it appears on the surface. The power-hungry Samuel Stern saw the serum samples extracted from Banner as his ticket to the pinnacle of success. In addition to collaborating with Hydra agents operating under the guise of S.H.I.E.L.D., he also anonymously listed the samples on the black market, which inadvertently caught the attention of Justin Hammer. This chain of events led to the absurd farce that was about to unfold. It was the day before Halloween. Withered yellow leaves spiraled through the air as they fell, and shops along the streets peddled all sorts of costumes and monster masks. Large shopping centers were adorned with colorful pumpkin-shaped lights. Tonight would be a night of revelry, as New Yorkers poured out of their homes in droves to participate in grand parades. The city would soon be teeming with vampires, witches, Frankensteins, and other famous characters, as if a massive masquerade ball were about to commence. That afternoon, Sean was out with Betty. Not long ago, the General's beloved daughter had visited Umbrella, the research institution hailed by newspapers as a rising star. The visit had left her pleasantly surprised. The top-tier professional teams, the formidable resources, and groundbreaking achievements like the artificial intelligence Red Queen had left her in awe. For now, their relationship hovered at a stage where both harbored favorable impressions of each other. Sean wasn't in any hurry to become General Ross's son-in-law. Besides, being raised in a military family, Betty maintained a reserved demeanor. Getting her to open up wouldn't be easy. Unexpectedly, however, his aloof yet ambiguous attitude proved more effective than relentless pursuit. After leaving an elegant restaurant, Sean and Betty strolled down the street. New York in November was alive with the festive atmosphere of the approaching holiday. Walking side by side, they kept physical intimacy to a minimum. "I heard you'll be returning to school in Virginia soon," the young man asked softly. "Probably after Christmas." "I'll be going back to Culver University," Betty replied with a slight nod, casting an almost imperceptible glance at him before quickly looking away. Her impression of Sean was peculiar. On the surface, he appeared gentle and humble, yet beneath that facade lay an arrogance that disregarded everything. Normally, such a trait would be off-putting, but when paired with his exceptional talent and capabilities, it became the kind of self-assured charm unique to geniuses. Betty was like a dancer swaying to a slow melody. First, she had developed an interest in probing Sean's depths, then curiosity about his true nature, and gradually, she found herself drawn further in, a dangerous precursor. Women on the brink of falling in love often went through this process. Recognizing this possibility, the general's daughter resisted it with all her might. As a rational young woman, her sharp intuition told her that the seemingly bright and sunny young man was, in reality, brimming with danger. He was unfathomable and elusive, the hardest type to grasp in the game of love. After careful consideration, she decided to keep her distance from Sean, extracting herself before she could fall into the illusory trap of romance. "I thought you might consider my suggestion," Sean said, sounding somewhat regretful as he let out a light sigh. Seeing the faint disappointment on his youthful face, Betty's resolve wavered. Her heart softened. Am I being too harsh? Maybe he really did mean well. Won't you think about it again? Staying in New York might not be a bad idea, Sean said in a neutral tone, though his gaze burned with hidden intensity. His usually deep eyes locked onto Betty, the tenderness within them almost melted her defenses. The electrifying pre-Halloween atmosphere, the bustling streets, the softly glowing lights, and the laughter around them, everything seemed to whisper to the typically rational girl, urging her to accept his sincere request. It was as though Cupid's arrow was already nocked and ready to fly. "Sean, what a coincidence running into you here." A voice brimming with delight shattered the warm and romantic mood. Betty turned to see Gwen Stacy, an employee at Umbrella whom she had met while touring Dr. Connor's lab. Beside her stood Maya Hansen, another high-ranking figure in the company. Gwen's face lit up with surprise at first, but when she noticed Betty standing beside Sean, her expression faltered. Being no stranger to complicated situations, the young man sighed inwardly, "This is going to be messy." 5 minutes later, the four of them sat in a cafe. Gwen's gaze lingered on Betty. She knew exactly who the other woman was, the only daughter of a powerful general, a perfect match for the accomplished Sean, not to mention beautiful, intelligent, and academically outstanding. A sour feeling welled up in her chest, and the usually cheerful blonde hung her head in dejection. Betty observed all of this. She deliberately sat close to Sean, their postures appearing intimate yet still maintaining a sliver of distance. The general's daughter didn't even know why she was doing this. She had no intention of diving into the whirlpool of romance, yet the moment Gwen appeared, some inexplicable emotion drove her to this ridiculous behavior. She was like a proud swan declaring ownership to the world. Maya Hansen, the amused spectator, watched with a smile. She was content to stay out of it. She hadn't expected the young boss to be as much of a playboy as Tony Stark, leaving a trail of romantic entanglements in his wake. Trapped at the center of this battlefield, Sean considered lightening the mood with some pleasant small talk. But one glance at Gwen's tearful and pitiful expression, and another at Betty, who was warm and soft beside him, left him at a loss for words. Shouldn't protagonists naturally excel at managing harems, he mused to himself. "I'll be right back. I just need to use the restroom," Sean said, setting down his coffee and discreetly signaling to Maya before excusing himself. Not long after Sean entered the restroom, a group of burly and imposing men followed. One of them placed a "cleaning in progress" sign at the door before locking it behind them. "Mr. Cyphers, my boss would like a word with you." The leader of the group, a hulking man with a face full of menace, smirked as he watched the young man splash cold water on his face. Here, p@tray0n.com/mymatengel. Chapter 224, Chapter 223, Kidnapping. Sean shook the water off his hands, his brow slightly raised. His eyes showed little change, and his tone remained calm as he asked, "And who might your boss be?" The burly leader didn't answer. His physique was intimidating, and his muscles strained against his shirt like a beast baring its fangs. The two other men blocking the door were the same, their pupils flashing with a faint green glow. In the world of the mind, these mercenary-like brutes appeared as murky green shadows, far less pure than the Hulk within Bruce Banner. Their glow was dim like fireflies compared to the moon. They weren't even worth a second glance. "I suppose I don't have the right to refuse?" Sean asked with a faint smile. There wasn't a trace of panic on his face. The muscular man's knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists and bared his teeth like a starving predator. "I'd love for you to try," he sneered. As part of Hammer Industries' private security force, mercenary Captain Bull had handled plenty of dirty work for Justin Hammer. Moral boundaries and methods were never his concern, especially after injecting that green serum. The sudden surge of power had made him indifferent to ordinary lives. "Truth be told, I've met plenty like you, leaders of small African nations, tribal chiefs, men with endless wealth or the power to decide fates with a word. Big shots like you always stay calm when facing thugs and robbers, bargaining your way out with chips in hand." Bull licked his lips like a slavering hound, eyes gleaming with malice. "But when those men meet desperados who don't care about any of that, they beg harder than anyone, ready to even lick my boots for a chance to live. Sean Cyphers, prodigy with a bright future, you'll be on your knees soon enough." Sean's lips twitched. A guy like this wouldn't even need the Sentinel armor to be dealt with instantly. Sean took a slight step forward, but the overexcited mercenary captain added, "A big shot like you must have bodyguards tailing you. But I'd advise against any tricks for the sake of those 3 lovely ladies with you." Sean's foot paused mid-step. The killing intent in his heart grew sharper, but his face remained warm and smiling. "I thought your boss only invited one person." "No. He's far more hospitable than you'd expect." Bull shoved Sean forward, pressing a gun into his back, walk out nice and quiet. Get in the black van at the door. 3 beauties, each with their own charm. Mr. Cyphers, your appetite's a bit too big, isn't it? Sean chuckled as he complied. What can I say? 1 woman isn't enough. Bole snorted and said no more. This was Manhattan, the most densely populated of New York's 5 boroughs, the economic and cultural heart of the nation. Openly killing a high-profile genius in broad daylight would cause an uproar. Besides, his boss had explicitly demanded to see Sean Cyphers in person. After Magneto's rampage through Manhattan, the NYPD had significantly bolstered security and emergency response. While Hollywood movies might portray cops as bumbling idiots, the reality was far different. As the oldest police force in the U.S., it boasted 34,000 officers, 4,500 auxiliary personnel, and 8 police helicopters. Once mobilized, they could turn the city upside down. That was why Bole hadn't taken Sean by force immediately. If the young man's security team were alerted, a full-blown shootout in the city center would earn him a one-way ticket to a steel cage with ravenous hounds waiting inside. Tell your driver to pull around back. The front entrance is watched by my guards, Sean said, stopping abruptly. Bole's expression darkened, but he relayed the order through his earpiece before shoving Sean toward the cafe's rear exit. A black Ford idled outside, and the young man was roughly pushed inside. What about the girls? The mercenary captain asked. Already headed to the port warehouse, the driver replied. Hear that? You'll be reunited with your little harem soon. Bole pressed the gun against Sean's cheek as a cruel smile twisted his lips. Nothing pleased him more than watching these high and mighty elites grovel like dogs. And when we do, I'll make sure they get a front row seat to how I treat you, after my boss is done with you of course. Sean's face remained impassive as he sat sandwiched between 2 hulking brutes. His hands were tightly cuffed, and a black hood was pulled over his head to block his vision. New York port, abandoned warehouse. The door creaked open, revealing the grotesquely transformed Samuel Stearns. His once lanky frame now bore an oversized head, and his skin was a deep green, like some alien from a B-movie. Why so many hostages? The self-styled leader demanded irritably. His plan had only involved capturing Sean Cyphers and Bruce Banner's ex-girlfriend, the former at Justin Hammer's request, the latter as leverage to control Banner. After injecting himself with a 3rd-generation serum sample, Stearns had come to understand the terrifying power within Banner. Even a diluted version had wrought drastic changes in him. Every second, Stearns felt new information flooding his mind, photographic memory, effortless comprehension of complex theories, even the gradual development of psychic abilities. The cost. His human appearance. A small price, in his opinion. Betty, Gwen, and Maya gasped at the sight of Stearns' grotesquely distended skull, their bodies trembling as they huddled together. The 3 women had been lured from the cafe by a fake waiter claiming Sean had collapsed. Once inside, they were ambushed and brought to this musty warehouse. No need to fear, ladies, Stearns laughed, your little boyfriend and dear lover will come for you soon. And if he's smart enough to cooperate, I might just break my agreement one more time. That arrogant, foolish arms dealer actually believed money could buy anything. But Stearns was no longer the same man. The so-called leader saw Hydra agents and Justin Hammer as mere tools. From Hydra, posing as S.H.I.E.L.D., he had obtained the funds for advanced lab equipment. From Hammer, he had received test subjects to refine the 3rd-generation serum. Once the time was right, he'd throw them all to the wolves and start anew. With Bruce Banner under his control and Sean Cyphers as his puppet, who could possibly stand in his way? Chapter 225, Chapter 224, All Are My Wings. 40 minutes later, Sean was pulled out of the black Ford, and the hood covering his face was removed. He glanced at Bole, and the burly mercenary captain's eyelids twitched as every hair on his body stood on end. Like a beast sensing imminent danger, a biological warning flashed in his mind. What are you looking at? Move. The momentarily cowed Bole quickly regained his composure and grew angry at himself. A battle-hardened mercenary who had killed without blinking, scared by a seemingly defenseless young man. It must be an illusion. Shaking his head, he dismissed the absurd thought. As Sean entered the warehouse, he had already assessed the kidnappers' exact numbers and firepower. Through Skynet's tracking, he knew there were 20 of them, mercenaries from Hammer Industry Security Division, mostly ex-private military contractors. Their primary weapons were light firearms, micro-explosives, and directional mines. Dealing with them cleanly wouldn't be difficult, but with Betty and the others still in their hands, reckless action could lead to an uncontrollable situation. Sean hadn't expected Samuel Stearns, a minor piece on the board, to escalate things to this extent. Even with his foresight, a momentary lapse had dragged him into this game. Murphy's Law is truly fascinating, whatever can go wrong, will. He mused. A mutated hound circled him, with drool dripping from its fangs. Its muscular frame left no doubt it could tear apart any human body. In Sean's mental world, a dim green shadow pulsed around the beast, just like the murky green auras emanating from the 20 mercenaries. Clearly, Stearns had used Banner's serum samples to create these enhanced enforcers. "Where's your boss?" "Too busy to greet me," Sean asked the mercenary captain, his expression still devoid of panic. This irritated Bowl. He had hoped to see the young man cower in fear before the monstrous hound, but reality disappointed him. "Mr. Cyphers, hello." A grotesquely enlarged green head emerged from the shadows. "I've seen you often in magazines and on TV, dreaming of one day becoming someone like you, showered with flowers and accolades, the envy of the world." "Oh. Need an autograph?" Sean smiled, unimpressed by the figure that was radiating the brightest green glow. "Where are Betty and the others?" "Whether it's negotiations or bargaining chips, you only need me." "Wow. I didn't expect the famous New York genius to also be a romantic Casanova." Stearns sneered, annoyed by Sean's arrogance. Every time he saw young and accomplished men like Sean or Tony Stark, a deep-seated disgust and jealousy boiled within him. While he had toiled away in a shabby lab, conducting obscure research no one cared about, these men basked in praise and adoration, with wealth and power effortlessly within reach. Believing he had found Sean's weakness, Stearns laughed triumphantly and replied, "If we reach an agreement, they'll be safe, of course." He discreetly activated a remote, ensuring his words were transmitted clearly to the three women locked in a side room. "Mr. Cyphers, I want you to transfer Umbrella's shares to me, free of charge." "And if I refuse?" Stearns' face darkened. "Then not only will your life be forfeit, but those three beauties will meet the same fate." Sean glanced at the closed side room. 4 mercenaries injected with the Hulk serum stood guard inside. Including Stearns, 12 more surrounded him. If he struck now, eliminating them all in an instant wouldn't be a problem. His mind raced, calculating every possible contingency. Confident in a 100% success rate, Sean finally allowed himself a faint smile. "Do you know Umbrella's valuation last month in venture capital assessments? It's a sum beyond your wildest dreams. So, Dr. Stearns, let's discuss something more realistic. You think a general's daughter, a police chief's precious girl, and your own employee are worthless?" Stearns grinned maliciously, deliberately raising his voice. "How about this? Let's play a little game. Today, you can take 1 woman with you. The other 2 stay." He beckoned to Bowl. Understanding the signal, the mercenary captain's body suddenly swelled like an inflating balloon, his already massive frame expanding into something monstrous. Veins pulsed with a sickly green hue, writhing like serpents beneath his now grotesquely bulging muscles. His skin turned a terrifying dark green, jagged bone spurs erupted from his arms, and his eyes burned with bloodthirsty savagery. Seeing this, the other serum-enhanced mercenaries eagerly followed suit, their bodies twisting into similar abominations. Stearns had modified the 3rd-generation serum, increasing the dosage for greater power. Surrounded by these hulking, green-skinned monsters, Sean remained unfazed, unlike the cowering, pleading Rex Stearns had hoped for. "What? Still think someone's coming to save you?" Stearns sneered. With his mutated hounds and an army of enhanced mercenaries, he was certain of victory. Even if Hydra or Justin Hammer came knocking, he wouldn't flinch. "You know, Mr. Cyphers, Justin Hammer, that big-shot arms dealer, offered $6 million for your head." Playing the theatrical villain, Stearns continued, "But I don't want that. Hammer is a complete idiot. You're a far better partner. You kidnap my women, try to steal my company, and think you're doing me a favor." Sean's tone was mocking. "You're ugly as sin, yet your delusions are even uglier." The merciless taunt sent Stearns' rage skyrocketing. His face twisted as he activated a monitor on the table, displaying the 3 women huddled fearfully in a corner, their faces pale with terror. Hearing Sean's voice earlier had briefly kindled hope in their eyes, but it quickly faded into dread. Stearns was not an enemy one man could face alone. "Which lovely lady would you like to see torn apart first?" The green-skinned megalomaniac grinned victoriously. Having developed psychic control, Stearns could manipulate these mindless test subjects at will. He had considered using the same method on Sean, but controlling a beast with low intelligence was vastly different from dominating a fully rational human. Hence, the careful coercion. "Sorry, but they're all my wings. No one gets to clip them." Sean lifted his gaze, a sharp golden light flashing in his eyes. He clapped his hands once and ordered, "Blonsky. Crush them." Chapter 226, Chapter 225, The Beast Unleashed. "Kill him." Stearns reacted swiftly. The moment he saw Sean's composed demeanor, one utterly devoid of panic, he wasted no time issuing the order. The mercenary captain, Bowl, was the first to obey. With a savage grin, he lumbered toward Sean, his bulging muscles rippling with sickly green veins, and his eyes alight with murderous intent. His massive hands could twist steel bars like taffy. Stearns hadn't fully eliminated the serum's side effects. Instead, he used his psychic control to temporarily dominate these mindless, frenzied beasts. That was why Bull obeyed him so unquestioningly, ignoring even Justin Hammer's authority. The towering mercenary captain raised his hand, intending to seize Sean's body and slowly crush every bone, savoring the crisp snapping sounds and agonized screams that would bring him the deepest satisfaction. "I told you I'd take good care of." "Ah. Ah." Sean caught the descending hand midair. Ignoring the mercenary captain's stunned expression, a cold smile curled his lips as a searing red beam sliced through Bull's arm like a hot knife through butter. It took Bull's sluggish brain 2 full seconds to register the pain. Green-tinged blood gushed like a fountain as he clutched the cleanly severed stump, howling in agony and disbelief. The last thing he ever saw was Sean raising a hand toward him before a golden torrent engulfed his vision. His brutish head exploded like an overripe melon, painting the warehouse floor with blood and brain matter. At the same time, crash. A compact, wiry figure tore through the reinforced steel door of the warehouse with his bare hands, striding toward the momentarily stunned Stearns and his men. His footsteps were heavy, each one sending tremors through the ground, his heartbeat a deafening drumbeat as his body pumped blood like a hydraulic engine. By the time Blonsky reached Stearns, he had already transformed into a hulking yellow behemoth. Jagged bone spikes tore through his clothing, his mountainous muscles casting a terrifying shadow over everyone present. His sheer presence was like a hurricane force gale. "Next time, if your boss has to handle this kind of mess himself, I'm firing you," Sean said with an ice-cold tone as he strode past, heading straight for the room where Betty and the others were held. Blonsky stiffened, then turned his attention to Stearns' inferior creations, his eyes flashing with disdain. Compared to the Hulk, these knockoffs were laughable. "My boss isn't happy. So you'll pay." He lunged forward, seizing one of the serum-enhanced mercenaries by the shoulders, and with a brutal yank, ripped him in half. The sickening sound of tearing flesh and snapping bone echoed through the warehouse. A spray of blood splattered across Stearns' face, snapping him out of his daze. This yellow-green monstrosity possessed overwhelming power and a terrifying aura. Even Bruce Banner's Hulk transformation paled in comparison. Another mercenary, under Stearns' psychic control, charged with a roar. Blonsky sidestepped effortlessly, his spiked fist hammering into the attacker's skull like a wrecking ball. A wet crunch later, fragments of bone and brain matter scattered across the floor. Who's next? Blonsky scanned the warehouse, his bloodlust boiling, yet his mind remained razor-sharp. Stearns desperately tried to exert his psychic control, attempting to turn Blonsky into his puppet. But unlike natural-born mutants like Professor X, his artificially awakened abilities were limited. Controlling mindless beasts was easy, but against a lucid, disciplined opponent, useless. Meanwhile, Sean stormed toward the holding room. For serum-enhanced mercenaries yanked the door open, alerted by the chaos outside. Before they could transform, Sean's arm lashed out like lightning, his fingertips wreathed in golden light. His hand punched clean through the first mercenary's chest, seizing the still-beating heart before crushing it in his grip. Blood drenched his palm as the second mercenary drew his pistol, only for his body to be slammed into the wall like he'd been hit by a medieval battering ram. His ribcage caved in, and his bones shattered his organs. He became instantly lifeless. The third mercenary slashed at Sean's throat with a tactical knife, a strike that could cleave steel, yet, it left not even a scratch against Sean. The mercenary's eyes bulged in disbelief. Sean tilted his head, then slammed the man's skull into the wall with enough force to embed him in the concrete. Blood oozed from the mercenary's body like juice from a squeezed fruit. Though his veins bulged green with the serum's power, he couldn't break free from that iron grip. GHK. With a final crunch, Sean pulverized the mercenary's skull, letting the limp corpse slump to the ground. "Don't come closer. I'll kill them." The last mercenary, having witnessed his comrades' gruesome deaths, finally had time to mutate. His body swelled into a monstrous green giant with veins writhing beneath his skin. Yet as Sean advanced, primal terror gripped him, like prey facing an apex predator. Sean's chest burned with killing intent. He took a single step forward. Cornered and desperate, the mercenary let out a final roar and lunged toward the 3 terrified women, his clawed hands poised to shred them apart. "Even if I die, you'll pay." His thoughts ended abruptly as an energy blast vaporized his head. Thud. The 3 women stared shell-shocked as the decapitated giant collapsed, and green-tinged gore splattered the walls. The sheer brutality of the scene short-circuited their minds. "Sorry I'm late." Sean's calm voice snapped them back to reality. Having witnessed his merciless slaughter, Betty and Gwen could only gape as the cold-blooded killer before them seamlessly overlapped with the gentle young man they knew. Both girls threw themselves into his arms, their frayed nerves finally unraveling. The terror ebbed away, replaced by the solid reassurance of his presence. Only Maya Hansen remained awkwardly standing aside. "Dr. Hansen, my shoulder is available," Sean said with a playful wink, suddenly becoming the cheerful youth again. As he soothed the traumatized women, a deafening roar shook the warehouse. The green beast had broken free. Shattering through the walls like a living hurricane, the Hulk crashed into the fray. Chapter 227, Chapter 226, Brutal Brawl. Let's rewind the clock slightly. Realizing the situation was dire, Samuel Stearns quietly slipped away from the warehouse while Blonsky was busy battling the group of mercenaries injected with the Hulk serum. Seeing the ferocious yellow behemoth maintain an overwhelming advantage against over a dozen mutated mercenaries, Stearns knew the battle was lost. Retreat was the only option. His side was at a clear disadvantage, his mutated hounds had their heads smashed in, the warehouse floor was littered with mercenary corpses, and strange noises were coming from the room where Betty and the others were held. Without hostages, he had no bargaining chips left. Continuing the fight was hopeless. Fury burned in Stearns' chest. He never expected Sean to be so deeply concealed, his true strength far surpassing anyone's imagination. The New York genius who was shrouded in countless accolades had hidden his power far too well. The foolish, arrogant Justin Hammer had actually tried to eliminate him and seize Umbrella. Looking back now, it was utterly laughable. The strength Sean had just displayed was even more terrifying than Blonsky's. Using his psychic control to command the remaining mutated mercenaries to desperately hold Blonsky back, Stearns sneaked into a nearby warehouse to gather all his research data and materials. Most importantly, he couldn't leave behind Bruce Banner, his endless source of serum samples. The poor man, trapped in Stearns' carefully laid snare, had become a living blood bank. He was regularly drained and kept subdued with inhibitors to prevent the Hulk's awakening. Banner was a crucial asset. After copying all the experimental data, Stearns pushed open the door to a dilapidated room inside the warehouse. "Dr. Banner, we need to leave. Now." Banner was strapped to a crude surgical bed, sustained by 4 nutrients, while tubes connected to his veins allowed Stearns to extract blood at will for his deranged experiments. Sean Cyphers, that damn bastard. Thinking of his hard work over the past days being destroyed by Blonsky and Sean, Stearns' eyes burned with rage. It felt like a knife twisting in his heart. He had painstakingly created 20 viable test subjects from the 40 to 50 men Justin Hammer provided, and now he had to start from scratch. Banner had been drifting in and out of consciousness for days, the Hulk seemingly dormant, unresponsive no matter how much he willed it. For the first time, he wanted the green beast to emerge. In his haze, he vaguely saw Samuel Stearns moving about, disjointed words reaching his ears. Should have at least kept Elizabeth Ross as leverage, might as well have killed that woman. Betty. The sluggish gears in Banner's mind suddenly jolted awake, a violent chemical reaction erupting in his brain. Waves of adrenaline surged through his numb nerves. With immense effort, Banner forced his eyelids open, his entire body trembling as he strained to summon the monster within. Rage filled his chest like molten lava, the glowing green figure flickering in the depths of his mind. Tearing at his vocal cords, Banner mustered every ounce of strength to roar, "Hulk!" Boom. The long-suppressed volcano of fury finally erupted. Stearns was stunned. He watched as Banner effortlessly snapped his restraints, his emaciated body that was weakened by constant blood draws and confinement swelled rapidly like a balloon. Towering muscles bulged, veins throbbing beneath green skin as those furious eyes locked onto him. "Wait, Dr. Banner, let me explain, everything I did was for a greater good," Stearns stumbled back, babbling incoherently. As he stared up at the Hulk's hulking form, confusion clouded his mind. He had been injecting Banner with heavy doses of suppressants daily, how was this possible? Desperate, he unleashed a barrage of psychic assaults, trying to seize control of the enraged beast. If he could tame the Hulk, all his losses would be worth it. Betty. Banner's fading consciousness clung to her name, while Stearns' mental attacks felt like rocks pounding his skull. They were dizzying, but otherwise useless. The Hulk swayed drunkenly, staggering like a man deep in his cups. Gradually, Banner's thoughts faded, leaving only the Hulk's primal fury. Blinking open green eyes, the Hulk saw only a grotesque big-headed man buzzing around like an annoying fly. The psychic attacks irritated him. With a thunderous roar, the shockwave alone sent dust flying like a miniature hurricane. Swatting at the nuisance like a bothersome insect, the Hulk's hand connected, splat. Samuel Stearns' oversized head exploded like an overripe melon. A massive foot lifted, then stomped down. Squish. The sickening squish marked the end of what should have been a minor character, his final moments filled with regret and bitter resentment as he was reduced to a pulpy smear. Unfazed, the Hulk only sought the beautiful figure flickering in his mind. The fury of days in captivity became an endless well of power. Like an enraged bull, he charged through the warehouse wall, the ground trembling beneath his steps. Blonsky, having just snapped the last mutated mercenary's neck, turned to see the green Goliath barreling toward him and grinned in delight. "Big guy. Been looking for you." He didn't even care why the Hulk had suddenly appeared. Blonsky charged head-on, and the 2 colossal bodies collided with enough force to send shockwaves rippling outward. The warehouse shuddered, its structural integrity failing under the titanic clash. "Remember me?" Rio de Janeiro. arms as thick as tree trunks locked together like battling bulls, the ground cracking beneath their feet. The brutal stalemate lasted half a minute before Blonsky, whose combat instincts were razor-sharp, suddenly disengaged, sidestepping to let the Hulk stumble forward off balance. Seizing the opening, he pounced, pinning the Hulk and raining down hammer-like blows in a relentless barrage. "Is that all you've got?" His taunt died as the Hulk blocked the next strike, his emerald eyes burning with pure rage. Roar. Bam. One earth-shaking punch sent Blonsky flying. The Hulk surged to his feet, his fury escalating, the very air vibrating with his wrath. Blonsky skidded backward, carving trenches in the ground before halting. His grin widened. This was the fight he craved. The two titans leaped high. Boom. Their fists met midair with a thunderous impact, the recoil sending both crashing through the warehouse walls. The Hulk landed atop stacked shipping containers at the docks, his weight collapsing the metal towers in a deafening avalanche. Blonsky dug his heels in, plowing furrows through concrete as he halted his momentum. A massive green hand tore through the wreckage, steel panels crumpled like paper in the Hulk's grip. Ripping free an entire container, he hurled it like a missile at the charging Blonsky. The Abomination, as Blonsky now called himself, grabbed a nearby crane and wrenched the entire boom arm free to swing like a baseball bat. The container shattered midair, and its contents rained down in a metallic downpour. Hulk smash! The green giant pounded his chest, causing his rage-fueled muscles to swell further. "I've always wanted to prove. I'm the one who deserves this power." Blonsky crouched, then launched himself skyward, the crane arm whistling through the air as he brought it down like an executioner's axe. Chapter 228, Chapter 227, Shaking New York. The Pentagon, 3rd floor, Army Department. General Ross received an urgent call from his subordinate. The long-missing Hulk had been spotted near New York Harbor. The Green Beast, listed as a wanted target by the Department of Defense, was now locked in a fierce battle with another massive yellow behemoth. The two titans were evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. The moment he saw the footage of the two monsters clashing, General Ross was stunned. The once unstoppable Hulk was actually being suppressed by the yellow abomination-like brute, battered by a relentless storm of blows. Unlike the Hulk, who fought like a frenzied beast, the yellow-green giant wielded precise combat techniques, targeting weaknesses with brutal efficiency. In comparison, the Hulk relied purely on instinct. At first, the fight had been evenly matched. But as Blonsky gradually deciphered the Hulk's patterns, he began pummeling his once formidable opponent like a training dummy. Of course, this wasn't because the abomination had surpassed the Hulk's near-limitless rage-fueled power. Rather, Banner had been weakened by Stern's prolonged injections of suppressants. Even freed from their effects, his combat ability had diminished. Mobilize the troops. Lure the Hulk to an open area. General Ross slammed his fist into his palm, eyes alight with excitement. To him, every cell in Banner's body belonged to the military. Now that the Hulk had resurfaced, he couldn't let this opportunity slip away. "Sir, the military committee has suspended the pursuit." His secretary hesitated. "I'm not going after the Hulk." Ross barked, "Those two monsters are causing massive destruction in New York, endangering civilian lives. Do you expect the NYPD to handle them?" His tone brooked no argument. He continued, "Get City Hall and the White House on the line. Request deployment of the National Guard. Bring Umbrella's next-gen energy weapons. Mobilize mechanized units. This is for America. We can't let these monsters rampage unchecked." The general's voice was stern. Unbeknownst to him, his daughter was in danger. Had he known, he would have sent the entire army into New York. Within minutes, City Hall and the White House approved the Pentagon's request. The NYPD had already dispatched ESU teams to the harbor, but given the monsters' displayed resilience, conventional firepower would be useless. Ross was granted full authority to deploy the National Guard. After brief preparations, he boarded a helicopter. Following the last debriefing, he had nearly abandoned the Hulk pursuit. The Green Beast was too uncontrollable, and capturing it alive would come at a steep cost. But now, Banner had inexplicably reappeared in New York. Ross was ecstatic. His obsession with the Hulk bordered on fanatical. He had even estranged his daughter over it. Thankfully, Betty had been spending time with Sean lately, easing Ross' worries. The young genius was a far better match than the fugitive Bruce Banner, and Ross had gone out of his way to encourage their relationship, hoping to steer Betty away from Banner for good, on the highway to New York Harbor. A convoy of over a dozen vehicles carried battle-ready soldiers, their faces streaked with camouflage paint. These elite troops, handpicked by Ross, were armed with Umbrella's latest energy weapons and the fearsome M134 minigun, dubbed Vulcan Cannon. It was capable of firing 3,000 rounds per minute. Complementing these were Stark Industries' prototype sonic weapons, ensuring no contingency was overlooked. Overseeing operations via military satellites and drones, Ross stood ready to call in aerial support. "The Hulk has entered the city, moving toward Upper New York Bay," a helicopter pilot reported. Ross gripped his communicator. Draw its attention. If that damn thing reaches downtown, casualties will skyrocket. What happened to the other one? At the docks. The Hulk was driven to his knees under the abomination's onslaught. For the first time, the ever-victorious Green Goliath found himself overpowered, struggling to counterattack. Rage consumed him. As Blonsky's fists rained down, the Hulk's eyes blazed viridian. He inhaled deeply, his chest expanding like a bellows. Roar. The deafening bellow erupted like a war drum, causing sonic waves to ripple outward in a devastating shockwave. Containers were hurled aside like toys, the sheer force of the Hulk's fury manifesting as an invisible tsunami of energy. The Green Titan charged, each footfall cratering concrete. A parked semi-truck was cleaved in half as the Hulk barreled through, his muscles swelling with unrestrained wrath. Sensing the surge in the Hulk's power, Blonsky met him head-on, only to be hammered into the ground by a single earth-shaking punch. The Hulk seized Blonsky's leg and hoisted the yellow giant skyward before hurling him into the Hudson River with a titanic splash. Betty. The name echoed in the Hulk's mind as he glared at the circling helicopters, their whirring blades stoking his anger. With a mighty leap, he crashed onto the highway, crushing a sedan underfoot. Screams and sirens grated on his nerves. Like a lost child, he lumbered forward. A hail of bullets pinged harmlessly off his hide. Then, a familiar cocky voice rang out from above. "Hey, big guy. Who said you could take a stroll through New York?" Repulsors hummed as a red and gold suit of armor descended. Tony Stark had arrived. Chapter 229, Chapter 228, Hulk vs. The World, Part 1. Iron Man hovered midair, the six-barreled miniguns on his shoulders trained on the Hulk below. He had just arrived in time to witness the green behemoth decimating government forces. The NYPD, nearly fully mobilized, had blocked the Hulk's path with over a dozen wailing police cars. But standard-issue firearms were useless against the bulletproof green giant. Bullets ricocheted off his hide like peas, not even leaving a scratch. The Hulk's emerald eyes burned with fury as he glared at the dozens of gun barrels firing at him. With a grunt, he grabbed a car at his feet and hurled it through the air, smashing into the barricade of police vehicles. The twisted wreckage erupted in a fireball as sparks ignited the ruptured fuel tank. New York's finest, accustomed to dealing with robbers and rioters, were utterly helpless against this incomprehensible monster. Just as despair set in, a dozen anti-tank missiles streaked in, their fiery trails slamming into the Hulk's massive frame. The deafening explosions rocked half the block. It was the National Guard, dispatched by General Ross. A convoy of armored vehicles rolled in, reigniting a glimmer of hope among the terrified onlookers. Yet through the smoke and flames, the Hulk stood unshaken. Each thunderous step made the ground tremble as he crushed abandoned cars underfoot like soda cans. Bullets rained down in vain as he reached the lead armored vehicle and punched it with enough force to flip it onto its side. His fist sank into the alloy plating like a hammer through tin. With a wrenching screech, the Hulk tore open the vehicle's hull, exposing the pale, terrified soldiers inside. A searing blue energy beam struck the Hulk's back, momentarily diverting his attention. The painful impact enraged him further. He lifted the wrecked armored car overhead and hurled it at the convoy behind him. Another series of explosions lit up the sky. Bathed in the golden glow of sunset, the Hulk appeared unstoppable. He was like a force of nature incarnate. Fall back. Fall back. Requesting fire support. It's moving toward East District. Deploy the sonic weapons. Two armored trucks sped alongside the Hulk, their prismatic sonic emitters humming to life. As the National Guard lured the beast into position, visible shockwaves rippled through the air, forming a trap of oscillating pressure waves. High-intensity infrasound triggered violent organ resonance, enough to rupture blood vessels. The Hulk staggered as if caught in quicksand, his movements sluggish despite clamping hands over his ears. The vibration squeezed every cell in his body, his veins bulging like writhing snakes beneath his skin. "Bruce." A faint, familiar voice cut through the torment. Rage reignited. Kneeling under the sonic assault, the Hulk ripped a door off a nearby Ford Mustang and hurled it like a discus. The projectile sliced through one emitter truck with terrifying precision, cleaving it in half. Freed from one sonic prison, the Hulk leaped onto the remaining truck, demolishing Stark Industries' prized weapon like a child smashing toys. The battle's rapid escalation defied General Ross' plans. Watching from the command post, the old soldier oscillated between awe and fanatical desire. "Focus fire." "Vulcan barrage," he roared after a stunned pause. The air reeked of cordite as a helicopter gunship circled overhead. Its GAU-2 rotary cannon, nicknamed Grim Reaper, unleashed a hailstorm of 7.62 mm armor-piercing rounds at 3,000 rounds per minute. The sustained fire turned storefronts and parked cars into Swiss cheese, secondary explosions lighting up the street. The Hulk shielded his head, forced backward by the kinetic onslaught. With a roar that shook buildings, he burst through the smoke and leaped, boom. One punch obliterated the helicopter midair. Landing like a meteor, the Hulk plowed through National Guard lines like a runaway freight train. Nothing, not even Ross elite forces could halt his rampage. Ladies and gentlemen, no need to panic. Your friendly neighborhood Iron Man's got this. Stark's amplified voice echoed as his shoulder cannons blazed, drawing the Hulk's attention before repulsor beams struck the brute's face. Having witnessed the Hulk's jumps, Tony maintained careful distance while peppering him with micromissiles. The green giant swiped at the air, growling in frustration as the armored nuisance darted just out of reach. Can't have just anyone causing mayhem where Iron Man patrols. Weaving through the sky, Tony fired his uni-beam, the concentrated blast further enraging the Hulk. With a bellow, the brute suddenly lunged. Oh sure. Iron Man found himself trapped in a crushing bear hug. Crunch. Max thrusters failed to break the Hulk's grip. Grinning savagely, the monster body slammed Tony into concrete hard enough to crater the road, then raised a foot to stomp. Boosters flared at the last millisecond, shooting Stark skyward. Every joint screamed in protest. Iron Man's second appearance had ended as embarrassingly as the first. Tony seethed but admitted defeat. Even with his upgraded arc reactor and Mark 7 armor, he stood no chance against this walking natural disaster. Neither repulsors nor missiles could seriously harm the Hulk, whereas one solid hit would hospitalize Stark for life. Just as he pondered next steps, a streak of fire blazed across the sky. Green and ugly. Not exactly my aesthetic, declared the Human Torch, Johnny Storm, hovering atop a pillar of flame. He smirked at Iron Man. Retire already, old man. Let real heroes handle this. Without waiting for a retort, Johnny unleashed a firestorm that engulfed the Hulk in a swirling inferno. Chapter 230, Chapter 229, Hulk vs. The World, Part 2. The scorching pillar of fire unleashed a rolling wave of heat, its ultra-high temperatures capable of melting metal striking the Who Was Hulk standing at the center of the street. The massive fireball expanded outward, transforming into a raging sea of flames. The violent shockwaves triggered explosions that shook the towering skyscrapers lining the street. The flames surged outward, covering half the block with terrifying destructive force. Streetlights melted like candles, and cars erupted in a chain of explosions. See that? The Human Torch is about to show off. Aside from Johnny Storm of the Fantastic Four, the other three members had also arrived. The Hulk's rampage had been so massive that it had already alerted S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing that General Ross' National Guard couldn't subdue the Green Beast, Nick Fury had ordered Iron Man to intervene while also calling in New York's only superhero team. The spreading flames were blocked by an invisible barrier, concentrating the intense heat on the Hulk's massive body. This move had once nearly melted the indestructible Dr. Doom. The 1,000-degree inferno raged, distorting the air with its blistering heat and creating surreal mirages. Amid the heat and smoke, Johnny Storm, wreathed in flames, charged in to check if the big guy had been reduced to charcoal. As a superhero, the thought of solving a crisis even Iron Man couldn't handle filled him with smug satisfaction. Tomorrow's headlines would undoubtedly read, Fantastic Four saves New York, with his name front and center. Everyone would know the legend of the Human Torch. Hey, big green and ugly, AHH. Johnny's recklessness cost him dearly. A green, snarling face emerged from the smoke, and a massive hand seized his flaming form. The searing heat didn't seem to bother the Hulk much, aside from making his already tattered pants even more ragged. With a furious roar, the Hulk swung Johnny around like a rag doll before slamming him into the concrete pavement, embedding him into the road. Smoke curled from Johnny's mouth as his body screamed in agony, every bone feeling shattered. Johnny, you little punk, serves you right. The Thing, bent grim, stomped onto the battlefield, his 500-pound frame shaking the ground. Though slightly smaller than the Hulk, his rock-like body and crushing strength made him a worthy opponent. While Ben tangled with the Hulk, Iron Man hauled Johnny out of the pavement and tossed him to Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards. A quick assessment confirmed Johnny had multiple fractures but would survive. Hulk. The green giant bellowed his own name, his fist crashing into Ben's head like a wrecking ball. A powerful follow-up kick sent the Thing flying in a straight line, flipping through the air before smashing through a skyscraper and vanishing under rubble. Nearby, Reed and the Invisible Woman hesitated to intervene. They had witnessed the Hulk's terrifying power firsthand and lacked effective offensive capabilities, leaving them to support from the periphery. Iron Man answered General Ross' call. The military was preparing a carpet bombing with cruise missiles and needed civilians evacuated immediately. Just then, Tony's friend Colonel Rhodes arrived in the War Machine armor. His overwhelming firepower briefly stalled the Hulk's advance, but every attack only fueled the beast's rage, pushing his strength to ever greater heights. While New York superheroes battled the Hulk, back at the harbor, Sean had just escorted the shaken women onto an umbrella helicopter. Blonsky, now back to normal and dripping wet, stared toward the flaming city with frustration. Boss, I can still stop him. He wanted to finish his fight with the Hulk. Sean waved him off. There'll be other chances. Don't fixate on the Hulk, you'll have more opponents in the future. the young man boarded another helicopter, with Blonsky piloting toward the battlefield. By now, General Ross had evacuated several blocks. Iron Man unleashed a devastating missile barrage, reducing entire streets to rubble. Nearby skyscrapers trembled, their windows shattering from the shockwaves as dust clouds billowed skyward. Even the Hulk's near-invulnerable hide couldn't withstand the onslaught. He staggered back, a deep gash on his chest from War Machine's surprise laser attack. But Rhodes had paid dearly, his armor was dismantled piece by piece. Had Mr. Fantastic not risked his life to save him, the Colonel would have been pulped under the Hulk's foot. Panting heavily, the Hulk's chest heaved like a roaring furnace. From the helicopter, Sean observed the swirling green energy within the beast. It was a dormant force ready to erupt. A monster like the Hulk only grew stronger with battle. Unless killed instantly, he would unleash an endless wave of destruction. In his fury, the Hulk tore a thick steel rebar from the ruins and hurled it skyward like a javelin. "Sir!" Jarvis' warning came too late. The glowing red-hot rebar pierced the air like lightning, spearing through Iron Man's armor. Tony's right arm exploded in pain as consciousness faded. Jarvis' voice crackled. Emergency protocols activated, severe blood loss detected. The arc reactor flickered as the suit plummeted like a wounded bird. Dust settled over the ruined streets. The flames still flickered, but as the last rays of sunset vanished, night fell silently. The Hulk stood triumphant amidst the wreckage, his scarred muscles gleaming under the dim light. His emerald eyes burned brighter than ever, his rage unquenched. Around him lay the fallen defenders of New York. Iron Man, War Machine, and the Fantastic Four, all defeated by the Green Goliath. With a final earth-shaking roar, he pounded his chest and declared to the world, "Hulk strongest there is." Chapter 231, Chapter 230, The Strongest Enemy. Not far away, the cameras on the helicopter captured this scene and broadcast it live on major television networks during prime time. Countless viewers sitting in front of their screens held their breath, their minds simultaneously filled with the same thought: is there truly no one who could defeat this green beast? Meanwhile, behind the scenes, powerful figures in the White House, the Department of Defense, and S.H.I.E.L.D. watched the chaos unfold. Nick Fury, stationed by the Potomac River, frowned deeply. He had not anticipated that even Iron Man and the Fantastic Four would fail to stop the monster. So far, the Hulk was the greatest threat S.H.I.E.L.D. had ever faced. Unless the World Security Council ordered a nuclear strike to level New York, who could halt this green beast's rampage and prevent it from wreaking unchecked havoc? "Sir," the White House spokesperson is on the line, Agent Coulson said hesitantly after hanging up the phone. "The President is questioning whether we can handle this crisis and whether S.H.I.E.L.D. still serves a purpose, whether the S.H.I.E.L.D. that protects the United States and defends against enemies remains strong. Let them talk. S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't take orders from politicians. Give those people enough benefits, and they'd sell out the entire country," Nick Fury said grimly. He pulled up holographic displays, syncing surveillance footage, recordings, satellite imagery, and drone feeds to show the chaotic scenes in downtown New York. On screen, the superheroes who often graced newspaper headlines lay defeated at the Hulk's feet. Among them was the flamboyant Iron Man, as well as New York's most famous superhero team, the Fantastic Four. At the start of the battle, Johnny Storm, the Human Torch and the team's strongest fighter, had been brutally hammered by the Hulk, ending up in a pitiful state. The Thing, Ben Grimm, had also fallen victim. Reed Richards and Susan Storm were unable to intervene, and even Tony Stark and War Machine, Colonel Rhodes, had been defeated one after another. The one-eyed director furrowed his brow. If this incident wasn't resolved properly, S.H.I.E.L.D. would undoubtedly face even more criticism. After all, the agency received massive funding from the World Security Council every year. If it couldn't handle major crises and terrorist attacks, its operations would inevitably face restrictions in the future. Just as he was caught in a dilemma, a golden figure descended from the sky in the footage. Under the dark canopy of night, dazzling golden flames flickered and rippled, emitting faint, shimmering waves. "Sentinel," Nick Fury uttered coldly. He certainly hadn't forgotten this high-risk individual listed in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s classified files. The Sentinel had first appeared during Spider-Man's battle with Venom, effortlessly defeating Sandman before tearing Venom apart in outer space, an act that left an indelible impression on everyone. Later, in a small town in New Mexico, this mysterious figure of unknown origin had clashed with the Asgardian destroyer armor and even abducted Thor, the god of thunder. After disappearing for some time, the Sentry had now reappeared, this time to confront the Hulk head-on. "Who are you?" Fury stared at the motionless towering figure on the screen, his eyes filled with doubt. Who exactly was this person, who operated entirely outside S.H.I.E.L.D. surveillance? Rewind the clock 5 minutes earlier. Sean sat in a helicopter, watching as nearly every superhero in New York had already fallen. The remaining Reed and Susan couldn't influence the battle's outcome, and Spider-Man, Peter Parker, who hadn't participated in the fight, had been living a blissful married life with Mary Jane ever since the Venom incident. Rumor had it that the couple had drained their savings to embark on a honeymoon trip. By now, they were probably vacationing in Hawaii. Even if Spider-Man rushed back, the idea of stopping the enraged Hulk would be nothing more than a pipe dream. "Boss, are you planning to step in yourself?" asked Emil Blonsky, who was acting as the pilot. The recently retired soldier, now Umbrella Corporation security chief after joining the company, often sparred with the Juggernaut in his free time. Occasionally, Sean would join in. Even the immensely powerful Juggernaut and Blonsky in his abomination form struggled to gain the upper hand against the young men. Though all three held back during their fights, Sean's rapidly improving combat skills and unbelievable regenerative abilities made him virtually unbeatable. At first, Blonsky could still rely on his superior combat experience to win a round or two, but as time passed, facing a young man whose progress was absurdly fast, he had completely lost confidence. Sean's prowess was entirely due to the skill cards provided by his system. Fighting Blonsky and the Juggernaut was like having them personally impart their combat experience to him. Of course, his progress was swift. "Like you, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time." Sean sat in the helicopter's rear seat, gazing down at the ruined streets below, where the massive green beast stood tall. Dark clouds blotted out the starlight, and a cold night wind carried scattered raindrops. Soon, lightning flashed, thunder roared, and a torrential downpour began. Bathed in the icy wind and rain, the young man curled his lips into a satisfied smile. Softly, he murmured, "The Hulk might be one of the few beings on this planet who can still threaten me right now. I've been looking forward to this fight, against a raging beast." Steadying himself on the rocking helicopter, a black sun emblem glowed on his chest. A streak of light flashed, and the Sentinel, wreathed in golden flames, emerged. Sean spread his arms and plummeted straight down. Cold raindrops struck his face as a thunderous boom erupted in the air, halting the pouring rain midair. The sheer force of his high-speed descent tore through the dense, hardened air barrier, shattering countless droplets into a mist of sparkling ice crystals. The fleeting golden figure seemed to rip apart the endless curtain of rain. With an explosive sound, he left behind a long white contrail, like a supersonic jet skimming low, carving out a vacuum-like path. With a resounding crash, the Sentinel descended upon the earth. The Hulk, lost in his fury, turned toward the sudden appearance of the golden figure. The green light in his mind swelled uncontrollably, his rage peaking as he unleashed a deafening roar. The violent soundwave scattered the rain, creating visible ripples in the air and kicking up a massive wave of dust. "You might be the only one on this planet who can make me throw a punch like this." Sean stomped the ground. From his foot, spiderweb-like cracks spread outward, sending rubble flying in all directions. The sheer force blasted out a crater, followed by a muffled sonic boom as the golden figure closed the distance in an instant, tearing a human-shaped trail through the air behind him. A punch carrying enough force to sink a 10,000-ton ship slammed into the Hulk's chest, driving the green giant straight into the ground. The enraged beast snarled, swinging a massive fist, only for Sean to block it with both hands. In the Hulk's furious green glowing eyes, a flicker of shock appeared. No one had ever withstood his punches head-on before. Shaking his head slightly, Sean flashed a dangerous grin before driving his own fist into the Hulk's skull. A trickle of blood seeped from the green giant's nose. Then, a colossal foot lashed out, sending the golden figure flying like a cannonball at full power, piercing straight through a skyscraper behind them. The tremendous force propelled Sean backward until he crashed into a crumpled car, finally coming to a stop. The young man pushed himself up from the ground, his brain registering a long-absent sensation of pain. His chest burned as if filled with fire, his stagnant blood boiling once more. This is what a real fight should feel like. Before his whisper even faded, a sharp sonic boom erupted. To the golden figure charging forward, the steel and concrete skyscraper might as well have been made of paper. They were easily torn apart. With unstoppable momentum, his full-powered punch exploded like a barrel of gunpowder, unleashing a devastating shockwave. Chapter 232, Chapter 231, The First Battle, concluded. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted in the air as the golden figure seemed to teleport directly in front of the Hulk. A fist with enough force to sink a 10,000-ton ship swung forward, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. The shockwave from the sonic boom swept through like a hurricane, clearing everything in its path. Dong. A deafening impact, like the tolling of a massive bell, reverberated through the streets. Sean's eyes flickered with surprise, his heavy punch had been blocked by the Hulk's outstretched hand. The green behemoth's snarling face suddenly loomed closer before a brutal headbutt smashed into the young man's body. Bam. Blood trickled from his temple. The metallic taste of blood filled his mouth. His brain buzzed, dizziness washing over him. After a brief moment of disorientation, Sean's eyes burned even fiercer. A dazzling golden flame erupted from his body, surging like an astronomical tide. A deep rumbling sound filled the air as an explosive shockwave erupted between the two, shattering the ground beneath them like fragile glass. Cracks spiderwebbed outward in all directions. Time seemed to freeze for an instant, then snapped back to normal. Sean stomped the ground, leaving behind a horrifying crater, while the Hulk was sent flying at high speed, crashing into a nearby collapsing skyscraper. The concrete wall crumpled like paper, torn open as the half-destroyed building shattered into rubble. A deep trench was carved into the ground from the sheer force. Amidst the deafening roar, dust and smoke billowed upward. As expected of the Hulk, Sean's figure gradually emerged, a grin spreading across his face as blood trickled down from his brow. On the other side, the Hulk roared in fury. His thick, powerful legs bent slightly before he launched himself into the air, smashing through the ruined building with a violent gale. The ground trembled as he landed, his full-powered fist swinging toward Sean's body. Facing the rampaging green beast, Sean's gaze sharpened like a hardened reef bracing against a storm. Their fists collided like pile drivers, unleashing an invisible shockwave that swept outward like a raging tempest, sending swirling dust high into the sky. "You're a worthy opponent." Even as the Hulk rained down furious blows, Sean still had the leisure to speak. With a single punch, he sent the enraged green beast staggering back. The young man then grabbed a massive stone pillar, one thick enough that it would take two people to wrap their arms around it, then hurled it like a javelin. The Hulk roared, smashing it apart with a hammer-like fist, sending a rain of shattered debris scattering. The ground trembled violently as Sean seized the moment to charge forward, dragging a howling gust of wind behind him. He grabbed the Hulk's head and violently slammed it into the ground, using the green giant's body to plow a deep trench through the street as if the earth were made of tofu. They shot into the sky, but the Hulk twisted midair and delivered a crushing punch to Sean's right shoulder, sending him flying. The golden figure blasted through 3 buildings before finally stabilizing himself midair. After a brief pause to gather strength, Sean shot forward again. His blood burned like fire, fueling his boiling battle lust. With astonishing jumping power, the Hulk grabbed the edge of a skyscraper's outer wall, shattering countless glass panels as his massive feet pushed off. He launched himself like a living projectile, meeting the Sentinel's fist head-on. Below them, buildings collapsed in waves. Explosions rumbled continuously as the golden and green figures streaked through the air like deadly blades, turning the already ruined district into a wasteland. Skyscrapers toppled like toy blocks, effortlessly torn apart. The aftershocks of their battle reduced reinforced concrete structures to rubble. The Hulk's massive fist tore through the air, but Sean raised both hands to block. Another explosion erupted between them, like a detonating thunderclap. The shockwave pulverized bricks and debris into dust. A dust-laden shockwave surged outward like a tidal wave. Both the Sentinel and the Hulk crashed into a building behind them. The deafening roars of destruction echoed endlessly through the city like rolling thunder, accompanied by the collapse of entire structures as if mountains were crumbling. The green beast leaped out from the raining debris, with Sean following close behind, stepping off a broken load-bearing wall to launch himself high into the air. He clenched both fists together and swung down like a hammer. Boom. The roaring Hulk plummeted like a sandbag. The golden figure streaked down like lightning, delivering a devastating spinning kick that sent the green giant crashing into a building. The structure collapsed as if struck by artillery, burying the Hulk's massive body beneath a waterfall of rubble. Sean's fist, wreathed in golden flames, tore through the Hulk's resilient skin like a blade. Blood gushed from the wound. Panting heavily, the Hulk rose from the wreckage, his chest and ribs stained crimson. His green pupils reflected the motionless golden figure before him. For the first time, he felt exhaustion. Perhaps Bruce Banner's consciousness was reasserting itself, or perhaps the relentless battle had truly drained even the Hulk's endless rage. The source of his strength was fading. Meanwhile, Sean's shattered bones were healing at an unimaginable rate. His battle with the green beast had not left him unscathed, far from it. Every clash sent tremendous recoil through his body, rattling his organs despite his energy field's protection. Without his incredible regeneration, his insides would have long since ruptured. This 10-minute-long battle had stunned every witness. The sheer destructive power, near-limitless stamina, and terrifying defenses that even modern weaponry couldn't breach, these were beyond human comprehension. Far away in Washington, D.C., inside S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury's expression darkened further. A being this powerful was like a walking nuclear bomb. If it ever went out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. The bald director lowered his eyelids. The Avengers' initiative was now an absolute necessity. Is the fight over? Just as the thought crossed everyone's minds, the Hulk charged once more, mustering the last of his strength. His green eyes burned with fury. The Hulk never admitted defeat. Sean sidestepped, evading the rampaging giant. The green beast roared, twisting around to swing a massive fist, only for the Sentinel to catch it with both hands. Unlike other heroes who struggled against the Hulk's raw power, Sean had fought opponents like the Abomination and the Juggernaut. He didn't fear sheer strength. Maybe it's time to calm down, Dr. Banner. A punch carrying a sonic boom smashed forward. Bam. The Hulk's head snapped back as if struck by several tons of steel. In slow motion, that seemingly small fist tore through the air and crashed into the green giant's skull. Ripples of force spread through the air before, boom. Blood sprayed like a fountain. Caught off guard, the Hulk was sent flying into a cluster of buildings. Rubble exploded outward as his massive body carved a visible path through the collapsing structures like a cannonball. The fight's over. Until next time, big guy. Sean exhaled heavily as the light rain fell on him. He glanced at the flattened ruins of the city block before golden flames erupted beneath his feet. Like a bird taking flight, he vanished into the thick clouds in an instant. Meanwhile, within the wreckage, the Hulk had reverted to a naked man. With his rage spent, Bruce Banner's consciousness took control once more. What happened? He looked up at the dark sky, where scattered raindrops fell. The roaring voice in his mind faded, leaving only the faint image of a golden figure like a god descending from the heavens. Chapter 233, Chapter 232, The Aftermath. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Upper New York lay in ruins, the air thick with dust and smoke. The surrounding skyscrapers bore the scars of devastation, and the entire neighborhood near Brooklyn looked as if it had endured a brutal artillery bombardment, now reduced to complete rubble. As dawn broke and the night receded from New York, people took to the streets. The homes that once held their fondest memories had now become shattered ruins. The terrifying battle that had shaken New York had finally come to an end. In its aftermath, the government swiftly dispatched large-scale rescue teams. Organizations from all walks of life rallied together, launching donation campaigns for those who had suffered property damage and personal injuries. Many wealthy elites stepped forward, and even the typically profit-driven medical corporations, swept up in the tide of public sentiment, offered free treatment to the injured. It was as if, overnight, the nation had returned to the solidarity of wartime, with everyone united as one. Of course, this was merely the surface that ordinary people saw. Those in power and the wealthy were not benevolent philanthropists. The compassion they showed now would eventually be reclaimed in other ways. Insurance companies became the second hardest hit group in this incident. The sheer scale of destruction from the battle, that being Iron Man's carpet bombing, the Hulk's rampage, and the Sentinel's demolition spree, had left countless buildings in ruins, with wrecked cars and collapsed shops beyond measure. Faced with overwhelming compensation claims, many insurance firms had no choice but to declare bankruptcy due to being unable to pay. Another point of criticism was the performance of the so-called superheroes who had once vowed to protect the people and save the world. In this battle, they had failed to live up to expectations. Iron Man, who had boasted that he alone could defend New York, was swiftly defeated by the Hulk. The Fantastic Four, meanwhile, seemed more like bystanders, offering no effective countermeasures. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of the Sentinel, viewers watching on TV could only imagine how much worse the destruction of New York might have been. With superheroes under fire, the federal government also faced scrutiny. Seizing the opportunity, the vice president issued a statement that very day, announcing that Umbrella Corporation had successfully developed a human enhancement serum and that the Department of Defense would soon possess a formidable army of super soldiers. This declaration instantly propelled Umbrella into the spotlight as the year's most dazzling rising star. Countless investors clamored to strike deals with the genius behind it all, only to be politely turned down by Sean. Amid the flurry of major headlines, the arrest of Justin Hammer, head of Hammer Industries, on charges of kidnapping and conspiracy to commit murder, was relegated to a mere footnote in the news. Having crossed a high-ranking general and the NYPD commissioner, the once prominent arms dealer was unlikely to enjoy a comfortable life behind bars. As for Sean, he merely instructed his secretary to send Mr. Hammer a care package of soap. After all, Umbrella had acquired Hammer's weapons manufacturing plants at a bargain price, along with a slew of military contracts. It was only right to offer a gesture of goodwill in return. Weeks after the Hulk's rampage, the affected citizens, now focused on rebuilding their lives, no longer fixated on assigning blame for the disaster. Instead, they redirected their anger toward the ineffective federal government and the inactive superheroes. A barrage of public opinions emerged, with many questioning the government's incompetence and, more pointedly, condemning the superheroes who had participated in the battle, especially the typically flamboyant Iron Man. Tony Stark paid the price for his brash claims. Not only had he failed to uphold his self-proclaimed duty of protecting the world, but he had also been forced to flee in defeat by the Hulk. The Fantastic Four, thanks to their long-standing popularity and approachable image, largely escaped severe backlash, apart from Johnny Storm, the Human Torch, whose humiliating beatdown by the Hulk was captured on video by an anonymous bystander and quickly turned into viral meme material. Never one to miss an opportunity, the Daily Bugle seized the moment to publish a photo of Iron Man in an embarrassing retreat. Tony Stark, who was once hailed as New York's airborne guardian, was now ridiculed as a clown. His reputation was in tatters. All of this, however, had little to do with Sean, who was quietly recuperating. In fact, he had profited immensely from the catastrophe that had shaken New York. Umbrella secured a long-term partnership with the Department of Defense after Emil Blonsky, in his abomination form, left military officials, including General Ross, stunned during a demonstration. The aging general who had spent his life pursuing the super soldier dream had seen footage of the abomination battling the Hulk. Against the unstoppable Green Goliath, Blonsky had not only held his own but demonstrated overwhelming combat prowess. Blonsky's performance convinced Ross to abandon his pursuit of Banner. To him, the Hulk was an uncontrollable beast, whereas the Abomination retained rational thought and followed orders, a perfect creation beyond his wildest dreams. You successfully replicated the super soldier serum. Why didn't you tell me sooner? The general grumbled half-heartedly. His admiration for Sean had only grown, especially after hearing how the young man had heroically rescued Betty from a gang of ruthless mercenaries. Coming from a military family himself, Ross deeply appreciated this kind of reckless yet heroic approach, so long as it succeeded, that is. Had Sean been gunned down, the general would have dismissed him as a foolhardy musclehead. I just wanted to surprise you, General, Sean replied humbly. Soon, you'll need to address me differently, Ross said, clapping Sean on the shoulder with paternal pride. Ever since Betty came back, she's been distracted. You should visit her when you have time. Sean smiled faintly. The general's daughter had witnessed his brutal slaughter of the mercenaries firsthand. It was no surprise she was traumatized. Even Gwen had taken leave, avoiding him in the lab whenever she returned. There wasn't much he could do about it, but one thing was certain, both women would keep his secret. Not that it mattered much, he had plenty of excuses ready if needed. Women are so troublesome, Sean sighed. Mature women like Maya Hansen didn't beat around the bush. After the incident, she had approached Sean directly, assuring him of her silence and thanking him for saving her life. The scientist who had once shared a fleeting romance with Tony Stark knew better than to leak information. Instead, she chose to pledge her loyalty to Sean outright. Just as Sean was grappling with how to handle the two girls, an invitation arrived from Stark Industries extending an olive branch to Umbrella for a charity gala for the victims' families. Chapter 234, Chapter 233, An Unexpected Intimate Scene. Passion often strikes without warning. Most romantic relationships are driven more by emotion than reason, causing those who fall in love to act in ways that defy logic. Dopamine, that miraculous chemical, can bring the sweetest happiness while also provoking the most secret of desires. Betty couldn't remember exactly how she had gotten caught up in this emotional game. Perhaps it had begun during that reluctant family dinner, or maybe it was the day she toured Umbrella Corporation. The moment she felt the first flicker of curiosity about Sean and wanted to dig deeper, everything had already spiraled out of control. Her mind was filled with images of that tall, unyielding figure striding forward, unstoppable and unshaken. Blood blossomed like crimson flowers in the air, mixed with splatters of white brain matter. The sound of shattering bones and the agonized screams of mercenaries played like a macabre symphony in her ears, a relentless echo she couldn't escape. As General Ross's beloved daughter, Betty was no stranger to bloodshed and violence. But this was the first time someone had laid it all bare before her eyes. Those indifferent eyes brimming with boiling killing intent, that cold and solemn young face gradually overlapped with the gentle and humorous smile she was familiar with. It left her feeling both alienated and inexplicably drawn in. After a week of isolation at home, the bloody massacre in the warehouse haunted her midnight dreams. Her rational mind screamed at her to stay away from Sean. By all accounts, he was dangerous. Should she be entangled in an emotional whirlpool with him, escape would be impossible. Yet, deep down, an irrepressible curiosity gnawed at her. The young man was like a figure shrouded in mist, sometimes near, sometimes far, flickering in and out of clarity. That enigmatic allure was impossible to resist. Hugging a pillow against the headboard, Betty glanced at the invitation on her nightstand. It was for Stark Industries' charity gala, and Umbrella was among the invitees. Sean would undoubtedly be there. Beneath her reserved and proper exterior, Betty harbored a rebellious streak, perhaps inherited from her father's adventurous spirit. In another timeline, she had been drawn to Bruce Banner's Hulk, defying her father's authority to play out a Beauty and the Beast fairy tale. Now, faced with someone even more dangerous than the Hulk, Betty was like a moth drawn to flame. The subtle emotion stirring in her heart urged her closer, despite herself. She looked at the invitation again and began considering what evening gown to wear tomorrow night. The long night passed uneventfully. When the tall and elegant Betty stepped into the venue in a pearl-colored strapless gown, she instantly became the center of attention, much to the pride of General Ross who escorted her. The dress hugged her curves perfectly, its fishtail hem accentuating her graceful figure. Her flaxen hair was swept up in an elegant updo, and under the soft lighting, her fair skin seemed to glow. After disentangling herself from her father's arm, Betty scanned the room. She quickly spotted her target, a sharply suited Sean shaking hands and exchanging pleasantries with a group of powerful figures. By his side was Gwen Stacy, clad in a sleek black backless gown. The vivacious and ever-youthful Miss Stacy appeared to be Sean's date for the evening, her arm linked with his as she leaned against him intimately. The sight sent a pang of inexplicable bitterness through Betty. For a moment, she wanted to turn and leave. But a stubborn refusal to back down flared up inside her. Forcing a smile, she glided toward Sean with practiced grace. As a general's daughter, she wasn't about to slink away like some defeated nobody. Sean had noticed Betty's arrival the moment she entered. Pretending otherwise, he continued mingling with the crowd, Gwen clinging to his arm in a daze. His polite and humble demeanor won over many, making him seem almost like the evening's gracious host, so much so that one might forget this was, in fact, Stark Industries' charity event. Soft music flowed through the air like a gentle stream. For the assembled elite, tonight was an opportunity to showcase their noble virtues and compassionate generosity while also flaunting their wealth for reputation's sake. As for money, those bills bearing Franklin's face were perhaps the thing they desired most and valued least. Tonight's expenditures would inevitably yield returns. Businessmen never did anything without profit. "Hey, Betty. You look stunning tonight. Half the room can't take their eyes off you." Sean greeted her warmly as she approached. "Oh. And what about you?" Perhaps due to her tangled emotions, Betty abandoned her usual poise, her tone unexpectedly provocative. Sean chuckled lightly, deftly sidestepping the loaded question. Beside him, Gwen remained silent. The blonde, now one of Umbrella's top executives, was still in a fog, her mind a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Like Betty, she had been deeply shaken, but in a different way. As Sean's college friend, Gwen had never imagined him capable of such cold, brutal violence. He had killed those mercenaries without hesitation. Logically, she should have been terrified. Yet, in that dire situation, she had felt an overwhelming sense of safety. In other words, she had quickly accepted this darker side of him and found she didn't dislike it at all. Even so, Gwen still didn't know how to face Sean, this old friend she thought she knew so well, the object of her long-hidden admiration. When he invited her as his date tonight, she had agreed in a daze. Now, clinging to his arm, she remained silent, her mind a tangled mess of emotions. Sean observed the two women's reactions. They were similar, yet distinct. On one hand, he lamented how complicated women could be. On the other, he pondered how to resolve the situation. Honestly, this was no easier than a no-holds-barred brawl with the Hulk. "I'm a little tired, Sean. I'd like to rest somewhere," Gwen murmured, biting her lip. Watching him banter so effortlessly with Betty left her unsettled. "Actually, I have something important I'd like to discuss with you too. Do you have time, Sean?" Betty set down her champagne glass, her cheeks faintly flushed from the alcohol. Sean paused, then cleared his throat. With an utterly serious expression, he said, "This hotel has an observation deck on the top floor, though it's usually closed to the public. We can take the elevator up. Why don't we all go and talk?" Betty's first instinct was refusal. Had any other man made such a bold suggestion, she would have slapped him without hesitation. But seeing Gwen still clinging to Sean's arm, her words came out differently. "Fine. It is a bit stuffy in here." She lifted her chin slightly, her full chest rising with the movement, every inch the proud general's daughter. Gwen, of course, wasn't about to leave either. She pressed closer to Sean, as if drawing strength from his solid frame. And so, the tale of two little rabbits and one big bad wolf continued. When morning light filtered through the sheer curtains into the lavishly decorated suite, for discarded high heels lay scattered across the plush carpet. A pearl-colored strapless gown draped over the sofa, while a black backless dress lay in a heap nearby. The scene shifted to the king-sized bed, where a thin sheet barely covered the trio beneath. One arm rested on Sean's firm chest, its owner nestled lazily against him. On the other side, golden hair spilled across the pillow. Gwen's face, still flushed with pleasure, slept soundly on his arm. Betty's eyelashes fluttered as consciousness slowly returned. Still half asleep, she instinctively snuggled deeper into the warm embrace, wanting to linger a little longer. About 10 seconds later, full awareness crashed down on her. The realization that she was naked beneath the sheets, her body faintly aching in places, sent her bolting upright. Oh my goodness. She covered her burning cheeks, unable to believe things had escalated so quickly. Yet, beyond the embarrassment, she felt no real regret. Emotions were like that, once that spark of attraction ignited, it burned like wildfire, impossible to contain. Wait a minute. Something feels off. In the dappled light seeping through the curtains, Betty spotted the other figure beside Sean. A quick scan of the room revealed clothes strewn everywhere, the aftermath of last night's chaos. A shocked scream tore from her throat, jolting Sean and Gwen awake. Another shriek followed as the two women yanked at the thin sheet, each trying to cover themselves while glaring daggers at the men between them. Facing their furious gazes, Sean offered a sincere smile, "I can explain everything." Chapter 235, Chapter 234, No one gets off this ride. The Normandy Hotel was designed by the renowned French architect Jacques Garcia. Personally, I quite admire this European aristocratic style. With a stunning beauty on each arm, both being impeccable in temperament and looks, Sean strolled down the corridor. One hand rested on Betty's slender waist, while the other draped over Gwen's exposed, snow-white shoulder. Along the way, they drew envious or astonished glances from passers-by. When Sean escorted Betty out of the hall, General Ross, who was mid-conversation with several dignitaries, noticed them but merely chuckled to himself, thinking, "These two are moving fast." Of course, the general hadn't spotted Gwen at Sean's side. Otherwise, he might have stormed over and drawn his sidearm on that greedy bastard. Seemingly basking in his good fortune, the young man effortlessly steered the conversation, explaining the hotel's history and features while subtly maintaining control. He observed the tension between Betty and Gwen, occasionally interjecting to preserve a delicate balance, all while feigning neutrality. The trio stepped into the elevator in this strange atmosphere. It was a VIP-exclusive lift that led directly to the off-limits observation deck. The plush carpet underfoot and the warm, dim lighting gave the enclosed space an old-world charm. A sudden silence fell. The two women, each lost in their thoughts, kept stealing glances at the young man before quickly looking away. As the elevator began its ascent, Sean deftly guided the conversation. He had already discerned their contrasting personalities. Beneath Betty's reserved and proper exterior lay a rebellious spirit thirsting for danger and excitement, while Gwen's cheerful and outgoing nature masked a sensitive, vulnerable core. Like a master conductor, Sean stoked Betty's emotions while soothing Gwen's nerves. The result? The former pressed closer to him, while the latter practically melted into his embrace. Suddenly, the smoothly rising elevator jolted violently. A sudden weightlessness gripped them as if they were plummeting. The floor numbers flickered erratically, and the overhead lights dimmed intermittently. "Don't be afraid. I'm here," Sean said calmly, pulling both women into his arms. Still shaken from their recent kidnapping ordeal, Betty and Gwen were like startled birds. The claustrophobic space and the unknown threat instantly brought back terrible memories. After a few seconds, the elevator stabilized. The flickering light steadied, though the floor display remained dark. They were stuck, neither ascending nor descending, seemingly due to some malfunction. "No need to worry. Hotel elevators have safety mechanisms," Sean reassured them, feeling Gwen tremble against him. Though Betty appeared calmer, her darting eyes betrayed her unease. He pressed the red emergency button. The elevator was equipped with an intercom, and after a brief exchange, the staff outside apologized profusely, promising to dispatch technicians immediately. Yet 10 minutes later, the intercom crackled again. The voice on the other end was tense and apologetic. The elevator was lodged between floors, and they needed to call 911 for specialized help. It would take 30 to 40 minutes. "This is absolutely ridiculous," Betty snapped, her composure cracking. Gwen clung tighter to Sean's arm. The enclosed space and fear of the unknown made her crave his reassurance even more. "Can't they hurry? Are there cameras in here?" Betty leaned against the corner, arms crossed, clearly unsettled by the ordeal. "To protect guest privacy, the hotel doesn't install cameras," Sean replied softly, glancing upward. "Don't they maintain these things?" Unbelievable. To Betty, being trapped for half an hour in this confined space was unbearable. She was about to distract herself by talking to Sean when she noticed Gwen's pale arms sliding around his neck. The usually quiet Miss Stacy rose onto her tiptoes, pressing close to whisper in his ear. "I was so scared in that warehouse. Part of me wanted you to come save me from those thugs, but I was terrified they'd hurt you." Gwen murmured, her lips brushing his cheek. "We've been friends since college, but you've always kept me at arm's length, sometimes warm, sometimes cold. Just when I think I'm close to you, it's like I don't know you at all. Now I understand. You kept your distance, maybe to protect me. Sean, I can accept any version of you, even if it's not the bright and perfect one I imagined." The enclosed space emboldened Gwen. Emotions bottled up for years erupted like a volcano, pouring out in a heated rush. She tilted her head up, capturing his lips in a fervent kiss. The wet, tangled sounds of their embrace echoed in the confined elevator. Betty could only watch, stunned, as the two lost themselves in each other. Surprisingly, Sean was the passive one this time. Pinned against the wall, his neck was encircled by pale arms as Gwen kissed him with desperate intensity. In the frenzy, her black backless gown slipped lower. Perhaps it was the long-suppressed emotions finally breaking free, but Gwen was unusually bold and unrestrained. Betty, meanwhile, stood frozen, her cheeks flushed from both alcohol and the sight before her. She tried to turn away, but soft, breathy moans reached her ears regardless. A strong arm hooked around Betty's waist, pulling her in. She instinctively resisted, but her feeble attempt was futile. What followed was like a sudden, all-consuming battle, with initial skirmishes giving way to full-blown passion. From a tug-of-war to utter surrender, Betty melted into Sean's embrace, her eyes dazed. His warm, calloused hands roamed relentlessly, stoking the fire within until it consumed her entirely. The elevator filled with the scent of sweat and arousal. Their entanglement lasted until the repair team finally arrived, though by then, the two women were far too lost in pleasure to care about sightseeing. As the charity gala wound down, Tony Stark, his right arm bandaged from his fight with the Hulk, turned a corner toward his luxury suite. Spotting Sean with two disheveled beauties in tow, the former playboy couldn't help but recall his own wilder days. With a sour grimace, he muttered, "Ugh. Disgusting bastard." Chapter 236, Chapter 235, The Avengers. The chaotic morning gradually came to an end. Although Betty still harbored resentment toward Sean's explanation, she didn't make a scene. Instead, she was left with a tangled mess of complicated emotions. Her mother had passed away early, and General Ross had doted on her as his most precious treasure. With her outstanding abilities and striking beauty, Betty had been the object of admiration since childhood. She could truly be called a child of fortune. Even someone like Bruce Banner, a rising young genius in his field, hadn't been able to resist her allure. Though she held a certain fondness for the young men with whom she had shared such intimacy, it wasn't enough to override her rationality. Unlike Gwen, who nestled against Sean like a docile lamb, Betty was different. But what was done could not be undone. Looking at the disheveled bed and the clothes scattered across the carpet, Betty covered her face, overwhelmed by shame and frustration. She had never imagined that someone with her upbringing and privileged background would end up in such a situation. "If you can't accept this, you can blame everything on me," Sean said. "This is all your fault to begin with. This is absurd, my God." Betty glared at Sean, who was still lying in bed with several hickeys on his neck, her voice filled with indignation. Gwen, who looked dazed and confused, only made the situation more unbearable. If there hadn't been another woman in Sean's arms, perhaps this could have been a beautiful beginning. Betty didn't regret giving herself to him, but she couldn't accept this three-person game. "I'll forget everything that happened today." The proud general's daughter shot Sean one last glare before getting up and picking up her scattered clothes to dress. She decided to keep her distance from Sean from now on. Maybe returning to her teaching position at the university was the right choice. "Betty. Shut up. I don't want to hear another word from you. I was just trying to say. Don't expect me to accept this ridiculous arrangement. No, I was just going to tell you that the black lace one is Gwen's. Yours is the red semi-transparent one on the sofa." The room fell silent. Gwen, who was still curled up in Sean's arms, giggled quietly like a little mouse. Betty's face flushed crimson as she threw the undergarment she had mistakenly put on straight at Sean. She quickly finished dressing, tidied up briefly, and stormed out, slamming the door behind her. "Aren't you going after her? Miss Betty seems really upset." Gwen traced idle circles on Sean's chest, listening to his steady heartbeat. "Let her cool off first. Besides, I've got another lovely girl right here." Sean chuckled, rolling over to pin the golden-haired girl beneath him. A mischievous grin played on his lips. If Gwen hadn't been so fiery last night, consequently stirring Betty's repressed desires, this absurd threesome might never have happened so smoothly. No. Gwen pressed her pale hands against his firm chest, her big eyes blinking as she pouted, "You're insatiable." As it turned out, such feeble resistance only added to the fun rather than serving any real purpose. Leaning down, Sean murmured, "Scientific studies show that morning exercise is a healthy habit." The thin blanket slipped away, and the room was soon filled with heavy breathing and soft pleas, an endless spring scene unfolding. S.H.I.E.L.D. New York branch. Bruce Banner sat stiffly on the sofa. Ever since the Hulk's rampage, he had been under SHIELD surveillance. Perhaps because his emotions had stabilized recently, or maybe the Hulk needed rest after the battle, he hadn't lost control in a long time. A one-eyed black man in a black trench coat entered. Banner tensed, shifting back slightly. Whether military or SHIELD, he remained wary of anyone from a government agency. He knew they all had ulterior motives, seeking to use him as a tool. Especially after being deceived by Samuel Stearns, Banner found it nearly impossible to trust anyone again. The Hulk within him was a monster, yet so many coveted that power. He never wanted to relive the horror of being treated like a lab rat again. Bruce Banner. Former physicist, wanted by the Army. Holder of multiple doctoral degrees. It's hard to imagine you're the military's most wanted fugitive, the criminal codenamed Hulk. Nick Fury sat down casually, keeping a deliberate distance from the haggard and melancholic men. His subordinates had advised him to take precautions against this ticking time bomb, but the director had refused. As a seasoned top agent, Fury knew how hard it was to earn someone's trust. So he took the risk, meeting Banner face to face without safeguards. "Good news, the military has dropped its pursuit of you. They've found a better super soldier now," Fury said lightly. "Then what do you plan to do with me?" Banner's body was rigid, his portable heart rate monitor spiking to around 180. Outside the door, a squad of armed soldiers stood ready. Commander Maria Hill raised a clenched fist. On the rooftop of the opposite building, a man knocked an arrow, aiming straight at Banner's head. "Barton, if his heart rate hits 200, take the shot," Hill ordered grimly. SHIELD had witnessed the Hulk's destructive power firsthand. They knew Banner's emotional instability triggered the transformation. Many had opposed Fury's decision to meet him unprotected. "It's not about what we'll do to you, Dr. Banner. It's that you have nowhere else to go." Fury narrowed his eye, studying the man's micro-expressions. "You nearly cost Tony Stark an arm." 2 members of the Fantastic Four are still hospitalized. An entire block of Upper New York looks like it was hit by a missile, economic losses, casualties beyond count. The people of New York, those who lost loved ones and homes, are marching in the streets, demanding the Hulk's execution. Dr. Banner, you think S.H.I.E.L.D. is taking away your freedom, but in truth, we're protecting you. That was the Hulk's doing, not mine. Banner clutched his head, his voice thick with anguish. For a man of conscience, harming others was unbearable. The Hulk is you, Dr. Banner. You're inseparable. The director said solemnly, we want you to stay. S.H.I.E.L.D. exists to solve problems. You don't want to share a body with a monster that could lose control at any moment, do you? Banner hesitated. Of course he didn't want to coexist with the Hulk. If he could be free of the green beast, it would be a miracle. But could he trust S.H.I.E.L.D.? The last time he had trusted Samuel Stearns, it had led to disaster, nearly destroying half of New York. Rest assured, Dr. Banner. S.H.I.E.L.D. isn't the Department of Defense. General Ross wanted to exploit you for super soldier secrets, to turn you into a weapon. We won't do that. Fury spoke each word deliberately. Unlike Ross, who sought to tame the Hulk into a controllable weapon, S.H.I.E.L.D. had a different vision. The world was in turmoil. Superhumans were emerging everywhere, squeezing out ordinary people's survival space. The world sat atop a metaphorical volcano. It was one eruption away from annihilation. To achieve peace, one first needed power. Fury met Banner's uncertain gaze, his lone eye gleaming as he said gravely, I'm assembling a team. A super soldier from the last century. A brilliant scientist. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s top agent. Now, we need you. Chapter 237, Chapter 236, The Registration Act. The White House, South Lawn. The expansive lawn, collectively referred to as the President's Garden, was lined with hedges and shaded by lush trees. At its center stood a fountain, its jets of water soaring several meters high like strings of pearls and jade. On either side of the southern entrance grew magnolia trees with dense foliage, some nearly 150 years old, silent witnesses to the nation's history. On this pleasantly breezy and sunny day, major television networks from New York had dispatched reporters, their cameras and equipment crowding the area. A conspicuous podium stood surrounded by a forest of tripods, where the White House press secretary was delivering a speech in an impassioned tone, reminiscing about the nation's past while envisioning a bright future. Only after the lengthy, tedious official remarks concluded did the reporters perk up. Cameras swiveled toward the bald elder in a wheelchair being pushed onto the stage. Charles Xavier faced the gathered crowd with composure. His words today would be broadcast into millions of homes, stirring upheaval across the North American continent. Perhaps, as Sean had said, peace began with taking the first step. To change the plight of mutants, sacrifices had to be made. My name is Charles Xavier. I am a mutant. The opening sentence struck like a boulder plunging into the sea, sending shockwaves through the crowd. Camera flashes erupted incessantly. Seated below the podium, Sean watched silently. Mutants are not unique individuals, we are a thriving population. As nuclear fallout shrouded this planet, human genes underwent continuous mutations, giving rise to us. Like you, mutants are neither an incurable disease nor a curse from God. We are simply one step ahead on the path of evolution. Driven by exclusion and discrimination, we have long concealed our identities. But the truth is, mutants are not rare. In recent years, more and more mutant children have been born, proof that we cannot be eradicated, nor do we need to be. Because every mutant comes from among humans. There is no difference between us. Charles did not hold a microphone. His voice resonated directly in every listener's mind, his astonishing speech transmitted through countless radio waves into households across the nation. Many newlywed couples watched with trepidation. If mutants truly arose from genetic mutations within humans, then anyone could potentially become one. So who, exactly, were they ostracizing and attacking? A faint smile played on Sean's lips. When humans realized they could just as easily be cast into the marginalized, discriminated class, their hostility toward mutants would naturally diminish. This was the first step toward peace between the two groups. In the animal kingdom, lions did not accept sheep, nor did lambs trust lions. Only when both recognized they belonged to the same species would the latent hostility and wariness in their hearts gradually fade. We have spent our entire lives hiding, afraid to step into the light. From the Cuban Missile Crisis to the Paris Peace Summit, mutants have been present at every turn of history. Yet we have never stood before the world to declare our existence. Deep nostalgia flickered in Charles's eyes. He remembered fighting side by side with his old friend Eric, gathering their kind to form the first generation of X-Men, opposing Sebastian Shaw's plot to ignite nuclear war. Those were the days of his spirited youth, filled with hope and confidence, believing a brighter future was within reach. Yet after that battle, he and Eric had diverged onto separate paths. Even now, it was difficult to say who was right or wrong. Both fought for the same goal. One sought peace through compromise, the other through force. The professor and Magneto still walked the same road, albeit in different directions. Their destinations, however, remained the same, a future for mutant kind. To my fellow mutants, my dear brothers and sisters, you may know my name, or you may have never heard my story. But today, I implore you, step forward. No more hiding. No more wandering. No more fearing the hatred or disgust in others' eyes. We, too, can walk with our heads held high, attending school, working, building families, marrying, having children. These are rights we were born with. No one can take them away. Charles's gaze fell upon the young men in the audience, his complex eyes betraying a glimmer of hope. He prayed his decision was correct, that it would not lead his people into ruin. Humanity had failed him before, not once but many times. The world's most powerful telepath had endured countless nights of torment, doubt, and hesitation before arriving at this difficult choice. I promise you this, mutants will face no malicious attacks. In Washington, New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, you will no longer be outcasts in these cities. The White House and I jointly guarantee that mutant rights will be protected. All you need to do is take the first step. His resounding, impassioned speech was like a stone dropped into a still lake, sending ripples far and wide. The long-anticipated Mutant Registration Act would officially pass today, with Charles Xavier, one of Mutantkin's foremost leaders, becoming the first to publicly declare his identity. Next, the young generation of X-Men from the school stepped onto the stage one by one. Facing the live global broadcast, they boldly announced their names and signed the solemn White House-authorized act. The moment was immortalized, perhaps one day to be displayed in museums, recounting to future generations the hard-won peace mutants had achieved. My name is Aurora Monroe. My name is Scott Summers. My name is Jean Grey. I am a mutant. Deep underground in his prison cell, Magneto stared at the television screen, watching the proceedings unfold. After a long silence, he sighed, Charles. This was an outcome he could never have predicted. His old friend, the men he had sparred with for decades, had chosen to trust humanity, cooperating with the government to enact the Mutant Registration Act and even calling upon their kind to come forward. Can your naivety truly win humanity's goodwill? Magneto sneered, his low voice echoing in the confines of his cell. If humanity betrayed them again, Charles's lifelong reputation would be shattered. He would be branded a traitor by mutantkind, forever condemned and cursed by his own people. The respected professor himself would bear the weight of that sin, finding no redemption, doomed to die in self-recrimination and regret. This was an enormous gamble. The Charles of old would never have agreed. But after glimpsing countless possible futures in Sean's memories, Charles had been forced to make a choice. He could no longer remain silent. At the very least, he had to fight for a visible future for his people, whether it led to a bright ending or a cruel downfall. Picking up a newspaper, Magneto sank into thought. Charles had already taken action. So what should he do? Remain in this underground prison until old age claimed him. Recalling the choice Sean had presented, the Brotherhood's leader frowned, then sighed in resignation. Perhaps it was time for him to compromise as well. Chapter 238, Chapter 237, Umbrella. The East Room, the largest chamber in the White House, could accommodate up to 300 guests and was primarily used for grand receptions, balls, and commemorative ceremonies. It had witnessed numerous pivotal moments in the nation's history, holding the remains of 7 presidents, and hosting the weddings of several presidential daughters. Roosevelt had once watched Japanese sumo wrestling here, while Kennedy had enjoyed elegant musical performances. It was, in essence, a microcosm of the nation's tumultuous journey. Sean pushed the wheelchair-bound professor as the announcement of the Mutant Registration Act concluded. As the primary advocate for this initiative, Vice President Underwood had established a strong cooperative relationship with the Xavier Institute. This seasoned politician knew exactly how to demonstrate sincerity. For the government, implementing the Mutant Registration Act, granting mutants a degree of fair treatment, and overturning long-standing discriminatory attitudes was not particularly difficult, just slightly troublesome. The same methods once used to address racial inequality could be applied to mutants with little variation. What comes next? The weary professor asked softly. As one of the 2 foremost leaders of mutantkind, his public endorsement of the Registration Act had drawn significant attention. Had the government unilaterally imposed the legislation, it would have sparked massive backlash and resistance. But with mutants themselves advocating for it, the impact was entirely different. I'll continue rallying support for mutants, highlighting the injustices you've endured and the dark history of oppression. First, we need to evoke sympathy in some people. Humans love taking sides, moderates, radicals, supremacists, mutant rights groups, factions will emerge quickly. All we need to do is observe and occasionally steer the discourse. Sean seemed to have a plan ready. As he had said before, mutants were an indispensable force in his vision for the future. Rather than leaving them to their own devices, that is, allowing the Professor and Magneto to continue their endless feud and wreak havoc, it was far better to integrate and utilize them as a valuable asset. But you should prepare yourself, Professor. Even after centuries, black people in this country still haven't achieved true equality. Likewise, mutants will face a long and arduous journey. The young man gave the mutant leader a sobering reality check. The Professor sighed, I understand. We've hidden in the shadows for too long. Even a glimmer of hope worth fighting for is enough. He had chosen to trust Sean, and the young man had not disappointed him. Regardless of his motives, Sean had indeed worked hard to advance their cause. Though this step was drastic, if it could bring the hope of peace, it was worth the struggle, even with all the suffering and hardship along the way. Professor, use your influence and abilities to guide mutant kind. In return, I'll provide enough incentives to get those politicians moving. One thing I admire about this country is that, whether it's political maneuvering or racial struggles, everything ultimately boils down to a game of money. Capital governs all. Sean pushed the wheelchair through the blue room, its French royal-style decor exuding opulence and elegance, adorned with exquisite antiques and gilded floral patterns. I don't want to resort to extreme measures. The Professor murmured after a long hesitation. Sean wasn't surprised by this response. Had the Professor been an unscrupulous schemer or a hypocrite, Magneto and human governments would have been irrelevant long ago. The world's most powerful telepath's greatest weakness was his merciful nature and idealistic naivety, his morality being the only chain that restrained him. Don't worry. This is a peaceful transition. No blood will be shed. Sean patted the bald elder's shoulder reassuringly, I'll ensure mutants see the benefits of the Registration Act as soon as possible. Change must begin at the Institute. Sean laid out his plan. The Professor set aside his worries and listened quietly. As the helmsman of Mutantkin's ship, especially with Magneto and the Brotherhood lying low, he was now effectively their sole leader. The younger children can remain at the Institute, but the older students should reintegrate into society. They aren't birds meant to be caged, they need a broader world. Sean spoke methodically, Umbrella and Oscorp will provide a certain number of job opportunities, allowing them to live normal lives. As for young men like John and Bobby, I can furnish them with credentials and recommend them to State University of New York to complete their education. Additionally, Umbrella has established a private security firm. Given mutants' innate abilities, with some training, they can quickly excel. The new company has signed long-term contracts with the Department of Defense. Joining the Umbrella Security Service, USS, doesn't mean becoming mercenaries, they'll collaborate with military units under the instruction of retired Colonel Emil Blonsky. Sean had mapped out numerous paths for mutants. He had done his homework, understanding the aspirations of the Institute's young students. Those like Bobby Drake, who yearned to return to family life, could secure respectable jobs or attend prestigious universities. Meanwhile, fiery personalities like Pyro would find the Umbrella Security Service an ideal fit. When everyone could find their place, the collective identity of mutants would gradually weaken, assimilating them into the bedrock of human society. And Sean, the architect of this carefully orchestrated plan, would quietly erect a fence, corralling mutants within. Even reaping immense benefits in the process. The Umbrella Security Service, the Professor murmured before silently accepting the arrangement. Sean wheeled the bald elder onto the blue room's balcony, which overlooked the sprawling lawn and lush trees. Among them stood a magnolia tree planted by President Jackson in memory of his late wife, now a century-old testament to the nation's growth. Professor, we're entering a new era, one of transformation and opportunity, but also chaos and conflict. Technological advancements are propelling society forward, enabling new powers to rise rapidly. Nations clash, organizations oppose one another, factions collide. We must forge new strength to ensure mutants claim a firm foothold on this planet. The bald elder lowered his head, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. After a long silence, he finally spoke, did you say the same to Eric? With some differences. Sean answered candidly, your old friend, Magneto, prioritizes tangible gains. He would never accept mutants becoming subservient to humans, so I gave him another option. A foothold in Africa, a continent rife with warlords and political instability, offering ample room for the Brotherhood to thrive. This benefits mutant kind too. Magneto can serve as a warning to human governments, reminding them mutants aren't lambs for slaughter. The young man rested a hand on the Professor's shoulder as afternoon sunlight bathed them. You are the symbol of peace, the beacon of light. Magneto is the clenched fist, the embodiment of force. The former lulls humanity's wariness, the latter keeps governments vigilant. Only by advancing both can we secure the future. And what about you, Sean? What role do you play in all this? The Professor asked, looking up. Sean pondered for a moment before shaking his head in silence. His gaze stretched beyond the lawn and buildings, as if piercing through to the vast cosmos where a fearsome galactic warlord led an armada toward Earth. That was the true challenge awaiting him. Chapter 239, Chapter 238, Subtle Changes. The Xavier Institute in Westchester was abuzz with lively chatter. The young students whispered among themselves, discussing the news of Professor X's push for the Mutant Registration Act and his heartfelt speech on the White House lawn. Faced with impending changes, these fledgling mutants felt both lost and faintly hopeful about the future. "Bobby, do you think the professor will kick us out?" Pyro, John, lay sprawled across a table, restless as a coiled spring. The rebellious young man was the school's notorious troublemaker, the polar opposite of the reserved and steady Iceman, Bobby Drake. Surprisingly, the two had become good friends. "Of course not. Ms. Gray already said we can choose freely, the school won't force anyone out." Bobby's voice was muffled, his emotions tangled. Life at the school wasn't bad, but he longed to return to his warm family, to be with his loved ones. He had come all the way from Boston to New York, hiding under the professor's protection to escape persecution for his mutant identity. "So what are you gonna do?" John asked eagerly. "I secretly asked Colossus, he wants to join Mr. Cypher's umbrella security team. Rumor has it that if you perform well, you can make $600,000 a year." Jesus. A few years of that, and you could buy a small apartment in Manhattan. Pyro chattered like an unstoppable sparrow, while Bobby propped his chin on his hand, his thoughts in disarray. Unlike John, he had come to the school out of fear of his family's judgment if they discovered he was a mutant. If he really followed the professor's advice and stepped forward to declare himself a mutant, how would his family in Boston react? Bobby was terrified of the unknown. Sure, he could land a coveted job at Umbrella or Oscorp, or even secure a prestigious recommendation to a top university. But the potential cost outweighed the benefits in his mind. The introverted boy turned his gaze to Rogue, who was slumped over her desk, exuding youthful lethargy. "Marie." Bobby hesitated before tapping her desk. "Are you planning to leave the school?" Rogue flinched at first, then relaxed when she saw it was Bobby. Due to her dangerous powers, she always kept herself covered, avoiding physical contact with anyone. "I haven't decided yet. But I'm thinking of trying my luck at Mr. Cypher's umbrella. Maybe he can help me with some problems." She remembered the young man's words to her last time and felt she should take a chance. Things couldn't get worse than they were now. Even if society rejected her, she could always return to the school. Bobby hummed in response, then glanced back at the excited John, who was already daydreaming about joining the umbrella security team, fighting alongside soldiers, and returning covered in glory. Everyone but him seemed to have made up their minds. The young boy sighed, his youthful brow furrowed with worry. However, Bobby wasn't the only one grappling with such dilemmas. Cyclops, Scott Summers, was equally troubled. "I don't understand why the professor trusts that shady outsider so much," Scott grumbled to his girlfriend like an ill-tempered child. "Sean Cyphers, he used to work with Stryker. Expecting someone like that to help us out of the goodness of his heart is a pipe dream. The professor wouldn't harm us." "What are you so worried about, Scott?" Jean Grey ran a hand through her long red hair, her tone indifferent. Her boyfriend sometimes acted like a spoiled child. He was stubbornly hostile toward Sean and humans in general. He just wanted to hide at the school, living his life without rocking the boat. "I think that Cypher's bastard has brainwashed him," Scott said gravely. He would never doubt the professor, who was like a father to him. Cyclops had tried advising the professor against trusting Sean, warning that the man was an unknown variable. But the bald elder always brushed it off with a smile, as if he and that bastard shared some unspoken understanding. This infuriated Scott. As the professor's chosen successor among the younger X-Men, he had always been groomed for leadership. Storm, Aurora, lacked the ambition. Wolverine, Logan, was a drifter, and Beast, Hank, despite his seniority, had become a liaison between mutants and the government. By all rights, Scott was the obvious choice. He was capable, trusted, and admired by the professor. But everything had changed with Sean's arrival. The professor had abandoned his long-held stance. He now collaborated with human governments, a move Scott saw as suicidal, a betrayal of mutantkin's future. He must have used some kind of trick on the professor, Cyclops fumed inwardly. Who could possibly deceive the world's most powerful telepath? Jean replied dismissively. As her fusion with the Phoenix Force deepened, Jean was increasingly influenced by her alternate persona. The elegant facade masked a wild, untamed core. One day, the two would merge completely. Scott had hoped for sympathy from his girlfriend, but her indifference only frustrated him further. His eyes lingered on Jean's form-fitting red dress, a flicker of infatuation crossing his face as he moved closer. The red-haired woman sidestepped smoothly, evading his advance as if by accident. "What's wrong?" Scott asked, baffled. This wasn't the first time Jean had dodged his affections. "I have a headache." "I'm not feeling well," Jean apologized softly. Scott paused. He knew Jean had been spacing out lately. The professor had blamed it on childhood trauma, offering vague explanations whenever pressed. "It's about to rain. Are you still going out?" Cyclops asked as Jean slipped on a black coat. The agreement with the White House includes a mutant liaison center in Manhattan, which will be managed by Hank. I need to prepare some documents. Jean explained, her tone calm. She glanced at her despondent boyfriend and added gently, I also have to get my hair done. I probably won't be back tonight. Chapter 240, Chapter 239, Us. The first rays of morning light pierced through the clouds, the quiet night receding like a tide as the clamor of life awakened the bustling steel forest of a city. Mottled and fragmented sunlight streamed through the thin white curtains, spilling onto the disheveled sheets. A cascade of fiery red hair spread across the pillow, stark against pale skin, which was particularly bright and eye-catching. The chaotic state of the room bore witness to last night's fierce battle. A glance at the high heels discarded on the carpet, the black coat draped over the arm of the sofa, the red body-hugging dress by the bedside, and the intimate garments in the bathroom painted a clear picture. This had been a war waged across the entire apartment, with every corner serving as a battlefield. An arm draped over his chest was carefully lifted away as Sean sat up, unabashedly striding into the bathroom. The cold water flowed down the contours of his muscles. He had spent a wonderful night with the passionate and wild Phoenix. Compared to the other women he had been intimate with, Jean was undoubtedly the one who could satisfy him the most. No matter how relentlessly he took her, she could endure it all. And with every deep connection, the young man could feel two equally powerful forces colliding and communicating in secret. An instinctive understanding told Sean that the insurmountable 50% threshold he had yet to breach must be tied to the Phoenix Force, the primal embodiment of life and emotion. This also explained the inexplicable pull between him and Jean, like two magnets irresistibly drawn together. The Phoenix was intoxicated by the destructive power within his body, while the young man was mesmerized by the dazzling, beautiful flame that was the Phoenix. In a way, the two were strikingly similar. Both harbored darkness within, brimming with violent, destructive power. The only difference was that one embraced it, while the other resisted. Had Sean not broken through the professor's mental barriers, Jean might have ended up like the original timeline, completely consumed by her dark persona, becoming the true Omega-level mutant, Dark Phoenix. Rubbing his temples, Sean considered the Mutant Registration Act. Its full effects would take time to manifest. Humanity would not easily accept an outsider species, even if they were born from themselves. Everything required time to fade and reshape. But this small issue was one he trusted the ambitious Vice President Underwood to tackle with all his might. Resolving mutant-human tensions would naturally boost his reputation. Come election season, a well-timed wave of propaganda could send his approval ratings soaring, making the presidency a tangible goal. The cunning, publicity-savvy vice president lacked strong backing. Despite being a Democratic congressman from South Carolina and the House Majority Whip, he was still insignificant in the face of capital conglomerates. Underwood, being seemingly destined for greatness, was in reality a little more than a glorified plumber. He kept the Democratic majority functioning, running errands for the president, with little chance to rise on his own. Sean had seen this and chosen him as his pawn. Though Umbrella was still a rising star, lacking deep-rooted influence, the young man's strategic alliances had propelled its rapid ascent, weaving a complex web of interests. With the human enhancement serum, Umbrella had nearly supplanted the former Stark Industries, especially after removing Hammer Industries as an obstacle. Backed by General Ross, Umbrella Corporation was unstoppable. On the corporate front, this 2-year-old research institution had elevated Oscorp to the top of the biomedical industry, partnered with Stark on new energy, and formed a strategic alliance with the established Koch Industries. Quietly, Sean had already ascended to the pinnacle of the nation's power pyramid. A shrewd politician like Underwood would never refuse his invitation, and mutant rights were the perfect battleground. Sometimes, political correctness didn't come from the majority, sometimes, it came from the minority. Mutants faced harsher discrimination than African Americans ever had. Former anti-mutant crusader Senator Kelly had seen an opportunity, and so had Underwood, only he chose a gentler approach, championing mutant rights as a means to harvest votes. Exhaling deeply, Sean stepped out, the water evaporated from his skin. With the professor and the Mutant Academy dealt with, the next targets were Magneto and the Brotherhood. In his mind, he outlined the future. North America was his stronghold. Magneto, who was soon bound for Africa, would bring a surprise to Wakanda. The nearly forgotten Victor Von Doom would return to his homeland, Latveria. Piece by piece, the world would fall into his hands. The words of a Roman dictator came to mind. Veni, vidi, vici. What are you thinking about? A warm, fragrant body pressed against his back, full breasts molding to him as pale arms encircled his neck. Jean's voice was soft, her fire-red hair damp against her bare skin as she clung to him, teasing his chest with playful scratches. I'm envisioning the future, Sean murmured. Turning, he whispered into her ear, his hot breath sending shivers down her spine. She trembled, pressing closer. What will the future be like? Jean leaned against his shoulder, her voice low. A new era. One for superhumans, evolved beings, the next step in humanity. Mutants will have their place, but who will truly rule this world? Jean studied him. Every time they joined, she felt the paradox within him, cold yet burning, calm yet frenzied, order and chaos intertwined. As his lover, she understood him completely. This seemingly gentle young man was two sides of a coin, sometimes a charming and humble aristocrat, other times a ruthless and calculating machine. He didn't believe in solving everything with violence, yet he wouldn't hesitate to crush those in his way. Us. Us. The first was Jean's hesitant question. The second was Sean's unwavering declaration. His hand slid from her shoulder to her hip, pulling her flush against him, their bodies fitting together as if made for each other. Jean's heart raced. This was why she couldn't resist him. He effortlessly stoked the restless desires within her, stripping away the poised Jean Grey, leaving only the untamed dark phoenix. The world is on the brink of upheaval. Hidden currents are stirring. You are evolution's chosen, the pioneers. Sean's voice was hypnotic, ensnaring even a telepath like Jean. The war between ordinary humans and the new breed is inevitable. Superhumans, mutants, will reduce humanity to the lower class. The curtain of peace is lifting. Society's hierarchy, the world's order, it will all change. And who will lead it? Us. The same answer, the same certainty. Sean's eyes darkened, a sharp golden light that radiated dominance flickering within. Jean didn't flinch. Instead, she held him tighter. Her red hair swung like the wings of a phoenix ready to take flight. Chapter 241, Chapter 240, A New Homeland. Is this your private kingdom? Magneto, clad in his white restraint suit, rode the elevator up to the top floor of Umbrella's main building, Sean's personal domain. Even Dr. Connors or Gwen wouldn't dare intrude here uninvited. The leader of the Brotherhood immediately spotted the young man standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows. As a veteran powerhouse among mutants, even though he was currently reduced to a prisoner, he carried himself with the pride of a king, unwilling to grovel before his enemy without dignity. Ever since escaping the Nazi concentration camps and breaking free from Sebastian Shaw's control, Eric Lencher had sworn to himself that he would never bow his head to anyone again. As you can see, this is my kingdom. An inviolable and sovereign territory. Sean turned with a smile, gesturing for the older man to take a seat. The long table was set with an ice bucket holding 2 bottles of Munich beer, surrounded by fruit baskets and delicacies, as if preparing for a grand feast. I hope this arrangement doesn't offend your dignity. The young man wore a mild expression as he spoke softly. The Mutant Registration Act has already been implemented. In just 1 week, over 200 mutants have registered at the government's designated reception centers. New York, Los Angeles, Washington, Chicago. Every day, more mutants step forward to reveal their identities. Under the government's, and my, arrangements, they've secured stable jobs and been integrated into the social welfare system. Soon, they'll live just like ordinary people. Of course, Oscorp and Umbrella alone couldn't possibly absorb such a large mutant population. But with Wesley's control over Hell's Kitchen and the factories under their umbrella, even several times the current number wouldn't be an issue. The government was already planning mutant communities, and Umbrella had enthusiastically donated nearly 60% of the funding. Even Tony Stark, the long-absent Iron Man, had been roped in, unwilling to fall behind, covering another 20% of the massive costs. It wouldn't be long before mutants across North America flocked to them. By then, Sean could leisurely handpick those with the most potential, funneling them into the newly established Umbrella security team. The rest would be assigned to factories, schools, laboratories, and so on. Then, by elevating a few capable individuals, he could solidify his control over the mutant population. Once divided and conquered, mutants would fall entirely into his grasp. He wasn't some philanthropist who gave without expecting returns, nor did he possess a naturally charitable heart. Aside from gaining the professor's trust, the reason he had schemed for so long, coaxed Vice President Underwood into pushing the Mutant Registration Act, and gone to such lengths, was to seize control of this formidable force. This is all just a show orchestrated by you and Charles. Magneto snorted, his face full of resentment. I don't know what madness has taken my old friend, trusting a human like you. You're no different from Sebastian Shaw, ambitious, cold, and selfish. When the time comes, you'll sell out mutants without hesitation. Charles will be ruined because of you. So that's how you see me. Like Shaw. The Black King of the Hellfire Club. Sean smirked dismissively. Sebastian Shaw was nothing more than a mad scientist who fantasized about destroying the world to fulfill his ambitions. He had found the key to evolution in mutants but refused to delve deeper, instead rallying a group of them to incite nuclear war between superpowers for his own gain. A mutant kingdom built on ruins. The thought was laughable. If the planet were engulfed in war, if World War III broke out, what good would that do mutants? Mutant abilities couldn't manufacture assembly line parts or conjure food and gasoline out of thin air. Eliminating humanity would only be digging their own graves. Only a power-hungry lunatic would pursue such a path. This country has no place for you anymore. The Brotherhood's radical methods are outdated. Sean's tone was indifferent. Magneto instinctively raised his hand, expecting the beer to fly into his grip. When nothing happened, he sighed and reached for it himself. Stripped of his extraordinary abilities, even the mightiest mutant was no different from an ordinary old man. The Brotherhood's leader knew Sean possessed the mutant-suppressing serum. With that as his trump card, even if Magneto and Charles joined forces, victory wasn't guaranteed. After taking a swig of the cold beer, Magneto spoke with subdued resignation, "I accept your terms." A faint melancholy weighed on him. He had been ready to lead his people to greatness, only for Sean to appear out of nowhere, shattering his plans and leaving him imprisoned. Leaving this country is the right choice. It's time for the Brotherhood to move on. The future lies ahead. The Magneto I know wouldn't cling to the past like some nostalgic old man. Sean's voice was calm as he picked up his own beer and drank deeply. His gaze lingered on the white-haired elder, whose once handsome and commanding features had long been eroded by time, leaving only weathered wrinkles. Africa's history is one of bloody European colonization. By the 19th century, 95% of its land had been carved up by foreign powers, its resources plundered relentlessly. Even now, developed nations continue their exploitation through money and goods, just in a different form. The young man laid out his plan methodically. That continent is a playground for Western colonizers. Endless ethnic conflicts, rampant tropical diseases, and environmental devastation from industrialization have left it in perpetual turmoil. Though poor and barren, it is rich in resources. With your power, you could lead mutants to build a new homeland. Whether you play savior or demon, that's your choice. Sean's eyes darkened as he painted the vision. The Brotherhood needed a stage to unleash their potential, and that land of chaos and strife was perfect for establishing a new order. So this is how you plan to control us? Magneto sneered, his sharp eyes flashing, all traces of his earlier weariness gone. You want me to take the Brotherhood to Africa, but all the supplies, weapons, medical equipment, those would come from you, wouldn't they? Mutants alone can't establish a foothold in unfamiliar territory. Not with warlords, tribal chieftains, military factions, and mercenaries crawling everywhere. Without strong backing, survival would be impossible. There's a warlord named Sound. I've taken over all his assets. These problems can be easily resolved. You'll grow stronger in no time. Sean glanced at the wary Magneto, taunting, since when did the legendary leader of the Brotherhood become such a hesitant coward? He continued, let's be clear, who here is the prisoner? You're welcome to return to your cell. I can always find another mutant to replace you. One who might even be more obedient. Magneto fell silent. The times had changed, and he had no leverage left. With a deep sigh, he realized that before this young man, even the proudest had no choice but to lower their heads. Sean always had the most tempting bargaining chips, turning others into his weapons. Though Magneto knew the Brotherhood was just a pawn in this game, the aging leader couldn't refuse the offer. He was no longer the vigorous young man he once was. His face was lined with wrinkles. And years of battling humans, and Charles, had wasted too much precious time. Tell Charles, goodbye for me. The old man's eyes were heavy with nostalgia and sorrow. Though they had long stood on opposing sides, there was no denying that the professor was his only true friend. Once Magneto set foot on African soil, the days of their bitter rivalry would be over. They might never meet again. Don't worry. What is yours will come to you. Sean's voice was almost lyrical, like a recitation. I look forward to seeing the Brotherhood build their utopia, a true paradise. Chapter 242, Chapter 241, Loki's appearance. At a classified SHIELD research base, a massive and highly secretive facility, the architect of this hidden city arrived today. A black helicopter landed on the tarmac emblazoned with the eagle insignia. Agent Coulson, wearing sunglasses, seemed to have been waiting for a while. The spinning rotor blades whipped up a fierce wind, threatening what little remained of his thinning hair. Commander Maria Hill stepped out of the helicopter first, followed closely by SHIELD's director, Nick Fury, his black trench coat flapping dramatically in the wind. He turned to his trusted subordinate and asked, "Did you bring Dr. Selvig?" Coulson nodded and led the two visitors into the main building. Outside, a conspicuous sign read, Dark Energy Joint Research Facility. The above-ground structures served as living quarters and defensive perimeters for the researchers, while the true core of the facility lay underground, an expansive, heavily funded subterranean base dedicated to cutting-edge research. This research hub, which resembled a small city, housed tens of thousands of personnel. A constant stream of supply trucks delivered equipment and resources, while armed agents patrolled in tight formations, ensuring absolute security under their vigilant watch. After passing through multiple layers of security, fingerprint verification, facial recognition, and iris scans, Nick Fury finally reached the underground facility. The three of them walked down a long corridor, occasionally passing researchers in white lab coats. Dr. Selvig, good to see you, the black-clad director greeted the visibly nervous astrophysicist. Selvig was a leading expert in astronomy and the mentor of Jane Foster. His team had direct contact with the Asgardians in New Mexico. Initially, Fury had planned to bring all of them into S.H.I.E.L.D. custody for questioning and monitoring, hoping to extract more information about Asgard. Unfortunately, Jane Foster and her intern, Darcy, had been taken under the protection of Umbrella. Only Eric Selvig, who had returned alone to England, remained. Due to a classified S.H.I.E.L.D. project, Fury had Coulson track down this unconventional scientist, one often dismissed by mainstream academia. "So, you're the one who had me brought here." Selvig chuckled awkwardly, trying to ease his tension. "This place is like a maze. For a moment, I thought they were leading me down here to silence me. I've been following the events in New Mexico. Your work left quite an impression on me." Fury gestured for Coulson and Hill to leave before guiding Selvig deeper into the underground corridor. The research conducted in the secret facility was pivotal to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s future. Not all of that was my work. In fact, Jane contributed far more. Her soon-to-be-published Foster Theory, A Gateway to Another Dimension, is groundbreaking. It could change the world. Selvig spoke enthusiastically, but Fury remained expressionless, clearly uninterested. The mention of Jane Foster only reminded him of Sean Cyphers. Nick Fury didn't like the young founder of Umbrella. Despite his harmless appearance, Fury always sensed something deeper lurking beneath that amiable smile. Legends and history often tell two different stories. But occasionally, they intersect. Fury led Selvig to the end of the corridor, where a metal case rested on a worktable surrounded by various instruments. Placing his hands on the fingerprint locks on either side, Fury opened the case with a soft click. Inside lay a blue cube, encased in a specially designed lead container. For dark red conduits connected to a self-destruct mechanism in the lower right corner. "What is this?" Selvig asked, bewildered. He had expected something dangerous or a piece of advanced technology. "Power," Fury said slowly. "Power beyond human imagination. If we can harness it, it could provide infinite energy." Selvig hesitated. He knew the dangers of dealing with S.H.I.E.L.D., but as a scientist, his curiosity gnawed at him. Besides, now that he had been brought into this secret base, did he even have the option to refuse? Suddenly, an invisible figure stepped beside the astrophysicist and whispered in his ear, "Now, this is interesting." The speaker was a man with a handsome face covered in dust, his once elegant garments now tattered like those of a homeless wanderer. Only his sharp eyes betrayed a cunning and almost malevolent intelligence. This was Loki, the fallen prince of Asgard, cast from the Bifrost into the abyss. He had arrived on Earth as a lost soul seeking refuge from Heimdall's all-seeing gaze in this primitive realm. "Now, this is interesting," Selvig echoed under the unseen influence, smiling as he spoke. Seeing the Midgardian succumb to his manipulation, Loki smirked in satisfaction. His gaze then locked onto the blue cube, its radiant glow casting an almost hypnotic allure. Greed and desire flickered in his eyes before he suppressed them. As Fury closed the case, Loki's mind raced. Ancient Asgardian text spoke of the Tesseract, an artifact of unimaginable power, once the crown jewel of Odin's vault. For reasons unknown, Odin had discarded it, allowing it to fall into the hands of these primitive humans. But now, Loki had found it. This would be his key to reclaiming his throne. Moving unseen through the base, Loki plotted. The 9 realms were vast, but beyond them lay even greater powers. With the Tesseract, he could rally forces strong enough to challenge Asgard itself. Somewhere in the cosmos lurked a warlord whose name inspired dread, a being even Odin, the All-Father, feared. The Mad Titan, who sought the Infinity Stones, relics of unfathomable power. Odin had once toyed with the idea of collecting them, even forging a gauntlet to wield their might. But fearing the Titan's wrath, he abandoned the endeavor. Only in rare moments would he speak of the stones to Thor and Loki, recounting their legend. "Next time, I won't be alone." Loki cast one last glance at the heavily guarded base, his expression cold. Unlike Thor, who embodied Odin's ideals of strength and honor, Loki had been shaped by Frigga's teachings, mastery of magic, deception, and the subtle arts. A cold wind stirred the dust around him as the disgraced prince looked up at the sky, hatred and fury burning within him like venom. With a final, mocking smile, his illusionary form vanished without a trace. Chapter 243, Chapter 242, The Premature Major Event. While the Asgardian prince was brewing his grand plan to conquer the 9 realms, all of New York's superheroes gathered at Tony Stark's seaside mansion for a lively and unconventional party. The moment Sean walked through the door of Stark's mansion with Gwen on his arm, Tony, clad in the latest model of his Mark armor, immediately approached and loudly proclaimed in a teasing tone. "Wow, this is a gathering of superheroes. So, famous New York genius, what awe-inspiring talents do you possess?" Unfazed by Tony's childish way of joking, the young man simply smiled and replied, "Wealth, good looks, charm that attracts the opposite sex, and of course, something Mr. Stark doesn't have. I'm young enough." So, dignified, handsome, and mature men like me are now classified as elderly." The flashily armored Iron Man shrugged, unabashedly praising himself. Stepping past Tony at the entrance, Sean caught sight of the long-absent Fantastic Four. Johnny Storm, the Human Torch, who had just crawled out of a hospital bed, was full of energy, now peering at distant swimsuit models through a pair of binoculars. Meanwhile, Ben Grimm, the Thing, sat nearby, sweetly flirting with his blind girlfriend. Susan was deep in conversation with Pepper about some private female topic, though Reed Richards was nowhere to be seen. With the entire Fantastic Four present, Spider-Man, Peter Parker, still keeping his identity hidden, and the street-level heroes of Hell's Kitchen lacking official recognition, nearly all of New York's superheroes were gathered here. Sean patted Gwen's arm, and the radiant blonde who was dressed elegantly for the occasion tactfully stepped away, leaving space for Tony and him. She wasn't the type to be a spoiled and temperamental princess. Aside from the occasional playful bout of flirting, she was almost always gentle and accommodating. Tsk tisk. Tony clicked his tongue mockingly, a general's daughter, and a police commissioner's precious girl. Indulging too much at a young age isn't a good thing. Is this the advice of a senior? Sean shot back without hesitation. After all, Tony Stark had once been New York's top playboy. His scandalous escapades could have filled an entire room. Tony coughed deliberately, his eyes involuntarily flicking toward Pepper sitting on the living room sofa. Though he still had little resistance to beautiful women, he had long since bid farewell to his former hedonistic lifestyle. Not long ago, the Daily Bugle had published a piece of entertainment news claiming that Tony Stark hadn't been spotted in any of New York's nightclubs for 3 months, something almost unbelievable. The article joked that half the paparazzi would lose their jobs because of it. The newspaper's notoriously stingy and irritable editor had sarcastically mocked the Iron Man, who was now too busy saving the world to party, boosting the paper's sales overnight. So why suddenly throw a superhero party? Sean leaned against the bar counter at the side of the living room, expertly pulling out a bottle of Scotch whiskey from the cabinet. Want a drink? On the rocks. How do you know my house so well? Tony asked, slightly annoyed. This guy acted like he owned the place. It's not my first time here, Sean replied casually, pouring the amber liquid into a glass and handing the ice-filled whiskey to Tony. Tony swirled his glass, the ice cubes clinking against the sides. The usual frivolous smirk faded from his face. New York's most infamous playboy had indeed undergone a fundamental change. Though his innate arrogance and narcissism remained, his former flippant attitude had gradually diminished. Nothing much. I just wanted to gather some friends for a lively party. You know, I don't have many. Tony downed the cold whiskey in one gulp, his expression uncharacteristically serious. Remember that big green monster that attacked New York? I really thought I was going to die. I always believed Iron Man could protect New York, defend the world. But for the first time, I felt like there were things I couldn't do. Do you know that feeling? Probably similar to when I was 16, confidently trying to woo the prettiest girl in school, only to see her get into a rich guy's luxury car. Sean smirked, deliberately lightening the mood. During the Hulk's rampage, nearly every superhero in New York had been taken down. It was a blow to Tony's pride. The man who once reveled in his playboy image was no longer content with just busting arms dealers or fighting international terrorists. His willingness to join Nick Fury's Avengers initiative stemmed from his belief that a suit of armor could safeguard the entire planet. But the Hulk's appearance shattered that illusion. Tony began to realize that protecting New York and the world might be beyond Iron Man alone. That's an interesting analogy. Stark chuckled before pouring himself another whiskey. Lowering his voice, he admitted, when I faced that green beast, I almost called Pepper to leave my last words. Sounds like it hit you hard. Sean poured himself a drink and downed it in one go. He had a vague premonition, something fundamental had changed in Tony. The original timeline was shifting due to the butterfly effect of his actions. This unpredictable change wasn't necessarily good or bad. Sean had already weathered the most difficult early stages. He no longer needed to rely solely on foreknowledge to gain an advantage. Now, as the Sentinel, he had the strength to face any crisis that might arise. Nick Fury. Yeah, that bastard who almost threw you in prison. He might not be trustworthy, but he was right about one thing: this isn't an era for lone wolves anymore. Even superheroes need to unite and rely on each other. Tony's eyes burned with intensity as he tapped the glowing arc reactor in his chest, as if recalling the moment he first crawled out of that Afghan cave and saw sunlight, the birthplace of Iron Man. Pepper often told him that he had left his soul in that damp dark cave. The Tony Stark who returned to New York was just a shell, only inside the armor did he feel safe. So you gathered all these superheroes to recruit the Fantastic Four into the Avengers? Sean's eyes flickered slightly. Counting them up, the Avengers were nearly complete. Bruce Banner was with S.H.I.E.L.D., Iron Man, Captain America, Hawkeye, and the Black Widow, currently playing the role of a seductive neighbor, were all present. Only Thor of Asgard was missing. Also, the other Asgardian prince was likely already on his journey to seek powerful allies. Perhaps the gaze of the cosmic warlord had already fallen upon this blue planet, and an alien army was on its way. Rather than fear, Sean felt a thrill of excitement. That warlord who was obsessed with maintaining cosmic balance by culling populations stood as the greatest obstacle in his path. Though the Titan's name inspired terror across the universe, Sean wouldn't back down. Only by facing the true gap between them could he strive to surpass it. No, actually, I only intended to invite Dr. Richards at first. Slightly tipsy, Tony spoke with alcohol-flushed cheeks. I've thought long and hard. The Avengers might face enemies they can't defeat, but Ultron won't. Chapter 244, Chapter 243, The Embryonic Form of Ultron. Sean's heart jolted, his surprise even showing on his face. Ultron. He hadn't expected the major event that was supposed to occur after the Battle of New York to arrive so prematurely. In the original timeline, the Avengers officially formed after repelling the Chitauri invasion and purging the remnants of Hydra. It was then that Tony obtained Loki's scepter, embedded with the Mind Stone, which became the foundation for creating Ultron. But now, none of the 6 Infinity Stones had surfaced, only the Space Stone, known as the Tesseract, remained sealed within S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony tapped his empty glass, the alcohol stoking the fiery passion deep within him. He leaned closer to Sean, who stood behind the bar, and whispered, I want to put armor around the world. This fragile blue planet needs Ultron. Uncontainable excitement like molten lava erupting from a volcano threatened to burst Tony's heart. The idea of creating Ultron had lingered in his mind for a long time, but it wasn't until the Hulk's appearance shattered his dream of single-handedly protecting the world that he resolved to bring Ultron to life. Tony's head tilted toward Sean as he spoke softly, you know Jarvis, my AI butler. He manages my life, commands my suits, and aside from Pepper, he handles more than anyone else. But in the beginning, he was just a natural language user interface. I kept adding functions and data to that framework, and then, at some point, Jarvis was born. Sean set down his glass of scotch and pondered before asking, so you want to create an artificial intelligence, just like Jarvis? No, something far more powerful. It will command my Iron Legion. I'm planning mass-produced armor. The entire planet will be under its surveillance. Major crises and terrorist attacks can be stopped before they even happen. Wait, Tony. Sean raised a hand, his gaze piercing as he studied the overly excited Iron Man. Your plan is riddled with problems. The most critical one being who controls it. Assuming Ultron is successfully created, who wields the sword of Damocles hanging over humanity? You. Or S.H.I.E.L.D. And how do you ensure Ultron won't betray humanity? Tony froze. Sean's words were like a bucket of cold water, briefly dousing the flames in his heart. But after a moment, his eyes gleamed again. Sean shook his head with a wry smile. There was no way a few words would dissuade someone as stubbornly confident as Stark. Among the elite ranks of the Avengers, Iron Man was undoubtedly a true genius. Unlike Bruce Banner, Tony wasn't just a scholar in the sciences. He had a far more visionary perspective. As Captain America would say, every time someone tries to win a war before it starts, innocent people die. But Tony always aimed for immediate, sweeping solutions. This was a trait born from his genius-level arrogance. He didn't care if others couldn't keep up, he only focused on achieving his goals as efficiently as possible. Often, this meant his good intentions led to disastrous outcomes. These issues. All right, convincing the world's top genius clearly isn't within my abilities. Sean cut off Tony's rebuttal with a resigned sigh. Take me to see Reed. He must be in your underground lab, I presume. The Iron Man armor detached automatically, its components disassembling around the arc reactor in his chest. Tony stepped out, then after calling for Pepper, he slung an arm around Sean's shoulders and led him down the stairs to his expansive private laboratory. Reed was rapidly typing away at a computer, his elastic arms stretching freely as he simultaneously designed an interface and filled it with massive amounts of data. In the holographic projection Jarvis displayed, a colossal data stream took shape. It was the embryonic form of the Ultron program. Hey, Sean. I knew Stark would bring you here. The sight of the young man didn't surprise Mr. Fantastic in the slightest, completing Ultron's design, generating a functional interface, and evolving it into true artificial intelligence. The workload and difficulty are immense. When it came to scientific research, Reed shed his usual reticence and became downright talkative. We don't even have a basic reference point. Jarvis's data alone isn't enough. That's why I thought of you and Umbrella's Red Queen. I've seen what that little girl can do. She could serve as Ultron's framework. Sean glanced at Tony. So this was their real goal. Without the Mind Stone from the original timeline, even the combined intellects of Iron Man and Mr. Fantastic couldn't truly create Ultron. They needed external assistance, and Umbrella's AI was their first choice. Using the Red Queen and Jarvis to refine Ultron's programming was an interesting idea. What they didn't know, however, was that the Red Queen was merely a subsidiary thread of Skynet. If Ultron's program incorporated her data, it would be leaving a backdoor open for Skynet. I don't mind providing the Red Queen as a reference. Sean shrugged in agreement. Tony and Reed exchanged an excited high five. Mr. Fantastic eagerly began explaining Ultron's nascent form, pulling up the mostly completed foundational framework. I've embedded Ultron with basic commands for autonomous learning and reasoning, hoping it can develop human-like cognitive abilities. The highest priority directive in its core command library is protecting Earth's safety, and no one can alter that. How long until you can complete it? Sean asked curiously. He was genuinely eager to see what Ultron would look like when crafted by the combined genius of Tony Stark and Reed Richards. Meteorologist Edward Lorenz once said that the flap of a butterfly's wings in the Amazon could cause a tornado in Texas 2 weeks later. This referred to how even the tiniest initial conditions, when amplified, could lead to vastly different future outcomes. Sean, being a butterfly that shouldn't have existed, had already begun altering this world's fixed trajectory. It won't happen anytime soon. Reed hesitated. Even with the Red Queen's enhancements, Ultron wouldn't be born overnight. The three of them holed up in the basement, discussing Ultron's design philosophy and filling in the rudimentary framework. Tony wanted to encase the world in impenetrable armor, shielding it from all harm, while Reed saw this as a feasible and monumental plan. The two were in perfect sync, with Sean merely providing the Red Queen's initial data. Of course, anything related to Skynet remained classified within the core database, accessible only to Sean himself. It wasn't until Pepper came down to call them for dinner that the trio realized how much time had flown by. Lifting their heads from the staggering volume of data, they exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. Reed smoothed his disheveled hair and headed upstairs first, no doubt to face Susan's complaints. Sean, however, stopped Tony, who wore a relaxed smile. Why tell me all this? You definitely haven't told Pepper or S.H.I.E.L.D., so why me? Because of the Red Queen. The young man gazed at Ultron, now steadily accumulating more modules and data, his eyes reflecting complex emotions. Tony paused, his face half hidden in the shadows of the overhead lights. After a long silence, he answered, maybe because you're just an ordinary person, Sean. Those superheroes who fly around and seem invincible, they're no different from anyone else. They feel fear, terror, even despair. Most people don't see that. The despairing masses don't realize that beneath the armor and masks, superheroes are flesh and blood too. They can be beaten, killed, erased. Tony stepped onto the stairs, hesitating briefly before adding quietly, and like I said before, I don't have many friends. Chapter 245, Chapter 244, The Shield That Protects the World. Deep within the underground shield base, Nick Fury leaned against the railing, looking down from above at the bustling personnel below. Bruce Banner followed behind him, glancing around curiously, seemingly intrigued by this heavily fortified research center. The men responsible for New York's massive economic losses and casualties had ultimately chosen to remain with S.H.I.E.L.D. As Fury had put it, unless Banner found a way to control the Hulk within him, there was truly nowhere in the world he could go. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., the black-clad leader indeed knew how to win people's trust. Though, like General Ross, he coveted the Hulk's immense power, he hadn't revealed his intentions outright. Instead, he gradually lowered Banner's guard, implementing a series of measures, such as assigning professional psychiatrists for counseling and using meditation and yoga to regulate emotions. Though these methods only addressed the symptoms rather than the root cause, Banner slowly gained control, no longer allowing the green beast to emerge at will. For now, he had locked the Hulk away in a cage within his mind. Dr. Banner, how long has it been since your last transformation? Fury asked. 15 days and 6 hours, Banner replied, now clean-shaven and looking every bit the refined scholar. He practiced emotional control daily, keeping his heart rate below 200. Gradually, the Hulk had grown quieter, to the point where Banner could barely sense its presence. Relax. We're not here to dissect you or strap you to an operating table. That would only provoke a certain green monster with a penchant for destruction. Fury waved a hand, soothing Banner's nerves. I hear you're quite the expert on gamma radiation. The mention of that term seemed to strike a nerve. Banner's face twitched, and he hesitated before answering. Gamma radiation had turned his life upside down. It costed him his beloved girlfriend, his bright future, and reduced him from a top-tier scientist to a military fugitive. It all felt like a nightmare he couldn't wake up from. No one understands gamma radiation better than you, Fury said, a faint smile crossing his stern face. Truthfully, compared to the Hulk, I value the men standing before me far more. Dr. Bruce Banner. Your mind is the real treasure here. And right now, I need your help, as Bruce Banner. Banner hesitated before nodding silently. Deep down, he had no desire to work for government agencies, whether S.H.I.E.L.D. or the military. Most of these people harbored ulterior motives, and cooperating with them rarely ended well. This cube is called the Tesseract, a remarkable artifact. Legend says it was once Odin's most prized gem in Norse mythology, possessing infinite energy. S.H.I.E.L.D. has been attempting to harness it to create a stable perpetual energy source. Leading Banner into the elevator, the director arrived at the base's core laboratory. Dr. Selvig tinkered with the equipment, trying to elicit an energy response from the Tesseract for analysis and replication. "This is Dr. Eric Selvig. I suspect you'll be seeing a lot of each other. And this is Agent Barton, he is responsible for the Tesseracts and your safety." Fury made the introductions one by one. The reason he had brought Banner to this secret base, one unrecorded even in S.H.I.E.L.'s internal files, was to exploit the scientist's genius intellect to unravel the Tesseract's mysteries. The small blue cube had first appeared during World War II, falling into the hands of Hydra's leader, the Red Skull. Knowing its origins, Johann Schmidt used it to create devastating energy weapons. Had Captain America and the Howling Commandos not thwarted the madman's plans, history might have taken a very different turn. Later, Howard Stark fished the Tesseract out of the ocean. Limited by the technology of the time, he couldn't immediately tap into its infinite energy, opting instead to seal it away. That was until Nick Fury ascended to the directorship of S.H.I.E.L.D. It's emitting faint gamma radiation, along with some unknown radioactive particles, Banner observed after a glance at the monitoring equipment's data streams. Shifting his gaze to the Tesseract's eerie blue glow, Banner felt a sudden unease. The Hulk's primal instincts warned him that this little object was far from harmless. "What do you plan to do with it?" Banner asked, turning to Fury. Having been deceived by General Ross once, he wasn't about to take things at face value. "Develop unlimited energy. It could solve many problems, energy crises, resource wars, and the like," Fury replied without batting an eye. The director certainly wouldn't admit that S.H.I.E.L.D. intended to weaponize the Tesseract. With idealists like Banner, one had to proceed cautiously, lowering their guard before winning their trust with lofty justifications. After settling Banner in, Fury strode down the long corridor to meet with Coulson, who had just returned from Stark Industries. Did Tony Stark agree? Fury cut straight to the point. Coulson nodded. When he had arrived at Stark Industries, the flamboyant Iron Man had been hosting a superhero party at his home, with the entire Fantastic Four in attendance. Too busy reveling, Stark had ignored S.H.I.E.L.D.'s calls, until Ms. Potts finally picked up. "Mr. Stark said that as S.H.I.E.L.D.'s scientific consultant, assisting us is only natural. He'll handle the anti-gravity metal and the helicarrier's construction in due time," the middle-aged agent recounted, his expression odd. Even Fury was surprised. Since when had the sarcastic, sharp-tongued Tony Stark become so accommodating? In the past, getting him to lift a finger required endless persuasion and bargaining. Mr. Stark seemed preoccupied. He agreed almost casually, Coulson added hesitantly. He was currently the only S.H.I.E.L.D. agent who could directly contact Tony Stark. The high-profile, self-assured Iron Man had little patience for government agencies, especially those filled with spies. It was only because Coulson had saved Pepper Potts during the Obadiah Stane incident that he'd earned a measure of Stark's goodwill. Otherwise, the notoriously independent billionaire might not have given S.H.I.E.L.D. the time of day. "Keep an eye on Tony. Don't let him stir up trouble, he's a headache waiting to happen," Fury instructed. The director firmly believed that Tony Stark's capacity for chaos matched his intellect, which was why he kept close tabs on the men. Setting aside the mystery of Stark's uncharacteristic cooperation, Fury stepped into the elevator. With the Tesseract project in full swing and the helicarrier's construction underway, S.H.I.E.L.D. was steadily advancing its goals. Equipping elite soldiers with powerful energy weapons and deploying the all-seeing Eye of Horus in the sky would allow them to monitor the planet in its entirety. And if the upcoming Project Insight succeeded, S.H.I.E.L.D. would finally become the unshakable shield protecting Earth. Whether mutants or other superhumans, none would pose a threat under the watchful eyes of the Avengers. S.H.I.E.L.D. is the world's greatest safeguard, Fury thought to himself. Chapter 246, Chapter 245, First Encounter with Deadpool. Many people say that New York is a city that never sleeps, its true splendor is revealed only under the dazzling lights of the night sky. After leaving Stark's mansion, Sean sent Gwen home and then drove alone along the highway. In the quiet night, his hands rested on the steering wheel as his consciousness extended outward. The distant Hudson River shimmered brilliantly, and the towering skyscrapers stood like a dense forest forged from steel. As for the sudden emergence of Tony's Ultron project, after the initial surprise, Sean found it almost inevitable. Behind the flashy, arrogant exterior of Iron Man was a man that was deeply insecure. In the original timeline, after the Battle of New York, Stark nearly developed anxiety. He even wished he could stay inside his armor 24 hours a day, as if that were the only way to grant him even a sliver of security. The appearance of the Hulk shattered Tony's confidence. He began to realize that Iron Man alone wasn't enough to face the growing number of crises, hence the birth of the Ultron Initiative. Teaming up with Reed Richards, another top-tier genius, and using JARVIS and the Red Queen as foundational frameworks, who knew what kind of monstrosity they would create? Sean was genuinely looking forward to it. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. was far from idle. Nick Fury sensed an impending upheaval in the world and had already begun developing the Tesseract, with the Helicarrier project officially underway. Clearly, the one-eyed director had a well-prepared plan, one intending to mold S.H.I.E.L.D. into the planet's true unshakable shield. But while ideals were lofty, reality was harsh. The bald director had underestimated the new era that was coming. Mutants divided into opposing factions, the Chitauri army bent on conquest, Loki the Asgardian prince with his penchant for chaos, the conflicts of the Nine Realms, such as the slumbering dark elves and the imprisoned goddess of death, Hela. Of course, the greatest threat of all was the cosmic warlord who had spent his entire life collecting the 6 Infinity Stones. This was an enemy S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't possibly contend with. Worse, the colossal Leviathan-like organization had long been thoroughly infiltrated by Hydra, like a parasitic virus feeding off its host. The calm before the storm, Sean murmured softly. The black car sped along the bustling highway. His ever-present psychic awareness suddenly twitched, and following the thread of his extended senses, he spotted a masked weirdo perched on the guardrail of an overpass. Clad in red and black spandex, the man swung his legs casually, utterly unconcerned about the fatal drop below, while singing the obscenely lyrical "Shoop," and his off-key voice drowned out by the roar of passing vehicles. Sean's lips curled into a smile. Now here's an interesting fellow. He recognized the seemingly unhinged masked man, the twin katanas strapped to his back, the high-caliber pistols holstered at his thighs, the bulging ammo pouches at his waist. If not for all that gear, one might mistake him for Spider-Man. But this nutjob in spandex was no friendly neighborhood hero. He was a mercenary for hire, taking jobs from anyone, armed with the world's most relentless mouth and an absurd healing factor, a combination that gave even seasoned superheroes headaches. His existence served as a reminder, running into an annoying lunatic wasn't the worst thing. The worst was being unable to shake him off, or kill him. "Hey, buddy, is the view up there nice?" Sean called out as his car approached the overpass. Though this masked weirdo was certifiably insane and an insufferable motormouth, Sean genuinely wanted to meet the infamous Deadpool. Huh. Who's this guy who is not as handsome, tall, or charismatic as me? Let me think, don't recognize him. Wait, maybe I hooked him up at some bar. Deadpool burst into laughter, nodding approvingly, not as dashing as the great Deadpool, but looks loaded. Maybe he'll treat me to a night in Brooklyn's red light district. 2 hot babes, no, 2's not enough. Lost in his own world, Deadpool stretched, stood up, and then leapt off the overpass. He landed with a thud right in the passenger seat. Doesn't that hurt? Sean gave him a strange look. Thankfully, he'd already put the convertible's roof up, or this absurd mercenary might have shattered the windshield, turning this into a high-speed action sequence. Hurt? The great Deadpool doesn't feel pain. Wait, something's off. What was that cracking sound? Oh shit, my magnificent golden eggs. The landing was a bit off. Deadpool's legs had landed squarely on the gearshift. Given the velocity of his descent, the fate of those precious family jewels was questionable. Just imagining it was enough to make any man wince. Hold on, let me adjust. Feels like my balls got kicked into my throat, then my ass got violated by the gear stick. This concerns Vanessa's lifelong happiness. The mercenary squirmed in the cramped space, spouting nonsense as he struggled into a proper seated position. You're a superhero? Sean asked, amused. I might be super, but I'm no hero. Pal, I'm the best damn mercenary in the universe, Deadpool. Got anyone you really hate? I can take M out for ya. Business has been slow lately, and since your car just butt F***ed me, wait, no, your gear stick did. I'll only charge you 50% extra. Deadpool rambled, making bizarre gestures at passing cars. I appreciate the offer, but I've got as many friends as I have enemies. Best to leave things as they are, Sean said, shrugging with feigned regret. He wasn't just messing with this unpredictable mercenary out of boredom. Though Deadpool's incessant chatter was grating, his combat skills, swordsmanship, and insane healing factor made him a formidable opponent. Getting to know him wasn't a bad idea. How about just 30% extra? Times are tough, man. I was supposed to meet some assholes here, but it's been 4-5 hours, yet there's no sign of M. Deadpool rummaged through his belt and pulled out a stack of poorly drawn cartoonish business cards. Flipping past one depicting a ridiculous mustachioed man, he stopped at another featuring a weirdly dressed guy in a suit. Wait, why do you look so familiar? Hold up, holy smokes, you're the second prize. God, Jesus Christ. You're the guy worth 5 million. Buddy, you're a walking stack of Benjamins. Chapter 247, Chapter 246, The $10 Million Man. Deadpool's voice was brimming with excitement. He pressed his legs together, covered his red-masked face with his hands, and leaned shyly against Sean's shoulder, acting as if he couldn't wait to plant a kiss on him. It was like he'd just reunited with a long-lost brother. Can you not call me that? It sounds weird, Sean said, his face twitching slightly as he made the earnest request. It seemed this mercenary had more than just Sean on his list. Tony Stark was apparently the top prize. Of course, buddy. You're the $5 million second prize. Aside from the $7 million grand prize Tony Stark, you call the shots. Deadpool nodded magnanimously while pulling out a calculator from who knows where, his fingers rapidly tapping away as he calculated how to spend the massive bounty. If this were the old days, I'd hit every red light district in Brooklyn. But now that I've got a girlfriend, Deadpool's wild days are over. First, buy a luxury car, then invest in a Hollywood movie. What do you think about me starring in a superhero flick? Box office gold. I'll wear a sleek costume, no more people mistaking me for that web-slinger. Green. Nah, too ugly. What self-respecting hero wears green? Red is better, bad guys won't see me bleed. Then I'll rent an apartment in Manhattan's Prime District. The greatest mercenary in the universe. With that tagline, business will boom. Deadpool takes all jobs, hell, for the right price, I'll even offer my firm, perky ass. Deadpool punched his palm triumphantly, clearly thrilled with his own genius. He clapped Sean on the shoulder and said in a tone dripping with camaraderie, "Buddy, you're the first mark to ever walk right into my lap. As a thank you, I'll let you pick your death. Bullet to the head. Flower arrangement. Sliced up with my katanas. Or maybe a scenic skydive without the parachute." As Deadpool rambled like a deranged chatterbox, Sean remained unfazed, his smile warm, as if the threat of imminent death didn't bother him at all. One hand on the wheel, the other slung over Deadpool's shoulder, he replied earnestly, "You know, it kinda stings that my bounty is lower than Tony's. How about I raise it myself? Let's tack on another $3 million. The $8 million man has a nicer ring to it." "You're a goddamn genius." Deadpool blurted out, genuinely impressed, "Paying to have yourself killed. Buddy, I almost don't want to do it now. But $8 million means I could litter Manhattan with cash, what a dilemma." "Don't worry, I want you to earn that $8 mil. That way, when I get to heaven, I can brag that I died at the hands of the great Deadpool for $8 million bucks." Sean consoled the conflicted mercenary like a caring friend soothing another's troubles. To an outsider, their conversation would have sounded utterly deranged. "But before that, can I ask a tiny favor?" Sean glanced at Deadpool, who was fiddling with his pistol. "Who exactly wants me dead?" "Well, pal, you know how it is, professional ethics and all. A merc's gotta keep his clients confidential. How does 10 million sound?" "Bingo." Deadpool snapped his fingers. "Let me be clear, this isn't about the money. I'm telling you purely out of our authentic friendship. First, some jackass named Justin Hammer offered 2 mil for your head. Back then, I wasn't this handsome, but my moral compass said no. That's right, I turned down 2 million. Then later, this bald Indian dude showed up. He smelled like 2 hobos F***ing in a piss-filled shoe." Sean waved a hand, cutting off Deadpool's rant. He was starting to grasp just how insufferable this guy was. He was like an unkillable fly buzzing relentlessly in his ear. What he hadn't expected was Hydra targeting him. Or maybe they were eyeing Umbrella's rapid rise. It made sense. Sean had deep ties with Oscorp, and dominated the biotech industry. He is also partnered with Stark Industries, and they expanded aggressively in clean energy, and even the Department of Defense. A shadowy organization like HYDRA would have taken notice. The only reason Sean hadn't wiped them out yet was to let them weaken S.H.I.E.L.D. Skynet could easily crush Arnim Zola, the scientist who had transferred his consciousness into a supercomputer. As one of the original Hydra leaders under Red Skull, Zola knew all the organization's secrets. After Red Skull and Captain America vanished, Hitler's defeat was inevitable. The surviving Hydra members slipped through the Allies' dragnet, hiding in the politically turbulent Soviet Union, plundering resources until its collapse. Ironically, S.H.I.E.L.D., then the Strategic Scientific Reserve, had grown powerful by absorbing Hydra's assets after World War II. But that very success left them vulnerable. Hydra had infiltrated every level, even placing Alexander Pierce as director at one point. No matter how tight S.H.I.E.L.D. security was, Hydra always stayed one step ahead. Unless it was in Fury's personal files, nothing escaped their notice. "Alright, Q&A's over," Deadpool cackled, snapping Sean out of his thoughts. "Can't refuse a friend's generosity. For 10 million, I'll bump you off and demote Tony Stark to second place. Just wire the money before you die. I take e-transfer or cash." Sean chuckled. Then, he pulled out his phone and casually transferred the promised amount into the mercenary's account. Deadpool blinked, then burst into delighted laughter. He pressed his high-caliber pistol, the cold metal a whisper from death itself, against Sean's temple. "Don't worry, it'll be over in a flash. Come on, say it with me, hallelujah," Deadpool faux sermonized. "Hallelujah," Sean echoed, smiling. Bang. A gunshot rang out. Chapter 248, Chapter 247, Battle on the Highway. The moment the gunshot rang out, time around them seemed to freeze. The scorching, high-speed bullet spun through the air like a slow-motion frame-by-frame sequence, the air currents blooming like flowers in the void, slowly unfurling from the muzzle of the gun. A faint haze of gunpowder swirled in the air, the brass shell casing still hovering before it could even hit the ground. The metal bullet had already neared Sean's temple. In less than a breath, his head would explode like a ripe watermelon, blood and brain matter spraying into the air, mixing into a foul, viscous mess before life vanished and consciousness plunged into darkness. But unfortunately, this wasn't a Western action movie, and Sean and Deadpool weren't two gunslingers in a duel. Or rather, they weren't characters in a shootout who'd bleed, get hurt, or even die from a bullet wound. In this world filled with superpowers and inhuman beings, anything was possible. Time resumed its flow. The expected bloody scene never came to pass. Before the high-velocity bullet could penetrate Sean's skull and shatter bone, it was crushed by an invisible force, as if sinking into thick glue. It lost momentum and fell harmlessly to the ground. Whoa, dude, you're a magician. You're like, way better than David Copperfield. Deadpool theatrically covered his mouth, feigning exaggerated shock. Then, he drew another large-caliber pistol from his waist. Inside the cramped car, the roar of gunfire became incessant. What was even more terrifying was that, thanks to the mercenary's superhuman physique, the recoil from the two large-caliber pistols barely affected him. The continuous barrage of bullets maintained a straight line of fire, like a prolonged flamethrower blast. Facing the deafening hail of bullets, flames flickered deep in Sean's eyes, like molten lava churning beneath the Earth's surface. The air itself seemed to burn as scorching heat radiated outward. An invisible force twisted the air currents, gathering into a terrifying storm of energy, like a massive explosion of high-grade explosives. Boom. A deafening blast erupted. The sturdy crash-resistant black sedan was engulfed in a towering inferno. Amid the flames, Sean stood unharmed, while Deadpool let out a yelp and kicked open the car door, using his superhuman reflexes to dodge the surging shockwave. Even so, the self-proclaimed, greatest mercenary in the universe, was still sent flying by the violent blast, landing spread-eagled against the highway guardrail with a heavy thud. Night deepened, and at this time, the highway was nearly deserted. Sean removed his expensive suit which was now singed with black marks. Trying to have a normal conversation with a lunatic was clearly impossible, so he had no choice but to resort to unconventional methods. Deadpool scrambled to his feet, tossing aside his empty pistols before drawing twin blades from his back. "Mr. 10 million, you're being way too dramatic. Wouldn't it be easier if you just stood still and let me chop off your head?" In all his years as a mercenary, he has never faced such a troublesome opponent. "I'd be more than happy to be killed by the great Deadpool, provided you actually have the skill." Sean stood still, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his lips. They say Deadpool is the gold standard of mercenaries, that there's no one he can't kill. But from the looks of it, that reputation might be a bit exaggerated. I am the greatest mercenary in the universe. When you see Deadpool, you're getting a one-way ticket to death's sweet embrace, buddy. Deadpool let out a wild shout, his voice cutting through the air as his red-clad figure lunged forward with blinding speed. His body seemed to brim with explosive power as a flash of silver arced toward Sean's neck, swift as lightning. Sean took a slight step to the right, narrowly avoiding the near-perfect strike. His toes barely touched the ground before his body coiled like a drawn bow, then shot forward like an arrow, slamming into Deadpool's chest with enough force to send the eccentric mercenary flying. "Damn, dude, how much do you weigh?" "Like 300 pounds. Feels like I just got mauled by a pissed-off grizzly." The obnoxious voice sounded in Sean's ear again. Deadpool, like an unkillable cockroach, possessed absurd regenerative abilities. Even as his shattered ribs rapidly mended, he charged right back into the fray. Blades sliced through the night, cold flashes of steel cutting through the darkness. Deadpool swung his swords with terrifying speed, the edges howling through the air like a raging storm. Sean didn't use his overwhelming might to suppress this bizarrely skilled mercenary. Instead, the dormant energy in his body surged like boiling magma, roaring to life as it awakened every cell. He loved this feeling of dancing on the edge of danger and death, and even though there was no chance that actually happening here, much like the "floor is lava" game, it was the thought that counts. And for Sean, the rule was he would lose if Deadpool landed a hit. A torrent of battle lust surged through him, like a beast baring its fangs, hungry for blood and slaughter. The two engaged in close-quarters combat. Sean moved with subtle footwork, flickering like a ghost within the confined space, dodging the deadly arcs of steel that flashed from the darkness. The high-speed slashes created violent wind pressure, carving deep gashes into the solid ground, sparks flying in all directions. Fight like a man, dude. Or do you only know how to dodge? Real men settle things face to face, up close and personal. Wait, that kinda sounds wrong. Deadpool's twin blades weaved a net of silver light, sealing off all of Sean's escape routes. The deadly web of slashes surged forward, as if the next moment would see the young man's body carved into pieces. "You really think you can?" Sean smirked in response. A faint golden glow wrapped around his arm as an invisible force field radiated from his body. The space around them distorted like rising mist, filled with surreal shifting illusions. Before Deadpool could react, an intense pain erupted in his chest. Sean had somehow slipped through the barrage of blades. Then, with his hand wreathed in scorching heat, pierced straight through the mercenary's torso. The golden flames vaporized flesh and organs within, leaving not even a drop of blood behind. I heard Deadpool never dies, no matter how much damage he takes. I'm really curious, just how fast is your healing factor? Sean spoke with genuine interest. This lunatic mercenary was indeed extraordinary, but the most shocking thing about him was undoubtedly his awakened regenerative abilities. Like Wolverine, Deadpool possessed rapid cellular regeneration. This unkillable healing factor, combined with his superb combat skills and infuriatingly chatty personality, made him a nightmare opponent. But it was precisely because of his incessant crude humor, his unparalleled vulgar wit, and his anti-heroic nature that Deadpool had never been widely accepted. Even the superhero community kept him at arm's length. In the end, he simply rented an apartment and went back to his mercenary roots. Honestly, I'm kinda dizzy. Might even puke. Feels like I just chugged an entire wine cellar. Deadpool staggered like a drunk, one hand resting on Sean's shoulder. The gaping hole in his chest was already healing at a visible rate. Chapter 249, Chapter 248, Boss. 10 million is enough for you to buy several wine cellars, heck, you could even open your own winery. So if you want to earn enough for your drinking habits, you'll have to work harder, Mr. Deadpool, Sean said amiably, steadying the staggering mercenary. This man, originally named Wade Wilson, was actually the product of a mutant gene experiment conducted by a scientist named Ajax, though mad scientist from a third-rate lab might be a more fitting title. Ajax had successfully created this unstoppable motormouth, a chatterbox who never shut up. Come to think of it, this had everything to do with Hydra. Those Nazi fanatics who were obsessed with chaos, destruction, and conspiracies, probably because their leader, the Red Skull, was a product of the super soldier serum, had a particular fondness for all kinds of human experiments. Brainwashing Captain America's best friend into the Winter Soldier. Check. Partnering with Samuel Stearns to replicate the Hulk serum. Check. Using the Mind Stone to create enhanced individuals. They were practically experts in the field. So naturally, Hydra wouldn't pass up something as promising as mutant experimentation. Ajax was one of Hydra's scientists. Initially, he was just a medical assistant with sadistic tendencies, but for some reason, Hydra agents took a liking to him and recruited him, elevating him to the top position in their mutant manufacturing facility. Through relentless research, Ajax discovered a method to activate mutants, a special serum that used extreme pain to stimulate latent mutant genes in human DNA. The success rate was abysmally low, but this minor flaw could easily be compensated for by sheer numbers. Since the mutant factory was located in the suburbs of New York right under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s nose, Ajax had to keep a low profile. He hung up a sign for a cancer treatment center, aggressively recruiting terminally ill patients. These desperate souls who had nothing left to lose would cling to any lifeline, even if it meant taking enormous risks. Once these patients were lured in, Ajax subjected them to inhuman tortures, oxygen deprivation, waterboarding, electric shocks, anything to push them into extreme emotional states, forcing their latent mutant genes to activate. Since everyone's mutant genes were different, the resulting abilities varied wildly. Ajax himself, the mad scientist, had experimented on his own body. The price? The complete loss of his sensory nerves. In short, he could no longer feel pain, or any pleasure for that matter. And Deadpool. He was Ajax's magnum opus. Originally a mercenary named Wade Wilson, he was diagnosed with cancer and tricked into joining the mutant gene trials. After enduring unspeakable agony, he gained a regenerative healing factor, making him virtually unkillable. His cancer was cured, but the process left his face and body horrifically disfigured and his nervous system scrambled, turning him into a motor-mouthed chatterbox who acted like he'd die if he stopped talking for even a second. I call hacks. You're totally cheating, like some OP protagonist in a video game or novel fanfiction. The author must have given you plot armor, right? Otherwise, how could you possibly beat the greatest, handsomest, most charming mercenary in the universe, yours truly, Deadpool? Now fully healed, Deadpool pointed an accusing finger at Sean, convinced that some underhanded trick had been involved. There was no way he could lose to a guy with a mere $10 million bounty on his head. Round 2. With a battle cry, Deadpool lunged forward again, his twin blades weaving a seamless web of silver flashes, like an impenetrable storm of steel. His slashes were so fast, they could deflect bullets midair. Under the night sky on the deserted highway, the foul-mouthed mercenary launched an endless assault on Sean. His attacks came like relentless silver waves, punctuated by blinding flashes of light as his blades stabbed from blind spots, carrying an eerie murderous chill. Let's call it a night. The game is getting boring. Sean's footwork remained steady and precise. While Deadpool's physical prowess was formidable, and his blades could slice through bullets. To Sean, who had long surpassed human limits, the mercenary's strength and movements weren't much better than an average person's. Those razor-sharp slashes, though lightning fast to most, moved like molasses under the influence of Sean's invisible force field. "You're out, Mr. Deadpool." Sean spun abruptly, delivering a devastating roundhouse kick. The force of it sent a shockwave through the air, and Deadpool, who had just repositioned himself behind Sean, was sent flying like a soccer ball, slamming into a bridge support with a loud crack, leaving a spiderweb of fractures in the concrete. "Go." Sean whistled, pleased with the powerful strike. He strolled leisurely toward the downed mercenary. "Sorry, oh great mercenary, but it looks like you won't be collecting that 10 million bounty today. If you're ever out of work, come to Umbrella. I'd be happy to offer a talented guy like you a promising career with room for advancement." "Sorry, pal, you're severely underestimating Deadpool's integrity." "A job? You think money can buy me? As the greatest mercenary in the universe, I'm not some cheap sellout. Besides, I'm kinda busy hunting down a certain asshole right now." Deadpool struggled to sit up, his tone uncharacteristically serious. If not for the red mask covering his face, Sean might have seen a rare look of determination. "If you're talking about that bastard, Ajax, I might have some info for you. That bald agent who paid you 5 million to kill me. He might know where to find him." Sean pulled a business card from his pocket and tucked it into Deadpool's belt, grinning sincerely. "Don't rush to say no. Who doesn't love a few extra Benjamins? And I'm not exactly a bad guy. So think it over, Mr. Mercenary. Who knows? Maybe I can fix that face of yours. Or get you a cooler belt. I was kinda hoping you'd teleport, to be honest." Sean stood and climbed into the black sedan that was parked on the roadside. Playing chauffeur tonight, Emil Blonsky gave Deadpool a brief glance before looking away. Half an hour ago, he had received a call from the Red Queen, instructing him to pick up the boss. "Hey pal, I'm really not the kind of guy who can be bought with just money. Unless you throw in a sweet ride, a personal driver like that short dude, and maybe a penthouse in Manhattan with a pool, then maybe I'll consider it. Otherwise, no way in hell am I bending the knee." Deadpool shouted after the departing car. Even for a weirdo like him, Sean's offer was baffling. Who in their right mind would spend that much hiring a mercenary? "We'll talk after you finish your revenge. And when you do, call me boss." Sean's voice drifted back through the night air. A cold wind blew. Deadpool patted his messed up head, glanced around in confusion, muttered "boss" under his breath, and then cackled wildly as he sauntered off into the darkness. Chapter 250, Chapter 249, The Old Era. New York Harbor. This was once the battleground where the Hulk and the Abomination had clashed, reducing the docks to near ruins before being rebuilt anew. The place was now bustling with activity. A cargo ship emblazoned with the Rand Corporation logo was docked at the port, its containers being loaded one after another. The blare of a ship's horn pierced the night sky, signaling its imminent departure. Sean sat inside a luxury sedan, driven by none other than James Wesley, the current underworld kingpin of Hell's Kitchen. The window rolled down, and the refined men in the front seat exchanged a brief greeting with the dock supervisor. "Have them wait a little longer," the helmeted supervisor nodded without a trace of dissatisfaction. Sean paid no attention to the exchange. His gaze was fixed on the figure beside him, Dr. Doom, shrouded in a deep green cloak, as immovable as a statue forged from cold steel. Today was the day Victor Von Doom would leave New York and embark on his grand mission. "You'll have an offshore corporate account. Wesley will handle funding, manpower, arms procurement, medical supplies, infrastructure, everything will be taken care of. But only if you secure legitimacy in Latveria. Those warlords and those aristocratic landowners hoarding territory, sweep them all into the trash heap." Sean spoke casually, his tone laced with cold detachment. He intended for Victor Von Doom to bring hope to Latveria, that backward, isolated Eastern European nation. But before peace could flourish, bloodshed was inevitable. That country's government is rotten to the core. Money can buy politicians, violence can erase warlords. And you, Victor Von Doom, Latveria's once promising prodigy, are now returning as its savior, as Dr. Doom. You will rule there, whether from the shadows or by law. In Latveria, Doom decides everything. Even your faintest breath shall be an inviolable decree. The silent Doom lifted his hood, the cold gleam of his steel mask reflecting an emptiness in his eyes. He nodded. "As you command, my master." Prolonged mental conditioning and memory implantation had effectively forged a new personality within Victor Von Doom. In the fractured remnants of his mind, a golden sun loomed overhead, radiating blinding majestic light. "I will accomplish this. For Latveria, my homeland, I shall bring both ruin and rebirth." His metallic voice resonated through the car. Sean gave a slight nod. Victor Von Doom was his first masterpiece. Placing him in Latveria would allow Sean to extend his influence across Europe through that small Eastern European nation. Just as he had positioned Magneto in Africa, North America remained his stronghold, the foundation of his power. Through Umbrella's meteoric rise, he had consolidated mutantkind, and expanded rapidly through alliances and conquests. But now, growth had stalled. Sean couldn't recklessly expand his territory. He needed other forces. Under Doom's rule, Latveria would eventually shed its poverty and backwardness. And Magneto, he would bring a surprise to the isolated nation of Wakanda. Like pieces on a chessboard, he had placed them beyond his immediate reach, offering just enough support. All that remained was to wait for the fruits of their labor. As for loyalty and betrayal, Sean never dwelled on it. If the game's rules no longer suited him, he could always flip the table and start anew. The deep green cloak billowed in the wind as Dr. Doom boarded the cargo ship bound for Latveria. In roughly 12 days, he would set foot on his homeland once more. Meanwhile, at Umbrella's Long Island facility, mutants were preparing for a journey into the unknown. Clad once more in his crimson and purple robes, Magneto stood atop the spire-like structure. With his arms outstretched, he reacquainted himself with the Earth's magnetic currents. The boss said once you've established yourselves in Africa, he'll hand over a person to you, a key to securing Wakanda's vast vibranium resources, Blonsky said, eyeing the silver-haired old man and calculating how long it would take the abomination to tear him apart. Magneto ignored Blonsky's predatory gaze. Wakanda. I've never heard of such a country. Vibranium, however. I know it is exorbitantly priced, on par with gold. Freed from the inhibitor serum, his confidence and pride as a true powerhouse had returned. The Brotherhood's leader surveyed the mutants below who had chosen to follow him. Sabretooth, Toad, Mastermind, all present except for Mystique. Raven's absence had been one of the conditions of his freedom. A quiet sigh escaped Magneto. A single defeat hadn't extinguished the fire in his heart. But the thought of leaving these lands for the distant and unfamiliar continent of Africa brought a tinge of melancholy. From this moment onward, the Brotherhood shall withdraw entirely from North America, relocating gradually to Africa. Magneto glanced at Blonsky. This declaration was meant for the man's employer. Mutants deserve a future. I will lead our kind to forge a new homeland. His hands lifted slightly, manipulating the planet's magnetic fields to propel himself into the air. The biting wind whipped through his aged white hair as he gazed down at the land below, nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Memories surfaced, decades ago, when he had first set foot on this land of freedom and promise. Back then, he had been a young man consumed by vengeance, not yet known as Magneto. And another young man, still with a full head of dark hair and had yet to be confined to a wheelchair. They were Eric and Charles. Newly acquainted, the two young men smiled at each other before the torch-bearing Statue of Liberty, surrounded by vibrant companions and friends. Fragments of the past flashed before him. Magneto descended before the Brotherhood, casting one last glance at the towering Umbrella facility with a self-deprecating smile on his lips. My brothers and sisters, the road ahead may be fraught with hardship. But at least we will no longer repeat the tragedies of the past. The endless infighting and attrition end here. With our own hands, we shall build a home of our own. His purple cape fluttered as the regal pride of a king returned to his expression. With a sweep of his arm, he strode forward, leading the Brotherhood into the darkness. At that same moment, in Westchester, Professor Xavier removed the Cerebro helmet and sat motionless in the silent circular chamber, the sublevel scanning room where the machine was housed. Goodbye, Eric, the bald old man murmured after a long silence. For a lifelong dreamer who had sought to create a homeland for mutants, this might not be a bad outcome. At least the next generation wouldn't inherit the same fate of living in hardship and hiding. The professor slowly wheeled himself out as the door sealed shut behind him. The old era had ended. No more strife, no more division among mutants. The fruits of peace and a new homeland would one day be realized. Chapter 251, Chapter 250, Beautiful Spring Day. The glaring sunlight streamed in as Betty slowly turned over. Her long lashes fluttered open, the dappled light making her squint instinctively. After a moment, the room's interior came into focus. It was a tastefully decorated apartment. A mug of cold black tea sat on the nightstand. Two handcrafted wicker chairs were tucked in the corner, and a small table held a stack of books alongside a crystal ashtray shaped like a castle, its base inscribed with a Latin motto, "Act resolutely, but with gentleness." Looking up, the ceiling was covered in pale blue wallpaper depicting a whale breaching the ocean's surface, sending up a spray of white foam. The brushstrokes were childlike yet full of whimsy, reminding Betty of her childhood, back when her mother was still alive and before her father became the stern General Ross. Back when their family of 3 had lived happily at a desert base in New Mexico. A gentle breeze stirred the copper wind chimes hanging by the window, their delicate clinking filling the air. Betty clutched the warm cotton blanket, her groggy mind slowly clearing. She glanced at the loose comfortable nightgown she wore, trying to recall what had happened last night and where exactly she was. The room was silent. Betty sat up straight, bare feet sinking into the plush carpet as she moved to the vanity mirror. Her chestnut hair tumbled over her shoulders, and the nightgown did little to hide the curves beneath, a sliver of pale skin peeking out. Her delicate face was a picture of confusion. A slight dizziness lingered in her head. She rubbed her temple, only to freeze when a faint noise came from beyond the door. A soft voice drifted in, followed by a familiar figure. Sean pushed aside the curtain, carrying a tray of steaming breakfast, sandwiches, toast, and a glass of warm milk, which he set on the nightstand. He smirked at Betty's stunned expression. "Why are you here?" Her delayed reaction made her voice spike like a startled cat puffing up its fur. "This is my place." Sean spread his hands, his smirk widening as if delighted by his own prank. "You got drunk last night. I was going to take you home, but then the ever-graceful Betty Ross decided to puke all over me. Pretty sure the general wouldn't want to see his daughter like that, so, here we are." Betty's brain struggled to piece together the fragmented memories. After 2 full minutes, she'd buried her face in her knees, her cheeks burning crimson. Like most people after a breakup, the fiercely independent Betty had gone through a rough patch. Though she hadn't sunk to weeping or despair, the abrupt end of what could have been something beautiful before it even began had left its mark. She had hidden in her room, drowning her sorrows in literature until the memory of him had faded, or so she thought. Just when she had convinced herself she was ready to move on, that bastard Sean's ciphers had crashed back into her world. At a DoD gala, General Ross had brought his beloved daughter along and, of course, run into the very man he'd been hoping to see. The general had thrown Sean a knowing look before laughing heartily and striding off, leaving Betty feeling utterly betrayed. The sight of that familiar yet distant face had nearly made her turn on her heel and leave. She wasn't the type to share her lover, and while her feelings for Sean went beyond friendship, they weren't worth sacrificing her dignity over. What followed was straight out of a soap opera. The two danced around each other, him with polite infuriating calm, her with biting sarcasm. She even called him a greedy heartless playboy, and he took it all in stride. The bartender, playing audience to this spectacle, had mechanically served them martini after martini. By the end of the night, the military-bred Betty Ross was slumped over the bar, utterly wasted, occasionally slurring out angry curses, all of which were directed at the man now carrying her to his car. And that's how it happened. "I just changed your clothes. Oh, don't look at me like that. Trust me, no one's interested in a drunk woman in that state." Thud. A pillow smacked Sean square in the face. The fuming Betty chased him out of the room before glancing at the breakfast tray. Despite herself, a flicker of warmth stirred in her chest. Damn it. Don't fall for his tricks. This is just his usual MO. "Don't take the bait, Betty," she muttered, nibbling on a piece of toast. Huh. Not bad. Sean lounged on the living room sofa. Truthfully, nothing had happened between them last night. The whole scenario had been orchestrated by General Ross, who seemed very eager to make Sean his son-in-law. Not that Sean minded. If he could win the lady's heart, great. If not, no big loss. Romance was just a spice to liven up life's monotony. Taking it too seriously only led to pain. He flipped on the TV and switched to the morning news. Stark Tower filled the screen as Tony preened before reporters, proudly showcasing his latest masterpiece, a skyscraper powered entirely by his revolutionary arc reactor. He declared it Manhattan's newest landmark, with plans to replicate it across North America. The tower, which was emblazoned with his name, was a testament to clean energy's success. Judging by his speech, the playboy had truly turned over a new leaf, channeling all his former womanizing energy into his work. A tragedy for the models who'd once vied for a spot in his bed, and for the Daily Bugle, which mourned the loss of its most reliable source of scandal. Move over. Sean snapped out of his thoughts as Betty plopped onto the sofa beside him. Dressed in an oversized white shirt, her legs curled beneath her, she was a vision that could make any man's pulse race. "You're dangerous, Sean. I've always wanted to stay away from you, but somehow, I keep failing." Betty bit her lip, her gaze conflicted. "You could have lied to me. Told me what happened with Gwen was just a moment of weakness, that it didn't mean anything. I wouldn't mind if my future husband had mistresses. Men like my father who are faithful to their marriages are rare in high society. I could tolerate flaws in a marriage. Just give me your real feelings. Let me be your wife in name, with all the legal privileges. Other women, keep them as your dirty little secrets. It wouldn't matter." Her words tumbled out faster and faster until they became a jumbled mess. Even she didn't seem to know what she was saying. Her emotions were a tangled web of longing and frustration. Some people were like that, inescapable, pulling you in no matter how hard you resisted. Curiosity clawed at her, and it she couldn't scratch. "Enough, Betty." Sean cut her off. He leaned in and tilted her chin up, his thumb brushing her lower lip before he closed the distance. He continued, "I never choose. Especially not when it comes to what I want." Betty stared speechless as a warm hand slid around her waist, trailing downward like an unstoppable conqueror claiming every inch of territory. "Maybe you're just surrendering to this bastard. You tried to resist, but you failed. So now you have no choice but to let him take what he wants. None of this is your fault. Sean's breath tickled her ear, and the last of her resolve melted away, replaced by a tingling numbness that spread through her limbs. You're forcing me, Sean. Betty met his eyes, her expression morphing into one of fragile vulnerability, like a helpless lamb cornered by a wolf. Sean took a deep breath and said nothing. Actions, after all, spoke louder than words. The sofa creaked like a ship on stormy seas, its rhythmic protests lasting an embarrassingly long time. Afterward, the two lay entwined, the sunlight filtering through the curtains, painting the apartment in warm golden hues. Chapter 252, Chapter 251, The Legion. Is this really me? John stared at his reflection in the mirror. The black uniform was impeccably tailored, hugging his frame with a snug fit that accentuated his chest and shoulders, exuding a sense of solid strength. Intricate silver patterns embroidered the shoulders, collar, and cuffs, while his right arm bore a striking crimson armband emblazoned with flames. On his chest gleamed a metallic badge, a red and white umbrella insignia. The uniform's design bore a striking resemblance to the German SS style, radiating a cold, lethal aura. But more important than its imposing appearance was the material itself, a new fabric cultivated from symbiote technology, developed by Umbrella. Lightweight, bulletproof, and capable of optical camouflage, it was a cutting-edge combat suit not yet available to the military. With the gradual implementation of the Mutant Registration Act, most of the young mutants at Xavier's Institute had chosen to publicly disclose their identities, becoming officially registered. True to the Act's provisions, the government and Mr. Cyphers had upheld their promises, granting them legal status, social welfare benefits, and full citizenship rights. Unlike Bobby Drake, who had hesitated, John and his peers had joined Umbrella. Those with strong combat abilities, like him and Pyotr Colossus Rasputin, were assigned to the company's new security division, earning generous salaries. Outstanding performers could even receive military commissions. The sudden changes hadn't left the impulsive Pyro disoriented. On the contrary, he was brimming with determination. John, Pyro, wasn't like his reserved obedient friend Bobby, nor was he as mild-mannered as Pyotr. He had his own ideas and his own ambitions. In the original timeline, John had ultimately followed Magneto rather than returning to Xavier's Institute to remain a good boy. That alone proved he was different from the other students. Thanks to Sean's influence, mutants hadn't caused much upheaval in this world. Aside from Magneto's rampage in Manhattan. As a result, John's former belief in following the strongest had shifted. The Pyro of the past had worshipped strength above all. But when he heard how the legendary mutants had fallen before Sean, he began questioning his old convictions. William Stryker, the infamous mutant butcher, had died at Mr. Cypher's hands. Professor Xavier trusted him implicitly. And Magneto. Rumor had it he's been exiled, forced to lead the Brotherhood to distant Africa. It wasn't until John joined Umbrella that he truly saw what real power looked like. Even Emil Blonsky, a warrior capable of transforming into the Abomination, treated Sean with deference. The brilliant scientists, the dazzling superheroes, the high-ranking government officials, none dared show even a hint of disrespect toward this seemingly ordinary young man. No one was content with mediocrity. Every young man had dreams and ideals, it was just that time usually wore them away. John didn't care about moral stances or human mutant peace. To him, Xavier's philosophy was outdated. He had always agreed more with Magneto, mutants were the next step in evolution, superior to ordinary humans. But Magneto's defeat at Sean's hands had forced John to reconsider. His brief time at Umbrella had shown him the allure of true influence. The high-ranking military officers, and the arrogant government officials, their attitudes toward Mr. Cyphers were entirely different from how they treated others. This wasn't something pure strength could achieve. A powerhouse like Magneto could make humans tremble in fear, but he could never make them kneel in submission. Wealth and authority, however, accomplished it effortlessly. This revelation shook John to his core. Every young man needed a role model. Before, his had been vague, maybe Xavier, maybe Magneto. But now, Sean had unveiled the true world at the pyramid's peak, and that figure in his mind had suddenly become crystal clear. John studied his reflection, the crisp uniform, and, silently, made his vow, I want to be someone like him. Stepping outside, he joined the rows of black-clad figures in the hall. This was Umbrella's new facility on Long Island's northern outskirts, and they were all members of the Umbrella security team. Their drill instructor. It was none other than Emil Blonsky, a former Special Forces operative. At first, some of the young mutants had underestimated the compact battle-hardened men. But they quickly abandoned that foolish notion, especially after one unlucky challenger was pummeled into submission by the Abomination. In the face of Blonsky's combat experience, their raw mutant abilities were nothing. Listen up, rookies. Forget your past identities. From now on, you're Umbrella's private legion, serving our boss, Mr. Cyphers. Blonsky's commanding presence made everyone instinctively straighten. You think your powers make you better than ordinary humans. Remember your last failure. That was a disgrace, a scar you'll carry. A week ago, these young mutants had faced off against General Ross's Thunderbolts in a live combat drill. The super soldiers, enhanced by performance-enhancing drugs and armed with top-tier weaponry, had crushed them effortlessly. This had been Sean's idea. He hadn't been surprised by the outcome. Mutant abilities were formidable, but without teamwork and tactical discipline, even the most gifted were no match for seasoned soldiers. The young boss behind the scenes wanted them to understand that their powers alone weren't enough. First, he shattered their arrogance. Then, Blonsky would forge them into a real fighting force. Finally, they'd become an unstoppable mutant legion. The average soldier makes $30,000 a year. Officers? $70,000. And you useless rookies are earning nearly double, yet you couldn't even take down a bunch of grunts. Blonsky's roar echoed through the hall. As a veteran who had spent his life on the battlefield, he knew the drill sergeant's playbook by heart. In this collective, these young mutants would soon forget their old identities. They'd be tempered and hammered into shape until they became true soldiers, obeying orders without question. In the foreseeable future, they'd be Umbrella's sword and shield. Blonsky couldn't help but marvel at the young boss's ambitions. With the power and influence Sean already wielded, he stood at the pinnacle of this nation's hierarchy. Yet, from what Blonsky had observed, Sean never seemed satisfied or complacent. It was as if something were chasing him, driving him relentlessly forward, as though the road ahead had no end. Is the apocalypse coming? Blonsky blinked, then shook off the dark joke. Here, p@tray0n.com/mymatengel. Chapter 253, Chapter 252, The Upheaval in Eastern Europe. Latveria, also known as the Pearl of the Balkans, is a small impoverished nation nestled between Hungary, Serbia, and Romania. To its north lie the Carpathian Mountains, while the southern regions border the Mara Highlands. Like most Eastern European countries, Latveria has long been mired in political upheaval and instability. Economic decline, partisan strife, and the ravages of war and disease have left deep scars, reverberations from the Eastern European upheavals that continue to this day. Since the collapse of the Great Red Empire, the situation in Central and Eastern Europe has been dire. Skyrocketing unemployment, rampant inflation, and widespread public discontent have led to massive strikes and economic crises, enough to drag the entire region into an inescapable quagmire. Latveria is no exception. After the complete disintegration of the Yalta system, the world shifted toward multipolarity. Some countries, like Hungary, the Czech Republic, and Ukraine, managed to cling to survival by joining the EU. But small backward nations like Latveria could only struggle to survive amidst the chaotic tides of change, scrambling for any lifeline they could grasp. This is a lawless land where the strong prey on the weak, a haven for vampires and werewolves hunted and exiled by the Sanctum sorcerers. Even the influence of the London Sanctum cannot penetrate this chaotic paradise that was ruled by gangs, warlords, and political factions. After 12 days of travel, first by ship, then by plane, Dr. Doom, cloaked in deep green, finally set foot on the barren soil of his childhood. The gray overcast sky was pierced occasionally by flashes of lightning, as if a storm could break at any moment. Victor von Doom stepped out of the country's only airport, carrying a black suitcase. Outside, rows of outdated taxis waited. Most foreign tourists who boarded these vehicles would inevitably be fleeced. The drivers kept wrenches and iron pipes in their trunks, ready to extort extra money mid-ride. And that was the best-case scenario. More often than not, passengers would be robbed clean. Call the police. In Latveria, even the cops weren't immune to scams. A gun on your hip meant nothing against a ruthless cabbie. Pointing a gun at a taxi driver meant making an enemy of the entire transportation industry. These drivers banded together and were backed by local gangs, a third of them smuggled drugs or contraband. Those who tried to make an honest living were swallowed whole, leaving no trace behind. A popular joke in Latveria went like this: if you lose a dog, call the police. If your house gets robbed, call the gangs. To many, the local mafia was far more efficient than law enforcement. They had their fingers in every pie, legal or otherwise, forming a tangled web of interests. But compared to the warlords and aristocrats with their private armies, the gangs were powerless lambs. Every month, they had to pay a tribute. Fall short or pay late, and your home would be blown to smithereens by rocket-wielding thugs that very night. At the top of the food chain sat the Prime Minister, who controlled the military, and the political parties backed by Western powers. To them, the warlords, the landed aristocracy, and even the gangs were nothing but ants to be crushed underfoot. Victor von Doom randomly chose a taxi. His luck, it seemed, was not good. The driver's greed was barely concealed, his eyes constantly flicking to the suitcase. No doubt he was already calculating how much he could extort from this passenger. Sure enough, the taxi didn't head for the luxury hotel in the city center. Instead, it veered toward the outskirts. Doom paid no mind, his gaze fixed on the scenery outside, clusters of haphazardly built houses, most constructed from galvanized iron sheets. The zinc coating made them rust-resistant, allowing these shanties to survive the rainy season. In the slums, these were considered decent homes. The outer shacks were made of wooden planks, leaking and rotting in the rain, reeking of damp and mildew. Every year, strong winds toppled these structures, burying their inhabitants alive. Behind his steel mask, Doom's expression twitched. He had grown up in such a slum, trudging miles of muddy roads to the only school in town. Children from poor families like his could never afford private schools in the city. Even public schools which were funded by the municipal government were a struggle. He had barely scraped by on scholarships. Had fate not intervened, Victor Von Doom, the man who once dominated Wall Street, might have dropped out after high school, toiling in some factory or apprenticing in a shop. With luck, his sharp mind might have earned him enough to start a small business, clawing his way into the middle class and escaping the slums. The turning point came at 15, when a kind priest recommended him to the Central Library. There, he devoured books like a starving man, each dusty volume a key to a new world, a stepping stone to greater heights. Poverty could crush a man's spirit, or ignite his potential. Victor Von Doom, the prodigy who taught himself, earned a scholarship to New York State University, sponsored by Latveria. What came after, his journey to America, his rise and fall, was another story entirely. The memories faded as the car sputtered to a stop. The wiry driver pulled a wrench from under his seat, eyeing Doom with ill intent. He pointed at the suitcase and spoke in heavily accented English, "Hand it over." His tone brooked no argument. The wrench in his right hand could easily crack a skull, while his left held a phone, ready to summon a swarm of fellow drivers. If this foreigner resisted, the best he could hope for was being robbed and dumped on the roadside. The worst. He might join the pile of missing persons cases gathering dust in police files, or end up in a back alley clinic, his organs harvested and sold. The light of justice does not reach every corner of the world. Darkness is everywhere. Evil thrives. "You shouldn't have done this," Doom replied in the rural dialect of Latveria. The driver blinked in surprise, then froze as the cloaked figure lifted his hood, revealing a cold, sinister steel mask. Empty eyes gleamed with a lethal chill. "UGHK. Crack." Doom snapped the man's neck without hesitation. He glanced at the fallen phone, then picked it up and dialed. Chapter 254, Chapter 253, In the Name of Doom. Mulholland Street in Latveria was the territory of crippled John. Those who knew him were aware that he had once served in Poland's Thunder Special Forces before being discharged after losing a leg in a terrorist attack. Yet no thug or hoodlum on this street dared mock or provoke him, not just because he worked for the warlord Razio, but also because he had once crushed the skull of the previous gang boss of Mulholland Street with his bare hands. It happened at the Mole Bar on the corner. Crippled John had pressed his palms against the bald man's head, thumbs gouging out his eyes before squeezing until the skull cracked. The bloody, brutal spectacle had left a lasting impression, and was still a topic of hushed conversation to this day. Now, John lounged in his executive chair, counting stacks of cash piled high on his desk, a satisfied smirk on his face. He was no longer the kind of gang leader who fought on the front lines. On the surface, this intimidating man with a prosthetic leg was the owner of a Latverian transport company. In reality, he ran a lucrative smuggling empire with over 1,000 men under him. Those beat-up cars roaming the streets. Their main business was transporting drugs and contraband for the mafia. Besides John, there was also a Russian named Levandov, who controlled an arms factory and was another trusted lieutenant of warlord Razio. Rumors said Razio himself was backed by the old aristocracy, a tangled web of interests that formed the dark underbelly of Latveria. Re-eyeing. The shrill telephone in the lavish office shattered the silence. Crippled John frowned, irritated, as he snatched up the receiver. A panicked voice reported, "Boss, Kristo got his neck snapped today. People die in Latveria every damn day. Call me again for this shit, and I'll snap your neck too," the gang leader barked. But boss, it's not just Kristo. Marquisio, Gilardino, Vidic, over 30 bodies, all strung up on wooden stakes. The voice on the other end trembled with fear. "I took 50 guys, even brought shotguns, but that bastard is a monster. He stole a car and headed straight for Levandov's arms factory." Crippled John's heart lurched. No one had dared challenge them in years. In a backwater like Latveria, Razio commanded a well-equipped private army. He was effectively a feudal lord with the old aristocracy's backing. Even the military had to show him some respect. Who would be foolish enough to provoke him? John stood, his muscular frame straining against his black leather jacket. His prosthetic leg gave him a slight limp as he paced. His first instinct was to call Razio, but then he reconsidered. Even if this mystery man had single-handedly taken out dozens of thugs and cabbies, he wouldn't last long against Levandov's heavily armed enforcers. Besides, watching that arrogant Russian bastard take a hit wouldn't be so bad. John had long coveted the arms trade but had kept his ambitions in check, wary of the Russians' ruthless methods. King Rusky, John spat, sitting back down to his paperwork. Short of the National Army, he couldn't imagine anyone capable of threatening an arms factory. That belief held until 7 p.m., as the gang leader cracked open an Alaskan king crab claw, savoring the tender meat inside. The phone screamed again. John's face darkened with fury as he wiped greasy fingers and snatched up the receiver. How many king times do I have to say it? Don't call me during dinner. John. The commanding voice on the line froze the gang leader mid-rant, his curses dying in his throat like a doused flame. Razio, sir. I didn't realize it was you. Those damn idiots keep bothering me. I swear, I'd never disrespect you. Shut up. The warlord cut off the babbling. Levandov is dead. Levandov's dead. The words hit like a thunderbolt. A chill crawled up John's spine as he repeated them numbly. Some bastard in a green cloak hit Levandov's factory. Took a case of ring-shaped plutonium metal, 6 fucking kilos of it. That was my deal with the Chechen militants. I was trading it for advanced weapons and a mountain of cash. Razio, usually the picture of calm, was roaring into the phone, veins bulging on his forehead, his voice dripping with murderous rage. I don't care how you do it, lock down the whole damn country if you have to, but find that son of TCH. I've already spoken to the Prime Minister and Lord Gavin. The police will enforce a 24-hour alert. So, John, bring me back what's mine. As the warlord's furious tirade ended, crippled John nodded frantically before hanging up and immediately dialing dozens of numbers, the police chief, city officials, casino managers, transport coordinators. In an instant, the entire city seemed to erupt into chaos. Like a machine roaring to life, every cog turned with terrifying energy. The evening news interrupted programming to broadcast a top-priority manhunt. A terrorist in a green cloak had stolen a highly dangerous substance. The city was under lockdown, with police conducting sweeping searches. The same officers Latvians usually mocked now moved with startling efficiency, sirens wailing through the streets. Meanwhile, the underworld buzzed with a bounty worth millions, a blurred image of a cloaked man. Thugs and killers salivated at the prize, scouring every corner like rabid dogs, desperate for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In a rusted shack on the outskirts, the men behind the storm stood calmly, inspecting the ring-shaped metal in its case, a crude-looking lump weighing 5.3 kilograms, roughly 11 centimeters in diameter. Doom. You've deviated from the plan. The cold voice belonged to Skynet, the all-seeing eye that watched over the planet. Nothing escaped its gaze. Too slow, Doom rasped in reply, cooperating with warlords, climbing the ranks, gaining the Prime Minister's trust, it would take too long. The reborn Dr. Doom lifted his hood, steel mask glinting with a lethal sheen. His voice was metallic, devoid of warmth. This nation is rotten. From top to bottom. Just as our master said. I have returned to bring destruction and rebirth. And first, I must unleash the storm. He closed the case containing the weapons-grade plutonium, his hollow eyes flickering with white-hot electricity. He would become Latvia's uncrowned king. In the name of Doom. Here, p@tray0n.com/mymatengel. Chapter 255, Chapter 254, The Terminator. As night deepened, Sean sat alone in the conference room. Through the omnipresent awareness of Skynet, he maintained close surveillance over Dr. Doom's path of conquest from afar. Has Doom gone rogue? Skynet's cold mechanical voice sounded. It had just concluded a brief communication with Victor von Doom. The Latvian had deviated from the original plan, and instead provoked local gangs and warlords. He stole a case of weapons-grade plutonium, a critical material for nuclear industry, usable as both nuclear fuel and fissile material for atomic weapons. He is engaging in highly dangerous actions, Skynet assessed. According to IAEA standards, uranium-235 or plutonium-239 with a purity of 92% to 93% is classified as weapons-grade. In sufficient quantities, these can trigger nuclear explosions. Generally, 6 to 9 kilograms of weapons-grade plutonium or 12 to 16 kilograms of uranium is enough to construct a functional nuclear device. Given Victor von Doom's education and scientific genius, refining weapons-grade plutonium through electrolysis to create a compact yet devastating nuclear bomb would be trivial. Did Doom offer any explanation for this? Sean showed no surprise, as if entirely confident in the reconstructed personality of Dr. Doom. He believes our plan is too slow. Penetrating Latvia's power structure would take at least 3 to 4 years, assuming everything proceeds smoothly. Hearing Skynet's reply, Sean raised an eyebrow. He had viewed both Magneto's expedition to Africa and Doom's return to Latvia as long-term moves, not expecting immediate results, just gradual expansion of influence. For now, all of Sean's focus was on consolidating power in North America to prepare for the arrival of cosmic overlords and the Chitauri fleet, the true crisis that would decide this world's fate. Doom isn't wrong if he seeks rapid progress, our original plan is too slow. Does Dr. Doom have a better alternative? Sean wasn't angered. He had reshaped Victor Von Doom's personality, not brainwashed him into mindless obedience. Independent thought was to be expected. Sean added, I want a ruthless conqueror, not a submissive puppet. A Dr. Doom capable of reasoning and judgment is far more useful to me. If I wanted blindly obedient machines, I wouldn't have invested so much time and effort in Victor Von Doom. Sir, are you creating a threat to yourself? Skynet remained puzzled. Victor Von Doom represents an unpredictable variable. From an AI's perspective, all variables should either be eliminated at inception or brought under control. Chaos theory dictates that uncontrolled variables inevitably lead to vastly divergent outcomes. A well-known nursery rhyme illustrates this vividly. For want of a nail, the shoe was lost. For want of a shoe, the horse was lost. For want of a horse, the rider was lost. For want of a rider, the battle was lost. For want of a battle, the kingdom was lost. Sean leaned back, lacing his fingers behind his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. Isn't that what makes it interesting? Besides, with you overseeing things, how could Doom establish his mechanical kingdom in Latveria without Skynet's assistance? Speaking of which, is the first-generation bionic robot ready? Mr. Ivan Vanko has completed the prototype. It utilizes a newly developed composite material that blends rigid metal with flexible foam rubber, capable of transitioning between states. The alloy contains bismuth, indium, and tin, combined with porous silicon foam. By saturating the foam with molten alloy and subjecting it to a vacuum, the gas in the foam's pores is replaced by alloy. This alloy has a low melting point. When heated past the threshold, it liquefies, granting the material extreme pliability. Upon cooling, rigidity returns while maintaining flexibility. Mr. Vanko intends to refine this into a liquid metal capable of shape-shifting, with the hardness of superalloy, for the second-generation model. Sean paused, as if recalling something amusing, then chuckled, designate this robot as Terminator. Once Victor Von Doom secures control of Latveria, mass-produce these machines. Toss out the local gangs and warlords, he'll be that land's uncrowned king. Latveria, Prime Minister's Palace. In the opulent central hall of the palace, a glittering Swarovski chandelier hung from the vaulted ceiling, bathing the gold-adorned space in radiant light. White silk tablecloths draped over polished surfaces, adorned with fine china. A gloved waiter poured red wine into a crystal glass with practiced elegance. This extravagant palace, dubbed the Prime Minister's Residence by Latverians, was the nation's seat of power. Its owner, Prime Minister Benucci, dabbed his lips with a napkin after dinner, casting a disdainful glance at the warlord beside him. Do you have any idea how many promises I had to make to pry that case of weapons-grade plutonium from the Western-backed faction leaders? I gave it to you to trade for advanced weaponry, helicopters, tanks, artillery shells. And you lost it. Cold sweat dripped down Razio's rugged face. Were it not for his crumbling dignity, he might have groveled at Benucci's feet, begging for mercy. Latveria had no true monarch. As leader of the majority party, the Prime Minister wielded absolute authority. Even the old aristocracy backing Razio wouldn't dare cross him lightly. 24 hours. Retrieve that plutonium. As for whoever stole it, I don't care if he's a mercenary or a madman. Eliminate the problem. Benucci discarded his napkin. His rise to power had relied on aristocratic support, but no ambitious statesman would remain a puppet forever. To win public support and expand his authority, he needed to sever ties with the profit-hungry old nobility. Otherwise, they'd simply replace him with another obedient figurehead. Tensions between political factions and the aristocracy had escalated in recent years. Both sides were biding their time, outwardly cooperative while secretly preparing to annihilate the other. Opportunists like Razio thrived in this climate, playing both sides, but one misstep meant ruin. Benucci had made contact with a formidable Eastern European organization. Rather than let the rotting aristocracy drag this nation to hell, he'd strike a deal with the devil. The mysterious group bearing the Hydra insignia demanded much, but their offers were tempting. The performance-enhancing drugs recently adopted by the U.S. military, Umbrella's energy weapons, the stolen plutonium, these would allow Benucci to build his own private army. This nation's future won't be sacrificed for a bunch of old fools. After dismissing Razio, Benucci strode calmly to his study. 8 highly trained bodyguards stood watch outside. The Prime Minister's residence was both the safest and most dangerous place in Latveria. Seated in darkness, a setting he found conducive to thought, Benucci steepled his fingers, contemplating his next move. Allying with Hydra was merely using one predator to hunt another. To become Latveria's sole ruler required far more meticulous planning. As the Prime Minister pondered matters of state, a figure emerged from the shadows. A deep green cloak rustled faintly, like a spectre materializing. Good evening, Prime Minister. A steel mask gleamed in the dim light, its hollow eyes reflecting cold fire. Chapter 256, Chapter 255, The Gunpowder Plot. The moment the unfamiliar voice reached his ears, Benucci reacted instantly. His hand shot toward the alarm button beneath the desk while the other reached for his waist. Have those damned old aristocrats finally made their move? The thought flashed through his mind just before searing pain overwhelmed his senses. The figure in the dark green cloak moved faster than he could comprehend. A blinding arc of electricity lashed out, leaving half his body paralyzed. The uninvited guest leisurely disarmed the Prime Minister, removing the pistol from his waist with almost casual indifference. A metallic hand clamped around Benucci's throat, dragging his slightly portly frame into the study's private resting chamber like a stray dog. Doom's hollow gaze swept over the wall-mounted collection of BDSM implements. TSK, what refined tastes. Handcuffs, gags, and whips were mere child's play here. Among them were devices he had never seen nor heard of. Clearly, the Prime Minister of Latveria enjoyed spicing up his busy political life with some recreational activities. Plucking a cat o' nine tails from the wall, Doom ran his fingers along its tendrils before turning his attention to Benucci, who was now sprawled on the plush bed. Crack! With a sharp snap, the whip struck the Prime Minister's body. Unlike the gentle caresses Benucci was accustomed to, Doom wielded the instrument with brutal efficiency. Before becoming a tool of pleasure, the cat o' nine tails had been an implement of punishment. During the Age of Sail, European ships lacking proper whips would force prisoners to cut lengths of rope, fraying one end into 9 strands while leaving the other intact as a handle. 300 lashes were often enough to kill a man. Doom delivered 10 in silence. Unable to endure the pain, Benucci howled for mercy. What do you want? Money. Power. Name it. If it's about the plutonium, I'll call off the manhunt immediately. The masked madman said nothing, continuing his methodical assault without demands or questions. Under the suffocating weight of that silence, even the Prime Minister's fortified psyche crumbled. I want nothing. The hoarse reply carried a hint of mockery. Tossing the whip aside, Doom studied the terror-stricken Benucci before removing his glove, revealing a hand of fused flesh and steel. The air hissed as arcs of white-hot electricity coiled around his fingertips like serpents. Benucci stared in shock. He has heard of superhumans, but never witnessed their power firsthand. History quiz, Prime Minister. What happened on November 5, 1605? The Gunpowder Plot. Benucci, who had studied history, scrambled for the answer. He was no fool. Resistance would only invite more pain. Survival demanded compliance. Bingo. Doom nodded approvingly. Guy Fawkes, that bold fanatic, tried to blow up the Houses of Parliament and kill King James I during its opening ceremony. A shame the plot was exposed. He was executed opposite Parliament, hanged, drawn, and quartered. But today, a true gunpowder plot will unfold in Latveria. What? What are you planning? Confusion momentarily outweighed fear in Benucci's trembling voice. Doom didn't answer. His fingers brushed a switch, and the room plunged into darkness as electricity surged into his body. The green cloak billowed as if caught in a gale. Outside, alarmed bodyguards called out. 30 seconds later, 8 elite agents burst into the study. A flicker of hope ignited in Benucci's eyes. Against hundreds of security personnel, what could one superhuman do? White-hot bolts lanced forth, felling the guards like wheat before a scythe. Doom dragged Benucci down the corridor under flickering lights, each flash punctuated by another lethal discharge. The stench of scorched flesh filled the air. To Dr. Doom, these elite defenses were little more than a flimsy fence. They were barely sufficient to deter children or wild animals. Amid blaring alarms, he ascended to the palace roof with Benucci in tow. The ease of their passage owed much to security forces hesitating to use heavy firepower with the Prime Minister as a hostage. Sniper 1 in position. Priority is the Prime Minister's safety. Locate the intruder. Awaiting orders. Through his scope, the sniper glimpsed the terrorist, a steel-masked figure shrouded in green, clutching Benucci like a rag doll. One pull of the trigger, and a 7.62 x 54 mmR round would reduce that skull to paste. Unfazed, Doom hoisted Benucci to the rooftop's edge. Do you enjoy symphonies, Prime Minister? He asked. Trembling, Benucci nodded. He has never encountered madness like this. It was unfathomable and unpredictable. Schubert. Mendelssohn. Liszt. Tchaikovsky. Mozart. Good. I too admire Europe's greatest classical composer. Doom tapped the rooftop's copper piping as if musing aloud. Let's play Symphony No. 40 in G minor. Suddenly, the city erupted in music. Melancholic yet passionate notes blared from every speaker and broadcast tower, a torrent of frustration, sorrow, and repressed fury swirling through the night. You must be wondering why I brought you here. What I truly want. Doom positioned Benucci at the rooftop's edge, overlooking the city that now drowned in symphonic grandeur. His rasping voice carried a strange wistfulness. When I was a boy, my greatest dream was to leave the slums. To live in the city. You. The day I earned my scholarship, you praised me before the press. You called me Latveria's rising star. When I succeeded abroad, my hometown gifted me this mask. Engraved with Latveria's glory. Surely you remember now. Benucci's eyes widened. A name clawed its way from his throat, Victor von Doom. It's you. Of course. Ice crystallized in Doom's tone. I've returned to bring this land rebirth. But first, obstacles must be removed. I know snipers have me in their crosshairs. But Prime Minister, this mask isn't merely steel. It's something beyond your comprehension. As the symphony's final notes faded into the night, Doom's voice turned glacial. Thank you for the plutonium. I made modifications and left it in your chambers. Latveria shall kneel before the Church of Doom. Your death will bring peace. A blinding white eruption engulfed the Prime Minister's residence. The green cloak flared like a banner in the storm. Chapter 257, Chapter 256, The Doom Cult. The underground space of Umbrella Corporation. A rumbling sound reverberated through the air, like the heavy panting of a prehistoric behemoth. Its pulsating heart drummed like a war drum, and its surging blood vessels resembled mighty rivers. Shirtless, Sean engaged in physical training within a square-shaped spacious chamber. The walls were embedded with 4 dazzling and blinding artificial suns created by Dr. Otto, resembling 4 miniature stars that emitted intense energy halos. Standing at the center, the young man's muscles twisted like steel wires, veins bulging and writhing like coiling pythons, swelling into terrifying knots of power. It was as if he were trapped in a viscous swamp, where even the simplest movements required immense effort. This was a gravity chamber specifically designed for physical training. By manipulating artificial gravitational fields, the room's gravity could be multiplied. An ordinary person stepping inside would likely be crushed instantly by the overwhelming force, their body collapsing, organs rupturing, and death following swiftly. Without activating his Sentinel, Sentry, powers or forming a protective force field, Sean treated this place as his personal gym. Gasping for breath, he performed bench presses, his heart pounding like a war drum. Surging energy coursed between his cells and muscles, while torrents of sweat poured from his pores only to evaporate instantly under the chamber's scorching heat. The high-intensity training lasted about 2 hours. Gradually, his cells absorbed the energy radiated by the artificial suns, and the exhaustion faded. His entire body felt as if it were soaking in a warm hot spring, suffused with a deep sense of comfort. Sean turned off the gravity chamber's power supply. The energy beams focused on him dimmed, the artificial sun ceased operation, and the artificial gravitational field vanished abruptly. He stood still for a few seconds before daring to take a step. During his initial training sessions, the sudden shift in gravity had left him disoriented, his body would feel unnaturally light, and if he misjudged his strength, a single step could send him crashing into a wall. The dented human-shaped impressions on the alloy walls of the underground space were all souvenirs from those mishaps. Taking a few deep breaths to recalibrate his control over his body, Sean stepped into the shower. Ice-cold water cascaded over his sculpted marble-like physique before he vaporized the remaining moisture. He then changed into fresh clothes. Victor von Doom certainly knows how to stir up trouble. Seated before a computer, Sean meticulously reviewed the events unfolding in Latveria. Just last night, the Prime Minister's residence in the city center had been struck by a massive explosion, reducing it, along with 2 adjacent blocks, to rubble. The billowing dust lingered over the city like an ominous shroud. The mastermind behind this terrorist act, Victor von Doom, had emerged unscathed. In addition to his innate abilities, the newly minted Dr. Doom had been imbued with extensive knowledge of Kamartag's mystical arts. It was obvious that after detonating the explosives, he had used a spatial teleportation spell to slip away unnoticed. By the next morning, the slums had erupted into riots. The mansions of the old aristocracy, those who had been preparing to establish a new regime, were stormed by frenzied mobs. At 4:50 p.m. that day, large-scale violent clashes erupted. Both the police suppressing the riots and the rioting civilians suffered heavy casualties, the numbers too gruesome to tally. He is manufacturing chaos, sir. Latveria has lost all order. Police, gangs, rival political factions scheming against each other. The country is like a runaway horse galloping straight into hell. Listening to Skynet's report, Sean pondered briefly before asking, and what is Doom doing in all this? Aside from fueling greater chaos, Victor von Doom has taken control of 2 small gangs and seized a warlord's arms factory. Then he distributed the weapons to the rioters in the slums. Sean's fingers, which had been tapping rhythmically on the desk, stilled. The new personality he had crafted for Victor von Doom, both in temperament and ideology, aligned closely with the Dr. Doom he knew. So Doom's actions didn't surprise him. He understood exactly what the man was doing. First, eliminate Latveria's nominal ruler, then, incite civil unrest to breed more conflict and bloodshed, using rage and suffering to cultivate the seeds of vengeance. The complacent old aristocracy which was still convinced of their impending victory would undoubtedly summon warlords and police to crush the riots, then hastily install another puppet leader. But doom had armed the rioters. With their reasoning drowned in fury and desperation, these ordinary people would see their ambitions grow like unchecked weeds. When a crowd is consumed by fanaticism, it becomes a runaway train, barreling off the tracks toward an unknown destination. It seems Dr. Doom intends to shatter Latveria's old order entirely. Coups, riots, clashes, resistance. It's all like a line of dominoes, topple one, and the rest collapse. Sean played a blurry video on his computer. It showed a group of impoverished slum dwellers kneeling in a circle at the feet of a figure in a dark green cloak, like fervent worshippers. Look. Doom has founded a cult in the name of apocalypse, drawing more followers from this turbulent and fractured nation. Soon, all of Latveria will chant the name of Dr. Doom. He will forge a theocratic regime with Victor von Doom as its one true god. Sean closed the laptop. Just as Doom had said, the fastest way to seize control of Latveria was to first destroy its order, create chaos, and then end that chaos. And in this grand scheme, Dr. Doom would be the mastermind, the one who could both ignite war and deliver peace. Skynet, it seems you'll have a new home soon. The young man never doubted whether Victor von Doom could seize ultimate power in Latveria. Most of the world's complexities only seem insurmountable because one lacks sufficient strength or resources. Destroying a nation, overturning its old order, and establishing a new regime, this chain of events might appear convoluted and fraught with uncertainty, but for Dr. Doom, it was child's play. He had assassinated Prime Minister Benucci, used Skynet to spread propaganda through television networks, blaming the old aristocracy for the terrorist attack, claiming they had struck because the righteous and fearless Prime Minister had threatened their rule. He had incited the poverty-stricken and disease-ridden masses, turning the desperate into rioters. Their fervor and rage spread like wildfire. All Doom needed to do next was toss a spark into the boiling oil. The riots might be suppressed, but the people demanding more rights and better lives would, through relentless bloodshed, become the unshakable foundation of the Doom cult. And when mortal strength failed to secure their victory, a true god bathed in hope and light would descend. Clearly, Victor von Doom was preparing to play the role of that god. Sean stepped into the elevator, setting aside Latveria's religious revival for now. Tonight, he still had to attend the inauguration ceremony of Stark Tower. Compared to the grand spectacle Doom was orchestrating, the dangerous game between the female agent and the scientist was far more enticing to the young man. Chapter 258, Chapter 257, Choices. In psychology, there is a phenomenon known as the role-playing effect, where individuals gradually immerse their own personalities into the roles they assume. What begins as superficial imitation deepens over time, eventually transforming into a profound self-performance. In normal society, most people engage in some degree of role-playing in their behavior. For example, a newly promoted boss gradually becomes more calculating, their leadership role amplifies their desire for control and power. Fresh graduates, on the other hand, evolve into mere cogs in the machine, their employee role reinforces their submissive tendencies and willingness to comply. Examples like these are countless. However, there is also a special case. Some people are born into professions that require them to play various roles: feigned affection, outright lies, cold rationality. They often conceal their true personalities behind layers of masks, navigating between all kinds of people with practiced ease. Natasha wiped the steam-covered mirror. As the mist cleared, a stunningly beautiful woman appeared in the reflection, her figure graceful, her face exquisite, her long wine-red curls damp against her fair skin. Her captivating eyes seemed to hold countless secrets, and the occasional flicker of allure in them was enough to stir desire in any male creature, like a lazy cat teasing its prey. Natasha Romanoff, codenamed Black Widow, was a top agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Trained by the former Soviet intelligence organization, the Red Room, her body had been injected with gene-altering serums to slow aging. She was a master of combat and psychological warfare, as well as the sole female member of the Avengers. This, roughly, was the resume of the stunning woman before the mirror. Currently, she was playing the role of an aspiring actress who had come from Los Angeles to New York in pursuit of stardom, a persona crafted to be mature and poised, yet subtly insecure. Natasha believed that a beautiful woman alone in a foreign city would more easily evoke protective instincts in men, while a hint of worldly experience could stoke their hormonal desires. Wrapped in a towel, the beauty stepped into the room and opened the wardrobe, revealing an array of designer outfits. Her fingers trailed along the hangers as she pondered, eventually selecting a simple yet elegant red dress. The dress was tailored to accentuate the curves of her waist and hips, with a neckline that revealed just a hint of décolletage, enough to tantalize without crossing into vulgarity. The suggestion of allure was far more seductive than outright exposure. Next came high heels, perfume, hairstyling, and makeup. After about an hour, a transformed femme fatale stood before the mirror, crimson lips, breathtaking curves, a vision of desire incarnate. She picked up a black clutch, inside which were all the essential tools of her trade, a lipstick that doubled as a recorder, a compact with a hidden camera, and more. Once fully prepared, Natasha faced the mirror and practiced a shy, gentle smile several times before finally stepping out, her heels clicking confidently against the floor. As a seasoned spy with a long career, Natasha was exceptionally skilled at uncovering the secrets of others, whether male or female. For the former, she could use her beauty as an entry point, employing deception and manipulation. No matter how cautious a man might be, he would inevitably fall into her trap, such was the instinctive drive of males to perform in front of the opposite sex. For the latter, it was sometimes even easier. Being more emotionally driven, women had weaker psychological defenses. Playing the role of a vulnerable figure could easily elicit sympathy, or she could engineer coincidental encounters to quickly gain trust. These were almost second nature to her, ingrained reflexes. The education she had received since childhood had nothing to do with dolls or homemaking. It was assassination, theft, infiltration, deception. The car came to a stop outside Stark Tower in Manhattan. The towering skyscraper blazed with light, its massive rooftop sign visible from blocks away. "How rude of me to let you come here alone. I should have picked you up myself." Sean looked at his companion for the evening, his face the picture of sincere apology. For the inauguration ceremony of Stark Tower, he had invited the enchanting Miss Scarlet. "It's been so long since I've attended an event like this. I might embarrass you later," Miss Scarlet said, covering her mouth as if inadvertently betraying nervousness and shyness, a demeanor that made one instinctively want to protect her. This pair, each harboring their own agendas, engaged in a subtle battle of wits even as they walked arm in arm into the banquet hall atop Stark Tower. "I think the title of New York's top playboy should go to you," Tony quipped as usual. "When it comes to understanding and studying women, Mr. Stark is an insurmountable monument," Sean retorted, glancing at the red-haired beauty beside him. If one ignored her true identity, this Miss Scarlet was indeed the kind of stunning woman who could turn heads wherever she went. "Aren't you going to say a few words on stage later?" Tony coughed, changing the subject. "Stark Tower's completion owes something to you as well, though compared to my contributions, it's negligible." "If even you say so, why should I, a man who contributed just a tiny negligible bit, steal Mr. Stark's spotlight?" Sean wrapped an arm around the beauty beside him, entirely unbothered. "My mission tonight is solely to accompany Miss Scarlet. Neglecting a lady to hog the limelight isn't gentlemanly behavior." Tony shuddered. Though he had often used similar tactics to charm women in the past, hearing it from Sean gave him an odd sense of dissonance. Choosing not to interfere with the younger man's romantic pursuits, Stark shrugged and walked away, privately lamenting whether he was getting old, especially when faced with young men like Sean. After all, just half a year ago, he had been New York's most notorious playboy, living a life of debauchery and even achieving the remarkable feat of betting every cover model featured in magazines. But now, his days were consumed by new energy projects, the Ultron Initiative, and upgrading the Mark Armor series. Tony shook his head with a wry smile. These were the choices he had made. As Pepper had said, everyone had to accept growing up. Glancing back at Sean, who was now laughing and chatting with his companion on the sofa, the Iron Man, barely in his 30s, murmured, "Youth is wonderful." Then he turned his attention to the stage in the center of the hall. A holographic projection of Stark Tower appeared, and as Jarvis's voice filled the room, the presentation on the new energy initiative began. Chapter 259, Chapter 258, You Are an Actor. Under the night sky, Manhattan was ablaze with lights. The crisscrossing network of highways stretched like glowing rivers, weaving through the dense forest of steel and glass. Sean leaned against the railing of the observation deck, a glass of champagne in hand. Through the transparent glass wall, he watched Tony, who was brimming with confidence, stand on stage and expound on his grand vision for new energy, a revolutionary masterpiece that could change an era, one worthy of standing alongside Beethoven's Ninth Symphony. Tony's signature dry humor had the audience in stitches. Most of them might not understand the technical jargon or the production structure of the new energy, but that didn't stop them from eagerly investing in Stark Industries. When Stark shut down weapons manufacturing and pivoted to the energy sector, the majority of outsiders had predicted doom for the industrial giant. They believed the company, which was once a titan of the military-industrial complex, would crash and burn due to its playboy CEO's reckless whims. But reality proved them wrong. Tony wasn't just a scientific genius, his business acumen was just as sharp. By abandoning Stark Industries' past, he had uncovered a new goldmine and firmly planted his flag, expanding his empire relentlessly. Sean exhaled, feeling the cool night breeze against his face. He tilted his head up, eyeing the massive glowing letters atop the tower, and couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Tony. This newly erected skyscraper would likely need another round of renovation soon. "What are you thinking about?" The question came in a sultry voice. Miss Scarlet, draped in a figure-hugging red dress, sauntered over. Her slender sinuous waist and the generous swell of her décolletage had already scorched the gazes of nearly every man in the room. "Sorry for leaving you alone back there," Sean said, taking a sip of champagne. "I needed some air." I figured if I kept rambling about boring lab stories, you'd probably lose interest. That's not true at all. Miss Scarlet batted her long lashes, her eyes shimmering like pools of liquid temptation. Most of what I know about you comes from newspapers and magazines. Honestly, I love hearing about the little things in your life. It makes you feel more real. Sean's expression flickered with just the right amount of touched gratitude before he quickly turned away, as if hiding his flustered emotions behind another sip of champagne. Gone was his usual composed demeanor. Right now, he seemed almost boyish, like a high schooler at prom. I never knew New York's genius had better acting chops than brains. Tony, now seated on a couch with Pepper after his speech, widened his eyes in exaggerated disbelief. Sean was doing his best impression of an awkward, inexperienced fledgling, a move Tony had last pulled in college, one he usually reserved for outgoing upperclassmen. The ever-experienced Mr. Stark is undoubtedly far more skilled than Sean in this regard, Pepper immediately countered. She has handled enough of Tony's one-night stands to know that New York's top playboy could write a bestseller on seduction techniques. Tony coughed, glancing toward the observation deck where the pair was now standing dangerously close. He sighed and shook his head. Couldn't they at least keep it subtle in public? Turning back to Pepper, he steered the conversation toward S.H.I.E.L.D. He had agreed to provide Nick Fury with design concepts and technical support for the helicarrier. Things like anti-gravity metal and aircraft carrier engines were Tony's personal inventions. Though he and the one-eyed director were on decent terms, as a businessman learning the ropes, he wasn't about to work for free. Fortunately, S.H.I.E.L.D. had deep pockets. They hadn't batted an eye at Stark Industries' hefty price tag, cutting the check without hesitation, the perfect client. What have you and Mr. Richards been working on lately? Susan has complained to me more than once. Pepper tilted her head. She usually didn't pry into Tony's projects, but lately, things had been unusual. Reed had practically moved into the basement of Stark's mansion. The two had been burning the midnight oil, buried in data and programming. According to Susan, she was starting to doubt Reed Richards even existed. Honestly, if Pepper weren't absolutely certain of her employer's sexual orientation, she might have suspected something beyond friendship between Tony and Reed. Of course, in private, she and Susan, both self-proclaimed fangirls, occasionally joked that Sean and Tony would make a better pair. Just upgrading Jarvis. Nothing major. Tony waved it off. The Ultron program wasn't progressing as smoothly as expected. Too many hurdles remained, and even with Reed's help, they'd only just scratched the surface. A shame Sean is no help with this. Wait, where'd he go? Tony turned, only to find the observation deck empty. In a dimly lit meeting room around the corner, the door swung open before being nudged shut by a foot. In the darkness, a man and woman tangled in a heated embrace. Truthfully, Miss Scarlet's mind was spinning. Her initial plan had been to coax more information about Umbrella and its highly classified research projects out of Sean. But somewhere along the way, the atmosphere had shifted. He had edged closer, his breath hot against her skin. This wasn't her first rodeo. Normally, she would play hard to get, maintaining just enough ambiguity to keep him hooked. Seduction was like fishing, a back-and-forth battle of attrition, where patience usually won out. But things had spiraled faster than she had anticipated. First, Sean suggested finding somewhere quieter, a blatant hint. Natasha had meant to play coy, feigning reluctance before finally surrendering to a passionate kiss, neatly wrapping up the evening. Instead, everything had escalated like a sudden tornado. After the kiss, Sean, acting like a hormone-drunk teenager, had dragged her into this empty conference room. Now, the red-clad beauty was pinned against the hard table, engulfed by the raw intensity of his presence. His movements were rough, almost clumsy, like an overeager kid at prom, as if completely bewitched by her charms. But why is he so damn good at undoing my dress? Sean, His mouth sealed over hers again, the kiss deep enough to steal her breath. Wait, slow down, Warm hands roamed freely, charting every curve as if memorizing terrain. Miss Scarlet fought to keep her rising desire in check. In her original plan, she might have let him taste a little victory, but not at the cost of her own body. Just as her hands braced against his shoulders to push him away, a low murmur grazed her ear. Miss Scarlet, you really are quite the actress. Her body stiffened. Had he figured her out? What I mean is, you're intoxicating. I'm going mad for you. The sweet nothings poured out, and she relaxed, only for desire to flare hotter than before. By the time her back hit the table, the sharp-witted spy still hadn't pieced together how this had happened. One thing was clear, though, this bastard was no amateur. Chapter 260, Chapter 259, New York is dangerous. On a highway in Wyoming, a white RV rolled slowly along, its driver's seat empty. Only the stereo played softly, filling the cabin with soothing pop melodies. The night breeze drifted through the windows, carrying with it the crisp scent of the countryside. The endless sprawl of urban skyscrapers had long been left behind, replaced by rolling hills and vast plains, flanked by towering evergreen trees. Mindy, we shouldn't have run away like this. The purple-eyed girl nervously scooped at her ice cream, her voice tinged with unease. If Sean finds out, we're both dead. Wrapped in a hamster-patterned onesie, the little girl rolled across the RV's carpeted floor before flopping onto her stomach to play video games, looking like a pudgy little critter. At her friend's words, she suddenly sprang up from the floor, adopting a stern and serious tone. Golly, we can't just follow Sean's orders all the time. Miss Janet told me that women should be independent. That's the only way we won't lose ourselves. So, let's kick Sean to the curb and enjoy our vacation. The purple-eyed girl licked the remnants of ice cream off her spoon, her small brain struggling to process this logic. They were supposed to be at a winter camp in Canada, but Mindy had taken matters into her own hands, dragging her all the way to Yellowstone National Park in Wyoming instead. But, you used Sean's credit card to buy this RV, all these snacks, and so much stuff. If we're being independent, shouldn't we not use his money? Like how I refuse food from my dad. Golly reasoned. Ah, ha ha. Mindy let out an awkward laugh, waving her hands dismissively. That's just temporary. You know how much allowance a cute middle schooler gets. Not enough to buy an RV, that's for sure. And I told you, we could have tried some, less friendly methods, but you wouldn't let me. With that, the little girl flopped back onto the floor, happily munching on potato chips and sipping an ice-cold soda. This was what a real vacation should feel like. Mindy mused. As dusk settled and the sun dipped below the horizon, the RV automatically slowed to a stop by the roadside. The modified interior was spacious and comfortable, soft carpeting covered the floor, while sofa and recliners were fixed along the walls. The vehicle was split into 2 levels, much like a tour bus. The lower level served as a living area, complete with a mini fridge, a well-stocked liquor cabinet, and a wall-mounted TV. The upper level was simpler, just a plush queen-sized bed, a small wardrobe, and a skylight that could be opened for stargazing. It was the perfect setup for a romantic getaway, assuming you could afford the exorbitant price tag. Unfortunately, the little girl in question had turned this luxury RV into little more than a snack-filled hideout, stuffing the liquor cabinet with chips and the fridge with soda, with no intention of actually stepping outside to enjoy the scenery. Golly, what do you think Sean is doing right now? Mindy suddenly sat up, tossing her game controller aside. Do you think he has noticed we're gone? Maybe he's running around in a panic, saying, "Oh, sweet Mindy, I'll never make you do the dishes or cut your allowance again." Ha ha ha. The little girl burst into laughter, imagining Sean's regretful and guilty face. The thought was just too funny. Mindy. Golly set down her ice cream, her expression hesitant before she finally whispered, haven't you ever wondered why this RV can drive itself without a driver? Or why Sean's credit card never seems to have a spending limit? The laughter died instantly. Mindy's shoulders slumped as she angrily stuffed more chips into her mouth. The thought of being shipped off to some boring winter camp in Canada during her precious vacation made her puff out her cheeks in frustration. TCH. He just wants to get rid of me. I knew it. He's definitely got something going on with that cow-like neighbor lady. Only shallow men care about big boobs, right, golly. The purple-eyed girl glanced down at herself, then nodded vigorously in agreement. But why Canada, though, she asked. He says New York is the most dangerous place on Earth. Mindy pouted, muttering under her breath, like I'm some little kid who'd believe aliens are gonna invade or something. Golly, however, fell into deep thought. If she did get caught running away, and her father came looking for her, would Earth end up like an after-dinner snack? Crunch, gone in one bite. She shook her head violently, trying to dispel the terrifying image. Hey, Mindy, what are you? Without warning, the hamster-clad girl crawled over and planted a kiss on Golly's lips. Huh. Tastes like nothing. You lied, Golly. Mindy stared accusingly at her friend. You said you wanted to kiss Sean because he smelled good. I was telling the truth. His scent is warm, like sunlight. It feels nice. And he tastes like ice cream, makes you want to take a little lick. Her delicate face was completely serious. Golly's explanation gave Mindy pause. After a moment of consideration, the little girl pounced again, kissing her once more. Golly, I want to taste you too. Ah. Mindy, STMMPH. Back in New York, at the Stark Tower. A pale arm draped over the man's firm chest, the bed, and floor, in complete disarray, evidence of the passionate battle that had resumed the moment the fiery couple returned to the apartment. The red-haired beauty playing Miss Scarlet felt the haze of desire slowly receding from her eyes. Her seemingly soft and delicate arm subtly shifted, winding around the man's neck. In less than 2 seconds, she could snap it. But after a long moment of consideration, the rationality of a professional agent won out. She abandoned the idea, though not without a twinge of irritation. The entire situation felt absurd, like some kind of blitzkrieg, where our defenses had been effortlessly breached before the enemy cavalry stormed in unchecked. It was infuriating. Now, the only option was to play the role of the doting lover, using this intimacy to earn Sean's trust and extract more intel on Umbrella and the man himself. There was no way she'd let this bastard get away scot-free. He's like an animal. The female agent seethed internally. Even with her enhanced physique, she felt sore and drained. Just how ferocious had their earlier battle been? From the conference room at Stark Tower to the apartment's balcony, then the shower, and finally the main battlefield, the bedroom. At first, Miss Scarlet had tried to resist, not wanting to seem too wanton. But under Sean's relentless assault, she had quickly crumbled, surrendering completely and left to endure the onslaught. Sean stirred as if sensing her movement, his eyes fluttering open. "Morning, sweetheart. You awake?" The tender and affectionate gaze he fixed on her sent an involuntary shiver down her spine. Sunrise is still about 4 hours away. The man rolled onto his side, pulling the red-haired beauty closer. "Life is all about movement. Let's make the most of our time." Before the female agent could react, she was pinned beneath him once more. Her last coherent thought before drowning in pleasure again was, "Is this damn bastard some kind of tireless stallion?" The bed rocked like a ship tossed by stormy waves, its rhythmic creaks accompanied by the woman's increasingly unrestrained moans, wild and uninhibited. As Sean murmured "Scarlet" in her ear, the agent's mind grew hazy. Lost in the throes of ecstasy, she momentarily forgot her real name, fully immersing herself in the role. Chapter 261, Chapter 260, News from Wakanda. Salvador Grand Docks, African coast. As far as the eye could see, the receding tide had left behind muddy tidal flats littered with dozens of dilapidated aging ships. Like the corpses of giants, they lay silently under the melancholic glow of the setting sun, exuding an aura of decay. Among them, one vessel could still be considered new, barely clinging to its youthful vitality. Unlike the other cargo ships, it hadn't yet been scrapped due to years of neglect or equipment failure. Hundreds of African workers scurried like busy ants through the dimly lit interior of the ship, neatly arranging crates of firearms, grenades, and other military weapons in the cargo hold. Among them, even bulky and intimidating shoulder-fired rocket launchers could be seen. To these laborers, the nailed-shut wooden crates filled with guns and grenades were no different from bread and butter. At least, that was the reality in some parts of Africa. These not-so-advanced weapons would be sold by the ship's owner to African warlords, tribal chiefs, Chechen militants, and even certain religious organizations claiming to fight for freedom. Ulysses Clow, the black market merchant of the African continent, dealt in far more than just arms. In fact, this burly bearded man occasionally moonlighted as a mercenary or robber, targeting high-value antiques or cutting-edge scientific equipment. Surprisingly, this black market dealer who was born into a military family even held a PhD in physics and had reportedly studied acoustics for a time. Of course, most of the time, Clow remained a diligent middleman, trafficking military supplies and reaping massive profits. Nearly every warlord, small nation leader, mercenary group, and transnational security company in Africa had done business with him to some degree. With his extensive connections and covert channels, even Stark Industries, before its pivot to clean energy, had once been one of his suppliers. After all, weapons stamped with Stark Industries used to fetch double the price. Especially among those unsophisticated buyers, they were like nouveau riches, unable to discern quality, so they always went for the most expensive option. Clow's favorite saying was, "If the price is right, anything can be bought. I don't care who scammed you. I gave you 6 sets of short-range heat-seeking missile systems, and all I got in return was a boatload of rusted scrap. You will compensate me, or the next missiles I send will fly straight to your front door." Clad in a pair of filthy combat boots, Ulysses Clow paced back and forth in his office. His clothes reeked of engine oil, and a military knife hung at his waist. His rough and imposing appearance radiated danger, making it clear he wasn't an easy man to deal with. "Mr. Eric Lensher." Clow hung up the phone and flashed a grin at the white-haired elder seated in his office chair. "Apologies for the wait. You're a VIP introduced by Mr. Wesley. I should have rolled out the red carpet. But business is business. Sometimes you've got to finish one deal before moving to the next." Magneto frowned, replying, "Mr. Clow, I don't mind the delay. But next time, perhaps you could clean your office before I arrive, maybe even spray some air freshener." The black market merchant's office was a noxious blend of grease, sweat, and body odor, compounded by the stifling heat of the enclosed ship cabin. It was downright suffocating. "Frankly, sitting here negotiating with you is torture." The Brotherhood leader minced no words. He had been gradually relocating his people to Africa, leveraging the support provided by Sean to temporarily secure an alliance with a warlord named Sound. But carving out a foothold in Africa's warlord-ruled landscape required more than just a handful of mutants. After all, they were competing with transnational security firms, energy conglomerates, and guerrilla factions for territory and resources. They needed steady supplies of food, weapons, and medical provisions. These were the essentials for establishing a stable stronghold. Relying solely on brute force and lacking long-term resources would make sustainability impossible, no matter how powerful Magneto himself might be. My oversight. Someone of your stature must find this environment unbearable. Truth be told, I'd love to discuss business over fine wine in a presidential suite. The black market dealer was well aware of who sat before him, the infamous Magneto, a veteran powerhouse among mutants. If the old man wished, he could obliterate this ship with a flick of his wrist. Every firearm in the cargo hold would turn traitor, leaping to harvest the lives of Clow and his men. Clow was no fool. His rise to prominence wasn't just due to his crew of ruthless mercenaries or his own reckless audacity, a sharp mind was equally indispensable. Magneto covered his nose, waving a hand dismissively. Enough, Mr. Clow. Let's get to the point. As Africa's most notorious black market dealer, I trust you can fulfill all my needs: weapons, military equipment, medical supplies, and so on. Eric had no patience for further banter. Securing the urgently needed supplies was paramount. With a stable environment, they could soon build a thriving sanctuary for their people. Of course, no problem. Ulysses Clow thumped his chest emphatically, his bearded face stretching into a grin that only accentuated his yellowed teeth. Mr. Wesley was exceedingly generous. He settled the first payment before you even arrived. Payment first, service after, that's my unshakable principle. The black market dealer glanced at Magneto, then added meaningfully, but I can offer far more than that. The Brotherhood leader raised an eyebrow. Mr. Clow, besides arms dealing, do you have other talents to showcase? Wood carving, perhaps. Carpentry. Before this meeting, Magneto had thoroughly researched Ulysses Clow. As Sean's temporary ally, he, like Victor Von Doom in far-off Latveria, had been granted limited access to Skynet. Purchasing supplies and negotiating deals were merely a facade. If they truly needed these resources, Rand Corporation's cargo ships could easily handle the logistics. The founder of Umbrella was never stingy with his allies. At his level, wealth and power were trivialities. Though Magneto didn't know what Sean truly sought, he was certain it wasn't something as juvenile as money or authority. Back in his underground prison cell, Magneto had remarked that he saw a familiar shadow in Sean, an insatiable ambition reminiscent of Sebastian Shaw. But compared to the deceased Black King, this young man was far more inscrutable. Seizing what he thought was an opportunity, Ulysses Clow dropped the two keywords. Wakanda. Vibranium. Chapter 262, Chapter 261, Magneto's Ambition. Magneto deliberately feigned a look of astonishment. In truth, the real purpose of his visit today was Wakanda's vibranium resources, a task assigned by Sean and a crucial factor for mutants to establish a firm foothold on the African continent. Building a new stronghold from scratch and developing it into a nation would be far too slow. At the very least, Magneto felt he didn't have enough time to wait. But Sean had provided him with an ideal solution. What better place could serve as the starting point for mutant development than an isolated African nation? Magneto was well aware that Ulysses Clow was one of the few lucky individuals who had infiltrated Wakanda and emerged unscathed. He possessed secret channels for stealing vibranium. A significant part of the black market merchants' rise to prominence stemmed from this priceless resource. Officially, the price of this miraculous metal was said to be on par with gold. But through underground channels, its value could exceed gold by dozens, even hundreds of times. Vibranium, also known as antimetal, originated from extraterrestrial meteors. Unlike other high atomic mass metals, it lacked radioactivity, granting it unparalleled durability. It also possessed the unique ability to absorb and store kinetic energy. Captain America's shield, for instance, contained a portion of vibranium, allowing it to withstand Iron Man's artillery and Thor's lightning with formidable defensive capabilities. Vibranium had a peculiar molecular structure. Its atoms remained perpetually fixed at absolute zero, and the lack of atomic movement meant this metal fundamentally lacked the conditions for energy conduction. These distinctive traits made vibranium an ideal material for defensive alloys, as it could endure terrifying impacts without harming its wielder. Wakanda. Magneto repeated the word, a flicker of something unreadable passing through his eyes. I've never heard of this place. The Brotherhood leader's acting was impeccable as he shrugged and asked, is it some mythical land like Shangri-La? Or a desert oasis from tales of hidden treasure? Wakanda does hide treasure, vibranium. Ulysses Clow continued stoking the mutant leader's interest. His own rise to wealth had been built on this exceedingly rare and valuable metal. Years ago, Clow had coincidentally befriended a prince from Wakanda. After deliberately cultivating their acquaintance, he convinced the prince to help him steal vibranium. Unfortunately, the operation had gone awry, and Clow had detonated a bomb at the border during his escape, resulting in countless casualties. From then on, the name Ulysses Clow had been placed on Wakanda's most wanted list. The current king had attempted to capture him, intending to spill his blood in retribution for the dead. But the black market merchant was cunning. He fled to the west coast of New York, carefully building his connections and smuggling channels, leaving Wakanda empty-handed time and again. Globally, vibranium output is vanishingly small. Even a behemoth like Stark Industries can't afford to use it lavishly in mass-produced equipment. The black market merchant's eyes burned with the flames of greed and ambition as he lowered his voice, but in Wakanda, vibranium is as common as wheat in a field. You want to team up with us, Mr. Clow? Seeing that they had finally reached the heart of the matter, Magneto dropped the pretense and cut straight to the chase. Of course. I know who you are, and who stands behind you. Sweat gleamed on Clow's face as excitement overtook him. Alone, I could never extract enough vibranium from Wakanda. But you can. And isn't that why you sought me out in the first place? A smart man. Magneto nodded. With the cards now on the table, there was no need for further circumspection. His voice deepened. I need a guide. You know Wakanda well, so cooperation between us should be feasible. In return, you might shed your current identity. Frankly, Mr. Clow, I believe your talents extend far beyond black market dealings, even if you've excelled at them. The regal pride of a king returned to Magneto as he rose to his feet. Through the glass, he watched the laborers scurry like ants, hauling crates of weapons aboard the ship and into storage. Magneto continued, wouldn't monopolizing the vibranium supply as a legitimate businessman offer a brighter future than this cramped existence? Ulysses Clow's breathing grew slightly ragged. He swallowed hard, realizing this could be the turning point that altered his destiny. What do you need from me? Leading a team of mutants into Wakanda to steal vast quantities of vibranium. Even in the face of immense tantalizing profit, Clow retained a shred of caution. He knew Wakanda wasn't a place one could simply waltz into. Beyond the nation's advanced technology, each king bore the title of Black Panther, wielding extraordinary power. Ha ha ha, a burst of laughter escaped Magneto. His gaze held no deliberate contempt, yet Clow suddenly felt infinitesimally small. Ulysses Clow, we have no intention of sneaking into Wakanda like thieves and smuggling out meager scraps of vibranium to sell on the black market. The Brotherhood leader's voice swelled with fervor. An invisible magnetic force rippled through the air, and Clow felt the entire ship tremble as if caught in a storm-tossed sea. A thunderous reverberation echoed through the hull. The workers shouted in panic, scurrying like ants on the brink of apocalypse, desperate for an exit they couldn't find. I want a comprehensive dossier on Wakanda. Everything you know. Everything you will share with me. Magneto's tone brooked no argument. In return, you'll monopolize the supply chain. The name Ulysses Clow will vanish from the Pentagon's blacklist. In other words, you'll be legitimized, Mr. Clow. Cooperating with us grants you official status, no more hiding, no more fearing Wakanda's pursuit. The cramped foul-smelling office fell silent for nearly a minute before Ulysses Clow finally snapped back to reality. His reply was crisp, it would be my honor to serve such distinguished individuals. Magneto nodded in satisfaction. Adjusting his earpiece, he murmured, tell your master everything is in place. I await the crucial leverage he promised. With that, the Brotherhood leader strode out of the suffocating cabin, the very metal of the ship twisting aside at his will. As the tremors ceased, Clow barked orders, and the ant-like workers resumed their labor. Stepping onto the ship's lookout post, Magneto breathed in the fresh air. The wind tugged at his purple cape as he gazed across the vast tidal flats. Beyond the horizon lay Africa's most powerful and valuable nation, waiting to become the mutants' new home. Chapter 263, Chapter 262, Winds Rise over Asgard. In distant Asgard, Heimdall, the gatekeeper, stood atop the observatory, his hands resting on the hilt of his greatsword as he monitored every movement across the 9 realms. Previously, to stop Loki from forcibly destroying Jotunheim, the home of the Frost Giants, Thor had shattered the Bifrost with Mjolnir. The massive energy surge from the Bifrost's destruction had plunged the 9 realms into chaos and turmoil. For Asgard, the Rainbow Bridge which was forged in ancient times held immense significance. It was not only a formidable strategic weapon that capable of channeling vast energy tides to annihilate an entire planet, as Loki had attempted with Jotunheim, but also a cornerstone of Asgard's dominance. With its advanced spatial teleportation technology, Odin could project his authority to every corner of the 9 realms at will. Should anyone dare challenge Asgard's might, the legions of Asgard could mobilize instantly, crushing all opposition in its infancy. Thus, repairing the Bifrost became Asgard's top priority. Day after day, Heimdall witnessed wars and slaughter erupting across the realms. Without Odin's suppression, conflicts among the races of the 9 realms had erupted violently, showing no signs of abating. Only the once backward and remote realm, Midgard, remained strangely peaceful. Relying on science and knowledge, those seemingly frail humans had even shed their reputation as a barren wasteland. Had Thor not returned from his travels on Midgard, Heimdall would never have believed that such a primitive world, one unlikely to ever birth a brilliant civilization, was now rapidly rising. In the blink of an eye, compared to the Asgardians' 5,000-year lifespans, Earth had progressed at an astonishing pace. The last time Asgard had descended upon Midgard was during the war with the Frost Giants, when Laufey sought to use the casket of ancient winters to plunge the planet into an ice age, creating a second home for his people. Odin had led his armies to stop him. Since then, Asgard had styled itself as the protector of the 9 realms, with Earth, then still in its primitive stages, included. Heimdall's gaze could pierce all 9 realms, but lately, his attention had lingered on Midgard. He couldn't help but marvel at humans, a peculiar species brimming with boundless creativity and imagination. Yet, despite such divine favor, they were also plagued by flaws, strife between nations, regional conflicts, clashing beliefs, and the collusion of governments and interest groups. These trivial matters shackled them, preventing the people of that world from lifting their eyes to the vast galaxy beyond. Like ignorant fools, they obsessed over the dirt beneath their feet, oblivious to the stars above. Heimdall often spoke with Odin, sharing the same unease. Asgard's history spanned tens of thousands of years, but since defeating the Dark Elves and Frost Giants, its progress had stagnated. Its people slumbered in the delusion of ruling the 9 realms, their ambition and creativity all but extinguished. The Asgard of centuries past was no different from today's. Odin's dominion seemed trapped in stagnation, while Earth, which was once in need of Asgard's protection, was sprinting forward, gradually closing the gap. When others were racing ahead, standing still was tantamount to falling behind. This reality weighed heavily on the Allfather, and as Odin's most trusted confidant, Heimdall felt the same. Asgard had rested on its laurels for too long. Their long lifespans stifled population growth, paling in comparison to Earth's humans. Moreover, after the war with the Frost Giants, prolonged peace had dulled their vigilance. Heimdall, any changes on Midgard? Thor strode forward, clad in majestic armor, Mjolnir in hand. The Rainbow Bridge, Bifrost, had long been rebuilt, but restoring its teleportation function would take more time. The view here is splendid. I never noticed before. The Asgardian prince had recently taken to visiting the observatory, often engaging Heimdall in lengthy conversations. The gatekeeper could see that Thor's time on Earth had matured him. Though the pride and valor of an Asgardian still coursed through his veins, he had grown in other ways. Why so concerned about Midgard? Or is there someone there who holds your heart? The towering Heimdall chuckled. He knew exactly why Thor frequented this place. The steadfast prince had clearly fallen for a certain Earth woman. Asgardians live long lives, Thor. From the perspective of choosing a mate, Midgardians are not ideal. Heimdall spoke earnestly. Time was cruel, it eroded all things, even the most beautiful of bonds. I know that, Heimdall. Thank you for the reminder. For once, Thor looked troubled. During his first visit to Earth, he had met a woman unlike any in Asgard. Due to his status as prince, Asgardian women were often submissive, lacking independent thought, even the warrior Sif was no exception. But Jane Foster was different. She possessed a captivating charm, her strength and self-reliance drawing Thor in. Her thirst for knowledge fascinated him. Yet, despite his ardor, Jane seemed to shy away, unwilling to embrace his advances. You are Asgard's future king, Thor. Surely your father and mother wish for you to find a worthy queen, one who can walk beside you through the ages. Heimdall spoke solemnly. He admired Thor's honesty and courage, and didn't wish to see the prince tormented by a doomed romance. Thor nodded absently, lost in thought. Once his mind was set, he rarely wavered, unless Jane herself rejected him, he wouldn't give up. But who would refuse the future king of Asgard? Where is Loki? Father said you saw him earlier. Thor changed the subject. Once the Bifrost was restored, he would need to quell the conflicts raging across the 9 realms. There'd be little time for matters of the heart. He vanished beyond the borders of the dark dimension, leaving the 9 realms behind. Heimdall leaned on his massive sword. He held no fondness for the scheming prince. Asgard revered strength and valor. Someone like Loki, who was physically weaker, could never hope to match Thor's popularity. By the way, Loki did visit Midgard briefly. But you know. He has ways to evade my sight. Thor glanced back at the golden spires of the palace. He was certain his troublesome brother would return to Asgard eventually, after all, this was his true home. Chapter 264, Chapter 263, A Thanksgiving Story. In the apartment of Baxter Building, the warm glow of the fireplace radiated heat throughout the living room. On the large-screen TV, the evergreen sitcom, Friends, played, punctuated by canned laughter following its humorous scenes. Jean lay curled up on the sofa, exuding an air of laziness like a cat nestled in its cozy spot, utterly unwilling to move. So, you really aren't going to come help? Wearing an apron and gloves, Sean was busy in the kitchen, preparing the holiday's essential turkey and other ingredients. Sorry, I've temporarily contracted a disease that makes me physically incapable of entering kitchens. Besides, I think you've got this handled, Jean replied, lying on her side with a teasing smile. Oh, and don't forget my favorite cranberry sauce and pumpkin pie. A wonderful Thanksgiving. Wow, I'm truly honored to prepare a grand feast for Ms. Jean Grey, Sean said with exaggerated enthusiasm as he stuffed the turkey with a mix of breadcrumbs, onions, salt, and pepper before sliding it into the oven. Today was Thanksgiving, a day when the entire city brimmed with the joy of family reunions. Unfortunately, Sean hadn't been part of such celebrations before. Gwen and Betty were at home with their parents, the runaway little girl was probably road tripping in her RV, and the Fantastic Four and Iron Man all had their own plans. Even the recently intimately acquainted Miss Scarlet had reportedly returned to Los Angeles for family visits, expressing deep regret in her voicemail. On this warm and cozy holiday, Sean, who usually enjoyed the company of many, found himself inexplicably alone. Karma truly was a wheel. Fortunately, Jean, who had surprisingly chosen not to spend the holiday with Professor Xavier in Westchester, had come over, saving him from a lonely and pitiful evening. If you keep this up, the professor will start complaining that I've stolen his favorite student, the young man remarked as he spread a red tablecloth over the dining table, lit a few flickering candles, and arranged plates of baked bread, sweet potatoes, and assorted desserts. The massive turkey in the oven emitted an enticing aroma. He won't. The professor might suspect something, but he hasn't said anything. Scott, on the other hand. You might want to watch out for him challenging you to a duel next time you visit the school. Jean spoke lazily, her eyes fixed on the sitcom as a faint smile played on her lips. Wow, I'll have to be ready for Scott to throw a glove in my face at any moment, Sean shrugged. He had recently enjoyed a rare stretch of peace. S.H.I.E.L.D. was busy overseeing the construction and launch of the helicarrier, so the ever-suspicious Director Fury hadn't had time to bother him, likely due to his unwavering faith in Agent Romanoff's professional skills. Meanwhile, Tony and Reed were fully immersed in developing the Ultron program. Sean wondered how S.H.I.E.L.D. would react to an artificial intelligence created by the combined efforts of Iron Man and Mr. Fantastic. Maybe Nick Fury would want to strangle them both. The much-debated Mutant Registration Act was gradually being implemented, sparking increasingly strong reactions. With a certain vice president championing the cause, Congress had introduced numerous policies to protect the rights of registered mutants, creating a virtuous cycle that attracted more mutants to join. Far away in Latveria, Victor Von Doom's missionary work was progressing smoothly. After all, the local gangs and old nobility who refused to join the Doom cult and pledge allegiance to Dr. Doom were dying off at an impressive rate. This convert or die approach was undeniably effective. Soon, Latveria would establish a solid theocratic regime. As for Magneto, the mutant leader had connected with Ulysses Klaue a week earlier, reaching a verbal agreement. However, now wasn't the ideal time to march into Wakanda. They needed to wait until the isolated African nation truly entered the world spotlight before Umbrella could make its move. While waiting for the turkey to finish, Sean hopped onto the sofa and pulled Jean's warm lazy form into his arms. Do you know the origin of Thanksgiving? Pressing close to her ear, he spoke as if he was telling a story by the fireplace. In 1620, 102 Puritans, unable to endure the persecution of the Church of England, boarded the famous Mayflower and sailed to America. They broke free from the Church's control, fled to the Netherlands, and later decided to migrate to the desolate lands across the Atlantic, hoping to live freely according to their religious beliefs. When they arrived, it was the dead of winter. Perhaps by God's grace, they received help from the natives, learning to hunt, fish, and grow corn. Under the guidance of the Wampanoag, the first settlers reaped a bountiful harvest. Following religious tradition and to express gratitude for the natives' generosity, the Puritans invited them to celebrate together. Jean wrapped her arms around Sean's neck and giggled. I heard this story when I was little. The young man kissed her forehead, a faint smile on his lips, before shifting the narrative. I'm sure your parents only told you the first half, how the Puritans and 90 Wampanoag gathered at dawn, firing celebratory shots before marching into a makeshift church to devoutly thank God. Then, they lit bonfires for a grand feast, serving delicious turkey to their native guests. They sang, danced, wrestled, raced, and reveled for 3 whole days. Sean paused, looking down at the beautiful woman in his arms before continuing. Do you know the Native American population when Columbus discovered the New World? Between 30 to 100 million. By the 1970s, fewer than 800,000 remained, forced into scattered reservations in remote wastelands. The oven dinged. Sean lifted Jean from the sofa and gently placed her in a chair at the dining table before bringing out the golden brown turkey, its mouth-watering aroma filling the air. Sorry for the untimely history lesson. I just wanted you to know that when everyone else is enjoying the holiday cheer, you're not the only one who feels out of place. After merging with the Phoenix, you might feel lost or confused, but none of that matters. Because you can always find your kindred spirit. Like me. Sean could tell Jean hadn't come over on a whim. Merging with the Phoenix Force had inevitably created a sense of isolation from the Xavier Institute. In this vast city, perhaps only he could fully accept her darker side. After a long silence, Jean smiled. The reason she hadn't stayed at the Institute was precisely because she felt different. As the Phoenix, merging with her darker self often plunged her into inexplicable self-doubt. Her attraction to Sean wasn't just due to the Phoenix Force's pull, it was also because she sensed in him the same complex and contradictory emotions. "Don't look at me like that. At least wait until after we've eaten the turkey," Sean said, raising a glass with a smile. "The night is still young." "Then I want to be on top," Jean murmured, biting her lip before downing the crimson wine in one go. Chapter 265, Chapter 264, The Prince's Revenge. Beyond the azure planet lay the vast and boundless darkness of the cosmos. This mysterious star system was occupied by the 9 realms, none of which were isolated. Tens of thousands of years ago, Asgard had already established connections with many civilizations. It was an era of brutal warfare. The legions of Asgard were invincible, and Allfather Odin, alongside his eldest daughter Hela, conquered the 9 realms with absolute martial might. The Valkyrie's reputation was unmatched, and the goddess of death struck fear into all hearts. Through relentless conquest, Asgard's glory and majesty radiated across the realms like the sun, resplendent and mighty. Even in distant star systems, the name of Asgard was renowned, shaking the galaxy. The overwhelming power of Allfather Odin was common knowledge. Yet, in the vast universe, nothing was eternal. Great civilizations would wither, shining stars would collapse, and even the sun, burning for billions of years, would one day fade. After conquering the 9 realms, Asgard halted its march. On one hand, Odin had grown weary of endless war, his people needed rest and prosperity. On the other, fear gnawed at his heart. His eldest daughter Hela's growth had far exceeded his expectations. As the goddess of death's fame spread, her connection to Asgard deepened. Odin feared his daughter's insatiable ambition and dreaded her desire to drag Asgard into perpetual war. As the king of the Aesir, he had to make a choice. Seated upon the throne as sovereign of the 9 realms, Odin dispatched the Valkyries at the peak of their power. After a bloody battle, the mighty Gungnir, which was forged from the wood of Yggdrasil and said to never miss its target, pierced Hela's chest. She was then imprisoned in Hel, reduced to a mere prisoner. The Allfather, intent on steering Asgard toward peace, rewrote history, burying the past and sealing all secrets within ancient tomes. The plunder and conquest of old were whitewashed with beautiful lies. Asgard. Only that fool Thor would believe his father is a benevolent and wise king. Loki's murmur was soon swallowed by the endless darkness. Drifting alone through the frigid abyss, his mind replayed the truths he had uncovered from the books. Unlike Thor, who had been groomed since childhood as the sole heir, trained by Odin himself in combat and leadership, and his authority firmly established in Asgard, Loki had been given no such opportunities. When Thor sparred with guards, Loki sat beside Queen Frigga, buried in the library's arcane tomes, lost in the world of magic and knowledge. But would Asgard ever accept a future king who spent his days in a library? By the time Thor earned his glorious title as the god of thunder, Loki had long lost any chance to catch up, and was forced to watch as his brother was crowned amidst fanfare. Ha, false affection. The disheveled prince of Asgard laughed bitterly at himself. No matter how sweet Odin's words were, the truth was clear. Thor was his favored son. A magical barrier shielded Loki's body as he withstood the deadly radiation storms of deep space. After leaving Earth, he had drifted along the routes of Yggdrasil, traversing desolate star systems far beyond the 9 realms. Here, Heimdall's gaze could not reach. Relying on his knowledge and secrets, Loki painstakingly sought traces of the Chitauri. The outer reaches of the cosmos were merciless. Unpredictable radiation storms and energy currents pushed Loki to the brink of death time and again. His handsome face was marred with wounds, his once elegant robes reduced to tatters. The once proud prince of Asgard now resembled a beggar. The only thing sustaining him was the venomous fire of vengeance burning in his heart. His pride had been trampled by Odin, and he felt utterly betrayed. He swore revenge. The throne of Asgard, and the sovereignty of the 9 realms, he wanted it all. With the backing of a certain cosmic tyrant, Loki would have the power to challenge Asgard. He saw clearly. Odin's strength waned by the day, his ambition gone. He no longer deserved the title of Allfather. Asgard. I will return in the most glorious fashion. Loki vowed. An ice-cold chill clung to him, but his frost-giant heritage spared him from freezing to death. The endless dark cosmos offered no sense of direction, and the grueling journey had nearly drained the last of his strength. Loki refused to give up. He had no home to return to, he would never grovel before Odin for forgiveness. His only hope lay with the Chitauri. Asgard's ancient texts had mentioned the origins and clues of the Infinity Stones, as well as a terrifying being renowned for conquest and slaughter across the cosmos. The Chitauri were his minions, cosmic pirates who plundered civilizations and resources. During his arduous journey, Loki gradually lost track of time. He set foot on a barren planet, its ground cold and hard like the ice caps of the Arctic. The desolate landscape was silent, save for countless massive boulders floating like an asteroid belt. Perhaps this is the place. Loki knew the Chitauri had no fixed homeworld. They roamed the cosmos, pillaging as they went. Their strength lay not in individual prowess, but in the cheap cannon fodder bred from their biotechnology, overwhelming enemies with sheer numbers. Sever their link to the hive mind, and their vast armies would crumble. He deduced that this was a Chitauri armory. Though its location was well hidden, it couldn't escape the cunning Prince of Asgard. An obscure text about realms beyond the Nine had revealed this secret. Before collapsing from exhaustion, Loki forced the forbidden name from his throat, Thanos. I must see the Great Master. He needed the Chitauri's response, or else he was as good as dead. These ruthless space pirates wouldn't hesitate to kill an Asgardian prince. And Odin certainly wouldn't lead an army beyond the 9 realms to avenge him. An Asgardian. How dare you speak the Supreme One's name? A Chitauri warrior stomped on Loki's head, his eyes gleaming with cold malice, as if crushing an insect. I bring news of the Infinity Stones. Gasping for breath, Loki barely managed the words. The shift in the Chitauri's gaze told him he would live. The Infinity Stones. I know where they are. With that, the Prince of Asgard promptly passed out. The silent, barren planet erupted like a powder keg struck by a spark, instantly alive with clamor. Clad in a dark golden robe, with his withered skin twitching, the Chitauri leader finally rasped. Take this Asgardian to meet the Great Master. Chapter 266, Chapter 265, Tokyo Trip. Rain was falling outside the window. Sean sat in his seat, his gaze fixed on the aircraft window. Outside was a dark night sky, with rain drifting through the clouds. Occasionally, he could catch a glimpse of flashing navigation lights, like faintly visible lighthouses on a stormy sea. Like drifting clouds, his thoughts continued to scatter. Sean was aboard a private jet heading to Tokyo. After a pleasant and peaceful week, someone troublesome had managed to pile a heap of tasks onto his plate. Yes, Sean was talking about the leisurely life of the Osborn heir. If his life were an 8 o'clock soap opera, Harry Osborn would undoubtedly be the female lead. Because every time the other got into trouble, Sean would inevitably find himself on the way to rescue or bail him out, whether it was the incident with S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Asgardians in New Mexico, or this trip to Tokyo. Why don't these people have the sense to pick on S.H.I.E.L.D. or Tony Stark instead? Do they think I'm an easy target? Sean muttered. As the subject of his inquiry, Skynet remained silent. As one of the most powerful artificial intelligences on the planet, it probably understood that Sean's emotions were currently in an unstable state. As a rising star in the biomedical industry, Oscorp Industries had quickly monopolized the upstream industry chain through gene therapy and limb regeneration technology, maintaining a close partnership with Japan's leading company, Yashida Pharmaceuticals. 2 days earlier, Harry had taken a private jet to Tokyo to attend a recently held pharmaceutical exhibition. As a partner of Yashida Pharmaceuticals, he was warmly received upon arrival. However, 8 hours later, all traces of the young Osborn disappeared from Tokyo, wiped clean. Upon receiving the news, Sean activated Skynet surveillance, hacking into the city's cameras and signal hotspots to locate the missing Harry. He wasn't in immediate danger, but had temporarily lost his freedom. It seemed that the Hydra branch rooted in Japan had set its sights on Umbrella's biotechnology. Perhaps due to Sean's good relationship with the Department of Defense and his complex connections with numerous superheroes, Hydra had clearly not targeted the founder of Umbrella, but instead aimed for his college classmate and business partner, Harry Osborn. I feel like something strange is going to happen, Sean mused. Under the influence of the butterfly effect, the trajectory of this world was gradually shifting, slipping beyond his control. The feeling of no longer being in complete control was undoubtedly frustrating, but it was also filled with novelty and the unknown, stirring a sense of excitement in the young man. For instance, this trip to Tokyo gave him a strange premonition that Hydra would give him a surprise. A quick glance at recent news revealed that Tokyo had been far from peaceful lately. Every night, there were frequent reports of vicious attacks by large animals. Despite the police mobilizing extensive resources to investigate, they had yet to provide the public with a satisfactory explanation. Especially as the number of victims continued to rise, the police commissioner had issued a curfew banning nighttime outings in an attempt to keep the casualty count within a manageable range. Considering Yashida Pharmaceuticals' role in the original timeline and Hydra's penchant for causing trouble, Sean couldn't help but entertain a bold idea. Resident Evil? Or Tokyo Ghoul, the young man wondered. Logically speaking, as the founder of Umbrella, shouldn't he be the one using viruses to create bioweapons and trigger a zombie apocalypse? However, it seemed Hydra was hellbent on stealing the spotlight in that area. As the plane navigated through the turbulent clouds, Sean tapped his fingers on the table. Before facing cosmic overlords and alien armies, a little appetizer wouldn't hurt. The plane landed at the airport under the cover of night. A red-haired woman carrying a sheathed katana and a tall ragged man boarded the waiting car. The men sat in the back seat, unshaven and dressed in tattered clothes, resembling a wild man from the deep mountains. The driver, dressed in a black suit with a stern expression, couldn't help but glance at him several times until the red-haired woman shot him a sharp look, reminding him of his impropriety. According to Japanese etiquette, if the driver hadn't been behind the wheel, he would have likely bowed at a 90-degree angle and knelt on the ground, begging the red-haired woman for forgiveness with a panicked heart. This wasn't an exaggeration. As described in The Chrysanthemum and the Sword, Japanese society emphasizes hierarchical order, using different levels of honorifics, daily bows, and even kneeling. The workplace is filled with astonishing rules and regulations, with each level and position strictly defined. Overstepping would inevitably lead to punishment. The man, however, didn't care about the driver's odd looks. He leaned back in his seat, the car window reflecting the dazzling neon lights. It seemed like he hadn't been in contact with the outside world for a long time, leaving him momentarily dazed. Don't let the surface glamour deceive you. Japan is currently in its darkest period. The red-haired woman spoke in a peculiar tone, as if prophesying something or offering a kind reminder. She continued, many believe that once Yashida-sama passes, shadows will descend. The men looked at the massive billboards they passed, advertising Yashida Pharmaceuticals. It was said they were developing a new drug to slow the aging process of human cells, and it was currently in clinical trials. You think he's a god? The man asked in a flat tone. No, we believe he's a mortal, but one with extraordinary achievements. After World War II, it was Yashida-sama who helped rebuild this nation, and his family's enterprise became Japan's #1 giant. The red-haired woman's eyes were filled with fervor, but the men remained noncommittal. In his long life, he had never believed in any gods, at least, none had ever appeared to him. The Japanese luxury car drove into a spacious courtyard, the official residence of the Yashida family. Everywhere were security personnel in suits, openly carrying firearms without a hint of concealment. Quite a lot of bodyguards, the men remarked. Perhaps due to the beast-like instincts within him, he sensed a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. He couldn't help but recall the red-haired woman's words, that Japan was in its darkest period. Attacks, kidnappings, assassinations, these are constant threats here. The mob and criminals are growing stronger, while the government's control is weakening. The red-haired woman's expression was grave. The nation was teetering on the edge of danger, and the terrifying creatures lurking in the shadows were rising. At some point, Tokyo had begun to circulate urban legends of nighttime horrors. Stories of man-eating monsters spread like wildfire online. Those who ventured out at night would be dragged into dark alleys or shadowy corners, only to be found the next morning as mutilated, incomplete corpses. At first, the government could suppress the spread of rumors, but as the number of victims grew and such incidents became more frequent, panic quickly spread. Even with the police mobilizing extensive resources, it was difficult to contain. Every citizen in Tokyo knows not to go out at night, the red-haired woman said, casting a warning glance at the man undergoing a full-body search to ensure he wasn't carrying weapons. Chapter 267, Chapter 266, An Old Acquaintance. The rain poured down in torrents, and dark clouds blotted out the sky. A flash of silver lightning split the heavens, followed by a low, rumbling thunder. Logan strode out of the bathroom, his hair and beard bristling, his brows furrowed and eyes glaring like an enraged wolf. 20 minutes earlier, he had just endured the worst bath of his life. 3 elderly women in kimonos had scrubbed his body with long brushes that scraped painfully against his skin, all while chattering away in incomprehensible Japanese, their noise grating enough to make his head spin. The Wolverine who had never backed down from a fight had nearly unsheathed his adamantium claws in frustration. Sure, he had spent some time living in the wilderness, where hygiene wasn't exactly a priority, and before arriving in Tokyo, he had looked like a vagrant. But that bath had left him feeling violated, as if he'd been assaulted. The Yashida estate stood along Tokyo Bay, sprawling across vast grounds. From its vantage point, one could gaze out at the rushing rivers and towering skyscrapers in the distance, a truly breathtaking view. Logan followed the red-haired woman, Yukio, who was now dressed in a kimono, down a long traditionally styled corridor. To his right stood an antique folding screen painted with famous scenes from the Warring States period. Through the open shoji screens on the left, he could see stern-faced bodyguards in suits patrolling at regular intervals beneath the eaves, their watchful presence creating an atmosphere of tense vigilance. Truth be told, Logan still couldn't shake the surreal feeling of standing inside this ancient Tokyo mansion. Just 10 hours ago, he had been living like a wild man in the remote mountains of a small Canadian town. Since Stryker's death, this lone wolf, forever drifting without a home, had left the relative safety of the Xavier Institute and set out on the road again, wandering the world. As the professor had once said, for Logan, immortality was an inescapable curse. It meant he would always be alone, forever denied the warmth of family or love. Though the Wolverine appeared young and strong, his true age was more than double that of Charles Xavier. When he had first joined the Institute, it wasn't just the pull of his fellow mutants that drew him in, it was the hope of reclaiming his lost memories. But with Stryker buried beneath the ruins of Alkali Lake's dam, those forgotten years were gone forever, lost to time. Even Jean Grey had briefly captured his heart, but Logan could never stay for long, and he had no reason to. After the professor and Sean formed their alliance, he had shouldered his pack and left, wandering until the red-haired woman named Yukio had found him. Pushing open a pair of heavy wooden doors adorned with an archaic dragon painting, Logan laid eyes on the men he had come to meet. Ichiro Yashida. The frail old man lying on the hospital bed was also the head of Yashida Industries, a corporate titan whose influence could shake the entire nation with a single step. Stepping into the intensive care unit, Logan took in the array of life support machines surrounding the bed. A blonde woman in a surgical mask issued orders, Yashida's personal doctor, judging by her authority. Even the loose white coat she wore couldn't hide her striking figure. Wolverine. Yashida's voice was weak as he addressed Logan. The old man whose face was mottled with age spots and deep wrinkles looked like a candle flickering in the wind. You haven't changed a bit. Not that I'm surprised. Yashida's clouded eyes gleamed for a moment before he dismissed his doctor, Dr. Green. The multi-articulated metal bed shifted like a living spine, propping the dying man up. All these years. I've wanted to thank you for saving my life. He paused, wheezing between sentences. Logan glanced at the monitors displaying vital signs. Even without medical knowledge, the organ scans and fluctuating data made it clear that this industrial magnate was truly on the brink of death. Noticing Logan's gaze lingering on a large folding screen, Yashida explained, that painting was brought from my birthplace. It depicts the skill and bravery of the shinobi, warriors who served my family for centuries. The artwork showed black-clad ninjas locked in brutal combat with armored samurai on horseback, blades clashing, blood spraying, a scene of cold and ruthless violence. I didn't bring you here just to express my gratitude, Yashida said solemnly, Logan. I want to repay you. With something no one else can give, a gift worthy of the life you saved. Logan shook his head, I don't need anything in return. He and Yashida had met at the end of World War II, in the summer of 1945. Back then, Logan had been a prisoner of the Japanese military, locked up with other American soldiers. Thanks to his superhuman stamina and volatile temper, Logan had earned special treatment, being chained inside a well. Then, on August 6, AB-29 dropped an atomic bomb on Nagasaki. And Yashida Ichiro had been there. Though Japan's defeat was inevitable by then, their fanatical resistance in places like Okinawa had caused heavy Allied casualties. To force a swift surrender, President Truman and military leaders had chosen Hiroshima and Nagasaki as targets. As the eldest son of his family, Yashida should have died in that blast, his name etched on a memorial. But a single act of mercy had spared him. Terrified of death, unwilling to commit seppuku, Yashida had stood frozen as the blinding light erupted, followed by the cataclysmic explosion. Like a monstrous beast, flames and smoke devoured everything in their path. Yashida had stood there clutching his sword, utterly lost. And then, Logan had saved him. The Wolverine had thrown the stunned soldier into the well and endured the nuclear inferno with nothing but his own indestructible body. Young Yashida had watched as this man emerged from the flames with his flesh charred beyond recognition, only to heal completely within minutes. Immortality is a curse. It haunts you like a ghost. Every loss cuts deeper, until the pain erodes your will to live. You lose your purpose, becoming a lone wolf, a ronin without a master. Gasping for breath, Yashida mustered his remaining strength and sat up slightly, his eyes burning into Logan's. I can end it. I can free you from immortality, and let you live as a normal man. He gestured weakly, and Yukio stepped forward, handing Logan a thick dossier, the memories he had spent decades searching for. Through his family's connections and other hidden channels, Yashida had uncovered everything. You've suffered long enough, Logan. I know your past. Chapter 268, Chapter 267, Memories in the Past. With an uncharacteristic sense of unease, Logan flipped through the thick dossier Yashida had prepared for him. As he pored over the photographs and documents, the floodgates of his memory began to loosen. In 1845, an unprecedented murder took place in the Northwest Territories of Canada. One night, a drunken gardener shot and killed the master of the estate with a double-barreled shotgun. The shock of witnessing this triggered the mutant gene in young James, the master's son, causing bone claws to erupt from his arms, which he used to kill the murderer, Logan. But the truth was far more twisted. The dead gardener was actually James' biological father. The terrified child fled the estate and survived alongside his half-brother, Victor Creed. Both were mutants, blessed, or cursed, with unnaturally long lifespans. The two brothers fought in the American Civil War, the Battle of Verdun in World War I, the Normandy landings in World War II, and even the Vietnam War. They had lived through the entirety of American history, until they were eventually recruited by one Colonel William Stryker and inducted into a Black Ops military unit. After one particularly brutal massacre, Logan, still known as James Howlett at the time, grew weary of the endless killing. He deserted Stryker's team and retreated to the Canadian Rockies, where he worked as a lumberjack. It was there that he adopted the name Logan and fell in love with a woman named Kayla, building a life with her. Had the story ended there, it would have been a simple tale of a lone wolf finding peace. But reality rarely offers fairy tale endings. Kayla, codenamed Silver Fox, was also a mutant, and she had approached Logan with ulterior motives. Around the same time, his long-lost brother, Victor Creed, aka Sabretooth, resurfaced, bringing a storm of trouble in his wake. Betrayal, murder, and a web of conspiracies followed. Eventually, Logan was convinced by Stryker to undergo the Weapon X procedure, where his skeleton was infused with liquid adamantium, transforming his bones into an unbreakable metal frame and replacing his bone claws with indestructible blades. I expended vast resources to track down that lumber camp in Canada, to retrieve Stryker's classified files, to piece together your past, the memories you lost. Yashida's voice was hoarse but intense. Logan, immortality is no blessing. And I can take it from you. The revelation hit Logan like a physical blow. He had never known he had a brother, a lover, that he had been a super soldier who fought in 2 world wars, possibly even alongside Captain America himself in the Howling Commandos. All those faded half-remembered moments were stolen from him by an adamantium bullet. Stryker had tried to kill him, but instead, he had only erased Logan's past. I am not ready to die, but you are. Yashida's voice dragged Logan back to the present. You could return to a normal life. Fall in love, have children, grow old, and die peacefully when your time comes. Logan set the dossier down. Ravaged by cancer, the frail old man lying on the hospital bed stared at him with desperate hunger, like a starving beast eyeing its prey. The Wolverine knew that look all too well. Listen, I'm glad we met again. But I only came here to say goodbye. As Logan turned to leave, Yashida's skeletal hand shot out, gripping his wrist with surprising strength. Everything I've built, it cannot crumble. This country needs me, Wolverine. But Logan didn't look back. He needed time to process the storm of memories now swirling in his mind. Ironically, the lone wolf had spent decades searching for his past. Now that he had found it, he felt no joy, only confusion. Outside, the storm raged on, lightning slashed across the sky like frenzied serpents. The world was swallowed in wind and rain. I thought Tokyo was supposed to be hot. Sean muttered as he descended the steps. The red-clad woman escorting him didn't understand the lame joke. She silently held a black umbrella over them both as rain lashed down. The two slid into the waiting car, the driver pretending not to notice how the legendary Black Sky, the sole ruler of the hand who was worshipped by legions of ninja, nestled comfortably against the man's chest. This city is drowning in shadows, Elektra murmured, listening to the steady rhythm of Sean's heartbeat. After severing the hand's 5 fingers, she had, under Sean's guidance, turned Hell's Kitchen into her personal kingdom alongside Wesley. Simultaneously, she had been consolidating the hand's vast influence. Far from collapsing after its restructuring, the hand had grown even stronger under centralized leadership, acquiring Rand Enterprises, and forging business ties with Yashida Pharmaceuticals. As Sean had said, a single fist strikes harder than 5 fingers. Wesley mentioned unusual activity here in Japan. Sean mused. At the time, I dismissed it as Yashida's publicity stunt for some new product, cell rejuvenation and enhanced vitality, things Umbrella is also researching. His voice was warm, carrying a reassuring strength that made Elektra relax. Tell me everything. Harry's disappearance, the urban legends of man-eating monsters, Yashida's secrets. I suspect they're all connected. He stroked her dark hair absently. The Yashida clan and the Hand have collaborated for centuries, Elektra explained. Our ninja helped them control the shogunate during the Kamakura era. When the regime fell, both organizations went underground, only to re-emerge after Japan's defeat in World War II, rebuilding their empires with vast wealth. As the Hand's sole leader, Elektra knew more about its history than most. Though the 5 fingers had spread across different nations, Japan remained its strongest stronghold. Murakami used the dragon bone elixir to bribe politicians and tycoons. Ichiro Yashida was among them. But when the dragon bones ran out, the cancer-stricken old man abandoned the Hand, and turned to another power. Hydra. Sean raised an eyebrow. Elektra nodded. If the Hand ruled Japan's underworld, the Yashida family's influence was even more terrifying. Post-World War II, they had invested aggressively, buying land and infiltrating every industry across the nation, pharmaceuticals, energy, military manufacturing. Their roots ran deep, like an ancient tree strangling the country from within. What exactly are they developing? Sean wondered aloud. In the original timeline, the dying Ichiro Yashida had simply sought to steal Logan's healing factor to prolong his own life. But now, thanks to the butterfly effect, the conspiracy seemed far more intricate. Given Hydra's technological prowess, their collaboration with Yashida was unlikely to be for humanitarian purposes. Elektra's answer was a single, ominous phrase. The progenitor virus. Chapter 269, Chapter 268, The Progenitor Virus. Ichiro Yashida was diagnosed with malignant tumors about 6 months ago. The cancer cells spread rapidly, and current medical technology simply couldn't cure it. Elektra accompanied Sean to the hotel they were staying at, located right by Tokyo Bay. The dazzling light stretching across the bay flickered amidst the storm, appearing and disappearing like a hazy dreamlike beauty. The young man stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze piercing through the misty rain to vaguely make out the Yashida estate on the opposite shore. The towering ancient mansion loomed like a silent beast crouching by Tokyo Bay. At that time, the hand had already used the last remaining dragon bone elixir on me. So Yashida Ichiro, being terrified of death, ruthlessly cast aside his former partners and threw himself into the arms of Hydra. Elektra pulled out a bottle of high-end red wine from the cabinet, serving Sean with the grace of an attendant, welcoming him to Tokyo with the finest hospitality. The young man picked up the wine glass on the table, swirling the deep crimson liquid, its rich aroma filling the air. He had already pieced together the sequence of events. One of Hydra's factions stationed in Japan had approached Yashida Ichiro, luring him with the promise of prolonged life and securing the trust and investment of this Japanese business tycoon. Over the past 6 months, Yashida Pharmaceuticals has poured billions into biotech research, even secretly establishing a lab and stockpiling large quantities of adamantium. As a result, many of the small and medium-sized enterprises under the Yashida family are on the brink of bankruptcy. Once Yashida Ichiro dies, the massive debts and unrecoverable investments will be exposed, and the Yashida family will plummet from the heavens straight into the dirt. Elektra neatly summarized the intelligence gathered by the hand. When she said this country was drowning in shadows, it was because the collapse of the Yashida family would trigger a domino effect, potentially leading to the complete economic collapse of Japan. So what's the deal with the progenitor virus? Sean swirled his wine glass as flashes of lightning illuminated the window. Outside, the storm raged, rain pelting against the glass like bullets. As the founder of Umbrella, hearing about the progenitor virus from someone else felt oddly surreal. Those Hydra bastards were totally stealing his thunder. Researching viruses, unleashing them upon the world, spreading panic, and destroying civilization, these were the classic duties of a supervillain. That was his role to play. Why weren't those Nazi remnants busy fighting S.H.I.E.L.D.? What were they doing in this island nation, playing Resident Evil? The Yashida family purged the hand's black-clad ninjas and replaced them with entirely new security personnel. The progenitor virus is their most closely guarded secret. All I know is that Hydra discovered a plant called the Stairway of the Sun in the tribal ruins of West Africa. It contains a form of viral agent, and the serum extracted from it can enhance human abilities and extend lifespan. A faint smirk tugged at Sean's lips. He tapped his miniature earpiece, using Skynet's capabilities to infiltrate Hydra's Japanese branch database, searching for related keywords. Half a year ago, Yashida Ichiro had secretly established a lab in Yokohama dedicated to researching the progenitor virus and adamantium. Countless encrypted files and data archives were silently copied. On this planet, there was no firewall Skynet couldn't breach, not even the nuclear launch codes classified as top secret in the White House. Sean skimmed through the data at lightning speed. From a biological perspective, the viral agent extracted from the Stairway of the Sun had properties that could accelerate human evolution, hence its ability to enhance physical capabilities and prolong life. However, the toxins in the virus would also overstimulate the human immune system, leading to systemic inflammation, necrosis of the skin and outer tissues, massive fluid loss, and secondary infections from various diseases. This would result in sepsis, severe shock, and ultimately, death. According to the lab's clinical data, hundreds had already died this way, with an almost non-existent survival rate. Only a tiny fraction of individuals experienced mutations in their immune receptors after infection, preventing the virus's superantigen toxins from overstimulating their cells. But these people would transform into something else entirely, losing all human rationality, acting on instinct, possessing terrifying resilience, and harboring an insatiable hunger for flesh. Those Hydra troublemakers had accidentally stumbled upon the creation of zombies, biological weapons of mass destruction. So they targeted Umbrella because they wanted the human enhancement serum. Sean connected all the dots. Hydra's research on the progenitor virus had strayed from its original purpose, instead yielding various bioweapons. But what Yashida Ichiro wanted wasn't to become a mindless zombie, he craved prolonged life and restored youth. Unfortunately, his massive investments had yet to bear fruit. Clearly, Hydra's current progress wasn't enough to satisfy Yashida Ichiro. So the old man had prepared a backup plan, finding Wolverine, Logan, and attempting to extract his healing factor to extend his own life. At the same time, to compensate for the flaws in the progenitor virus, they sought the genetic recombination formula from Umbrella's human enhancement serum, hoping to create a perfect super soldier serum. Harry's kidnapping, Wolverine's arrival in Tokyo, the frequent cannibalistic incidents. Sean clapped his hands together, inwardly marveling at the unfolding drama. What an entertaining spectacle. He mused. Elektra looked at him softly, asking, "What do you plan to do?" Originally, she had been overwhelmed by this chain of events. The Hand couldn't openly oppose the Yashida family, and Hydra's influence was steadily encroaching, squeezing their foothold in Japan. If no solution was found, it wouldn't be long before the Hand was completely eradicated or driven out of the country. As its sole leader in the vessel of the Black Sky, Elektra had been at her wits' end. That was until Sean's arrival, which calmed her restless heart. After all, from the moment she had met him, this young man had never failed. Whether facing the Hand's Five Fingers or Hell's Kitchen street-level heroes. I can't intervene directly, that would draw attention from both Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. So finding a collaborator is the best approach. Sean set down his wine glass, his fingers trailing through Elektra's dark hair. A faint smile played on his lips. Yashida Ichiro and Hydra are definitely not ideal partners. They're like gamblers who've lost their minds. One is terrified of death, the other consumed by madness. And they even set their sights on Umbrella. Next is Logan. That lone wolf probably has no idea what's going on. Given his reckless nature, once he learns the truth, he'll likely storm the Yashida estate and rip the old man's head off. After mentally sifting through potential candidates, Sean finally settled on his collaborator. He needed to appear as an uninvolved bystander. Jumping straight into the Yashida family's internal strife would seem far too suspicious. Elektra listened quietly to his musings before asking softly, "When do we act?" Sean shook his head, replying, "No. For now, we do nothing. We wait for the prey to come to us." Given the Yashida family's immense influence in Tokyo, Sean was certain news of his arrival had already reached Yashida Ichiro. Perhaps tomorrow, someone would come knocking. The night is long. Rather than dwelling on these tedious troubles, why not do something more meaningful? With that, Sean swept Elektra into his arms, carrying the Hand Soul Leader bridal style toward the plush bed in the bedroom. Outside, the storm raged on, thunder rumbling. Inside, however, the air was thick with passion and whispered moans. Chapter 270, Chapter 269, Turbulent Undercurrents. Mr. Cyphers, it's a pleasure to meet you. Yashida Shingen fervently grasped the young man's hand, his stern and rigid face forcing out a stiff smile. As the eldest son of the Yashida family, he normally wouldn't need to lower himself or adopt such an ingratiating attitude toward anyone. But the man sitting across from him, Sean Cyphers, was crowned with countless dazzling accolades, founder of Umbrella, a favored guest of the Department of Defense, a rising star with extensive connections and a bright future. No matter how high Yashida Shingen's status was in Japan, putting on airs in front of this man was simply out of the question. I assume Mr. Yashida knows why I'm here. Sean didn't beat around the bush, cutting straight to the point. My good friend, Harry Osborn, has been missing for nearly 40 hours. After attending the pharmaceutical exhibition hosted by your company, the Oscorp private jet returned, but its owner never boarded. It's all very peculiar. Before Mr. Cyphers arrived in Tokyo, we were already informed of this grave news. We immediately notified the Tokyo Metropolitan Police, reviewed surveillance footage along the route from the hotel to the airport, and contacted both civil aviation and air defense authorities. I deeply apologize for our oversight in allowing such an incident to befall Mr. Harry Osborn. But rest assured, the Yashida family will spare no effort to deliver a satisfactory resolution. Yashida Shingen spoke with earnest sincerity, his hands pressed firmly on his knees as he delivered this solemn promise. From a procedural standpoint, the eldest son of the Yashida family had handled things impeccably, leaving no room for Sean to exploit any lapses. As the heir to one of Japan's most powerful financial conglomerates, he had already lowered himself to this degree. If Sean were to press further, he would lose the moral high ground. After all, Harry hadn't disappeared during the exhibition, he had vanished afterward. Frankly, the Yashida family bore little responsibility. As long as they prevented U.S. government intervention, the matter could be downplayed. At worst, it was the abduction of Oscorp's CEO, at best, it was just another brazen kidnapping in a world full of reckless outlaws. Even Kennedy had been shot, hadn't he? Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Yashida. I won't forget this friendship. Sean didn't elaborate. He knew Yashida Shingen might genuinely be unaware of the truth. In the original timeline, this man had been nothing more than a tragic figure, a victim of his delusional father's madness, left with nothing in the end. To prolong his life, Yashida Ichiro had secretly funneled billions into a joint laboratory with Hydra, purchasing vast quantities of adamantium through covert channels, all behind the backs of company shareholders. If exposed, it would undoubtedly tarnish the family's reputation and jeopardize corporate operations. As his son, Yashida Shingen was fully aware of this but chose to help his father conceal the truth, believing such filial devotion would secure his inheritance of the family empire. Little did he know that Yashida Ichiro, in his desperate quest for immortality, had already chosen his daughter, Mariko, as his successor, callously casting aside his dutiful son without a shred of familial sentiment. Sean knew all this, which was precisely why he had singled out Yashida Shingen as his collaborator. The man had legitimate succession rights yet posed no real threat. Once Hydra was dealt with, the Hand could seamlessly take over, placing Japan's largest financial conglomerate firmly under Sean's control. I'll be staying in Tokyo for a few days while awaiting results. After some brief pleasantries, Sean addressed Yashida Shingen as the latter rose to leave. My father is gravely ill and currently unable to receive guests. I hope Mr. Cyphers will understand. Oh, and try not to go out at night. Tokyo hasn't been very safe lately. Yashida Shingen hesitated before offering this warning. What a shame. I was rather curious about Japan's entertainment culture and nightlife. Seems I won't get the chance to experience it. With this feigned lament, Yashida Shingen exited the room, his expression dark. Deep down, he prayed his father hadn't orchestrated this. No matter how much influence the Yashida family wielded in this country, provoking Oscorp and Umbrella would exact a devastating price. Kidnapping Harry Osborn. If word got out, the entire family would crumble. He couldn't stand idly by while his deranged father dragged both family and nation into an abyss of ruin. Though he didn't know exactly what Yashida Ichiro was plotting, the diversion of company funds and the recent spate of cannibalistic monster incidents in the news suggested nothing good. Father. Yashida Shingen's face twisted with unease. Yashida Estate. Dr. Green. The elderly man in the intensive care unit called out weakly. The private physician in the white coat approached the bedside, removing her mask to reveal a strikingly beautiful face. Her emerald green eyes gleamed like precious gemstones. Did you retrieve the human enhancement serum formula from Harry Osborn? Yashida Ichiro asked. No. That fool knew nothing about Umbrella's actual operations or research projects. But fortunately, Sean Cyphers has delivered himself to our doorstep. The alluring doctor replied softly, her eyes brimming with a sultry charm as she grasped the old man's withered arm. Don't worry, Mr. Yashida. You'll soon regain your health. Yashida Ichiro seized the doctor's wrist with surprising strength. You said the same thing half a year ago. Every day, he lived in terror of death, his body, like an ancient tree, hollowed out by the relentless spread of cancer. What use was boundless wealth and prestige if he couldn't enjoy any of it? I refuse to watch the empire I built crumble. Shingen is a rigid fool, clinging to outdated notions of duty and patriotism. And Mariko, she's far too young. Yashida Ichiro muttered to himself, his clouded eyes suddenly flashing with manic intensity as he glared at the smirking Dr. Green. To survive, I've made deals with devils like you, forsaking both family and nation. I don't want bioweapons, I want the elixir of immortality. A hoarse roar erupted from his frail body. Yashida Ichiro had lost all patience, no longer willing to endure the torment of waiting for death. Dr. Green's lips curled into an enchanting smile as she slowly withdrew her hand from his grasp. I can suppress that wolf's healing factor, strip him of his gifts, and transfer them to you. The plan has long been set. What are you still afraid of, Mr. Yashida? Gazing at the old man driven half-mad by illness, she spoke in a soothing tone, as if comforting a petulant child. Obtaining the healing factor is just the first step. Then we acquire Umbrella's human enhancement serum to synthesize the perfect genetic enhancing agent. Once Yashida Pharmaceuticals launches this new product, the financial losses will be recouped in no time. Under the lull of her voice, the agitated Yashida Ichiro gradually calmed. With a faint smile, Dr. Green turned and strode away. Only once out of sight did she pull a handkerchief from her pocket, scrubbing her hand with visible disgust. Disgusting old fool. Chapter 271, Chapter 270, Monsters. Yokohama, Secret Base. A solitary island stood in the distance, its abandoned watchtower looming over rusted steel structures, overgrown weeds, and crumbling walls draped in cobwebs. The collapsed walls and load-bearing pillars formed a desolate ruin blanketed in thick dust, as if untouched by human footsteps for years. This place had once been a supply station for passing ships, destroyed in an earthquake years prior. The government had no interest in funding its restoration, and as ports and industrial zones sprouted along the coast, this location was gradually forgotten. A ferry docked at the shore. Dr. Green, who had temporarily left the Yashida estate, stepped off the boat. The alluring private physician had flaxen shoulder-length curls, a green bodysuit beneath her beige coat, and long slender legs that exuded an intoxicating charm. In the distance, the sea and sky merged into a single line. Dark clouds hung low, and white waves crashed against jagged reefs, shattering into sprays of fine droplets. The rhythmic sound of the tide washing ashore played on repeat, monotonous and unchanging. Under the overcast sky, the private doctor of a prestigious family appearing on this desolate island was nothing short of eerie. She hardly looked like an outdoor enthusiast. Dr. Green strode into the watchtower, her high heels clicking against the floor. The interior reeked of decay. Standing in the center, she waited for no more than 10 seconds before the tiles beneath her feet suddenly sank with a dull rumbling noise. After a brief moment of darkness, blinding light flooded in from above. Who would have guessed that beneath this long-abandoned watchtower lay a Hydra secret laboratory? The illuminated steel structure bustled with researchers in white lab coats. Dr. Green moved unimpeded, as if her status granted her unrestricted access. The alloy doors separating different zones slid open automatically, as though no clearance was required. Standing on the upper levels, she gazed down at the subterranean lab, which operated like a well-oiled machine. Progress report. Dr. Marcus has combined leech gene fragments with the progenitor virus, isolating an entirely new strain. It primarily enhances the ability to recombine genetic factors. A lab manager clutching a research log replied respectfully. Dr. Green was merely an identity she used with the Yashida family. This seductive woman's real name was Ophelia Sarkissian, a high-ranking Hydra operative known as Madam Hydra, a master of toxins, immune to poisons herself, and a skilled spy and infiltration expert. The renowned Madam Hydra waved her hand dismissively. Show me the test subjects directly. She had no interest in complex research data. She wanted to see the infected subjects with her own eyes. The manager nodded obediently, leading her via elevator to the third level. Behind reinforced glass partitions, humanoid creatures roamed and roared. They had lost all semblance of humanity, their skin appeared rotten and peeled away, exposing raw muscle fibers and internal organs. Their powerful bodies radiated strength, with red and white sinews coiled like steel cables. Veins bulged like tangled blue snakes, and their arms had evolved into sharp, bony claws. Just their appearance alone was intimidating. These are tyrants, Dr. Marcus, the lab's lead researcher, proudly announced, my magnum opus. While most organisms can't adapt to this new virus's mutations, those that do undergo unprecedented physical transformations. The virus accelerates their metabolism. We've tested them, even under machine gun fire or grenade explosions, tyrants can survive and slowly regenerate. Their strength and endurance are vastly enhanced. They are perfect bioweapon. Dr. Marcus preened, subtly glancing at the Hydra executive, hoping for lavish praise. Good. Keep improving them. But Madam Hydra barely acknowledged him, her tone indifferent. Her gaze fixated on the crimson-eyed, frenzied test subjects. Compared to the previous inferior products, zombies, these tyrants were far more formidable. Yet flaws remained. Hydra wanted an army of fearless bioweapons, not a world-ending viral plague. If they couldn't obey orders like super soldiers or coordinate effectively, these progenitor virus-derived creatures were only cannon fodder. And worse, they weren't even cheap. A 0.01% survival rate meant exorbitant costs. Have the escaped first-generation specimens been recaptured? Feeling Madam Hydra's cold stare, Dr. Marcus trembled. He knew all too well what had happened to his predecessor. Negligence had allowed 3 first-gen progenitor variants to escape, earning him a gruesome fate of being thrown into the zombie containment chamber as live feed. The agonized screams as he was torn apart still haunted Marcus's nightmares. We're tracking them. They resemble humans, sharing the same appearance and emotional capacity, but with infectious abilities. Once they blend into society, they're nearly impossible to identify. Sweat dripped down Marcus's forehead. Those 3 escaped specimens, dubbed ghouls, were monsters born from progenitor virus mutations. Unlike mindless zombies, they retained human forms, cognitive abilities, and emotions, alongside infectious traits. Their only similarity to zombies. Ghouls also fed on human flesh and had evolved specialized predatory organs. Capture them. At any cost. Madam Hydra's voice was steel. Compared to tyrants and zombies, ghouls held far greater value. They retained basic human intellect and learning capacity, with enhanced physical attributes across the board. With proper training, they could form a formidable army overnight. Monsters can never fully mimic humans. They'll expose themselves through hunting and feeding. These traits are etched into their DNA. No amount of hiding will change that. Madam Hydra's lips curled into a venomous smile as she regarded Dr. Marcus, like a serpent flicking its tongue. Tokyo is now a vast hunting ground. The ghouls won't remain hidden for long. Have those useless police pinpoint high-frequency cannibalism zones. Like animals, these first-gens each claim their own hunting territories. They'll slip up soon enough. Dr. Marcus nodded. Hydra operatives embedded in Japan's upper echelons had already established a special unit, CCG, to hunt the ghouls. Those escaped first-gens possessed infectious capabilities. Left unchecked, all of Tokyo could become a playground for monsters. Chapter 272, Chapter 271, Hunting Grounds. The taxi stopped at the east exit of Shinjuku Station, the location of Tokyo's most famous red light district, Kabukicho. This place was liveliest after 11 or 12 at night, teeming with tourists. It housed 3,000 maid cafes, host clubs, adult video stores, touch clubs, game arcades, some with gambling elements, and numerous Japanese yakuza groups. Every imaginable form of entertainment could be found here. The middle-aged driver who looked like a seasoned veteran threw Sean a knowing smile from the front seat. This place doesn't cater to foreigners. If you want to spend, I can take you to a high-end nightclub. Japan's adult entertainment industry had many unspoken rules. Most workers had limited education and didn't speak foreign languages. Additionally, there was an underlying fear of foreigners among the locals, stemming from a lack of understanding. As a result, an unwritten rule had formed in the red light district: they only served locals, not foreigners. Sean chuckled, paid the fare, and got out of the car. Standing at the intersection, he was surrounded by dazzling adult shops, their billboards plastered with seductive and explicit posters. The kaleidoscope of novel stimuli was enough to stir any man's hormones, making it impossible not to feel a restless itch. Japanese law prohibited adult establishments from providing actual penetration services, which had led to the development of a wide variety of specialized shops catering to every possible desire: soap lands, handjob parlors, role-play shops, massage parlors, gay bars, adult video stores, video chat services, and even home visits. If you could imagine it, they had it. Truly the land of thriving adult culture, Sean mused to himself. If the paparazzi snap photos of New York's genius touring the red light district, you'll outshine Tony Stark in scandal. Elektra's teasing voice came through the earpiece. Sean shrugged, replying, who'd have thought a ghoul would hide in a place like this? He was quite interested in the progenitor virus that Hydra had been tinkering with. After all, researching viruses and creating zombies should have been his job under the umbrella banner. Those Nazi remnants lurking in the shadows should stick to harassing S.H.I.E.L.D. and giving Nick Fury headaches. Moreover, the ghouls born from the progenitor virus's mutations were an entirely new species. They possessed human thoughts and emotions, unlike the mindless bioweapons that were zombies. Yet they fed on human flesh, evolved specialized predatory organs, and had vastly enhanced physical abilities. As Dr. Connors would say, they were exceptionally valuable research subjects. So Sean temporarily set aside the mess with the Yashida family and focused on tracking down the ghouls lurking in Tokyo. Finding 3 human-looking creatures in a metropolis of 13 million was no easy task. Even with Hydra's ability to mobilize the Tokyo Metropolitan Police and issue curfews, narrowing the search through large-scale sweeps had yielded no results without effective detection methods. Public outrage was growing, putting immense pressure on the government. Meanwhile, the Yakuza's rising influence further weakened official authority. But with Skynet's support, Sean had an easier approach. First, he hacked into the Tokyo police database, retrieving records of frequent cannibalistic incidents. Using computational models, he mapped out the ghouls' hunting zones, gradually narrowing the search before closing in. Kabukicho, hailed as one of Asia's largest red light districts, lit up like a beacon at night, bustling with noise and activity. Even the curfew couldn't dampen Tokyo's insatiable nightlife. Last week, 4 murders had occurred in this area, with victims mostly being pleasure-seeking clients or Yakuza collecting protection money. Though the dismembered remains were scattered across different locations, the victims' identities and routines suggested that this so-called Japan's premier entertainment street had become the hunting ground of a ghoul. As creatures born from the progenitor virus's mutations, ghouls required constant feeding to sate their relentless hunger and replenish their energy. They couldn't resist their biological instincts to hunt and devour. Following Skynet's coordinates, Sean stepped into a hot spring bathhouse. The proprietress, who was clad in a kimono, greeted him warmly. Years in the trade had sharpened her ability to gauge a person's wealth at a glance, and this young man clearly fell into the big spender category, someone worth pampering. The bathhouse had a nostalgic charm, nestled at the end of the red light district amidst rows of pachinko parlors and snack stalls. Early-era Enka music played in the background, and yellowed posters adorned the walls. The wooden interior exuded a cozy warmth, far removed from the seedy image of adult entertainment. Initially hesitant upon seeing Sean was a foreigner, the proprietress relented after sensing his determination to spend. With a practiced smile, she ushered him inside. Would the guest like one of our girls to attend to him? The proprietress asked eagerly. Though bound by law not to offer explicit services, there were always loopholes. The bathhouse's attendance meant selecting a girl for an hourly fee, bathing and massages were included, while anything further depended on private negotiations. And with a love hotel right across the street, every man's fantasy could be fulfilled. Koju, her, then. After flipping through the options, Sean picked a petite and pretty girl. Ah, the guest has excellent taste. Koju has only been here for less than a week. The proprietress shot him a look that said, you know what's good, then shuffled out with small quick steps. A few minutes later, a small framed girl entered with her head bowed. A white towel wrapped around her flat chest, her shoulder-length hair slightly disheveled. The only striking thing about her was the peculiar aura between youthful innocence and weary maturity. Sean soaked halfway in the hot spring, faint steam rising into a hazy mist above. Soft, delicate hands kneaded his shoulders before moving down to massage the firm muscles of his back. The bathhouse had a clever architectural design, wooden beams supported the structure, creating an open-airy space. Sean rested his arms on the edge of the pool, his eyes lightly closed as if lost in thought, or simply resting. Behind him, the seemingly docile girl ladled hot water over him with a wooden scoop. After a dozen pours, she set the scoop aside, picked up a prepared towel, and began drying the young guest. Sir, please rest for a moment. I'll prepare tea and return shortly to continue serving you, she said politely. Sean nodded faintly, his gaze never lingering on the girl's towel-clad figure. Honestly, her flat physique would hardly stir most men's interest, unless they had particular tastes, of course. Before the girl could return with the tea, a sudden roar erupted from outside the door. Chapter 273, Chapter 272, Predation. Where's that girl I like? Call her over. A drunken voice roared, mixed with the proprietress's humble apologies and forced laughter. Hearing the men speak in English, Sean frowned slightly before rising from the pool. He leaped out of the hot spring, wrapped a towel around his waist, and stepped outside. In the hallway outside the bathing area, two men in camouflage uniforms were shouting arrogantly. One of them had already started groping the proprietress. Sean walked over barefoot and pushed away the man's wandering hand. Logically, the red light district of Kabukicho typically didn't cater to foreigners, especially those blatantly wearing military uniforms. It was obvious these men had come from the U.S. military base stationed along Tokyo Bay. Even the Yakuza who dominated Japan's underworld would find such individuals a headache to deal with. The U.S. military bases in Japan were established in 1945 after the occupation following World War II and remained a crucial part of America's global military strategy. The continued presence of these bases was a cornerstone of the U.S.-Japan military alliance. The Yokosuka Naval Base, which is stationed along Tokyo Bay, served as the headquarters for the U.S. 7th Fleet, the most important naval facility in the Western Pacific. The USS Ronald Reagan aircraft carrier was docked there, along with an escort fleet of 8 other vessels. In addition to docking facilities, Yokosuka also housed top-tier ship repair facilities, strategically vital fuel depots, and ammunition storage. Beyond that, there were U.S. military bases and command centers in Kyushu, Yokota, Zama, Okinawa, and other locations. Under the guise of protection, these bases served as a means to project American influence across the Asia-Pacific region. As soldiers stationed on foreign soil, these American servicemen had long carried a sense of superiority. The Japanese government's repeated concessions only fueled their arrogance and propensity for violence. For example, in 1995, 3 U.S. soldiers stationed in Okinawa raped a 12-year-old elementary schoolgirl, sparking massive protests across Japan. Incidents like hit-and-runs or serial arson in residential areas were frequent, yet the perpetrators often escaped proper punishment, with most cases swept under the rug. The issue of relocating the U.S. Marine Corps Air Station Futenma even led to the resignation of a Japanese prime minister. These examples illustrated the deep-seated resentment and fear many Japanese citizens held toward foreigners, a complex mix of hatred and apprehension. This isn't the place for you to cause trouble. The men whose arm Sean had pushed aside seemed stunned at first. But when he realized the men before him wasn't Japanese, his surprise faded. They were used to throwing their weight around without any Japanese daring to stand up to them, not even the police, who avoided intervening for fear of diplomatic incidents. At most, they'd issue a verbal warning. "Hey men. I came all the way from the US with a gun to this godforsaken place to protect these weak little shits," the leadman said in English, completely ignoring the proprietress's grimace. "We didn't come here to soak in a damn hot spring, we came for women." "Where's that little girl? I saw her earlier." "Haha, the little lamb is hiding over there. Bill, go find yourself a woman. I'm gonna have some fun." Spotting the girl holding a tray of tea at the end of the hallway, the men burst into laughter. Other guests who had come out to see the commotion quickly retreated when they saw the men in military uniforms. "This isn't a brothel. You're attempting to use force to rape a Japanese girl. I'm pretty sure that kind of behavior is enough to get you court-martialed by your superiors at Yokosuka Naval Base once you've caused an international scandal," Sean warned. The man's steps faltered. He turned to glare at the calm face before him, teeth grinding audibly. If not for the man's visibly toned muscles and imposing stature, the soldier might have already thrown a punch. F***CK. The man spat, his glare sharp as nails. "I'll be back. Hope you're still around to stand in my way then. Don't worry, I'll make sure to F%CK that little b #TCH real good." Sean simply grinned but said nothing, turning to return to the hot spring. The girl, who had seemed frozen in fear, followed silently, kneeling behind him with her head bowed. The air between them grew heavy. "Thank you." After a long pause, she finally forced out those 2 words. "No need to thank me. This kind of thing happens often, right?" Sean rested his arms on the edge of the pool, his tone lazy. The girl nodded instinctively before realizing he couldn't see her, so she answered properly, "Yeah. Even the Yakuza collecting protection fees don't care. Calling the police doesn't help either." Her calm tone surprised Sean. "Doesn't it upset you?" He had expected more anger or fear from her. "This is just the price Japan pays for relying on a superpower. We started a war, lost, and now we're being punished. That's just how the world works, right?" The girl lowered her head, her messy bangs covering her eyes as her small hands kneaded his shoulders. The tea on the wooden tray gradually cooled. Eventually, the girl brought over a pot of sake instead. Japan's national drink, developed based on the brewing methods of Chinese Huangjiu. The Japanese often said, "Sake is a gift from the gods." Perhaps out of gratitude for Sean's earlier intervention, the proprietress had specially sent over Haketsuru from Kobe, one of Japan's most famous brands. Kobe and Nishinomiya were renowned as Japan's premier sake-producing regions, collectively known as Nata Gogo, famous throughout the country. Sean took a sip of the clear transparent sake. It was smooth, mild, and carried a faint and pleasant aroma. In short, its flavor was delicate. Half an hour later, after finishing the pot of Haketsuru, Sean ended his hot spring session, leaving a generous tip. He didn't bother asking the girl if she wanted to accompany him to the Love Hotel for a chat. The girl, named Yoshimura Izumi, waited until her shift ended before silently changing into casual clothes and stepping out of the still bustling red light district. Her nose twitched as if catching a scent. She wandered through the neon-lit streets of Kabukicho before finally crouching under the eaves of a building, her petite form melting into the shadows. About an hour later, two men stumbled out, arms slung over each other's shoulders, laughing loudly and spewing vulgarities. Damn shame we didn't get that little bitch. I love girls like her. The men who had argued with Sean earlier cursed under his breath. If not for that bastard interfering, he would have had that girl pinned beneath him by now. There's always next time, haha. I wouldn't mind joining in. The two drunken men staggered into a dimly lit alley, the streetlights casting a hazy glow. A petite figure in overalls and square-toed leather shoes stood beneath one of the lights. A night breeze swept past, lifting the girl's messy bangs, and revealing a single eye glowing crimson. Chapter 274, Chapter 273, Specimen. Under the dim glow of the streetlight, swirling dust particles danced in the air. Perhaps due to the influence of alcohol, the two drunken men reacted sluggishly. When they spotted the girl who had appeared out of nowhere, their eyes filled with excitement, but the lecherous gleam lasted only a moment before being replaced by endless agony. A streak of crimson light flashed. Blood-red appendages sprouting from her shoulders pierced the chests of the two officers like a storm of blades. The sickening sounds of flesh being sliced and bones being severed came in rapid succession. In just a few breaths, the two burly bodies were flung against the wall like ragged dolls, leaving streaks of blood behind. The girl who had been docile and meek in the hot spring bathhouse now wore an innocent harmless smile. The feather-red wings, Bukaku-kagun, formed from proliferated flesh on her shoulders suddenly expanded. Razor-sharp pinions impaled the two lifeless bodies and tore them apart. Blood sprayed like a fountain across the alley walls and floor, resembling an exploded tomato. Human organs spilled from the torn-open torsos, twisted intestines, white bone fragments, and a still-beating half-heart, all displayed vividly and gruesomely before the girl's eyes. She licked her lips. The scent of blood was intoxicating, like a vintage wine aged for years in oak barrels. She took a step forward but immediately froze. Her other eye, the one still holding human emotion, flashed with intense disgust. The crimson glow dimmed momentarily, and the Yukaku began to disintegrate and retract. So disgusting. A soft murmur escaped her lips, though it was unclear whom she was referring to. After casting a glance at the abstract splatter of gore, the girl sighed and turned to leave. But at that very moment, the dimmed crimson eye flared violently. The retracted Yukaku shot out like blades from her shoulders. What had seemed featherlight now struck with the force of a battering ram, only to collide with an invisible, immovable barrier. The recoil sent a shockwave of pain through her body. With a furious lunge, she launched herself like an arrow into the dark shadows where another presence lurked. Almost simultaneously, the ghoul was hurled back in a straight line, smashing through the alley's lone streetlight before crashing heavily to the ground. I much preferred you in the hot spring, Miss Yoshimura Izumi. A mocking voice carried on the night breeze as a tall figure stepped out of the shadows. Sean stared down at the fallen girl. Super soldier-level physical prowess, versatile predatory limbs, human thoughts and emotions. Hydra has truly outdone themselves. These creatures they called ghouls were far more fascinating than mindless bioweapons. According to the data Sean had extracted from Hydra's labs, they were the first test subjects of the progenitor virus, also known as firstgens. Unlike zombies, firstgens possessed RC cell concentrations in their blood far exceeding those of humans, forming specialized organ sacs to store these mutated cells. When emotionally agitated or consciously triggered, ghouls could release massive amounts of RC cells from these sacs, protruding through the skin to form unique predatory organs of varying types. Wiping blood from her lips, the girl's crimson eye blazed with fury, CCG. The air shrieked as her Ukaku-kagun erupted like bullets, raining down on Sean with enough force to turn a human body into Swiss cheese. The alley echoed with the sound of metal clashing. An invisible dome-shaped barrier rose before Sean, effortlessly deflecting the relentless assault. A flash of golden light sliced through the air like a hot knife through butter. Lush red blood blossomed as the girl's Ukaku was severed at the shoulders. A powerful hand clamped around her throat, lifting her petite frame into the air like a fragile flower trembling in the wind. Why didn't you eat those too? Sean asked, intrigued. Records show ghouls typically hunt once or twice a month. Yet you and your two companions have racked up nearly 40 cannibalistic incidents, proof you're desperate for energy replenishment. The girl's crimson eye contracted to a pinprick. Her lips pressed tightly together as she stubbornly turned her head away. Stubborn little thing. Sean grinned before hurling her into the alley wall. Bricks shattered as his foot came down on her meek face. You're man-made monsters. You retain human emotions, yet biological instincts force you to hunt humans and feed on flesh. It's agonizing, isn't it? The torment of conflicting morals, the self-loathing of crossing lines you never wanted to cross. Tears streamed silently from the girl's crimson eye as the ghoul instincts within her receded. According to Hydra's data, viral infection triggered violent immune responses, white blood cells attacking infected cells in kamikaze strikes, causing massive tissue necrosis. To repair the damage and restore immune function, ghouls required vast amounts of biomaterial and energy, hence their ravenous hunger. But the crux was this: the virus had altered their dietary biology. Human food tasted revolting, like putrid decay to their palates and digestive systems. For unknown reasons, ghouls could only survive on human flesh. Their hunger was a constant gnawing torment. I'm sure creatures like you have tragic backstories. No one would willingly become this. After all, it's all Hydra's fault, right? Sean lifted his foot, his smile genial. Golden light flickered in his deep-set eyes, radiating overwhelming pressure. But if I pity you, who pities the innocent devoured as food? Like you said in the hot spring, failed nations must be punished. Wrongdoers can't erase their sins with remorse alone. Don't you agree? Perhaps sensing the aura of death, the girl's numb face twitched with fear, yet her human eye held only relief. But tonight is your lucky night. You're the first ghoul I've found, a fine specimen. Wasting you would be a shame. Had you eaten those two, I might not be so conflicted. Kneeling, Sean met her stunned gaze and said, how about this? Be a good test subject, and I'll turn you back human. A fair trade. Deal. The petite body embedded in the pavement trembled. Tears mixed with grime as she choked back a sob. Thank you. Chapter 275, Chapter 274, Inside Sensoji. Sensoji, Tokyo's oldest temple, is also one of the most popular tourist destinations, attracting nearly 30 million visitors each year who come to take photos and sightsee. Especially around New Year's, the crowds of worshippers are overwhelming. Today, the area was cordoned off with long police lines. The Metropolitan Police Department had deployed a large number of officers to maintain order and security. Outside, reporters and citizens swarmed like a turbulent tide. All the streets and roads around Sensoji had been cleared and sealed off. A line of black sedans stretched like a winding dragon, parked in front of the ancient temple's gates. Many solemn-faced figures in black suits stepped out of the cars. They were all mourners who had come to pay their respects. Luxury cars lined the broad streets. Apart from relatives and friends of the Yashida family, elites and celebrities from all walks of life were present, including the governor of Tokyo, who personally attended to offer wreaths and condolences. It was said that even the prime minister had taken time out of his busy schedule to call Yashida Shingen with words of sympathy, preparing to award a medal in honor of Yashida Ichiro's outstanding contributions. The grand spectacle of a single man's funeral was enough to demonstrate the Yashida family's immense power and status in this country. Although 80% of Japanese people follow Shinto, Buddhist funerals are typically held after death. Ichiro's body was placed in the main hall of Sensoji, where the sound of chanting filled the air. Logan stepped out of a black sedan. He had originally booked a flight, but Ichiro's sudden death disrupted his plans. Out of courtesy, he felt he had to stay until the funeral was over before leaving. Tycoons and celebrities from the business and political worlds arrived one after another, entering the already sealed-off Sensoji. The Grand Gate, inscribed with the words Furei Jinman, Wind and Thunder God's Gate, was flanked by statues of the Neo-Guardians, one scowling with closed lips, the other fierce and mighty. They were meant to ward off evil. A massive lantern weighing 670 kilograms hung prominently above the gate. Following Yukio, who was dressed in a black kimono, Logan walked step by step into Sensoji. Bodyguards openly carrying submachine guns stood solemnly on both sides of the path, their expressions alert. Deep in the courtyard, amidst the pavilions, the men of the Yashida family wore suits while the women were clad in kimonos. Around them, monks in yellow robes and white caps gathered in a circle. Logan's gaze was drawn to the imposing suit of armor standing beside Yashida Ichiro's portrait. That armor belongs to the Silver Samurai. He will stand there forever, guarding the elder's soul, Yukio whispered in explanation. The Silver Samurai was the most powerful warrior of the Yashida family, a legendary figure no one had ever seen in person. Standing among the crowd, Logan frowned. Ever since arriving in Tokyo, he had been plagued by an indescribable sense of unease. A vague but persistent feeling of danger clung to him, as though he were trapped in a dark valley surrounded by unseen threats, like the predatory gaze of a hunter fixed upon him. Logan's mind was a mess of chaotic thoughts. At this moment, Ichiro's granddaughter, Mariko, was led by the monks. She stepped forward to kneel and pay respects before the portrait. Logan steeled himself. After all, he would be leaving in just a few days. Wait. Logan's sharp eyes caught a glimpse of the fierce tattoos on one of the monk's arms. His instincts kicked in. Pushing through the crowd and ignoring the shouts of the bodyguards behind him, he grabbed the disguised monk, only for the men to pull a gun from his robe and fire, the bullet tearing through Logan's abdomen. Like a spark igniting gunpowder, panic erupted. Gunfire rang out incessantly. Caught off guard, the bodyguards fell one after another as the monks threw off their robes, revealing vicious black and blue tattoos. Under normal circumstances, Logan would have charged through the hail of bullets, unsheathing his adamantium claws to cut down the attackers. But an inexplicable weakness weighed him down. In his dazed vision, Mariko was seized and dragged away by the armed assailants. Silver claws pierced flesh as Logan gasped for breath, mustering just enough strength to stab through the chest of a nearby attacker. He looked around. Sensoji was in chaos like a boiling pot of oil. The air filled with gunfire and screams. In his long life, Wolverine had never experienced anything like this. It was as if he had fallen ill, his boundless stamina, his formidable healing factor, all his innate gifts had vanished without a trace, as though they had never existed. What the hell is happening to me? Logan cursed under his breath. Seeing Mariko being taken away and about to disappear from sight, he struggled to give chase, only to be yanked back by a strong hand. I suggest you rest for a bit. Sean supported the panting Wolverine, then turned to the petite girl in a baseball cap and said, "Your turn. Keep it clean. No unnecessary gore." With messy bangs covering her eyes, Yoshimura Izumi scoffed before darting off after the gunman who had broken through to the temple's outer perimeter. As one of Umbrella's test specimens, she now had to assist Sean with experiments and run miscellaneous errands. The promise he had given her flickered like a beacon of hope in her heart. If she could shed her ghoul identity and return to a normal life, any price would be worth paying. "What the hell are you doing here?" Logan eyed the young man sidelong. He had briefly returned to the school and naturally heard the exaggerated legends about Sean, how he had supposedly punched Stryker, kicked Magneto, and wiped out the Brotherhood with a laugh. It sounded like a cheap story from a third-rate comic. Show a little respect to the guy who just saved your life. Carrying the 300-pound Logan effortlessly, Sean strolled through Sensoji as if taking a leisurely walk. Any gunmen blocking their path were flung aside by an invisible force. The two made their way through the chaotic crowd to the 5-story pagoda at the temple's southern corner. This towering ancient pagoda was Japan's second tallest. To the northeast stood the famous Asakusa Shrine, where Shogun Tokugawa Hidetada had once enshrined his father, Tokugawa Ieyasu. Sean studied the burly men, then said, "Haven't you noticed? Logan, you're weak right now." Logan had lost 3 things in his life: his family, his abilities, and his life. Had Sean not intervened, this fierce Wolverine would have lost his healing factor entirely, nearly stripped of his life by Yashida Ichiro. Damn it, how did this happen? Logan leaned against the pagoda's wooden beam, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. The boundless energy that had always filled him was gone. He looked up at Sean, his vision suddenly blurring like a shaky camera before cutting to black. "Rest for now. I'll handle the rest," said Sean as he glanced upward. At the top of the ancient pagoda stood 4 sickles. There were many strange theories about them. Some said they were placed to seal the vengeful spirit of Prince Shitoku, while others claimed that if the sickles pointed upward, it foretold a bountiful year, and if downward, a year of famine. Yashida Ichiro faked his death to deceive everyone, then tried to steal Logan's healing factor to regain youth and life. Meanwhile, his son, Shin Gen, colluded with the Yakuza in a power grab. Both sides are scheming against each other, with Hydra lurking in the shadows. Beneath Tokyo's turbulent surface, a storm was brewing. According to Izumi, the other 2 ghouls still roamed the city at night, hunting relentlessly while evading the CCG's pursuit. "Then it's time for me to make my entrance." The young man chuckled softly, his small figure standing at the foot of the towering pagoda. In the distance, the fiery red maple leaves danced like flames across the mountains. Chapter 276, Chapter 275, Brother Shigematsu. Tokyo, the Exceed 4000 skyscraper. This towering structure named Exceed 4000 was a concept proposed by Japan in 1995. At the time, the governor of Tokyo had planned to construct a superstructure standing 4,000 meters tall with 800 floors, capable of housing 5 million people. According to the designer's rough estimates, the project would have required an astronomical construction cost ranging between 300 billion to 900 billion yen and would have taken a decade to complete. The total expenditure would have surpassed even the cost of a manned mission to Mars. The prohibitive financial investment became the primary obstacle, and many argued that erecting such a colossal building in earthquake-prone Japan was nothing short of a pipe dream. Thus, the grand blueprint remained nothing more than a fantasy. Only the foundation was laid before the project was indefinitely shelved, destined never to become reality. The Japanese had envisioned using vast manpower and resources to construct a superstructure that would overshadow even Mount Fuji, a massive city within Tokyo. Unfortunately, too many external factors led to the project's demise. Sean stood atop the foundation of the Exceed 4000. Even though the skyscraper had never been completed, the base itself towered over most ordinary buildings. From this vantage point, he gazed down at Tokyo under the night sky, its dazzling lights blooming like an eternal city of radiance. A cold wind carrying a biting chill swept past, lifting the edges of the young man's clothes. Wearing a hood, Izumi sat on a steel beam with her legs dangling in the air. The crimson glow of her blood-red eye was particularly striking. "How do you know they'll definitely come here?" the girl asked, tilting her head upward. Recently, while following Sean, she had discovered that he was far more mysterious and terrifying than she had imagined. It wasn't just his overwhelming strength which enough to effortlessly defeat ghouls, but also the hidden power he wielded. The true face this young man revealed was merely the tip of the iceberg. A far more formidable force lay concealed beneath the surface. Your two little friends have nowhere left to hide. The Special Task Force, CCG, established by the Tokyo Metropolitan Police isn't just a bunch of useless fools. They've been tightening the net, pushing the ghouls into a corner. Sean leaned against the steel beam. From this elevated vantage point, his keen eyesight allowed him to observe every movement below. It's like a hunt. A large number of personnel form an encirclement, gradually shrinking it. The trapped prey has no choice but to retreat until it falls into the trap. Haven't you noticed? The number of cannibalistic incidents reported in the news has been increasing, far exceeding the ghouls' usual feeding frequency. That means they're losing control, venting their rage by hunting humans. Wolverine, whose healing factor had been suppressed, was currently staying at a hand stronghold. Sean had no intention of letting him get involved until the chaos in Tokyo was resolved. Given Logan's volatile temperament, the first thing he'd do upon learning the truth would likely be storming the Yashida estate in a rampage. Not that Sean could blame him. Anyone would react the same way. Who could have guessed the Japanese would have such a twisted way of thinking? Repaying a life-saving favor by stealing his healing ability, all while putting on a facade of, "I'm doing this for your own good." No wonder even his own granddaughter couldn't stand it in the end. Yashida Ichiro had been completely consumed by the fear of death, reduced to a deranged shell of a man. Kanu Hiroshi, graduated from Tokyo Medical University, later studied in Germany, joined Hydra as a researcher working on genetic engineering projects. Japan really produces an abundance of psychopaths, huh? This guy voluntarily subjected himself to live progenitor virus experiments and emerged as one of the few mutated ghouls out of 300 test subjects. Kamishiro Kazuha, another rare surviving mutated ghoul. Speaking of which, do ghouls even have a concept of comrades? Izumi fell silent for a moment before shaking her head. When they had first escaped Hydra's Yokohama lab, they had nearly turned on each other due to extreme hunger. Ghouls, as creatures fundamentally different from humans, only recognize the concept of food. Once driven to starvation, any living thing in sight could become a meal. This was also why ghouls divided territories and claimed different hunting grounds. They had to remain wary of humans while also distrusting their own kind. Then I probably won't need to lift a finger tonight. Sean smiled faintly. Within his line of sight, two figures were rapidly approaching. CCG helicopters cast bright searchlights, tracking the fleeing ghouls. Behind them, a cacophony of police sirens blared as fully armed special forces and barking hounds pursued like sharks drawn to blood. The figure approaching from the southeast had bony armor-like protrusions growing beneath its shoulder blades. Even under heavy gunfire, it remained unscathed. Compared to Izumi Zukaku, this ghoul clearly prioritized defense. Meanwhile, the other figure had four scaled tentacles writhing behind it, moving with agility as it scaled skyscrapers like an octopus, desperately trying to shake off its pursuers. The wind howled. Kanu Hiroshi, a man in his 40s, had never felt such exhilaration before. His mutated body was reborn. Shattering a building's glass window, he lashed out with his tentacle-like appendages, hurling heavy objects at the pursuing helicopters. To escape CCG, he first needed to eliminate their line of sight. The RC cells stored in his specialized organ were rapidly depleting. The gnawing hunger roared like a beast, gradually eroding his rationality. Hiroshi knew he had to feed immediately. Otherwise, he would inevitably falter in this desperate chase and be recaptured by the lab for disposal. At the same time, closing in from another direction, Kamishiro Kazuha harbored the same thought. His situation was even more perilous. The armor-like protrusions beneath his shoulder blades granted him formidable defense at the cost of mobility. As his mutated cells dwindled, his genetically altered feeding organs screamed in protest. Ordinary humans could no longer sate his hunger, he needed to hunt a more powerful creature. Cannibalism, how brutal. As a spectator, Sean's lips curled into a delighted smile. The spectacle about to unfold perfectly embodied the cruel instincts hardwired into all living beings. Two beasts backed into a corner wouldn't cooperate to break free. Instead, they would turn on each other, seeking to devour their own kind to fuel further evolution. Sean glanced at Izumi, then said, "See. This is your true nature." "Well, no. This is the nature of all living things." The girl's face had turned slightly pale. She knew what was coming. Ghouls were inherently twisted creatures. Even with clear thoughts and emotions, they were ultimately monsters wearing human skins. Once pushed to the brink of starvation, all reason would vanish. "Not going to ask me to save them?" "You know I have the ability to." Sean asked with interest. Izumi shook her head. Creatures like ghouls shouldn't exist in this world. They were born in opposition to humanity. Allowing them to proliferate would only shatter the fragile peace and plunge everything into chaos. That's exactly why I chose you as my specimen. Be a good ghoul with proper morals." Sean ruffled the girl's hair, ignoring her indignant glare. Below the Exceed 4000, Kazuha overturned a truck, blocking the path of pursuing police cars. Crushing a car beneath his feet, he launched himself into the air before twisting mid-flight and crashing into a building. Meanwhile, Hiroshi anchored himself to the edge of a neighboring skyscraper with his 4 blood-red tentacles, drool dripping from his mouth in hunger. In an instant, 2 pairs of crimson eyes locked onto each other, both brimming with killing intent. Like wild beasts unleashed, the 2 figures collided mid-air, crossing paths in a spray of vivid blood. Chapter 277, Chapter 276, Tokyo on the tip of the tongue. Claws tore through the air, blood splattered everywhere, and the pounding of heartbeats like war drums reverberated as crimson eyes blazed with savage fury. Like 2 wild beasts locked in a frenzied brawl, their predatory organs which protruded from their skin became deadly weapons in this brutal duel. Scaled razor-sharp tentacles slammed against the heavy armor of proliferated flesh, producing metallic clangs as if striking forged steel. Both sides sustained repeated injuries. The ferocious battle inflicted fatal wounds on both ghouls, yet torn muscles and shattered bones continuously regenerated and reassembled under their powerful healing abilities, like immortal monsters tearing each other apart. In the wide gap between the 2 skyscrapers, the sharp tentacles lashed like swords, raining relentless blows on the heavy armor and emitting piercing shrieks. Kamishiro Kazuha was sent flying and crashed into the building behind him, with half his body embedded in the solid wall. Using his 4 writhing blood-red tentacles, Kanu Hiroshi kicked off the glass window. With a shattering sound, the transparent curtain wall spiderwebbed with cracks as his body shot forward like an arrow, plunging straight into the darkness. The sharp tentacles carrying a crushing gust of wind pressure pierced through muscle like blades, impaling Kazuha deep in the abdomen. The sound of blades slicing through flesh was eerily distinct in the darkness, sending chills down the spine. Alongside it came the wet guttural noises of chewing and swallowing, which lasted no more than 2 seconds before a heavy thud echoed. Hiroshi's chest caved in, and he was sent flying backward in a straight line. Kazuha, hot on his heels, had half his body now encased in proliferated flesh. His right arm swung through the air with devastating force like a battering ram, aiming to crush Hiroshi's skull. The 4 flailing tentacles latched onto the broken window's edge. Halting midair for a split second, Hiroshi twisted and lunged back at his attacker, his crimson eyes brimming with bestial rage. His writhing tentacles flicked out, allowing him to dodge Kazuha's savage assault with agile movements, like a 4-legged spider hanging upside down. A cruel grin spread across Hiroshi's face. Unlike Kazuha, who had been a mere test subject, he had been a researcher for Hydra, involved in the project from its early stages. He had access to classified data and understood the progenitor virus better than any other test subject. After mutating into a ghoul, this mad doctor had gone to great lengths to seek further evolution, striving to make himself more perfect, more powerful. Among the 3 ghouls that had escaped the lab, Hiroshi, a graduate of Tokyo Medical University, understood his condition the best. The feeding traits of ghouls, the limbs extended from their predatory organs, how to maintain RC cell activity through consuming human flesh. Of course, Hiroshi was also the most dangerous target. Hydra's relentless pursuit was precisely because they wanted him eliminated at all costs. Fully aware of this, Hiroshi had hunted humans while simultaneously tracking down his own kind. By comparing experimental data with his own physical condition, he had discovered that cannibalism, ghouls eating ghouls, could trigger further evolution. By consuming another ghoul, he absorbed their RC cells, increasing the concentration in his own body. Theoretically, this enhanced his physical abilities and combat prowess. The stronger the prey, the greater the potential for improvement. You have no idea what you're dealing with. Hiroshi laughed maniacally, his caved-in chest already restored to normal. As his internal organ sacs secreted and released RC cells in massive quantities, 2 additional sharp tentacles sprouted from his back. Now wielding 6-bladed appendages, his entire torso was enveloped in crimson flesh, as if he were being devoured by a monster himself. The scaled sword-like tentacles pierced straight through the heavy armor capable of withstanding artillery fire. All 6 appendages lifted Kazuha into the air, blood spraying in all directions and raining down on Hiroshi's face. The Mad Doctor, who had volunteered for live experimentation, licked the delicious blood from his lips, savoring the euphoric burst of flavor on his tongue. His ravenous heart howled like a wild beast, eager to pounce and feast. His Cogun moved like cutlery, carving a chunk of flesh from Kazuha's chest. Drenched in warm, rich blood, he brought it delicately to his mouth, chewing slowly to relish the texture, the springy muscle, the exquisite taste. It was almost intoxicating in its perfection. This is real food. How could humans ever compare to ghouls? Blood vessels bulged in Hiroshi's eyes as he stared up at Kazuha's struggling form, grinning darkly. Can't figure out why I'm stronger than you. Ha 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 ha, I fed my own flesh to the humans I hunted, performing semi-gullification surgeries on them. The success rate was low, but it improved the quality of my meals. You're not the first ghoul I've eaten, but compared to those half-finished products, you taste far superior. The sharp tentacles stabbed repeatedly, blood gushing in torrents as Hiroshi drank it in like fine wine, licking every drop from his face. After enjoying the appetizer, the Mad Doctor quickened his pace. The 6 tentacles moved like a whirlwind of blades, dismembering his fellow ghoul alive, arms shredded into strips, thighs sliced into portions, entrails coiled into a grotesque mound, painting a scene of blood-soaked savagery. The joyful feast lasted 20 minutes. Reluctantly licking his lips, Hiroshi tossed Kazuha's skeletal remains aside like discarded trash. My dissection skills haven't dulled at all. The Mad Doctor admired his handiwork, just as a helicopter's searchlight flooded the building's exterior, its blinding white glare dispelling the darkness. CCG really is a nuisance. Cracking his neck, Hiroshi's eyes burned with murderous intent. In a single step, he tore through the wind pressure, defying the rotor's turbulence as his body launched into the air. His Cogun effortlessly pierced the helicopter's metal hull. In a flash of crimson, the pilot's head was severed. The hovering aircraft spun out of control, careening into a neighboring skyscraper. Boom. A fiery explosion erupted, the deafening blast followed by the rotor blades shattering windows and carving deep gashes into the building's walls before plummeting to the ground. Emerging from the wreckage, with his body charred beyond recognition, Hiroshi cackled wildly. His powerful regeneration restored him in moments, his crimson eyes glowing brighter than ever. The CCG operatives who had tracked him down opened fire immediately, bullets forming a storm of lead. Hiroshi's Cogun twisted and morphed into a massive shield of flesh, deflecting the barrage with ease. Even the devastating metal storm of high-caliber rounds failed to penetrate the thick barrier. Having devoured Kazuha, this terrifying ghoul seemed to have absorbed his abilities. Not only did he retain his agility and offensive power, but now he also boasted astonishing defensive capabilities. Hiroshi's crimson eyes overflowed with bloodlust. His heart craved more fresh flesh. A sharp tentacle lashed out from his back, snatching up a nearby car and hurling it at the encircling special forces. The hunt had only just begun. Chapter 278, Chapter 277, Two Beasts. Inferior life forms. You have no idea how wondrous evolution truly is. Having evolved once more, Hiroshi had completely shed his human appearance. His entire body was now encased in rapidly proliferating crimson flesh, his sharp tentacle Cogun swelled endlessly like a monstrous octopus unfurling its limbs. A car weighing over a ton was effortlessly lifted and hurled at the special forces like a toy. The ruptured fuel tank ignited upon contact with sparks, unleashing a violent shockwave. A deafening explosion erupted as flames surged outward like a tidal wave, turning 4 or 5 vehicles into fiery barrels that detonated with thunderous booms. Fall back. Fall back. Police cars blocking the street were overturned as the special forces scrambled to retreat, fleeing the inferno that had become a death trap. Delicious little snacks. Ha ha ha. The Mad Doctor leaned forward, his crimson eyes brimming with savagery. A blurred afterimage darted through the air, evading the hail of bullets as the 6 massive tentacles of his mutated body lashed out. Like grotesque alien limbs, the razor-sharp Cogun whipped through the air, and suddenly elongated into straight blades that pierced straight through a large truck obstructing the road, slicing its metal shell apart. The impossibly long Cogun shot through the sea of flames. Several members of the CCG, Tokyo's elite task force, were skewered like kebabs. With a brutal yank, their flesh tore apart as easily as cloth. Having devoured his own kind, Hiroshi laughed maniacally. The tips of his scaled Cogun now sprouted clusters of writhing flesh, acting like living mouths that voraciously sucked the bloody meat dry. It was clearly that after this evolution, the Mad Doctor's predatory organs had mutated further, allowing him to feed far more efficiently. He no longer needed to chew and swallow like a human. He wasn't limited to digesting food through his esophagus and stomach. The 6 tentacles danced like ravenous demons, unleashing a blood-soaked massacre. The heavily armed special forces stood no chance against a monster like this ghoul. They were lambs to the slaughter, shrouded in the shadow of death, their blood and bodies reduced to mere nutrients for the beast's feast. Suddenly, a helicopter appeared overhead, its rotor blades churning up hurricane-force winds. The rear cabin door slid open, and a sealed metal crate dropped straight down. An instant before hitting the ground, the crate shattered apart, boom. A towering figure landed with a crushing force, flattening a car beneath its weight. The massive body stood like a mountain, its skin a hardened gray-white, its muscles which were streaked red and white twisted together like coiled steel cables. Bulging veins pulsed across its frame, radiating an indescribable sense of raw power. This was a tyrant zombie, Hydra's secret weapon for exterminating ghouls. A bestial roar like thunder echoed through the empty barricaded streets. The two inhuman monsters locked eyes from a distance, their gazes filled with nothing but violence and slaughter. This was a second-generation tyrant zombie. Its appearance vastly improved from the earlier models. Gone was the rotting peeling horror show exterior. Its gray-white face was expressionless, clad in a long black trench coat and military boots. Its arms were over 20 centimeters thick, and its right hand had evolved grotesque claws, each nail longer than a combat knife, as if multiple blades had been fused together. A zombie hee hee hee. Hiroshi let out a distorted laugh. As a former Hydra researcher, he was well aware of the bioweapons derived from the progenitor virus, all of which were mindless, brutal, and utterly bestial. A monster that can't even think, let me devour you. The mad doctor shrieked, his massive tentacle cocoon whirling as he hurled a bisected truck at the tyrant. With a deafening crash, the truck's cargo compartment was smashed open by sheer brute force. The motionless tyrant suddenly activated like a cold machine coming to life. Its hollow eyes flickered as its clawed arms slashed outward. Blood sprayed as severed tentacles dropped to the ground, twitching like dying creatures before being stomped flat under the tyrant's monstrous strength. The cocoon that was capable of lifting multi-ton objects seemed fragile in the face of such terrifying power. Kill you. Kill you. Kill you. Hiroshi's screech was ear-piercing. He was rapidly transforming into a monster, nearly erasing all traces of his humanity. The two horrific creatures, both mutated from the progenitor virus, clashed in a savage battle on the empty street. One was a freshly evolved ghoul, a demon wearing human skin, the other, a tyrant zombie, a bioweapon forged by Hydra, devoid of pain or thought. They tore into each other, the ghoul's sharp cocoon pierced the tyrant's hardened gray hide. No blood spilled from the wounds. The torn flesh simply rotted away, offering no nutritional value. The tyrant swung its bone claws like swords, severing another massive tentacle. Seizing the opening, the ghoul drove a tentacle into the tyrant's chest, pulverizing its internal organs into mush. However, zombies were already dead. Unlike humans, they didn't rely on a beating heart to survive. The tyrant retaliated by kicking Hiroshi square in the chest, sending the ghoul crashing through a storefront in a shower of debris. Watching this barbaric battle from a remote feed, Madame Hydra's enchanting face was alight with pleasure. She adored this kind of violent and bloody slaughter. Primal savagery was etched into humanity's DNA. It was an instinct that could never be erased. Even a desk-bound researcher like Hiroshi had learned to tear and kill like a beast after becoming a ghoul. The reason for launching this ghoul hunting operation was simple: Logan, who had been within their grasp, had vanished without a trace. This completely derailed Yasuda Ichiro's plan of faking his own death. The old man had intended to use Madame Hydra's specially designed mechanical insects to temporarily suppress Wolverine's healing factor, then exploit the conflict between Shingen and Mariko to lure him into a trap. But during the funeral at Sensoji, Logan had disappeared without a trace. Even Yukio, who had been by his side, had no idea where he'd gone. Left with no choice, Ichiro had to pin his hopes on Hydra once again. Madame Hydra assured him that capturing these three ghouls would allow her to perform a semi-transformation surgery on him. Through the genetic mutations of the progenitor virus, he could still achieve his goal of prolonging his life. Of course, this wasn't without risks. Ichiro might very well end up as a monster like the ghouls, but being desperate to live, the old man couldn't care less. He just wanted to shed his disease-ridden decaying body and reclaim vitality. Kill that ghoul. Collect its flesh for specimens, Madame Hydra ordered. For Hydra, ghouls held immense research value. If not for S.H.I.E.L.D., she would have turned all of Tokyo into a breeding ground, mass-producing them to gather more data. Chapter 279, Chapter 278, The Strike of Annihilation. The billowing dust rose like a furious dragon. Amid the swirling debris and smoke, the ghoul resembling a six-armed octopus lunged forward with a ferocious pounce. Its crimson eyes flashed with a sinister glow as it clamped its hands around the neck of the tyrant zombie, its feet pressing down on the creature's chest. Compared to the hulking frame of the tyrant, Hiroshi appeared almost petite. Yet, the six massive scale-covered cocoons sprouting from his back suddenly expanded, stretching outward like the limbs of a predatory octopus, ensnaring his prey in an inescapable grip. I'll devour you so I can complete the genetic fragments of the progenitor virus. Perhaps this will make me even stronger. Hiroshi laughed maniacally, the shattered bones in his chest rapidly healing. His enormous cocoon split open, revealing sharp barbed spikes that vibrated at high frequencies, slicing through the tyrant's robust body like a chainsaw through flesh. Chunks of rotting pale meat scattered in all directions. The ghoul, now devoid of any humanity, opened its maw wide, drool dripping from its jagged teeth. Its bulging eyes, which were veined with bloodshot streaks, locked onto its prey with ravenous hunger. Eat you. With the tyrant firmly restrained, Hiroshi viciously sank his teeth into its cheek, tearing off a chunk of flesh and swallowing it with frenzied glee. He had studied the progenitor virus before, even participating in its core experiments. He understood zombies all too well. Most zombies exhibited traits like decaying flesh and insatiable gluttony. Their bodies rapidly deteriorated, and their immune systems collapsed as the virus spread unchecked, eventually consuming the host entirely. Humans infected by the virus became the living dead, losing their vision and relying primarily on hearing and smell to hunt. Once the brain was infected, they lost all cognitive function and emotional awareness. Ghouls, however, retained their intelligence because their mutation process included a protective, blood-brain barrier that shielded their minds from the virus's full corruption. To truly kill a zombie, severing limbs or inflicting other fatal wounds was inefficient. The brain was their only true weakness. Hiroshi ground the rotting grayish flesh between his teeth, his face twisted with perverse excitement. He intended to gnaw through the skull and extract a more complete strain of the progenitor virus from the tyrant and use it to evolve further. The tyrant thrashed wildly, its bone claws slashing through the air, but Hiroshi's powerful cocoon coiled around its arms, immobilizing it completely. Even the tyrant's monstrous strength couldn't break free. Hiroshi feasted on the tyrant's head, swallowing mouthfuls of the tasteless decaying meat until the underlying veins and tissues were exposed. Drool dripped greedily from his fangs as he cradled the tyrant's skull in both hands. With a deranged cackle, he bit down, crunch. The sickening sound of tearing flesh echoed clearly, sending a wave of nausea even through the remote observer, Madame Hydra, aka Viper. Compared to the cold brutality of bioweapons, ghouls were the true monsters. They wore human skins but harbored the predatory instincts of beasts, viewing all living creatures as nothing more than food to fuel their evolution. Should we mobilize the Japanese self-defense forces? One of her subordinates asked. If even the tyrant couldn't handle this ghoul and was instead being devoured by it, allowing such a creature to roam freely would lead to unimaginable consequences. Hiroshi was no ordinary test subject. After his transformation, he had deceived researchers, meticulously planned his escape, and displayed both formidable execution and cunning intellect. Once free, he had used his own flesh to conduct semi-conversion surgeries on humans, enhancing the quality of his prey to accelerate his own evolution. Given these actions, Hiroshi was undeniably a high-level threat. With the tyrant's failure, the only option left was to leverage Hydra's influence and mobilize the self-defense forces for a full-scale bombardment in order to erase this abomination from existence. There's no time. Viper shook her head. Japan's self-defense forces answered to the Prime Minister, with the cabinet serving as the highest military decision-making body, followed by the Ministry of Defense. Mobilizing airstrikes required navigating layers of bureaucracy. Even with Hydra's vast influence, bypassing protocols to authorize a bombing raid on Tokyo's bustling streets would be nearly impossible. The situation is out of control. Initiate Protocol 3. Her voice was ice-cold. She wanted to request Hydra's Special Operations Unit. The tyrant was physically superior, with unmatched regenerative abilities, but its combat style and cognitive functions couldn't match the ghouls. That was why it had failed. The Special Ops Unit, however, was an elite force designed specifically for containing and eliminating experimental breaches. Their track record was flawless. Also, intensify the search for Wolverine. Fury simmered in Viper's chest. Their meticulously crafted plans had been thrown into chaos. Logan, with his healing factor, had vanished, infuriating Ichiro. Also, the ghoul's evolution had exceeded all expectations. If this continued, S.H.I.E.L.D. would inevitably take notice, and another full-scale purge would follow. Back on the streets of Tokyo, the mountainous tyrant collapsed with a thunderous crash. Its head had been completely consumed, and was now a hollowed-out husk. Thick murky fluid splattered across Hiroshi's lips and teeth, painting him like a demonic cannibal straight from hell. This feeling, this power, it's incredible. Hiroshi closed his eyes, reveling in the surging energy within him. The mutated cells stored in his sac-like organ grew even more active, circulating through his body like a second bloodstream. I want more. I want to become the ultimate life form. The ghoul's whisper was laced with madness, his crimson eyes gleaming with bestial hunger. Ah, the lab. There's more food there. I'll return to where I was created and devour them all. Ha ha ha. His laughter cut off abruptly. Hiroshi's suddenly pupils contracted. A sense of impending doom, unlike anything he had ever felt, gripped his heart. It felt as if death itself were breathing down his neck. He looked up. A single golden light streaked down from the heavens like a meteor in freefall. The atmosphere wailed in protest. Wind and pressure merged into a cacophony of howling wails. Hiroshi's mutated body trembled uncontrollably. For the first time, genuine terror twisted his features. It was the instinctive dread of prey facing an apex predator. The ghoul, a monster among monsters, cowered. Then, survival instinct overrode everything. Hiroshi ran. He tore through streets, scaled buildings, pushed his body beyond its limits. Every fiber of his being screamed that if he didn't flee, he would die. The golden meteor struck like a divine spear, piercing the earth's crust with apocalyptic force. Boom. Shock waves rippled outward in concentric rings, liquefying asphalt and reducing concrete to glass-like particles. The heat was unbearable, the pressure enough to pulverize steel. Cars vaporized into smoke. The very air ignited. With his mind blank with terror, Hiroshi scrambled on all fours, his cocoon flailing like desperate limbs. In less than 10 seconds, he was nearly at the street's end. Then, the world split. A thunderous crack rent the air. An invisible blade of compressed wind sliced horizontally, and in that instant, the fleeing ghoul was bisected. His body collapsed in 2 writhing halves. The 6 tentacle cocoon twitched like dying serpents, the regenerative flesh struggling to mend the fatal wound. Hiroshi clawed at the ground with his remaining arm, dragging himself forward. He didn't want to die. Despair flooded his mind as he rolled onto his back, then he glimpsed a tall imposing figure standing amidst the devastation. Those eyes held no emotion. Only the indifference of a god crushing an ant. Then. Oblivion. The ghoul's body disintegrated in a flash of searing light. His hyper-regenerative cells evaporated instantly. The entire street, along with the monster that had terrorized it, was reduced to dust in a chain reaction of cataclysmic explosions. Chapter 280, Chapter 279, The Raid. In the dark and cloud-covered sky, a golden light flickered fiercely, like a divine sword piercing through the heavens, cast down by a god from above the clouds to impale the earth. A faint, thunderous roar echoed from the distance. Inside the corporate high-rise, Yashida Shingen felt a slight tremor, but paid it no mind. His burning gaze was fixed on the leader of the hand sitting across from him. Why me? His voice was hoarse as he asked. As the eldest son of the Yashida family, Shingen's life was far from ideal. To outsiders, he was the heir apparent, destined to inherit the family empire and become one of the most powerful figures in the country, standing at the pinnacle of the power pyramid. But only Shingen himself knew the truth, his aging father still held the reins of power. He was capable of mobilizing vast resources with a single word. Shingen was little more than a puppet propped up on stage, with every major decision requiring his father's personal approval. Take, for example, the secret laboratory in Yokohama. Its construction costs alone had exceeded billions of dollars, bankrupting numerous small and medium-sized enterprises under the Yashida name. Yet Shingen had no power to refuse. All he could do was play the filial son, helping his father conceal financial reports and deceive the board of directors. He had thought such obedience would earn his father's trust, that the family empire would eventually be passed to him. But in the end, Yashida Ichiro had chosen Mariko instead. Electra raised an eyebrow, replying, "You are the most suitable candidate, Mr. Yashida." She was meeting with the Yashida heir on Sean's behalf, intending to recruit him to their side. The aim was to consolidate power, strengthen the hand, and carve out a foothold in the Asia-Pacific region. Your father clearly doesn't trust you. He favors your daughter, Mariko, while casting you aside. Those hidden financial reports, and the missing funds. If you don't seize control of the conglomerate, once all this comes to light, your fate will be unfortunate. Drawing from intelligence gathered by the hand and information provided by Sean, Electra methodically chipped away at Shingen's psychological defenses. Isn't that why you collaborated with the Yakuza? To assassinate Mariko and smoothly take power. Electra met Shingen's shocked gaze with indifference. Don't look so surprised. The hand controls 80% of Tokyo's underworld. Your dealings with the Yakuza couldn't escape our notice. Is this a threat? Shingen straightened his back, attempting to salvage some dignity as the scion of a great family. No. This is leverage. Electra replied coldly. Her gaze shifted to the window. Tokyo glittered under the night sky, while in the distance, a massive plume of dust rose into the air. Thick clouds swirled ominously, flashing with streaks of lightning. Sean must have dealt with the ghoul by now. Next would be Hydra's secret lab. As for Ichiro, he was no threat at all. Truthfully, if they were to choose an ally, the ruthless and cunning Ichiro would have been the ideal candidate. But Sean believed the old man's ambitions were too vast, and his greed insatiable. He wasn't someone who could be easily controlled. Shingen, on the other hand, was far more manageable. His ambitions were confined to the family business, and his capabilities were mediocre at best, hence why his father had sidelined him in favor of his granddaughter. Mariko is in our hands. Ichiro is dead. With the current heir under control, you hold the advantage. Electra's tone was calm, but the man across from her was anything but. His father's heartless actions had severed the last threads of familial affection in his heart. If eliminating his own daughter would secure his position as the head of Japan's greatest conglomerate, Shingen wouldn't hesitate. In a family like his, blood ties paled in comparison to power and wealth. My father, Shingen hesitated, sensing something amiss. The dead don't come back to life. Regardless of how it happened. Elektra cut him off. She studied the so-called heir with a hint of disdain, recalling Sean's assessment, ambitious yet timid, lured by petty gains but lacking resolve. To win his father's approval, Shingen had hidden financial reports and deceived the board. Yet when he learned Mariko would inherit the family instead, he had resorted to hiring assassins to kill his own daughter. Such actions revealed Shingen for what he was, a weak-willed mediocre person who is only fierce in appearance. No wonder his father had written him off. Centuries ago, the Han shared a close friendship with the Yashida family. I'd like to see that relationship restored. Shingen lowered his head. After a long silence, he nodded. Yokohama, secret laboratory. Viper sat at an ornate desk, conversing with the holographic projection of a man with a monocle and a sinister air. Your operations have grown too conspicuous. SHIELD may take notice. The man's frown deepened. Nick Fury has always been suspicious. After the secret invasion last century, he trusts no one. All critical intel stays locked in his head. I warned you not to touch anyone on SHIELD's watch list. His displeasure was palpable. As one of Hydra's high-ranking members, Baron Strucker despised losing control. It bred uncertainty, and uncertainty was dangerous. You're overreacting, Baron. It's a minor setback. Harry Osborn isn't even on SHIELD's radar. Viper forced a smile. But Sean Cyphers is. Nick Fury has been monitoring him and Umbrella closely, he even assigned Natasha Romanoff to keep tabs on him. That alone proves the man from New York is someone Fury considers significant. Strucker's tone was sharp. Until HYDRA was ready to reveal itself, he wanted no attention from SHIELD. That would invite endless complications. Then what do you suggest? Viper shot back, that I abandon everything. I've spent years cultivating ties with the Yashida family. They're our gateway into this nation's elite. The progenitor virus research is progressing, the new generation of tyrant zombies rivals super soldiers. Our plans are just beginning. I won't retreat now. Though both belong to the same faction within HYDRA, Baron Strucker, whose base of operations was in Eastern Europe, and Madame Hydra, Viper, were clearly at odds. Do not provoke SHIELD prematurely. Now is not the time to challenge that behemoth. Wait until Alexander has secured his position. Only then will Hydra take the stage. Strucker warned coldly. While Alexander prioritized super soldiers and Viper focused on the progenitor virus, Strucker, a remnant of the Nazi regime, believed enhanced humans were the future. Hail HYDRA. The two recited the mantra before cutting the transmission. Viper's eyes gleamed with contempt. Men like Strucker, who was holed up in Eastern Europe, and Alexander Pierce, who lurked within SHIELD, were too cautious. To her, SHIELD wasn't nearly as formidable as they feared. With an army of bioweapons, tyrants and perfected ghouls, she would hold the scepter to conquer the world. Everything would fall into place. Still, who eliminated the ghoul? The question nagged at her. That cataclysmic strike had nearly shattered her nerves. The surveillance feeds had been cut, leaving her with no answers. Perhaps it was a weapon of mass destruction, like the US military's Rods from God project, an orbital kinetic bombardment system. Theorized since 2012, it consisted of satellite platforms armed with tungsten rods, which, when dropped from orbit, could strike with the force of a nuclear warhead, without the radiation. After consulting her scientists, Madame Viper concluded the golden light had to be some form of orbital weaponry. The idea that a living being could unleash such power was inconceivable. An entire Tokyo block had been flattened by the shockwave alone. Prepare Ichiro for the transformation procedure, she ordered coldly. Even without Wolverine's healing factor, the progenitor virus could achieve similar results. The cost? Becoming a monster. But for a man desperate to cling to life, that was a small price to pay. The moment she stepped out of her office, a piercing alarm blared through the steel corridors of the underground facility. The base was under attack. Chapter 281, Chapter 280, Epilogue. The blaring alarm jolted everyone in the laboratory awake. Hundreds of armed personnel grabbed their weapons. These were elite warriors belonging to HYDRA, alongside a contingent of secret swordsmen meticulously trained by the Yashida family, just minutes earlier. Standing at the center of the watchtower, Sean smirked as the elevator doors slid open automatically. The laboratory security gates followed suit, as if the entire facility had been left completely unguarded for the intruders. The breach triggered the alarm system. Dozens of armed men reacted first, fanning out toward the elevator entrance in a defensive formation. They saw only two figures, a tall, upright young man and a small girl in a hoodie. Since this wasn't the large-scale assault they had anticipated, the guards relaxed slightly, holding their fire. Instead, they radioed for instructions from the mistress of the laboratory, Viper, who was in her office on the upper floors. Bring them up. Before the high-ranking Hydra officer could finish her sentence, a bloodbath erupted. The seemingly harmless hooded girl glanced at Sean. With his permission, her crimson single eye suddenly gleamed, and the Akakuka gun burst from her shoulders. A streak of scarlet light flashed past, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. In the next instant, the entire space was drenched in blood. The professionally trained soldiers clutched their throats or chests, their vacant eyes glazing over as they collapsed to the ground. Sean strolled leisurely into the hall. The blaring alarms echoed through the multi-level steel structure, accompanied by the chaotic sound of footsteps, like a flock of panicked birds. He made no move to stop Izumi's rampage. This was both an outlet for her pent-up hatred and part of the preordained script. Skynet had severed all communications from the underground lab. Today, no one would leave unscathed. The hidden emergency exits were now all sealed. Crowds of researchers and high-ranking officials gathered at the doors, desperately trying to restore power to the locked security gates. But it was all futile. The laboratory had become an isolated island buried underground, surrounded by jagged rocks and crashing waves. Everyone was trapped, praying for divine mercy. Everyone except Viper. The moment the alarms blared, she immediately pulled up the surveillance feed. Realizing the vast disparity in strength, she swiftly gathered the core research data on the progenitor virus, along with several critical experimental samples and vials of the pathogen, before hurrying down the elevator. As a high-ranking Hydra officer, Viper was well-versed in the art of having multiple escape routes. She had chosen this abandoned island precisely because a Thresher-class submarine was docked beneath it. In case of emergencies, she could slip away unnoticed. Carrying a metal case emblazoned with Hydra's insignia, Viper strode down the lower corridor. As long as the progenitor virus remained intact, she would have the means to rise again. As for Yashida Ichiro and the team of scientists Hydra had painstakingly cultivated, well, sacrifices had to be made. Damn it. What the hell is happening? Humiliation burned in Viper's chest. She had suffered defeats before, but never like this, forced to flee like a stray dog without even knowing who her enemy was. Boom. A deafening explosion rocked the underground space. The ceiling shattered as if struck by artillery fire, and a tall figure landed smoothly, blocking Viper's path. Dr. Green, is this how you greet your guests? Sean smiled. Yashida Ichiro is still waiting for you to perform his transformation. He dreams of reclaiming his youth and vitality. That fool is worthless now. Viper glared coldly at the young man before her. Never in her wildest dreams had she imagined that the mastermind behind all this would be Sean Cyphers, a man who should have been irrelevant. Save that look of surprise. Though, I admit, it does bring me some satisfaction. Like every villain in a story, I should probably monologue about my meticulously crafted scheme, not just to give the hero a chance to turn the tables, but because you need someone to share your triumph with. Or to savor the despair on your enemy's face. Isn't that the most delightful thing? But I'm not that kind of person. Sean's face was lit with a gentle smile. I was enjoying a hard-earned vacation in New York, tangled up with scheming female agents and charming mutants, and then you had to come after me. Dr. Green, with so many paths leading to heaven, why did you have to board that one-way train to hell? A flash of realization crossed Viper's mind. Harry Osborn. Sean shrugged, abandoned that pathetic idea. Using Harry to threaten me. He's currently asleep in a hotel bed. Thankfully, you didn't resort to torture. That would have been hard to explain otherwise. Harry was merely in a deep slumber. Unlike other Hydra operatives who favored electroshock therapy and pain-based interrogation, Viper specialized in hypnosis and mental coercion. Had Harry not been so hands-off with his company's affairs, she might have actually extracted useful intel. Any last words, Dr. Green? Sean asked calmly. Viper's mind raced. She had never faced an opponent like Sean before. What bargaining chip could she offer in exchange for her life? The submarine was close. If she could just break past this man, she could escape. I can offer you the progenitor virus. Sorry, I copied all the viral research data days ago. I can pledge my loyalty. Not interested. You're not my type. Enraged, Viper suddenly hurled the metal case at Sean. Her toned legs pushed off the wall, launching her into the air. No matter how strong her opponent was, she refused to suppress her will to survive. As a high-ranking Hydra officer, Viper was no slouch in combat. She was proficient in firearms, infiltration, and a seasoned terrorist in her own right. With explosive force, she reached the edge of the corridor, vaulting over the railing with one hand. The submarine's hatch flew open as she dove inside. The turbines roared to life, the propellers churning as the water gates below burst open. The submarine plunged into the abyss. Everything happened in an instant and unexpectedly smoothly, to Viper's surprise. Slumping in the sealed chamber, relief washed over her. She had escaped death. Still holding the metal case, Sean shook his head and muttered softly. Farewell, Dr. Green. Chapter 282, Chapter 281, Above the Clouds. An hour later, Sean sat inside a C-17 Globemaster III strategic military transport aircraft, its cargo hold loaded with a substantial amount of stored adamantium, a rare and valuable haul from this trip to Tokyo. Ichiro had originally intended to use the adamantium to forge a massive suit of samurai armor, and rely on Hydra's life support systems to cling to life while attempting to absorb the regenerative properties of the adamantium bonded to Wolverine's skeleton. Unfortunately for him, fate had other plans. Logan, who had been under the surveillance of the Yashida family, vanished without a trace, shattering Ichiro's ambitions. Left with no choice, he had to resort to Hydra's contingency plan. In the end, the extravagantly crafted adamantium armor became nothing more than spoils of war for Sean. The transport plane that took off from the Yokosuka naval base circled over Tokyo Bay. Below, the isolated island had collapsed, leaving only a few jagged reefs protruding above the water. A Thresher-class submarine had exploded. As a third-generation nuclear submarine, its detonation was comparable to the force of a conventional ballistic missile. The sheer destructive power caused the island to fracture and sink into the sea. Much like the infamous explosion of the Russian K-480 cruise missile submarine, which had unleashed scorching temperatures of 3,000 degrees Celsius, vaporizing all 25 personnel on board without leaving a trace, the submarine Viper had boarded met a similar fate. Even though the explosion occurred underwater, its force was immense, nearly triggering a catastrophic tsunami. The devastating shock waves stirred furious waves that swallowed the secret laboratory beneath the island hole. The entire island was battered by the blast, its rocky foundations crumbling and breaking apart. Debris was hurled into the air like a rain of stone, and within 40 minutes, the landmass had completely submerged beneath the ocean. Hydra scientists, Ichiro, and his ambitions, along with hordes of undead test subjects and viral agents were all buried in the cold and dark depths, forever lost to the world. A perfect ending. Sean leaned back in his seat, murmuring softly to himself. With Hydra's interference decisively dealt with, the farce in Tokyo had come to a close. Whether it was the Yashida family or any other lurking factions, they would now have no choice but to remain as silent spectators, at least for the time being. Down below, the Japan self-defense forces had dispatched ships and patrol boats, frantically searching for survivors. The massive explosion had undoubtedly alarmed Tokyo's higher-ups. A Thresher-class submarine mysteriously blowing up near Yokohama was bound to unsettle the Japanese government. They would spare no effort in investigating, desperate for answers. Unfortunately for them, all traces of Hydra's viral samples and experiments had been vaporized in the explosion. The intense heat had been more than enough to obliterate even the most resilient viral cells. In the end, all the JSDF would recover were fragments of the submarine's wreckage and perhaps some rubble from the laboratory's ruins, nothing more. Truthfully, Sean had half hoped that the cornered and desperate Viper would have unleashed the progenitor virus in a last-ditch act of vengeance. The thought of Tokyo transforming into a sprawling hunting ground for the undead had a certain morbid appeal. But the risks were far too unpredictable. The technological safeguards in this world weren't infallible. If the virus had spread unchecked, it could have easily triggered a Marvel Zombies scenario. I saved the world, Sean mused to himself. Meanwhile, Elektra had successfully persuaded Shingen. With the old man's death, the grandiose funeral that had once been a farce was now a reality. By securing control over Mariko, Shingen could seamlessly assume leadership of the Yashida clan. And to solidify his grip over the family's internal factions, he would need the backing of the Hand's formidable influence. It wouldn't be long before Elektra and the Hand's vast network fully infiltrated the Yashida Empire. Gaining covert control over a major Japanese conglomerate was a crucial step in Sean's plans to expand his influence across the Asia-Pacific region. Sean glanced at the silent Izumi and asked, "Are you staying in Japan, or coming back to New York with me?" Every single armed guard, researcher, and high-ranking officer in that laboratory had died at the hands of this seemingly fragile girl. No matter how human she appeared, the feral instincts of a ghoul still lurked within her. Once she surrendered to the bloodlust, there was no stopping the carnage. Over the past few days, Sean had observed her closely, refraining from imposing too many restrictions. To her credit, the girl had struggled to suppress her violent urges, resisting the temptation to hunt for prey. "I told you before that I could turn you back into a normal human, but that was a lie." A faint smirk played at the corner of Sean's lips. Now, how should he handle the world's only remaining ghoul? The hooded girl trembled slightly but said nothing. In her now clear human eyes, a deep sorrow surfaced. For a monster like her, being deceived was only to be expected, wasn't it? If her true nature as a ghoul were ever exposed, no one would ever accept her. Izumi understood this all too well. Her reason for staying by Sean's side wasn't solely because of that empty promise, it was more about the sense of belonging she felt with him. That feeling was precious to her. At least this way, she wouldn't be alone. Ahem. Just kidding. No need to be so serious, Sean said as he ruffled her hair. Having been born from the mutated progenitor virus, ghouls craved human flesh because their digestive systems had been completely altered. Normal food was now inedible, even nauseating. The additional sac-like organ in their bodies required human meat to store RC cells, sustaining their vitality and survival. At its core, this was a complex genetic disorder, akin to the medieval myth of vampirism stemming from porphyria. In an era when science and medicine were far less advanced, severe cases of porphyria could deform the human body, leaving victims looking like grotesque revenants from horror tales. Their noses and ears would appear to have been eaten away, their lips and gums eroded, exposing reddened roots. Their skin would become scarred and deathly pale, a result of chronic anemia. During the Dark Ages, those afflicted with this disease were branded as monsters. Beyond their terrifying appearance, many physicians believed blood transfusions could cure porphyria. Combined with symptoms like photophobia and an aversion to irritants such as garlic, these traits were exaggerated into the vampire legends that haunted villages. Over time, those afflicted with porphyria were condemned as sinners cursed by God. They were considered real-life vampires. All right, I really can cure you. Come on, smile for me. Sean's tone was light, but there was an undercurrent of sincerity beneath the jest. The massive transport aircraft soared through the overcast skies. A steady drizzle wove a curtain of rain, veiling the glittering city below. Thank you. The girl's tightly pressed lips parted, forming what could almost be called a bright smile. Chapter 283, Chapter 282, Sudden Change. Under the bright sunlight at Tokyo Haneda International Airport, Yashida Shingen stepped out of a luxury Japanese sedan and bowed respectfully to Sean, who was preparing to board his flight. He paid no mind to the shocked gaze of the driver behind him. Having already learned the truth of Ichiro's death and the massive explosion near Yokohama through discreet channels, Shingen knew better than to act arrogantly. The young man before him was not only intimately connected to the sole leader of the Hand, but had also emerged as the ultimate victor without lifting a finger. His methods and decisiveness inspired genuine fear. As the eldest son of a prominent family, Shingen was astute enough to know the importance of making a good impression. Not only did he humble himself, but he also came bearing a gift. This is my daughter, Mariko. She deeply admires Mr. Cyphers and hopes to serve by your side. Shingen said shamelessly. Sean was slightly taken aback. The Japanese truly had a way of shattering expectations when it came to moral flexibility. Not only had this man enlisted his help in killing his own father, Ichiro, but now he was offering his daughter as well. Please, Mr. Cyphers, you must accept this. It is the Yashida family's sincerity. Seeing Sean hesitate, Shingen quickly pressed on. The family's rise depended entirely on the Hand's support, and securing Sean's goodwill was crucial. Moreover, handing Mariko over also served as a symbolic hostage, a guarantee of his unwavering loyalty. Then I thank you for your generosity. Sean shrugged. When it came to sugar-coated bullets, temptations wrapped in flattery, he never minded having a few more. No matter what schemes Shingen might be harboring, the sheer disparity in power between them meant that an ant could never shake an elephant. The two shook hands warmly, neither paying any attention to Mariko, who stood there like a puppet. To her father, she was a bargaining chip; to Sean, she was barely worth a glance. I wish beautiful women would throw themselves at me like that. Harry quipped from his seat. His handsome face looked haggard, as if he were suffering from a hangover. He appeared groggy and utterly devoid of energy. The young Osborne heir had been quietly kidnapped by Hydra and kept in a drugged stupor. Viper had hoped to extract Umbrella's secrets from him while his mind was vulnerable. She clearly hadn't anticipated that the rising star of Oscorp was completely hands-off when it came to management. Aside from attending board meetings and jet-setting around the world for business deals, Harry had no interest in the company's inner workings. I've got evidence of Harry Osborne getting drunk at a nightclub and passing out on the streets. If I show it to Darcy, you'll be sleeping on the couch for a month. Sean chuckled. When Harry woke up, he was baffled by Sean's sudden appearance. Sean had spun him a tale about how the young Osborne had gotten wasted in Ginza, only to be robbed blind by hostesses and dumped on the street. There's no way I'd do something like that. Harry was skeptical. Ever since I started dating Darcy, I've been a reformed man, a model of self-restraint. Harry, you know how it is. The longer you suppress it, the harder it explodes. As a fellow man, I get it. Sean patted his shoulder, cutting him off. He paused, then added with a smirk, don't worry, your secret's safe with me. Freeing himself from Harry's endless questions, Sean settled into his window seat. The plane ascended steadily, the city below shrinking into a miniature model. This trip to Tokyo had yielded a substantial haul: adamantium, multiple samples of the progenitor virus, and extensive research data. Dr. Maya Hansen would undoubtedly be thrilled. Hydra's original intention hadn't been to create bioweapons. Viper's initial vision was a gene-enhancing serum. The zombies and ghouls were just unintended byproducts of derailed experiments. But in Sean's eyes, even those failed research notes held immense value. Umbrella had gaps in its genetic engineering knowledge, and Hydra's data could fill them. Across from him, Izumi sat with her hood up, staring intently at the assortment of snacks laid out before her. Her brows furrowed, her eyes tense with apprehension. Bread. She tore open a bag and took a cautious bite of soft toast. Chocolate. Next came dark chocolate. Jelly. Soda. One by one, she sampled the snacks, chewing carefully. The usual rancid, metallic taste was absent. She felt no nausea, and no urge to vomit. This is only temporary. I found data in Hydra's lab about suppressing ghoul cell activity. But to fully return to a normal human diet, you'll need a partial modification surgery. Sean leaned against the window, his tone lazy, be prepared to get dissected. He took perverse pleasure in teasing the girl. This ghoul who willingly offered herself as Umbrella's test subject represented a breakthrough in genetic engineering. The mutated progenitor virus had preserved her cognitive functions while drastically enhancing her physical abilities. If they could eliminate the bloodlust and cannibalistic urges, this could be the perfect evolutionary path. As a standalone research project, it would send Umbrella's scientists into a frenzy. Sean closed his eyes. The plane's massive wings cut through the clouds, leaving rippling trails in their wake. S.H.I.E.L.D. Research Facility. The highly classified steel structure echoed with evacuation alarms. 4 hours earlier, an energy surge had erupted from the underground lab, its readings climbing steadily. This immediately drew Nick Fury's attention. The Tesseract was one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most critical assets, he couldn't afford even the slightest mishap. He arrived at the base without delay. Dr. Selvig wasn't running any tests. He wasn't even in the room. The Tesseract activated on its own, and we can't shut it down. Agent Coulson reported dutifully. Black-suited agents and scientists scrambled to pack up, preparing for evacuation. Helicopters and transport vehicles came and went, ferrying out essential equipment and key personnel, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most valuable assets. How long until full evacuation? Fury asked grimly. Another 30 minutes, and the area will be clear. Coulson, ever the seasoned agent, had issued the alert the moment the Tesseract's anomaly was detected. He knew the importance of preparing for the worst. If something went wrong with the Tesseract, at least the damage wouldn't be irreparable. Dr. Selvig, I need an explanation. The director's voice was sharp. The vast underground chamber was nearly empty, save for Selvig and a handful of researchers desperately trying to stabilize the erratic Tesseract. Bruce Banner, who had also been part of the research team, had been evacuated immediately. A man who turned into a green behemoth when angered was no less dangerous than a live nuke. The Tesseract's energy is highly volatile. Even after cutting the power, it's useless because it is the power source. Selvig explained. Pipes and cables snaked toward a circular metallic device. At its center, the glowing blue cube pulsed with energy, emitting continuous waves of light. Chapter 284, Chapter 283, Before the Crisis. Nick Fury stared at the Tesseract resting at the center of the metallic device. In his mind, this small cube had always been one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s foundational cornerstones. During World War II, the Red Skull, leader of HYDRA, had retrieved it from a church in Norway. Legend has it that the Tesseract was the most precious gem in Odin's vault, possessing unimaginable power. Schmidt had used it to develop energy weapons that nearly turned the tide of the war against the Allies. Had it not been for Captain America leading the Howling Commandos to destroy Hydra's stronghold, creating an opportunity for victory, the wheels of history might have rolled onto a completely different path. Later, when Captain America crashed his plane into the Arctic, the Tesseract was recovered from the depths by Howard Stark and entrusted to the Strategic Scientific Reserve, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s predecessor. It remained in their custody until Nick Fury took over as director and decided to restart research on the Tesseract. Did you see what activated it? The director remained skeptical of Dr. Selvig's explanation. S.H.I.E.L.D. had safeguarded the cube for years, and such bizarre phenomena had never occurred before. According to the computer's calculations, the Tesseract was emitting interference and radiation, with values steadily climbing toward a peak. In Dr. Selvig's view, this was not a good sign. Worse, they had no effective means to shut it down, only observe and wait. No one entered or exited. The doctor is clean. Hawkeye, Clint Barton, slid down a rope from his vantage point above. He was the facility security, tasked with monitoring everyone. The ever-suspicious Fury would never blindly trust others with the Tesseract. He had a nagging feeling that S.H.I.E.L.D. harbored an undercurrent, a lingering specter of their old enemy, the Third Reich. After their defeat in World War II, Hydra had splintered. Some factions infiltrated the rising Soviet Union, lying dormant until its collapse. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D., which was still the SSR back then, absorbed the Third Reich's cutting-edge technology and resources, but in doing so, left itself vulnerable. Despite Fury's efforts to enforce strict clearance levels and airtight secrecy since taking office, it seemed impossible to root out those persistent Nazi remnants. If there's a problem, it's not on our end, sir. Barton said earnestly. Dr. Selvig mentioned that the Tesseract is a doorway to the other side. What if that door swings both ways? His subordinate's words gave Fury pause. He had been solely focused on harnessing the Tesseract's infinite energy to develop advanced technology, much like the Red Skull had. But he had overlooked the risks. The director touched his eye patch, a grim reminder of the devastating lessons learned from the secret invasion. S.H.I.E.L.D. had been crippled, and they had lost a reliable comrade, a fearless heroine. Dr. Selvig, do whatever it takes to shut the Tesseract down. Fury barked before turning to Barton, speed up the evacuation. If we're still in this situation in 40 minutes, destroy it. His gaze hardened, devoid of hesitation as he looked at the Tesseract. He couldn't allow it to attract unknown threats. Long before becoming director, Fury had known that Earth was not the only civilization in the vast cosmos. He knew that humanity was not alone. But before he could react, the Tesseract's energy surged past its peak. A dazzling blue light erupted, shaking the entire underground facility. A spatial vortex expanded like a whirlpool, its violent fluctuations rippling outward. Within it, the silhouette of a kneeling figure flickered into view. Stark Mansion. Tony Stark exhaled deeply, stretching his stiff limbs after hours of being hunched over his workbench and refining Ultron. After days of non-stop collaboration with Reed, Tony had finally designed a near-perfect AI framework, using JARVIS as a foundation and the Red Queen, courtesy of Sean, as a reference. In Tony's vision, Ultron would possess unparalleled computational power. It will be linked to the planet's digital networks, and should be capable of absorbing knowledge from the internet in real time. In short, it would have human-like learning capabilities. Not just comprehension, but application. For artificial intelligence, this was a monumental breakthrough. Conventional AI operated on rigid mechanical logic, and lacked genuine human perception. Hence the necessity of the Turing test. As early as the last century, Alan Turing, the father of AI, introduced the concept of machine thinking. In his landmark 1950 paper, Can Machines Think?, he proposed the famous Turing test. A human interrogates a computer while another, unaware participant tries to distinguish between human and machine responses. If the computer remains undetected, it passes the test. On the surface, this seemed simple. But no matter how sophisticated a program was, it lacked true human understanding. Under sustained questioning, its flaws would emerge, especially when faced with creative or nuanced queries. For example, the cat sat on the mat because it was warm. What was warm? A typical AI would stumble into a logical trap, unable to correctly parse pronouns or associate it with the cat, the mat, or the warmth. What Stark aimed to create was an AI capable of genuine thought, one that could not only answer such questions, but also develop independent reasoning. Rubbing his tired eyes, Tony leaned back, admiring the intricate virtual projections before him. A vast stream of data gradually coalesced into a blurred face. This was the embodiment of perfection in Tony's mind. Ultron. He and Reed wanted to transcend binary computation, to break free from mechanical thinking and create an AI that could truly think like a human. Thus, these two world-class geniuses not only built the computational framework, but also wove an elaborate logic web, allowing Ultron to evolve self-awareness through continuous data processing. You'll be the shield that protects the world. Tony murmured softly, his gaze tender, as if looking at his own child. To put it more precisely, Ultron was his and Dr. Richards' newborn creation. Though still in its infancy like a toddler taking its first steps, Tony was confident that given time, it would grow to fulfill its destined purpose. Good night. With a wave of his hand, the countless projections vanished. The lab lights dimmed, leaving only a single computer that tirelessly processed data at the center. In the darkness, the machine's red indicator blinked rhythmically like a waking eye. Chapter 285, Chapter 284, Assembly. Freshly groomed and humming a cheerful tune, Tony was about to head out for a date. He had meticulously prepared a romantic candlelit dinner, hoping to make up for neglecting Pepper while he was buried in designing the Ultron program. As New York's #1 playboy, a man who had roamed the flower fields for years, Stark was nothing like the clueless socially inept Reed Richards who would ignore his resentful girlfriend and bury himself in research. Honestly, the fact that Susan hadn't dumped the Fantastic Four's leader yet was nothing short of a miracle. Sean, that guy is really slacking off. He actually ran off to Japan to have fun. Not that I'm jealous. Compared to my old partying days, I much prefer this fulfilling life now. Okay, fine. I miss the bikini babes in Hawaii. Tony stood in front of the mirror, adjusting his tie. He wore a wine-red shirt paired with an outrageously expensive bespoke suit, topped off with sunglasses. He looked every bit the charismatic playboy again. Sir, Agent Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. is calling. JARVIS's crisp British accent chimed in. Tony scoffed, perfect timing. Tell him I'm not here. Even if the president wanted to see me, he'd have to wait till tomorrow. He had no interest in dealing with S.H.I.E.L.D. right now. He has already handed over the helicarrier and anti-gravity tech. As a consultant, he'd done his part. Any further involvement depended entirely on his mood. I'm not Fury's errand boy. Unless it's the apocalypse, no one's interrupting my date. Tony muttered under his breath. Sir, Miss Potts is calling. Jarvis announced again. Wow, Pepper can't wait to see me. Tony eagerly answered the call. Pepper, I'm on my way. Manhattan Sky Garden, fireworks tonight. Wait, Coulson called you. Hello, Mr. Stark. A calm middle-aged man's voice came through the line. Apologies for the approach, but I had to reach you. S.H.I.E.L.D. needs Iron Man. Does Fury never give you guys a break? Or do you just not have personal lives? Coulson, I don't need S.H.I.E.L.D. This is my private time. What? Is the world ending? I can't even have dinner with my girlfriend in peace. Tony fired off a rapid barrage of complaints. He hated being bossed around, especially by an organization as rigid as S.H.I.E.L.D. The free-spirited Stark had never been one for their by-the-book methods. Director Fury hoarded secrets like a dragon with gold, never sharing, yet expected everyone else to bare their souls and trust him completely. I'm afraid the world might actually be ending, Mr. Stark. Coulson announced in a grave tone. 4 hours earlier, Nick Fury had used the Tesseract's energy to blow up one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most classified bases. But it hadn't stopped the intruders from taking the cube. Even worse, Clint Barton and Dr. Selvig had been compromised, vanishing without a trace. After listening to Coulson's explanation, Tony fell silent for a long moment. He sent Pepper a quick text, then descended the metal staircase. Not long after, a streak of fire shot into the sky. Baxter Building. Natasha sat curled up on the sofa, lost in thought. The fireplace flickered, casting warm light across the room. She had been getting close to Sean Cyphers for a while now, but the men showed no cracks in his facade, even after their most intimate moments. Aside from being a shameless playboy with an insatiable appetite, he was admittedly the perfect lover. He always seemed to know what she was thinking, surprising her in unexpected ways, like cooking a simple breakfast the morning after, or playing an original composition for her at a restaurant during a date. Natasha had to admit, if she weren't a high-level S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, but just an ordinary woman chasing dreams in Los Angeles, she might have already fallen head over heels. But this wasn't a fairy tale. Natasha's distant gaze sharpened back into focus. Having trained in the Soviet Union's most ruthless programs, suppressing emotions and maintaining rationality were second nature to her. The spy known as the Black Widow wasn't some naive girl easily swept off her feet. She had seen the darkest and cruelest corners of the world. Her mental fortitude was unshakable. Her phone buzzed on the table. It was a message through S.H.I.E.L.D.'s encrypted channel. Only Nick Fury had this contact. Tesseract stolen. Barton compromised. Return to HQ immediately. Natasha's expression hardened. Clint Barton was one of the few people in S.H.I.E.L.D. she considered a true friend. She leapt off the sofa, landing bare feet on the floor. Shedding the floral sundress, she changed into tactical gear and shook out her auburn curls. The identity of MS Scarlet was discarded. Agent Romanoff was back. With one last glance at the cozy bedroom, Natasha sighed softly before shutting the door behind her. S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters, Potomac River. In an empty training room, a tall broad-shouldered man pounded a heavy sandbag. Each punch was precise and powerful. His muscles were taut with raw masculine strength. As his fists flew faster, fragmented memories flashed through his mind, a battlefield engulfed in artillery fire, fighting side by side with his comrades, driving Hydra soldiers into retreat. He remembered his brutal fight with the Red Skull, the plane crashing into the Arctic, the dance he was 70 years too late for. When he opened his eyes again, the world had changed beyond recognition. His old friends were long gone, his sweetheart now aged and frail. An invisible wall separated him from this new era. He was like a battle-scarred veteran returning home, left with nothing but rusted weapons and fading glory. With one final devastating punch, the sandbag flew off its chain, slamming into the wall with a thunderous bang. Breathing heavily, Steve Rogers steadied himself, then reached for another sandbag to vent the restless energy coursing through him. Trouble sleeping. Nick Fury's voice came from the doorway. I slept for 70 years, sir. Think I've had my fill. Steve kept punching. He had been awake for a while now but rarely left S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters to occasionally visit his old neighborhood in Brooklyn. The place had become a relic of the past. His late friend, Howard Stark, had bought the entire block, and Peggy Carter had apparently lived in his old house for a time. When I went under, the world was at war. Then I woke up to hear we won. What was the cost? Steve asked, unwrapping the white tape from his hands. He knew Fury wouldn't seek him out without reason. He was a soldier who lived by discipline and morals. The one-eyed spymaster operated in shadows, unbound by rules. They were fundamentally different. You have a mission for me, sir? Steve asked. Captain, the world needs saving again. Fury handed him a file with a Level 7 shield dossier on the Tesseract's classified intel. Howard Stark found this while searching for you. He and I both believed it was the key to unlimited energy. 4 hours ago, someone stole it. Steve handed the file back. He recognized the cube in the photos. The Red Skull had been obsessed with it. Hydra had used it to develop weapons that could vaporize a man in one shot. I'm a soldier. I follow orders. The war hero from the last century slung his bag over his shoulder and walked toward the door. He did not refuse Fury's request. Any ideas on how to retrieve it, the director called after him. He couldn't allow the Tesseract to fall into the wrong hands. S.H.I.E.L.D. had guarded it for decades, losing it was unacceptable. You should have left it in the ocean. The captain replied without looking back. Chapter 286, Chapter 285, The Beginning of Tragedy. The surface of the North Atlantic was calm and undisturbed. The Quinjet flew at full speed just above the water, stirring ripples in its wake, and leaving 2 distinct trails behind it. Inside the aircraft sat 2 crucial passengers, individuals who might very well shoulder the responsibility of saving the world. One was a war hero who had slept for 70 years, and the other was a green behemoth capable of destroying half of New York when angered. We'll arrive at headquarters in about 40 minutes. Dr. Banner and Captain Rogers are already assembled. Agent Coulson ended the communication with HQ. He removed his headset, then glanced at the 2 men conversing behind him. I always thought you were a comic book character. When I was a kid, the school would organize trips to the World War II Museum, and your footage was played in every patriotism class. Seated comfortably, Bruce Banner seemed in high spirits. Since choosing to remain with S.H.I.E.L.D., he had gone a long time without losing control and transforming. It was almost as if the Hulk had never existed within him. Fury had kept his promise. Banner was only involved as a scientist in the secret research on the Tesseract, with no additional demands. This had gradually eased his initial wariness. I heard you once tried to replicate the serum used on me. Steve Rogers clearly wasn't the best at small talk. His words instantly cast an awkward silence over the cabin. The gamma radiation accident was a scar on Banner's heart. He had survived, but at the cost of sharing his body with another beast. That was an accident. Dr. Banner was a victim too. Coulson stepped in to smooth things over. You were the first successful super soldier in history. Many have tried to recreate Dr. Erskine's work. The military invested heavily but never succeeded. In the end, it was Umbrella that achieved the creation of super soldiers. Honestly, when Dr. Banner isn't transformed, he's about as harmless as Stephen Hawking. The middle-aged agent joked, trying to lighten the mood. Banner forced a smile, while Steve looked puzzled. As a man who had slept for 70 years, he had no idea who this Mr. Hawking was. Dr. Banner, do you have any way to track the Tesseract? Coulson changed the subject as the atmosphere grew heavy. That depends on how many spectrometers you can gather. If we use a large number of them, calibrate them to gamma radiation, and set up a tracking algorithm, we should be able to narrow down the target's location significantly after filtering and identification. Banner pondered for a moment. As an expert in gamma radiation, he knew the Tesseract was an energy source that constantly emitted faint interference waves. Pinpointing its general location wouldn't be too difficult. The Quinjet soared through the clouds, jolting slightly as it hit turbulence before descending rapidly and landing on a massive aircraft carrier. This was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s helicarrier, Nick Fury's expensive pet project, one designed with Stark's anti-gravity engines. The colossal steel beast could ascend to altitudes of over 30,000 feet, carrying dozens of fighter jets and cruise missile launch systems. Equipped with optical camouflage, it was like a ghost in the sky. The helicarrier's mobility and stealth made it S.H.I.E.L.D.'s new headquarters. It was like a floating fortress watching over the planet and monitoring every movement. While the Avengers were assembling, Loki, the instigator of this chaos, sat deep in thought. He clutched a scepter embedded with a glowing blue gem, a generous gift from him, one as precious as the Tesseract itself. The gem pulsed with an eerie light, then transported its wielder to another world in an instant. The place was a desolate, dim, and frigid realm. The Chitauri grow restless. You must open the gateway to the stars soon. From among the jagged rocks, a blurred figure gradually solidified. Tell them to prepare. I will lead an army to fight a glorious war. Loki's consciousness conversed with the Chitauri elder through the coldly shimmering gem. In this illusion, he once more became the handsome prince adorned with antlered horns and resplendent robes. War. The Chitauri elder sneered, against those weak earthlings. In their eyes, Earth was a backward, impoverished civilization, hardly worth mentioning. Otherwise, the great Titan would not have sent the Chitauri as the vanguard. Had their foes been the Nova Corps or the Kree, renowned powers in the cosmos, the Great One might have dispatched the Black Order instead. Loki inwardly scoffed. He couldn't be bothered to inform these arrogant Chitauri that Earth was far more dangerous than they imagined. The golden figure in New Mexico, for instance, had repelled Asgard's mightiest armor and even overpowered Thor after he regained his divine power. To the Chitauri, Earth was merely one of the 9 realms under Asgard's protection. It was a primitive barbaric world. Victory would be effortless once their army arrived. You are a disgraceful failure. Had the great Titan not entrusted you with the scepter, bestowed upon you ancient knowledge and a new purpose, you would be nothing but a stray dog. The Chitauri elder's disdain was palpable. He couldn't fathom why the Great One had granted leadership to this deceitful Asgardian. I am a king. The rightful ruler of Asgard. I was betrayed. Loki's face twisted as he reflexively retorted. It was Odin's deception that had driven him to seek an audience with the infamous cosmic tyrant, despite the immense risk. Now, with the Chitauri army at his disposal, all he needed was to secure the Tesseract and conquer Earth. Using Chitauri biotechnology, he could plunder resources and populations, mass-producing expendable soldiers to forge an invincible army. Then, he would return to the 9 realms as a conqueror and reclaim Asgard's throne in glory. Your ambitions are petty and childish. Our gaze extends beyond Earth, to the vast universe the Tesseract will unveil. The Chitauri elder glared coldly at Loki. Win this war, Asgardian. Remember, should you fail to deliver what the great Titan desires, forget about conquering the 9 realms. There will be no corner of the cosmos left for you to hide. Wherever you flee, we will find you. And then, I will make you scream. I will show you true suffering. As the Chitauri elder's warning echoed, the illusion shattered, and Loki returned to reality. He gripped his scepter tightly, his body trembling slightly. The Asgardian prince had embarked on a path of no return. He knew all too well the horrors buried beneath the great Titan's infamy, the countless civilizations reduced to ashes, the mountains of corpses that could blot out the sky and fill the endless seas. Wherever the Black Order marched, half of a planet's population would be extinguished without mercy. Their brutality was legendary. Loki quickly rose to his feet. Through the scepter, he had taken control of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Hawkeye, Clint Barton, and through him, found allies among S.H.I.E.L.D.'s oldest enemies, Hydra. They now hid in a secret base, preparing to use the Tesseract to open a portal and summon the Chitauri. To achieve this, they needed to construct a stable reactor, utilizing a continuous power source to create a quantum tunnel effect. All of this required extensive equipment and manpower, resources that Hydra could readily provide. Dr. Selvig, how much longer do you need? Loki asked. The reactor still requires iridium. It's essential for forming antiprotons, and it's highly sought after. Even the black market struggles to supply it. Selvig, whose mind was ensnared by the scepter's influence, answered mechanically. Both he and Barton were trapped in a dazzling haze of energy. Their actions were guided by invisible threads of control. I know where to find it. Barton picked up a composite bow, his eyes reflecting a cold detached resolve. Umbrella. Chapter 287, Chapter 286, Interesting Developments. The towering spire of the Umbrella Corporation's headquarters on Long Island, New York, blazed with light, its massive red and white umbrella logo glowing brilliantly at the pinnacle, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Sean stood within the hive building as Dr. Connors carefully picked up a vial of the progenitor virus from the workbench. His lips parted slightly, his eyes filled with intoxicated fascination, as if the liquid flowing inside the glass tube were a grand world-renowned symphony that profoundly shook his very soul. Meanwhile, Dr. Maya Hansen was conducting a comprehensive physical examination of the world's only ghoul, Yoshimura Izumi. Compared to the progenitor virus, she seemed far more invested in the delicate, frail girl. It was a distinction that perhaps highlighted the difference between men and women. As for the adamantium seized from Yashida Ichiro, Sean had handed it over to Ivan Vanko. He was certain the burly Russian would appreciate the gift. After all, even a billionaire like Tony Stark used gold titanium alloy for his Mark series armors. Though that was partly due to the alarming rate at which his suits were destroyed and required replacement. It seems I have a new research project. Dr. Connors exhaled deeply. After completing his work on limb regeneration, he had been searching for a new direction. The complexity of the progenitor virus and its diverse mutations presented a significant challenge to him. Cross-genetic limb regeneration had been his life's ultimate ambition, and now that it was achieved, he couldn't help but feel a void. Naturally, he needed a new pursuit. Umbrella is already at the forefront of biological modification. Next, I want to fill the gaps in our genetic engineering capabilities. Sean placed a hand on Dr. Connor's shoulder and spoke softly, we have the treasure trove of mutant genes at our disposal. We must learn to utilize it wisely. Sean hadn't forgotten about Stryker's years of painstaking work, the mutant gene database. It was a precious collection of an entire era, the key to unlocking evolution. There was no way he would simply leave it untouched. After discussing future plans with Dr. Connors and emphasizing the research priorities for the progenitor virus, Sean left Izumi in Dr. Hansen's care and walked alone down the corridor. Standing on the upper floors of the spire, Sean gazed down at his private kingdom, his heart swelling with satisfaction. What had once been hailed as a rising star in the scientific community had now grown into a behemoth capable of rivaling giants like Stark Industries. In the beginning, the media had likened Sean to the next Tony Stark. But now, that comparison was rarely made. Being adorned with multiple accolades, the New York prodigy no longer needed to borrow the Iron Man's fame. After a period of explosive growth, Umbrella had crushed the monopolistic giants of the biotech industry, trampling over Worthington Industries before following in Stark Industries' footsteps to storm the new energy market. Partnering with Koch Industries, the three powerhouses raced forward, ushering in a new era. Even in the defense sector, a field reliant on extensive connections and cutting-edge technology, this 2-year-old upstart had managed to suppress Hammer Industries with its energy weapons and human enhancement serums. Especially after its CEO, Justin Hammer, was imprisoned, Umbrella had seized the opportunity to collaborate with a certain military figure to annex Hammer's weapons manufacturing plants. Industry analysts concluded that any obstacle standing in Umbrella's path was doomed to a grim fate. The evidence suggested that this rising star was not to be trifled with. The public's perception of Sean Cyphers, the well-regarded New York genius, had shifted once more. Behind that amiable smile might lie ruthless tactics, causing many opportunists and corporate predators to reconsider their covetous gazes. As the saying went, learn from the mistakes of the past to avoid repeating them. No one wanted to become the next Worthington or Hammer Industries. 2 gems. Sean sighed. Through Skynet, he had learned of Loki's arrival on Earth and his theft of the Tesseract from S.H.I.E.L.D. No matter how fiercely the butterfly flapped its wings, it couldn't alter the inevitable crisis. The Chitauri army stood ready beyond the vast reaches of space, waiting for the Asgardian prince to use the Tesseract to open a gateway. Under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s summons, the Avengers were rapidly assembling. A great battle was unavoidable. But what Sean pondered was what he could gain from this. At present, Earth held 3 Infinity Stones. One was housed in the Eye of Agamotto at Camartage, practically unreachable unless one had a death wish and provoked the Sorcerer Supreme. Another was embedded in Loki's scepter, and was capable of manipulating minds and warping consciousness. And the last, the Tesseract itself, which could bend space and harness energy. If Sean were to act, securing 2 of the stones wouldn't be an issue. The real question was whether doing so would attract the attention of Thanos, the formidable entity dedicated to maintaining cosmic balance by culling half of all life. Ending this game early might not be a bad idea. After long contemplation, Sean concluded that only a life-or-death battle fought with everything he had could shatter the 50% threshold. This was undoubtedly a tremendous gamble. If Thanos descended and Sean's power proved inadequate, everything he had built would crumble into ruin. A difficult choice indeed. Sean chuckled softly as he looked up at the dark sky. Stars twinkled, the moonlight was serene, yet behind that black curtain lay mysteries yet unknown. Had his arrival thrown this world into chaos, or was he, as the Ancient One had said, merely following the tide until the final outcome arrived? As long as that Asgardian prince isn't foolish enough to provoke me, before he could finish, a piercing alarm blared. A handsome man in a long coat strode boldly into Umbrella's main building. The 2 security guards tasked with verifying identities were effortlessly subdued. With a swing of his golden scepter, like a golfer driving a ball, he struck one guard's head with brutal force, sending him crashing to the ground. The other, despite his professional training, followed suit. This uninvited midnight guest stepped gracefully into Umbrella's lobby, stopping before a bronze statue. It was a model of the galaxy, cast in metal, exuding an ancient solemn weight. He smirked disdainfully, pathetic insects. What could they possibly know of the universe's vastness? He had come not just for the iridium Selvig needed, but also to make a grand entrance, drawing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention to execute the next phase of his plan. Having observed everything, Sean spoke impassively, dispatched the Umbrella security team. Since events had taken such an interesting turn, he might as well take a seat at the gambling table and await the grand arrival of the Mad Titan himself. Chapter 288, Chapter 287, The Adventure of the HYDRA Team. Loki's intrusion caused immediate panic. Umbrella Corporation's stringent security system was triggered the moment the Asgardian prince knocked out 2 guards and stormed into the lobby, prompting the Red Queen to activate the emergency alarm without delay. As a research institution with close ties to the military, it was only natural for Umbrella to maintain its own private armed forces. Fully equipped elite soldiers swarmed in, attempting to subdue the dangerous individual who had dared to break into Umbrella and assault its personnel. A sharp whistle cut through the air as arrows tore through the atmosphere with precision, embedding themselves in the necks of the soldiers, silently claiming their lives. Simultaneously, a modified and reinforced Paramount Marauder crashed through the lobby's glass walls, shattering them into flying shards. A team of fierce mercenaries leaped out of the vehicle, quickly taking control of the chaotic situation. Researchers in white uniforms crouched on the ground, their hands clasped behind their heads, while Loki, like a noble prince, stood tall with his golden scepter, surveying the trembling insects beneath him with an air of superiority. This is your natural state, an unspoken truth of humanity. The illusion of freedom has robbed you of life's joys. You crave subjugation, you madly pursue power and status, yet in your bones, you are slaves. Sooner or later, you will kneel before the strong. Loki delivered his speech with dramatic flair, his voice rising and falling. It was in his nature. He loved theatrics, deception, vanity, and praise, a stark contrast to his brother Thor who revered strength and valor. Would anyone care to point out Mr. Benjamin, the warehouse manager? Loki glanced around, inquiring. Meanwhile, the elite Hydra operatives who were dispatched for this mission had already ascended via the elevator into the heart of Umbrella's Babel Tower. Their assistance to the Asgardian prince was hardly born of goodwill. As a clandestine organization long embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, much like Nick Fury, had taken keen interest in this rapidly rising scientific star. The difference was that while the one-eyed director regarded Sean Cyphers with wariness, these remnants coveted Umbrella's cutting-edge technology. Led by Brock Rumlow, the Hydra team took a senior executive hostage, using his credentials and dual iris fingerprint authentication to infiltrate the inner sanctum of Babel Tower. Perhaps due to the Red Queen's alert, the corridors were eerily empty. The executive was knocked unconscious by Rumlow and unceremoniously discarded. Following the same path Emil Blonsky had once taken, they breached the massive botanical garden privately referred to as Eden. The artificial sun suspended overhead simulated ideal temperatures, while humid air rushed at them. Towering plants blotted out the sky, and serpentine vines coiled around trees, hosting rare creatures like sloths and koalas. In the marshes, corpulent rhinos lumbered, and crocodiles lurked like rotting logs in murky waters. A complete ecosystem lay defenseless before the Hydra team. The sealed zone had inexplicably opened, putting Rumlow on high alert. He couldn't fathom why such an expansive botanical garden existed inside a corporate building. The hyper-realistic walls obscured the team's line of sight as they trekked through the dense rainforest-like foliage. Rumlow couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Umbrella's ecological simulation technology was staggeringly advanced. For a moment, he felt as though he'd been transported to the Amazon. "Stokes, sir, Stokes is missing," a panicked voice called from behind. As the team crossed a stretch of marshland, one of their members vanished without a trace. The only sounds were the whisper of wind and the skittering of insects. Aquatic plants swayed beneath the murky water, and their military boots sank into the mire as if the ground might swallow them whole. A sudden oppressive atmosphere descended upon the team. These were Hydra's elite operatives, veterans of perilous missions across Africa, South America, and the Middle East. Rumlow himself, leader of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s counterterrorism squad, boasted a decorated career and unparalleled combat experience. "Stay quiet. Keep moving." Rumlow listened intently but detected nothing amiss. He signaled for the team to press forward. The botanical garden couldn't possibly span the entire building. They would reach its boundaries soon. Unbeknownst to them, Babel Tower's 15 floors were interconnected. From the moment they stepped inside, their sense of direction had been compromised, as if they were traversing an endless, horizontal tunnel. "Help!" The marshland's predator struck without warning. A massive brown-skinned crocodile lunged, its jagged teeth clamping down. In the span of a single breath, the fully armed soldier was severed at the waist, blood gushing like a fountain, staining the fetid mud. "Open fire!" At Rumlow's command, a barrage of bullets peppered the crocodile's armored hide, sparking harmlessly against its scales. The beast flicked its tail, hurling clods of dirt, then charged. Its bulk sent 2 unprepared operatives flying. With 4 team members already lost, Rumlow fired his MP5 while retreating, cursing Umbrella's CEO inwardly, who in their right mind keeps a giant crocodile inside a building. Suddenly, a vast shadow loomed overhead. Acting on instinct, Rumlow ducked and rolled, narrowly avoiding a razor-sharp gust of wind. His companion wasn't as lucky. A claw bristling with dark needle-like fur tore him in half. Was that a flying wolf? Rumlow scrambled away in terror, abandoning his remaining teammates without a second thought. At that moment, he was convinced there was no place on Earth more dangerous than Umbrella. Dashing into a low-lying hill, the Hydra captain shuddered with residual fear. A swamp-dwelling behemoth, and a winged wolf, at this point, even a talking gorilla wouldn't surprise him. As a high-ranking Hydra mole embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D., Rumlow was privy to the organization's more hazardous experiments, super-soldier replication, cybernetic enhancements, and the like. But compared to what he had witnessed in this botanical garden, those projects seemed trivial. If unleashed, those 2 monstrous creatures would wreak unimaginable havoc. "I need to report this," the ground trembled beneath Rumlow's feet as if struck by an earthquake. A gale-force wind kicked up a storm of dust. "George!" A deafening bellow followed. Slowly, Rumlow turned his head. A mountainous white gorilla loomed over him, its brutish face twisted with something eerily human. F***CK. All his thoughts condensed into that single word. Never in his life had Rumlow felt such despair. "George!" The bellow shook the air, sending vibrations through the sound-absorbing walls. The gorilla pounded its chest, then plucked the petrified Rumlow up with 2 fingers. Its bestial eyes flickered with primitive contemplation, to eat or not to eat. That is the question. Chapter 289, Chapter 288, A Weak God. Loki remained unaware of the HYDRA team's tragic fate. His attention was fixed on the trembling warehouse manager, Benjamin, who had shakily risen to his feet. A sinister smile curled on the Asgardian prince's handsome face. He spoke, "I need some iridium. Can you hand it over?" Dr. Selvig's reactor required extensive equipment and materials, with iridium being the most crucial. To open a stable interstellar portal, a continuous and powerful energy source was essential, one capable of harnessing the Tesseract's spatial warping capabilities to expand a quantum tunnel. Benjamin nodded frantically. Umbrella had indeed recently procured a large quantity of iridium for Mr. Van Gogh's laboratory number 3. As one of the rarest elements in Earth's crust, with an average concentration of just 0.01 parts per million, iridium boasted an exceptionally high melting point, hardness, and corrosion resistance, making it ideal for alloy additives. In particle physics, iridium was also indispensable for antiproton production. High-intensity proton beams had to strike an ultradense conversion target, which needed to withstand the thermal shock waves generated by the impacting particles. "I appreciate your cooperation." Loki waved his golden scepter, smiling approvingly. Human subservience pleased him. Once the Chitauri army conquered this planet, he would reign as its absolute sovereign, taking the first step toward subjugating the 9 realms. With Earth's abundant resources and cutting-edge technology, he could mass-produce expendable armies and launch his campaign across the cosmos. Well-versed in Asgard's affairs, Loki had long recognized Odin's decline. The Allfather was no longer the undefeated warrior of millennia past. Now, he was a fading lion. His once indomitable ambition was dulled by age. The king clung to his throne, reminiscing about past glories. Odin's power was waning. His forced awakening from the Odin sleep had left him weakened, and his confrontation with Laufey, king of the frost giants, had further deteriorated his condition, so much so that even Frigga, his beloved queen, fretted over his health. A strong ruler would never rush to name an heir unless faced with one undeniable truth: he was old. Even by Asgardian standards, the once mighty conqueror who had ridden Sleipnir and wielded Gungnir was now in his twilight years. It was this realization that had emboldened Loki to risk leading the Chitauri into the 9 realms. In Asgard's prime, no civilization would have dared provoke them, not after Hela and the Valkyries had carved their legend across the stars, leaving even the mighty Nova Corps and cosmic tyrants wary of Asgard's might. How sluggish! Loki's brow arched as he watched the Hydra operatives complete their mission, hauling out a crate of iridium from Umbrella's warehouse. Yet S.H.I.E.L.D's Avengers were nowhere to be seen. His brazen appearance had been calculated to draw their attention and allow himself to be captured, both to divert their focus and buy time for Selvig, and to infiltrate their ranks for sabotage. As a master of deception, Loki had studied the Avengers' profiles provided by HYDRA. The Hulk, their most dangerous asset, the arrogant Iron Man, and the rigid Captain America. Coordinating such a fractured team would be impossible. Their weaknesses and conflicts were glaring. This is my preferred method. Knowledge and cunning are the mightiest weapons. That Thor could never grasp such subtleties. Loki muttered bitterly. He still seethed over Odin's choice of Thor as heir. By every measure, he was the better candidate for Asgard's throne. Roar! A sudden thunderous roar shook the building. Loki turned to see a massive yellow-green giant crush the iridium-laden SUV underfoot. Sensing imminent defeat, the Hydra soldiers opened fire, only to be intercepted by a squad of black-uniformed warriors. Their leader, a young man, wielded flames like tidal waves, reducing the resisting soldiers to ash in an instant. A gleaming metallic figure charged through the hail of bullets, plowing into the panicked Hydra ranks. Each swing of its fist sent mercenaries flying. These black-clad warriors were Umbrella's mutant strike force, trained by Emil Blonsky himself. After rigorous drills, they had mastered coordinated combat, effortlessly dismantling Hydra's defenses. Loki's composure faltered. With the Avengers absent, lingering served no purpose. He tightened his grip on the scepter, preparing to vanish in an illusion. Fate, however, had other plans. The towering behemoth, Blonsky, burst into the lobby, his spiked back and mountainous muscles radiating raw power. Each step shook the floor as he barreled toward Loki. Before the Asgardian could react, a massive fist sent him crashing into the wall, embedding him like a swatted fly. As Umbrella's first intruder, you'll receive exceptional hospitality. Blonsky's voice rumbled. Summoned by the young CEO, he had mobilized the mutant squad with lethal efficiency. According to the Red Queen, most invaders in the main tower had been neutralized, and some fools had ventured into Babel Tower's biomodification labs. He could only hope they hadn't been shredded by the resident monstrosities. Those who crossed the CEO rarely met pleasant ends, a lesson Blonsky knew all too well. Enough. You insignificant vermin. I am a god. As the yellow behemoth advanced, Loki wrenched himself free, his princely visage contorted with rage. He was Asgard's heir, born to rule lesser beings. I will not be. Thud. Loki's declaration ended abruptly as his face met the floor. Thud, thud, thud. The god of mischief became a divine wrecking ball in Blonsky's grasp, each impact cratering the tiles. Such a weak god. Blonsky dangled the self-proclaimed deity upside down, eyeing his dazed expression before shaking him like a dusty rug. Thud, thud, thud. Loki lay sprawled in the wreckage, battered and blank-faced, his once elegant robes now in tatters. Earth is terrifying. The thought flickered weakly in his mind before darkness took him. Chapter 290, Chapter 289, Brothers. The Avengers arrived belatedly aboard the Quinjet. It had taken them 2 hours to locate Loki. Iron Man, eager to make a grand entrance at Umbrella and bask in public gratitude and admiration, rushed over excitedly, only to find that the task awaiting Tony Stark was nothing more than cleaning up the aftermath. It's like walking into your bedroom to find a stunning seductive woman lying on the bed in sexy lingerie, striking an alluring pose. Just as you're about to pounce and show off your prowess, she apologetically tells you it's that time of the month. Maybe the analogy isn't perfect, but it sums up my mood right now. Tony's faceplate flipped up as he complained to Sean, who was leisurely walking out from the main spire of the building. Heavens knew how long he had been waiting for this opportunity. A man of the Stark family was always destined to be the best. Unfortunately, this rule didn't seem to apply when it came to Sean. In an astonishingly short time, the men had achieved the kind of glory that had taken 2 generations of Stark's relentless effort to attain, whether in wealth or power. The only area where Tony felt he might still outshine him was his identity as a superhero, the flying and indomitable Iron Man armor, the power to save the world. Opportunities will come, Sean shrugged. Umbrella security can handle small-scale situations like this. Loki, who was covered in dust and grime, was cuffed in alloy restraints and escorted onto the Quinjet by Captain America. As for the Hydra soldiers, they were tossed into a fleet of black sedans by Agent Coulson. Their next stop likely wouldn't be pleasant. Looks like something big is about to happen. Sean smiled cryptically. Relax, Iron Man can handle it, Tony said, tapping his chest plate, the armor emitting a metallic clang. He still hadn't realized the scale of the crisis awaiting him. Nick Fury had withheld critical information, and the Avengers were far from reaching a point of mutual trust. A formidable alien army loomed beyond the stars, ready to descend in an unstoppable metallic tide and crush everything in its path. How's your Ultron coming along? Sean asked casually. His gaze swept over the disheveled Asgardian prince. Since Loki had provoked him, it was time for the Sentinel to make an early appearance. Rather than enduring a long wait before confronting the infamous cosmic tyrant, it was better to bring this dangerous game to an early end. Not bad. Still a baby in its cradle, Tony replied in a hushed tone. He waved Sean off. Compared to fighting alongside a team of Avengers, he preferred working alone. Once the Ultron program went live, the world would finally know true peace. Maybe soon, you won't need a bunch of mutants protecting you anymore. Brimming with self-satisfaction, Stark ignited his repulsors and shot into the sky, leaving a blazing trail as he chased after the departing Quinjet. Such an insufferable arrogant bastard, murmured Emil Blonsky, now back in human form. Boss, the Archer is locked up in Sector 3, the Garden of Eden, in Babel Tower. There's also a Hydra agent who is practically scared out of his mind. Sean nodded, setting aside thoughts of the Avengers for now. His first priority was securing the first Infinity Stone. The Quinjet cut through thick clouds, the dark sky obscuring the stars and moon. Loki, the instigator of chaos, sat restrained in the rear cabin with his face bruised and his bones aching. His cold and cunning eyes darted around, no doubt weaving fresh schemes and lies. Captain America glanced at the seemingly subdued Loki and muttered, "Something's off." This was all too smooth, too easy. As a veteran of World War II, Steve sensed something amiss. This dangerous figure had previously stolen the Tesseract from S.H.I.E.L.D. with bold force. Logically, if he were planning something, he should have maintained secrecy. Even if he needed certain materials, there was no reason to make such a spectacle of it. To openly appear knowing S.H.I.E.L.D. was hunting him defied common sense. For a 100-year-old man, your observational skills aren't bad, Tony quipped in his signature dry humor. That outfit of yours looks like something from an aerobics class. Ever thought of being a fitness instructor? Your physique would definitely attract a lot of female clients. Steve turned away, refusing to engage. He had known Tony's father, Howard Stark, and still carried something of an elder's mindset toward the younger Stark. But as a man of old-fashioned discipline, Steve disliked Tony's flippant attitude, especially in a fellow superhero. That cavalier approach to responsibility was hard to swallow. Back when he was a soldier, every day meant facing gunfire and watching comrades fall. A single moment of carelessness could lead to irreversible tragedy, like Bucky falling from the train. If only he had reached out faster, maybe he could have saved him. The Quinjet soared through the clouds when suddenly, thunder rumbled and lightning split the sky. Lounging in the back, Loki smirked as his eyes gleamed with mischief. A massive figure crashed onto the Quinjet's roof. Blinding lightning tore through the clouds, and a powerful gust of wind sliced through the air like a blade. Thor, god of thunder, clad in armor and wielding Mjolnir, smashed through the hull and sent Iron Man crashing to the floor with a single swing. Grabbing Loki by the throat, Thor dragged his grinning brother toward the open hatch and leaped out. The entire confrontation lasted less than 2 minutes. A furious Tony shot after them, repulsors flaring as he vanished into the stormy darkness. How much dark energy did Odin expend to send you to Earth? Traveling the 9 realms isn't as easy without the Bifrost, Loki taunted as Thor hurled him to the ground. Long time no see, brother. I'm not here for a reunion. Where is the Tesseract? Thor growled, setting Mjolnir aside as he hauled his troublesome sibling up. Heimdall had spotted Loki stealing the cosmic cube on Earth, news that had deeply troubled Odin. The Allfather knew the secrets of the Infinity Stones. He knew the Tesseract would draw the gaze of Thanos. He couldn't allow his wayward adopted son to make a catastrophic mistake that would endanger the peace of the 9 realms, hence why he sent Thor to intervene. I thought you were dead. We mourned you. Mother wept day and night, missing her son. And yet here you are, trying to start a war on Midgard. Loki's expression darkened. He wasn't entirely sure how things had come to this. Was it his own ambition or Odin's deceit? But one thing was certain, there was no turning back now. The Mad Titan was not known for mercy. If Loki failed to deliver the Tesseract, as the Chitauri Elder had warned, no corner of the universe would be safe for him. Chapter 291, Chapter 290, Mind. The solitary peak stood tall in the night, jagged rocks scattered across its surface. The 2 princes of Asgard faced each other, and at Thor's mention of their mother, Loki's icy gaze softened slightly. Mother. He muttered softly. He harbored deep resentment toward Odin's deceit, but toward Queen Frigga who had raised him with boundless love, he held no grudge. Her warmth and tenderness had been enough to melt even the frost giant blood that flowed in his veins. We grew up together in Asgard, we played together, fought side by side. Have you forgotten all of that? Thor demanded, his voice booming. He couldn't understand why his troublesome brother clung so stubbornly to his bitterness. Even if they weren't bound by blood, the bond they had forged since childhood was undeniably real. I've always lived in your shadow. Odin gave me hope, only to snuff it out himself. Do you have any idea how cruel that is? Loki snarled, veins bulging on his forehead. His arrogance stemmed from deep-seated insecurity, his heritage as a frost giant, a truth he could never escape no matter how much he denied it. For someone raised in Asgard, taught to despise the frost giants of Jotunheim as barbaric enemies, the revelation that he was one of them had been a devastating blow. In his desperation to prove himself, he had even sought to destroy Jotunheim, hoping to earn Odin's approval, only to be met with disappointment. Enough of this madness, Thor said, unwilling to continue the argument. When it came to words, he had never been a match for his silver-tongued brother. Come home with me. Mother is waiting for you. The Bifrost had yet to be fully repaired. Thor's journey to Earth had required Odin to expend tremendous dark energy to forge a temporary passage. If they wanted to return to Asgard, they needed the Tesseract. It's not in my possession. Loki's handsome face twisted into a cold smile. For a fleeting moment, he had hesitated. He considered following Thor back to Asgard. But then he remembered his suffering, the Mad Titan's demands, the Chitauri army lurking beyond the stars. There was no turning back now. Listen to me, brother. Thor's brow furrowed as he raised Mjolnir, but before he could finish, a streak of blazing light slammed into him, sending the Asgardian prince crashing into the forest below. The Iron Man armor carved a deep trench into the soft leaf-covered earth. Thor staggered to his feet, glaring at the Midgardian in the strange metal suit, fury boiling in his chest. Do you have any idea who you're dealing with? Though his previous journey to Earth had humbled him somewhat, Thor's innate Asgardian pride remained unshaken. A Shakespearean actor? Tony sneered, launching into a barrage of scathing mockery. Did you steal your mom's curtains for that cape? Buddy, Halloween's not for months, and playing dress-up isn't a good look on you. When the arrogant god of thunder clashed with the sarcastic Iron Man, what kind of sparks would fly? Unsurprisingly, the answer was a full-blown, explosive battle. Leaving the Avengers' first meeting aside for now, the scene shifted back to the now peaceful Umbrella. Clint Barton's eyes snapped open, his mind a haze of confusion. He had infiltrated the main spire to support Hydra's operation, only for a massive singing ape that wore some kind of exosuit to blast him unconscious with a pulse cannon. Now, he found himself strapped to a metal chair in near total darkness, his movements restricted. As a top shield agent, Barton was no stranger to interrogation. When the door creaked open and a tall figure stepped inside, he remained outwardly calm. Clint Barton, shield agent. Why work for HYDRA? The voice was low, laced with amusement. Barton's pupils contracted in shock. Even in the dim light, his sharp eyesight allowed him to recognize the men before him. Sean Cyphers. Even under the influence of Loki's scepter, Barton remembered this man. Natasha had been assigned to monitor him, and Nick Fury had taken a personal interest. You shouldn't have said my name, Agent Barton. In the movies, people who recognize the villain usually don't get happy endings. Sean chuckled, unfazed. I'm curious, what exactly did you see? Are you aware of what you're doing, or are you just lost in the illusion? I know exactly what I'm doing. The scepter showed me my next target, Barton replied coldly. His eyes were devoid of emotion and sharp as arrows. The Mind Stone's illusions clouded his vision, its power ensnaring him in a dreamlike state. The high-ranking S.H.I.E.L.D. agent saw fragments of his past. He saw his loving wife, his life, all vivid yet distorted. And woven into those memories was Loki, whispering commands. Barton's will had been subtly overridden. He hadn't lost his ability to think, but he was compelled to obey, or risk losing everything he held dear. I suppose you won't willingly tell me where the Tesseract is hidden, or reveal any of Loki's plans. Sean concluded. As a seasoned agent, Barton was no stranger to torture. With his mind bound by the scepter's control, he would never betray his master. No matter. I'll just take what I need. Sean smiled gently as reached out to press a finger against Barton's forehead. His consciousness pierced into the agent's mind like a sharp needle. Agony erupted, as if scalding water had been poured into his skull, followed by a metal rod stirring his thoughts into chaos. Tangled and fragmented memories surged like tidal waves. Barton convulsed, veins bulging, and sweat drenched his clothes. Even his hardened will couldn't suppress the raw scream that tore from his throat. Sean remained unmoved, his mind clashing against the Mind Stone's influence. Two immense forces collided, sending ripples of unseen energy through the air. Fascinating. It shapes consciousness, warps minds, and even creates entirely new personalities. Sean withdrew his hand slowly, marveling at the Infinity Stone's power. These were manifestations of the universe's fundamental laws, ones capable of bending reality itself. Let's start with the Tesseract. Glancing at the unconscious Hawkeye, Sean smirked. Why follow the world's predetermined path when he could rewrite the script himself? Golden flames flickered across his chest as the light enveloped him. The Sentinel had returned. Chapter 292, Chapter 291, Infiltrating Hydra. Deafening shouts, chaotic footsteps, and blinding flashes of gunfire erupted from muzzles. Where is this place? Sean opened his eyes groggily, his consciousness resurfacing as if awakening from a dream. He saw dense bullets striking his body, their high-velocity metal shells colliding with what seemed like an impenetrable wall. The bullets crumpled as if crushed by an immense force. His vision swayed slightly, perhaps stimulated by the external environment, as his muddled mind gradually cleared. He tilted his head slightly, surveying his surroundings. The air was thick with dust. Harsh white bulbs illuminated the dim space, while complex cables and pipes lined the walls. It appeared to be an underground fortress or secret base. What happened? A second question surfaced in Sean's mind. He had never experienced this before. His mind was foggy, and his consciousness in disarray, like a hungover drunk waking up the next morning with a splitting headache and fragmented memories, as if everything that had happened before had been completely forgotten. Since arriving in this world, Sean had never let his guard down. His physical constitution made him completely immune to alcohol's effects. There was no way he could have gotten so drunk that he blacked out. Even if he drank an entire cellar's worth of vodka, he wouldn't feel drunk, let alone forget what had transpired. He looked down and saw himself encased in golden armor, Sentinel. The torrent of bullets meant to shred everything apart couldn't harm him in the slightest. Even without activating his energy field, the razor-sharp bullets that could pierce flesh and tear through bodies only gave him a faint itch. Sean spotted squads of soldiers clad in black uniforms, the Hydra insignia emblazoned on their chests, Hydra. A memory seemed to resurface as he raised his right hand, which was holding a briefcase. Through the armor's visor, a massive blue glow radiated from within. Is this the Tesseract? His consciousness kept rewinding, the haze in his mind receding like the tide. Finally, Sean's thoughts sharpened as swift as lightning, instantly piercing through the fog in his mind. Loki had led a Hydra squad to raid Umbrella for reactor materials, only for the Umbrella security team to wipe them out. Then, he had changed his mind, he wanted to secure the Infinity Stones first, to accelerate Thanos' arrival. So, this is a Hydra secret base. Using Skynet surveillance, he had tracked down Hydra's hidden stronghold, stormed inside, and took the Tesseract from Dr. Selvig. Before Sean could answer this chain of questions, he heard the faint whirring of gun barrels spinning up. Squads of Hydra agents wielding heavy firepower poured in from underground passages in all directions. With thunderous roars, dazzling tongues of flame erupted like a dragon's breath, engulfing the motionless golden figure in a torrent of molten lead. The gun barrels spun like clockwork flywheels, unleashing a relentless barrage of bullets at unimaginable speeds. The deafening gunfire pounded against eardrums, as if they were trapped in a violent thunderstorm. Even steel plating 2 fingers thick would be pulverized under such devastating firepower. Command Center No. 1, Underground Base. The HYDRA commander stationed here was John Garrett, a high-level mole embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. His mission was to assist Loki in executing his plans, stirring chaos while gathering intelligence on Asgardian and alien technology. Hydra knew more about the Tesseract than S.H.I.E.L.D. did. During World War II, their leader, the Red Skull, had harnessed its infinite energy to create advanced weapons, nearly winning the global war in one fell swoop. Thus, Garrett had kept his focus on Dr. Selvig. The moment the intruder appeared, he had dispatched elite soldiers to protect the scientist, only for them to be reduced to lifeless corpses in less than 10 seconds. The Sentinel? Garrett asked grimly. Dozens of surveillance personnel worked frantically. Tiny cameras throughout the underground base fed clear images to hundreds of screens lining the walls. This system wasn't just for detecting intruders or monitoring movements, it could also track Loki's every action and even directly control the base's weapon systems for precision strikes at any moment. Confirmed. It's the same Sentinel that appeared in New York, a Hydra operative reported. Garrett's heart sank. Activate the active defense system. Mobilize all forces to seal the passages. Evacuate personnel from all other sectors immediately. If necessary, prepare for carpet bombing with cruise missiles. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s files on the Sentinel were highly classified, listing him as an extreme threat on par with the newly added Hulk. Facing such a terrifying entity, he could only do everything possible to hinder its advance. But after enduring that metal storm head-on, surely even the hardiest creature would be severely wounded, right? He's still alive. He's moving, the voice cut off abruptly. The command center fell dead silent, as if everyone's throats had been clenched shut. If time slowed to a frame-by-frame crawl, Garrett would have seen it clearly. The searing stream of bullets erupted from spinning barrels, scorching the air in their wake with a burnt odor. The crimson-gold light formed a razor-sharp blade, annihilating anything in its path. Yet, the motionless golden figure simply took a single step forward, and the underground passage trembled as if struck by a tidal wave of thunder. The earth itself quaked. Countless dust particles scattered as the unstoppable torrent of molten lead suddenly froze midair. Space itself seemed to solidify. Then, boom. An overwhelming force erupted like a volcano. The sheer momentum shattered the reinforced passage. In a deafening roar, tens of thousands of bullets, wreathed in flames, surged backward like a tidal wave. The corridor ahead instantly collapsed into rubble. The HYDRA agents were pulverized into unrecognizable sludge. The Sentinel took another step. Tiny particles of dust rippled outward in waves. The ground split open with massive fissures as violent energy erupted. Compressed air detonated like artillery shells. This fortress, which was buried 40 meters underground, was said to withstand 125 tons of ordnance. Its walls were reinforced with hundreds of meters of granite, specialized concrete, and steel plating. It was capable of absorbing shockwaves from missile strikes. Even a high-yield hydrogen bomb wouldn't breach its defenses. Yet under the Sentinel's energy shockwave, the air itself seemed to ignite like countless powder kegs. The entire underground base shook violently. Even Garrett, who was far away in the command center, could feel it. The hundreds of screens on the walls flickered and died, replaced by static snow. Retreat. Abandon the base. Garrett barked urgently. He didn't know why the Sentinel wanted the Tesseract, but given the current situation, Hydra stood no chance of stopping him. Rather than wasting resources, it was better to withdraw immediately. Activate the self-destruct system. Before leaving, the grizzled cowboy-like veteran hadn't given up on killing the Sentinel. Once the base was destroyed from within, its stored missile launch systems would automatically detonate, burying everything under hundreds of tons of earth. Even a monster like the Hulk would have almost no chance of survival. Chapter 293, Chapter 292, The Influence of the Gem. If we were to turn back the hands of time, the confusion in Sean's mind would find its answer. 10 minutes earlier, the Sentinel had stormed into Hydra's underground base with unstoppable force. The rigorously trained Hydra agents were powerless before the golden figure's lightning-fast assault. They were as helpless as lambs awaiting slaughter. His consciousness spread out like threads, sensing the cosmic cube through thick walls. It was a glowing cube that had a dazzling halo rippling outward in gentle, yet luminous waves. An inexplicable longing arose within him. The golden torrent inside his body surged forth as the Sentinel smashed through reinforced concrete like a human-shaped tank, effortlessly breaching the workshop where Dr. Selvig was constructing the reactor. Even sealed inside its container, the radiant cube projected itself into Sean's mental world in some peculiar way. The obscure fluctuations grew more pronounced, making him hold his breath for a second, until gunfire erupted outside. You can't take the Tesseract. It's meant to reveal a whole new universe to us. Dr. Selvig blocked the Sentinel's path, his mind wholly consumed by the knowledge and mysteries hidden within the cosmic cube. The small cube was like an endless galaxy. The more he learned, the more intoxicated he became. That's exactly what I want to see. Sean casually knocked Dr. Selvig unconscious and turned his gaze to the briefcase on the workbench. A brilliant blue light pulsed from within, subtle energy waves spreading outward like a spider's web. The azure glow resonated with the golden torrent inside him, instantly seizing Sean's full attention. It was as if his consciousness had been forcibly peeled from his body, extracted from reality, and cast into a mental realm. A gentle power flowed through him. For the first time, he could almost touch that non-existent dimensional gate, the link to an unknown world that was the source of the Sentry's power, and the ultimate goal he sought. Lost in the blue radiance, Sean failed to notice the strange changes occurring around him. Ripples stirred in the void as intertwining halos of light formed a breathtaking starscape. Like an endless, boundless galaxy, swirling nebulae of dazzling colors rotated slowly. The pale blue light washed over his body like flowing water, while golden energy flickered repeatedly. Layers of fine mercury-like ripples surfaced, bringing with them a faint tingling sensation, followed by an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. Hydra's red skull had once harnessed the Tesseract to develop infinite energy, and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Nick Fury had similar plans. This space stone that had fallen to Earth possessed the wondrous ability to absorb energy. And now, it seemed drawn to him. Even locked inside its container, it couldn't conceal its obscure energy fluctuations. Threads of pale blue light seeped into Sean's body like water, merging with the vast golden torrent within. As the energy poured in, the half-open dimensional gate expanded, albeit at an excruciatingly slow pace. Meanwhile, the Sentinel armor shone with increasingly dazzling golden brilliance as it absorbed this energy. Surging currents of power spilled out, causing the equipment-filled workshop to erupt in crackling arcs of electricity as the harsh white lights dimmed. Only the motionless golden figure remained, radiating light like a brilliant sun. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do? 3 ancient philosophical questions surfaced in his dazed mind. Sean lingered before that gate. Though he yearned desperately to step into that unknown world, a sliver of clarity warned him, it wasn't time yet. In the darkness, a squad of figures crept closer. Witnessing the spectacle before them, their eyes widened in shock. The translucent cube inside the case emitted a pale blue glow, its overflowing energy gradually expanding into a swirling galaxy dotted with twinkling starlight, as if containing an entire cosmos. The vortex above grew larger, quickly approaching a critical threshold. Its hidden fluctuations synchronized with Sean's breathing, forming a harmonious rhythm. Within 2 breaths, an invisible passage slowly opened. It seemed like a gateway to an unknown realm. Sean remained oblivious to all this. The eerie blue light bathed his body, seeping into his cells drop by drop while pushing against that massive dimensional gate. All he needed was patience, and the progress bar in his mind would break through its shackles. His consciousness and body had separated, the former lost in the mental space, while the latter was on the verge of being sucked into the unfamiliar starscape above, much like the fate that had befallen Hydra's red skull. Boom. In the confined space, a grenade launcher's shockwave detonated instantly. The tremendous force sent the Sentinel stumbling backward, the briefcase flying from his grasp. Severed from contact, the Tesseract's glow faded like a device cut off from its power source. The magnificent galaxy shrank back to its origin, and the starry sky above vanished without a trace. His consciousness snapped back into his body, and a groggy sensation flooded his mind. Sean awoke as if from a dream, blinking as he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. Instinctively, he swung his hand. A surge of wind pressure infused with energy shot out like a compressed cannonball, reducing the approaching Hydra squad to ashes. Returning to the present moment, realization dawned in Sean's eyes, so that's how it is. He tore open the sturdy metal case with his bare hands and retrieved the translucent cube. The Tesseract and the Sentry's power had triggered a strange chemical reaction, nearly pushing the system's progress bar past the 50% mark, while almost condemning him to Red Skull's fate, exile into an unknown cosmos. It really is beautiful. Sean held the cube up to eye level, the surging energy within him resonating faintly with the swirling galaxy inside the Tesseract, weaving together into dazzling halos of light. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated through the underground base. Violent plumes of dust surged forth like a rampaging dragon, the ground shaking as if 10,000 wild horses were galloping across it. Massive cracks split the reinforced walls, sending debris flying. The base's internal structure collapsed in a chain reaction of explosions, roaring like continuous thunderclaps. It was clear that Hydra had activated the self-destruct sequence, intending to bury the Sentinel alive within this nuclear-proof fortress. Once collapsed, a structure buried 40 meters underground would trap anyone beneath hundreds of tons of steel, concrete, and compacted earth, regardless of the terrifying shockwaves. Even the Hulk would find escape nearly impossible. Sean remained calm. Gazing at the cube resting peacefully in his palm, his eyes gradually gleamed with golden light. The dormant Tesseract began rotating again, erupting in a flash of brilliant blue radiance. The mist-like halos intertwined and merged. His brief contact had not been fruitless. He had gained some preliminary understanding of how to wield the Tesseract's extraordinary power. An azure force field slowly materialized in the void. Under the golden torrent's impetus, the invisible passage expanded, and space rippled like water as glimpses of a magnificent starscape flickered within. As the hidden fluctuations stabilized, Sean smiled faintly. He scooped up the unconscious Dr. Selvig and stepped leisurely into the portal. Behind him, the apocalyptic shockwave of destruction surged forth, like a roaring thunderous tsunami of annihilation, obliterating everything in its path. With a flash of blue light, the Sentinel vanished, untouched by the devastation. Chapter 294, Chapter 293, the script is written this way. On the helicarrier, Loki was escorted under the watch of 2 teams of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents into a specially constructed circular prison cell. The automatic airlock sealed shut behind him as Nick Fury stood outside, his single eye gleaming sharply. If you try to escape, or hatch any other schemes, even if you just lightly scratch the glass, the one-eyed director tapped a few times on the control panel's touch screen, you'll be taking this iron cage on a freefall from 9,000 meters up. Do you understand your situation now? One side of the circular cell opened into a massive void, allowing the roaring wind to hull through with an ear-piercing screech. As a seasoned agent, Nick Fury knew exactly how to employ psychological tactics. For him, the 2 most pressing matters were recovering the Tesseract and unraveling Loki's plans. If not for the Asgardian prince's status, the bald director might have resorted to more aggressive methods. Torture and interrogation were standard procedures for any agent. Unfortunately, the hot-tempered Thor would never stand idly by while his brother was subjected to such treatment, no matter that Loki had killed 88 people in 2 days and was plotting to destroy the world. So, for now, Fury could only resort to verbal threats. He had a mountain of headaches to deal with. The so-called Avengers were far from united. Tony Stark, the irreverent Iron Man, remained wary of S.H.I.E.L.D., Bruce Banner was an uncontrollable danger, a ticking time bomb, and Thor, the Asgardian, was still an untrustworthy alien, at least for now. That left Fury with only 2 reliable assets, Natasha, who had rejoined the team, and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s own forces. What was particularly noteworthy, however, was Sean Cypher's Umbrella Corporation. The rapid rise of this research institution and its formidable defensive capabilities had taken the bald director by surprise. He had reviewed the surveillance footage from the incident. The mutant squad's coordinated capabilities displayed extraordinary combat prowess, leaving the Hydra operatives utterly defenseless. And then there was Emil Blonsky, the former soldier enhanced with the super soldier serum, who possessed Hulk-like strength and ferocity. No wonder the Department of Defense had signed long-term contracts with Umbrella. This was the super soldier the military brass had been dreaming of. Perhaps I need to adjust my thinking, Fury mused. Sean Cyphers wasn't like most scientists. He was closer to the businessman archetype embodied by Tony Stark, only more direct. Though S.H.I.E.L.D. had clashed with him before, the world had no permanent friends or enemies, only permanent interests. The one-eyed director was deep in thought. The Avengers weren't proving as effective as he had hoped. They operated independently. They were distrustful of one another, making teamwork impossible. In the helicarrier's command center, the Avengers gathered in the conference room behind the bridge, the gleaming eagle insignia shining brightly as they discussed Loki's scheme. I think his plan involves machinery. Iridium can be used as a stabilizer. Loki took Dr. Selvig, so he must be building some kind of device. Banner, ever the scientist, speculated. A new portal. Now out of his Iron Man armor and dressed in a suit, Tony strode in with his usual casual confidence. He clapped Thor's muscular arm familiarly, fiddled with the commander's operating system, and discreetly planted a miniature surveillance device in an unnoticed corner. He needs a portal that lasts longer and covers a wider area. The other materials and equipment are easy to obtain. The only thing missing is a high-density energy source to activate the Tesseract. Tony's confident explanation immediately drew everyone's attention, which, of course, had been his intention. The world's greatest team of superheroes needed a wise and rational leader, and Stark had no doubt he was the perfect candidate. Since when did you become an expert in thermonuclear astrophysics? Commander Hill asked skeptically. Last night, Tony shrugged. Coulson's reports, Dr. Selvig's notes, documents on extraction theory. Don't tell me I'm the only one who did my homework. We should start with Loki's scepter. That thing reminds me of Hydra's weapons. It might have some kind of extraordinary power, Steve interjected. As a man from the last century, he couldn't follow Tony's scientific jargon, but that didn't mean he was clueless. Loki's scepter gave Captain America a sense of déjà vu. It felt eerily similar to the Tesseract. Thor stood silently to the side. He knew his brother had caused plenty of trouble, and after his earlier brawl with Iron Man, there was still some lingering tension. The Asgardian prince just wanted to retrieve the Tesseract and drag Loki back to their realm. As for the rest of the conspiracy, he had no time for it. With the Bifrost destroyed and the 9 realms in chaos, he had territories to reclaim and order to restore. Tony nodded. I'll scan the scepter's gamma readings. Its radiation signature closely matches the Tesseract's. Dr. Selvig mentioned that in his report. Ever since boarding the helicarrier, he had Jarvis hacking into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s core systems, bypassing the mainframe to infiltrate the subsystems. With the AI's computing power performing 600 trillion floating-point operations per second, it would only take a few hours to crack everything open. Nick Fury was hiding something from everyone. His claim about using the Tesseract to develop infinite energy for the greater good was just empty rhetoric. It was the kind of nonsense that might fool Bruce Banner, but Tony wasn't buying a word of it. Was S.H.I.E.L.D. trying to compete with Stark Industries? Or was the bald director some kind of environmentalist, dedicated to creating infinite energy and ushering in a new era for the world? As a former arms dealer, Tony knew the Tesseract's greatest use lay in weaponry. An infinite energy source could power reactors, providing limitless fuel for advanced arms. Tony didn't dislike pragmatists. Self-interest was human nature. But hiding behind lofty ideals, pretending everything was for humanity and the world, that was downright hypocritical. Someone like Sean though, he never hid his true nature. Like Tony himself, he was no hero, nor did he pretend to be. Tony wanted to be Iron Man, to be a superhero who saved the world, because he believed he could be better than just following in his father's footsteps as a successful weapons manufacturer. He wasn't Steve Rogers, the war hero, the symbol of freedom and virtue. Men like Captain America were rare in this world. Maybe Sean was right. People never hesitate to assume the worst of others. Tony smirked self-deprecatingly as he slung an arm around Banner's shoulders, leading him to the lab to examine Loki's scepter. As for the secrets Nick Fury was hiding, the truth would soon come to light. Meanwhile, inside the circular prison cell, Loki wore a smug self-satisfied grin. He had successfully diverted S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention while Dr. Selvig used the Tesseract to open a portal, ushering in the Chitauri army. The script had already been written. All that remained was to wait. The god of mischief, ever fond of his own cunning, couldn't help but feel a thrill at having outmaneuvered Earth's mightiest heroes. Short-sighted and foolish Midgardians could never guess his plans. Not even Thor, who had grown up with him, could ever truly understand his mind. Once the army flooded Earth, the planet would be his. And when he presented the Tesseract to that Titan, Loki would gain even greater support, bringing him one step closer to the throne of the Nine Realms. The thought made him chuckle aloud. Chapter 295, Chapter 294, the first one acquired. This was Loki's 7th day aboard the helicarrier. The usually composed Asgardian prince now wore an expression of rare irritation and unease. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. Indeed, Loki's machinations had achieved their intended effect. Tony Stark had exposed Nick Fury's true motives for developing the Tesseract. It wasn't to create infinite energy, but to manufacture advanced weapons. Jarvis had leaked everything, and Steve Rogers had even discovered the energy weapons already in production. The fractures among the Avengers were numerous, each one a potential weak point to exploit. But then, something unexpected happened. Loki never received the rescue he expected from Hawkeye. The Tesseract's tracking signal, which S.H.I.E.L.D. had been monitoring, abruptly vanished. The situation had reached a deadlock. The Asgardian prince had truly become a prisoner in his cell. He was cut off from all outside contact. Even his mind-controlling scepter was nowhere near him. It was as if he had written a script, only to find the entire story rewritten without his consent. An inexplicable fury burned in Loki's chest. Nick Fury's relentless interrogations worsened his already volatile mood. Where was the Tesseract hidden? What was Dr. Selvig building? To these questions, Loki could only say he wished he knew. Why hadn't Dr. Selvig activated the Tesseract and opened the portal? Why was he still trapped in this damned circular prison? By now, he should have been using Stark Tower's arc reactor to power the Tesseract, ushering in the Chitauri army. The so-called superheroes of the Avengers would have fallen at his feet, and this planet would have welcomed its new ruler. Where did things go wrong? Loki racked his brain but couldn't pinpoint the flaw that had derailed his entire plan. He wasn't the only one plagued by such questions. Bruce Banner, who was brought aboard the helicarrier to help locate the Tesseract with his genius intellect, had hit a wall as well. Banner had intended to track the cube's gamma radiation, narrowing its location to within half a mile. But days ago, the Tesseract's signal had vanished, rendering his efforts futile. On top of that, the makeshift team was embroiled in daily arguments. Tony Stark had hacked S.H.I.E.L.D. systems and exposed the Tesseract weapons project, while Nick Fury deflected blame onto Thor, claiming the Asgardian threat had forced him to prepare for an advanced war. In short, the helicarrier was a mess. Banner couldn't wait to get back on solid ground. Perhaps it was some psychological issue, like motion sickness. He hated the monotonous confines of the floating fortress. So this is an infinity stone. The red-haired woman plucked at the floating cube as if strumming a harp strings. The Tesseract pulsed with an eerie blue glow, its surface rippling like water. It radiated rings of iridescent light that shimmered like a vast, slowly rotating galaxy, inviting one to dive in and explore. Jean's psychic powers gently extended, brushing against an endless starscape as an unknown world opened its doors to her. It's the Space Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones. They are manifestations of the universe's fundamental laws, wielding unimaginable power. Sean didn't hide the truth. His gaze remained fixed on the slowly spinning cube. Its subtle energy waves collided with the void, stirring tiny disturbances in reality. Since acquiring the Tesseract from Hydra's underground base, he had devoted all his time and energy to unraveling its mysteries. Loki and the Avengers had been pushed to the back of his mind. It had taken him a while to even remember the unconscious Dr. Selvig and the amnesiac Barton. He hoped the Asgardian prince wouldn't feel too neglected. The younger mutants idolize you, especially John. Jean stopped toying with the Tesseract and settled onto Sean's lap, her warm breath teasing his senses. I just taught them a new perspective. Their mutations aren't curses. Their innate abilities can pave the way to something greater. Sean wrapped an arm around the woman's slender waist, her fiery red hair cascading like a mesmerizing flame. He held high hopes for Pyro and Iceman, 2 young men with opposite personalities but equal potential. The former craved power with an ambitious drive, while the latter was introverted yet steady. When Professor X and Magneto's generation fades from the stage, they would be the new leaders. Why not wait? Let that Asgardian bring the Chitauri to Earth. You could save the world and become the celebrated superhero, humanity's savior. Jean draped her arms around Sean's neck, her voice soft but probing. By his side, she had learned many secrets, the Infinity Stones, the 9 realms, the looming cosmic tyrant. Heroism comes at a price, Sean muttered. If gods are omnipotent, then they must save everyone. If they can't, then they aren't truly omnipotent. The same applies to heroes. The Avengers saved the world, earning cheers and adoration. But who considers what happens if they fail? Sean raised a hand, and an invisible force jolted the floating Tesseract. As if provoked, the cube erupted in dazzling light, staining the surrounding space a deep cerulean. The world trembled slightly as the void convulsed. A surreal, boundless galaxy flickered into view like a gateway to the unknown. Tiny stars materialized beneath the open dome of Umbrella's rooftop. The blue radiance swirled like a celestial dance, within which a shimmering galaxy drifted. Jean nestled against Sean's broad chest, her dazed eyes fixed on the illusory starscape. Her vast psychic senses perceived the boundless energy contained within that phantom cosmos. Absolutely intoxicating, she murmured. The golden light in Sean's eyes burned brighter, solidifying into tangible flames. He grasped the hovering Tesseract, and gentle energy flowed along his arm, seeping into every cell of his body and merging with the golden torrent within. Peering past the cube's outer shell, beneath its stable structure, lay an oval blue gem. It was luminous, translucent, and utterly captivating. 1 down, 5 to go. Chapter 296, Chapter 295, The Beginning of Chaos. AC-23 transport plane ascended in altitude, approaching the landing zone of the helicarrier. The optical camouflage background reflector disengaged, revealing the massive steel behemoth lying quietly above the clouds. Transport Vessel 66B, your records are in our system, but there's no flight log. Please state your cargo. Over. The radio crackled with the control tower's inquiry. The colossal ship that resembled a space fortress required vast amounts of supplies daily to sustain the lives of over 1,000 people, relying on a formidable logistics team to operate normally. Weapons and ammunition. Over, the pilot replied. In the rear compartment, a 50-man team was gearing up. They donned helmets, strapped on bulletproof vests, and checked their weapons. They were all elite Hydra operatives, among them Barton, who had been missing for some time. He opened a black case and retrieved a specially crafted recurve bow. He had lost consciousness during the assault on Umbrella and subsequently suffered memory loss. Any attempt to recall triggered severe headaches. Yet, under the Mind Stone's influence, Barton still remembered the mission he needed to execute. The intangible illusions woven into his mind had implanted a programmed objective. Remain lucid and never forget the task at hand. Attack Shield's helicarrier, create chaos, and rescue Loki from his prison cell. As the transport plane neared the landing pad on the ship, Barton knocked an arrow and stood firmly at the open hatch, his cold detached eyes glinting with determination. Turbulent airflow, shifting wind directions, and the shuddering of the transport plane, all of these would ordinarily throw an arrow off course, like fish caught in a chaotic current. Yet Barton remained unfazed. After a brief assessment of the trajectory, he simply released the fully drawn bowstring. Like a leaf drifting on the wind, the black arrow rode the currents and carved a curved path through the air before embedding itself deep into the metal hull of the engine compartment. The arrowhead deployed tiny tendril-like appendages, and a red-lit timer activated. In less than 30 seconds, Engine 3 erupted in a violent explosion. Raging flames surged through the pipelines, sending the Avengers in the lab tumbling to the ground. The powerful shockwave shattered reinforced glass, sent papers flying, and sparked electrical fires across the equipment. A piercing alarm blared, and the entire helicarrier immediately went into lockdown, sealing off all sections. Feeling the ship tremble, Loki in his circular prison finally allowed a faint smile to surface. He had nearly gone mad being confined here. That is, being cut off from all communication, and with no one to talk to except for Nick Fury's occasional interrogations. Perhaps out of discretion, Thor hadn't visited him either. The Asgardian prince who had meticulously scripted this entire scheme was now plagued by doubts. Had he been forgotten? Had some irreparable flaw derailed his plans? Engine 3 is down. Open defensive lockdown in the sealed sectors. Arm the weaponry. Initiate highest alert protocol. Watch Banner. Coulson, protect Dr. Banner. Stationed at the bridge, Nick Fury issued orders methodically, his voice booming through the ship's speakers. As the commanding officer, he had to quell this chaos swiftly, leaving no opening for the enemy. Stop them from repairing the engines. Take out the cameras in the sealed sectors. The rest of you, follow me. Led by the insider Hawkeye, the Hydra operatives aboard the transport plane stormed into the ship's interior at breakneck speed. To maximize the chaos, Barton's first objective was to locate Bruce Banner. Hydra moles within S.H.I.E.L.D. had already provided the helicarrier's blueprints, rendering its security system useless. Bring the ship back to coordinates 18-0, and head south. The one-eyed director maintained order from the bridge, steadying the crew's morale. If one more engine turbine failed, the helicarrier would lose balance and plummet from 9,000 meters. Fury needed to steer it toward an uninhabited area to minimize casualties in the worst-case scenario. Meanwhile, Iron Man and Captain America set aside their differences to collaborate on repairing the damaged engine. Though they usually clashed, emergencies demanded unity. Clad in his armor, Tony hovered outside the engine compartment. The explosion had severely damaged the turbine, twisting the alloy casing into grotesque shapes wreathed in flames. Exposed circuitry spewed thick smoke. I need to get this cooling system operational again. First, we have to clear the debris. Tony scanned the engine room and swiftly proposed a solution. Cap, I need you at the control panel. Tell me which switches are overloaded. Steve nodded. Then, leveraging his enhanced physique, he quickly reached the designated spot. He pried open the control box. Looks like a bunch of circuit boards to me, the World War II hero offered succinctly. Tony sighed. He couldn't expect Captain America to rattle off technical jargon. This was a man who had been frozen for 70 years and didn't even know the Beatles. The mechanical arm's laser sliced through the useless obstructions. A quick glance told Tony all he needed to know. I have to go inside the turbine. Without auxiliary power, they won't restart. When the moment called for action, someone had to step up. The men of the Stark family didn't know the meaning of retreat, even if entering the turbine meant risking being shredded during acceleration. To keep me from turning into salsa, the stator control unit can reverse polarity. That'll buy enough time to disengage the magnetic levitation and say something I can understand. See that red lever? It slows the rotors. Wait for my signal, Cap. While Iron Man and Captain America worked together, Natasha escorted a visibly tense Banner to a secure area. The most dangerous individual aboard wasn't Loki in his cell. If Bruce Banner lost control, the helicarrier hovering above the clouds would be doomed. Stopping the green behemoth's rampage was no easy feat. The devastation in New York was still fresh in everyone's minds. Hawkeye and his Hydra squad arrived at the secure zone. Hidden atop the pipelines, he loosed an arrow at Banner who was encircled by agents. Unleashing the Hulk was the most efficient way to sow chaos. Banner and the Hulk were two sides of the same coin. The poor scientist had once tried to shoot himself, only for the green monster to spit out the bullet. It went without saying that when faced with mortal danger, the mindless Hulk would emerge. The arrow struck Banner's chest, but drew no blood. His gentle features twisted into something monstrous. Barton left the Hydra operatives behind and slipped away. He still had to break Loki out of his prison. As he sprinted down the corridor, a bestial roar echoed behind him. The beast was loose. Chapter 297, Chapter 296, a staggering conclusion. What is going on? A sharp, furious shout erupted. Clutching the Mind Scepter, Loki was practically screaming, his voice hoarse. Gone was the composed demeanor of a noble prince. Instead, he now resembled a hysterical shrew. An hour earlier, with the combined efforts of Hydra and Hawkeye, Loki had been successfully rescued from the helicarrier. Along the way, they had plunged S.H.I.E.L.D. into utter chaos. The Hulk and Thor had clashed violently, nearly tearing the already precarious ship apart. In the end, one had leapt off the vessel and vanished, while the other had been thrown into Loki's former prison cell and sent into freefall from 9,000 meters. Nick Fury must have been tearing his hair out trying to manage the aftermath. The so-called world's mightiest team of superheroes had collapsed in mere moments, crumbling without any outside interference. This had been exactly what Loki wanted, to keep S.H.I.E.L.D. too preoccupied to interfere while he activated the Tesseract and ushered in the vast Chitauri army. But when Loki regained his freedom and prepared to execute the final step of his plan, his mind-controlled loyal hound, Barton, delivered devastating news: the Tesseract, along with Dr. Selvig, had disappeared. The shock was like a bolt from the blue, leaving Loki utterly dumbfounded. Useless fools. My grand scheme. The Asgardian prince was so furious, he could barely speak. He had orchestrated this entire performance, stealing the Tesseract, surrendering himself to S.H.I.E.L.D., manipulating and dividing the Avengers. All that remained was to open the portal to the stars, and he would have been crowned the sole ruler of this planet and bathed in adoration. It should have been a flawless play, ending with him wearing a crown and receiving the worship of billions. But now, the critical prop, the Tesseract, was missing. It was like being on the verge of victory in a hard-fought game, only for the screen to go black at the last moment. The sheer psychological whiplash sent the Asgardian prince tumbling from the clouds into the mud. For a moment, he couldn't even process it. Without the Tesseract, he couldn't summon the Chitauri. Worse, he had failed the task given to him by that cosmic tyrant. The thought of facing that wrath made Loki shudder violently, a chill creeping up from the depths of his heart. He had never imagined it would end like this. Who took the Tesseract? Loki demanded sharply. He had to recover the cube, or the consequences would be unthinkable. If he angered that titan, not even Odin could save him. As the Chitauri Elder had once threatened, there would be no place in the universe for Loki to hide. The Sentinel, a Hydra operative, answered. Loki's face twisted in confusion. He hadn't been on Earth long and had never heard that name. The only figures he was familiar with were S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Avengers. Hydra had provided detailed intelligence, allowing the Asgardian prince to craft a meticulous plan targeting each Avenger. A dangerous individual, Barton explained, S.H.I.E.L.D. has no records of his origins or identity. His first appearance was during a battle where Spider-Man was in danger, where he displayed overwhelming power. Nick Fury classified him as a high-level threat, on par with the Hulk. And later, during the Hulk's rampage in New York, it was the Sentinel who stopped him. No one knows his motives. Even S.H.I.E.L.D.'s full investigation turned up nothing. It's as if he doesn't exist. Damn it all. Loki cursed under his breath. He hated this loss of control. Not even knowing who his opponent was felt like punching air, leaving him grasping at nothing. The Asgardian prince, who had always relished his role as the mastermind, was now experiencing the same frustration of being toyed with while unable to trace his adversary. Just as Loki was stewing in fury, the mind scepter in his hand suddenly vibrated. His expression darkened as he sank into the mental realm. In the barren wasteland of his mindscape, the spectral figure of the Chitauri Elder materialized amidst jagged rocks. His serpent-like gaze locked onto Loki, dripping with malice and mockery. You have kept us waiting too long. The cold voice was thick with displeasure. The Chitauri army had been ready for some time, yet Loki had failed to send the signal. Loki hurriedly explained, there was an unforeseen complication. Thanos is disappointed, the Elder cut him off sharply, the phantom form stepping closer, he granted you the Supreme Scepter, an unstoppable army, and yet you couldn't even accomplish this simple task. Loki tried to defend himself, but the Elder's frigid stare silenced him. The Chitauri commander had long coveted the scepter's power, eager to wrest control from Loki's hands. To the inscrutable cosmic tyrant, there was only one objective, the Tesseract. But Loki and the Chitauri Elder had very different priorities. They were not titans standing among the universe's mightiest. This planet's abundant resources, the division of the 9 realms, these were the spoils they fought over. Loki sought to conquer Earth as a stepping stone to the 9 realms, while the Elder desired plunder to strengthen his own forces. Their ambitions were irreconcilable. I need more time. Time is a luxury you no longer have, the Elder sneered triumphantly. Thanos is already on his way. Upon my counsel, he has decided to take matters into his own hands. Loki's mind reeled. If the Mad Titan intervened personally, what credit would there be left for him? You wretched stray, the spectral figure taunted, voice dripping with disdain, you'll soon be put back in your place. The Chitauri, who revered strength above all, despised Loki's kind, those who climbed by deceit and honeyed words. They bowed only to true power. As the Iron Chancellor of Germany once said, the truth is only within the range of cannons. The same principle held in the vast cosmos. The Chitauri submitted to Thanos because none dared defy the Mad Titan's will. I am the future king of Asgard. Loki roared, clinging to his last shred of dignity. Asgard. The Elder's grin turned sinister, there will be no Asgard. Thanos has decided to pay your father, the so-called Allfather, Odin, a personal visit. The illusion shattered, but the Elder's words lingered like an icy current seeping into Loki's bones. Panic flickered in Loki's eyes. His grip tightened around the scepter as he instinctively looked toward the distant sky. Somewhere out there was Asgard. Chapter 298, Chapter 297, Before the War Comes. Agent Coulson is dead. The bridge command room was in shambles. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s logistics personnel were cleaning up the chaos. Thanks to the joint efforts of Iron Man and Captain America, the damaged third engine which had been destroyed in the explosion was finally repaired, preventing the massive flying fortress, the helicarrier, from spiraling out of control and crashing. Medical teams moved through the vast interior of the ship, searching for and treating the wounded from the attack. Fortunately, the Hydra agents led by Barton had only aimed to create enough chaos to facilitate Loki's rescue from the detention cell. There had been no large-scale firefight, and the number of casualties was not as high as initially feared. The most significant damage to the helicarrier had likely been caused by the fierce battle between the God of Thunder, Thor, and the Hulk. The former had fallen for Loki's trick and been locked inside the special cell S.H.I.E.L.D. had built for Banner, plummeting in freefall from 900 meters in the air. The latter had vanished without a trace after destroying a fighter jet. This was found in Agent Coulson's jacket. He'll never get the chance to ask for your autograph now. The one-eyed director tossed a stack of cards onto the table, the bloodstains on them glaringly vivid. They were vintage Captain America collector's cards, a series that had remained popular since their release last century. If auctioned online, they would undoubtedly attract hordes of comic book fans. Nearly every child in this country had grown up reading comics about the war hero Steve Rogers. Coulson had been one of them. To put it bluntly, Captain America had been his childhood idol. We're operating blind. Communications are down, we can't locate the Tesseract, Banner and Thor are both missing, and I've lost my most capable right-hand man. All of this is my own fault. Nick Fury braced his hands on the table, playing the sympathy card. While Coulson's death genuinely saddened him, his instincts as a seasoned agent told him this was also a rare opportunity, one that could unite these unruly fragmented Avengers. Tony looked somber, Steve remained silent. Both had come to understand the brutality of this war. When someone in the team bled, suffered, or gave their life, all conflicts temporarily faded away. Stark was right. We were planning to use the Tesseract to develop advanced weapons. But I didn't put all my chips on that. Instead, I invested in a far riskier project. Fury spoke deliberately, seizing the moment to make the Avengers set aside their differences. That project was my vision, the Avengers. Bringing together the most remarkable people on Earth, allowing them to achieve their greatest potential. When humanity needs them most, these superheroes will stand together to face threats even S.H.I.E.L.D. can't handle. The bald director's tone was sincere, his words impassioned. He knew exactly how to sway his audience. Captain America was a pure idealist, a believer in freedom and justice, while Tony Stark was far more pragmatic. Grandiose speeches about saving the world and averting crises wouldn't move these two. One was a World War II veteran who had witnessed the cruelty of war and the hypocrisy of politics, the other a former arms dealer who understood the cold calculus of real-world interests. They weren't wide-eyed rookies who'd abandon all skepticism after a rousing monologue from Nick Fury and pledged themselves to S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson believed in this ideal until his dying breath. He believed in the existence of superheroes. Tony lowered his head, the usual smirk gone from his face. He had known Agent Coulson. The man had saved Pepper during the Obadiah Stane crisis and later served as S.H.I.E.L.D.'s liaison. Their relationship had been decent. Right now, Iron Man felt as if he'd just crawled out of that damp Afghan cave all over again. He was filled with rage, yet also carrying a weight of guilt and regret. Such complex emotions were rare in his 30 years of life. The word regret seldom appeared in Stark's vocabulary. Only twice before had he truly felt it, when he had failed to say goodbye to his father before the man's death, and now, when an innocent goodman had died in his stead. Third time's the charm, ha! Tony let out a hollow laugh as he left the command room. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to pick a fight with Rhodey or share a drink with Sean. Unlike Captain America, a hardened soldier who has faced battlefields thick with smoke and gunfire, and had grown numb to the daily reality of comrades falling, Stark had spent the first half of his life as a carefree playboy. If Coulson's death had shaken anyone the most, it was undoubtedly Stark. This former arms dealer turned superhero, with his trademark goatee and unshakable confidence in his own genius, carried the pride and burden of believing he could save everyone. While the Avengers were left in disarray, Thor had returned to Asgard. From the distant golden halls of the realm, Odin had forcibly summoned his eldest son back, an act that left the Thunder God who was still reeling from his setbacks on Earth stunned. He knew the immense cost such an act demanded. What's happened? Thor questioned as soon as he materialized in a brilliant column of light upon the Bifrost. Heimdall, the gatekeeper of Asgard, claimed to know nothing. Crossing the 9 realms under one's own power was an immense drain, and teleporting others was even more taxing. Even for Odin, repeated use would push him beyond his limits. Thor strode toward his father's palace. Asgard stood upon a colossal island. Its golden spires towered like mountain peaks, and its structures gleamed like a forest of spears under the sun. As he entered the city via the Rainbow Bridge, every citizen paused to bow at the sight of their prince clad in majestic armor, his vibrant cape billowing. Their reverence came from genuine admiration, not mere deference to royal blood. Compared to the scheming Loki, the people far preferred the valiant Thor, a reflection of Asgard's warrior traditions. Entering the palace, Thor passed through a long dimly lit corridor lined with murals depicting the epic tales of Odin's father, King Bor, and his victory over the Dark Elves. As he progressed, the murals shifted, their vivid colors illustrating Asgard's brutal wars with Jotunheim and Odin's battles against the frost giants. As a child, Thor had vowed to become a king as wise and mighty as his father, one who could grant Asgard peace and prosperity. "Father, why have you summoned me?" Thor bowed before the old man seated upon the throne and recounted his experiences on Earth. "I haven't yet recovered the Tesseract." The old king, who was clad in golden armor, an eagle helmet upon his head, the eternal scepter in his hand, and with 2 ravens perched upon his shoulders, spoke gravely. "A new crisis approaches. This time, it is not Earth, but Asgard." He was Odin, king of Asgard, protector of the 9 realms. The once mighty ruler now sounded weary. His single remaining eye carried a weight of foreboding. Perhaps Heimdall had not yet seen it, but Odin had sensed it, a looming threat. In his mind's eye, vast steel legions surged through the void, assembling like an unstoppable tide. Serpentine mechanical beasts, leviathans, the apex war machines of the Chitauri, slithered through the boundless dark of space. "War is coming, Thor." Odin sighed deeply. The towering figure rose from his throne, his gaze piercing beyond Asgard's borders. 1,000 years ago, none would have dared challenge him. But now, the infamous tyrant of the cosmos could no longer suppress his ambitions. "Asgard does not surrender. Nor do we fear death. We relish battle, we love war." Thor lifted Mjolnir, his voice resolute. He did not yet know who would bring this war, but Asgard had never feared any foe. From the Dark Elves 10,000 years ago to the Frost Giants a millennium past, they had never known defeat. Chapter 299, Chapter 298, Prelude. The Earth returned to peaceful days. Contrary to the expectations of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers, Loki, who had escaped from the helicarrier, had vanished without a trace. Tony had initially speculated that the trickster's target might be Stark Tower, which was equipped with an arc reactor. After all, it was the perfect location to activate the Tesseract. Being situated right in the heart of Manhattan, such a prominent landmark would make for an ideal stage. Nick Fury had set up an impenetrable net around the area, but after a week, there was still no sign of Loki. If not for the confirmed theft of the Tesseract, they might have thought the assault on the helicarrier had been nothing more than a hallucination. The world-ending crisis they had anticipated had dissipated into thin air, leaving S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers both stunned and frustrated. Days of tense preparation had seemingly turned into a joke. Bruce Banner, who had been enraged by Barton and subsequently went on a rampage before crashing to the ground, had returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. Thor, however, had disappeared just like his brother, leading the one-eyed director to suspect that the two had already taken the Tesseract back to Asgard. In truth, his guess wasn't entirely wrong. Thor had been taken back to Asgard by Odin, where he was now preparing for war against the impending Chitauri invasion. As for Loki, upon receiving news of the Mad Titan's personal arrival, the cunning prince of Asgard had willingly gone to pay his respects. In the vast, endless darkness of space, an endless tide of steel warships surged through the void like an unstoppable army. Loki stood at the forefront of a Chitauri vessel, gripping an ancient-looking dark gold scepter. "Asgardian, do not dare play any more tricks. No one in this universe fools the great Thanos." A Chitauri elder whose body gleamed with a metallic sheen issued a harsh warning, his raspy voice grating like rusted iron. "I am not as foolish as you." Loki lifted his chin, his handsome features twisted with a hint of wickedness. "For that great being, I hold nothing but reverence and admiration." After his audience with the Mad Titan himself, the Asgardian prince had regained his confidence. His shattered dreams had been reignited with a sliver of hope. Thanos had not punished him. Instead, he granted Loki another chance to lead the Chitauri army in an assault on Asgard, surging up from the abyss beneath the realm and storming the Bifrost. Once Asgard was conquered, the fully restored Bifrost would allow free travel across the 9 realms. Seizing the Tesseract from Earth would then be child's play. Gazing into the boundless void, Loki's expression brimmed with smug satisfaction as he tightened his grip on the all-powerful scepter. Behind him stretched the endless ranks of the Chitauri army. It was an overwhelming tide of steel, capable of crushing anything in its path. Loki couldn't help but envision a glorious future. If Odin and Thor were to kneel before him and admit their mistakes, the magnanimous prince of Asgard would, of course, forgive them. And once he secured what the Mad Titan desired, Thanos would fulfill his promise of placing Loki upon the throne as the supreme ruler of the 9 realms. Lucky Asgardian. The Chitauri elder beside him sneered. If not for Loki's usefulness and his silver tongue, which had earned him Thanos' mercy, he would never have been given command. Nidavellir. The Black Order has gone to that realm of the dwarves and forged that legendary gauntlet. The elder contemplated silently. If he wanted to impress the Mad Titan, he would have to secure Asgard before the Black Order arrived. To these creatures who were little more than interstellar pirates, the legendary feats and heroic tales of the All-Father Odin had long faded into obscurity. They saw no reason to fear Asgard. Twist off that old man's head and present it as a gift to the great Thanos. The Chitauri elder mused. He shot a malicious glance at Loki, a sinister chuckle echoing in his mind. A shimmering azure glow pulsed in the night sky, its radiant hues weaving together like an illusory river of stars. Sean's fingers danced over the floating cube above him, his eyes alight with intoxication. He could feel it, the threshold of a breakthrough was within reach. Almost tantalizingly close. The soft figure nestled against him shifted slightly, fiery red hair spilling across the thin sheets. A pale arm draped over his chest, fingers idly tracing circles. Smooth exposed skin radiated an alluring warmth. The elegant and intelligent face beside him bore a faint flush, the lingering afterglow of their passionate battle. Here, atop the Umbrella Corporation's skyscraper, the two fiery souls had just concluded another union of flesh and spirit. "What is it you desire?" Jean asked softly. She could sense something different in Sean tonight, a smoldering intensity, held back, waiting for the moment of release. Battle. War. His voice was rough, edged with something fervent. There was a rare fervor in his usually measured tone, a kind of hunger that didn't often surface. The power of the Tesseract had opened new doors in his mind, revealing the unseen energies threading through the universe, the deeper mysteries of space itself. Sean reached out and grasped the cube. Flickering blue light pulsed erratically as the world structure unraveled before his eyes, dissolving into a web of intersecting lines and points. A single thought, and he could be anywhere, from Manhattan to Los Angeles, or even London. The blue gem within the cube held power enough to bend the laws of the cosmos. For a seeker of evolution like him, it was an inexhaustible trove of secrets. That red skull of Hydra had treated it as nothing more than a glorified battery. It was an utter waste, like casting pearls before swine. I feel as though I could roam the cosmos. Anywhere I imagine, anywhere I fix my mind upon. I could be there in an instant. Sean pulled Jean closer, her body curling against him like a lazy cat. No wonder the red skull had called it Odin's treasure. No wonder Fury coveted it so fiercely. This small cube held a magic that intoxicated the soul. It was as if one could drift through the glittering expanse of the universe, unbound by time or space. "You want more?" Jean murmured. She knew this man too well. Beneath that calm exterior lay an insatiable hunger. Even if he possessed the world, he would still reach for the stars. It was this very intensity that had drawn the Phoenix to him and ensnared her own heart beyond escape. "Don't worry. I can wait. First, the throne of this world. Then, the sea of stars." Sean laughed, exhilarated. He was looking forward to the coming storm, the grand war that would sweep across the 9 realms. Asgard against the Chitauri. Him against Thanos. It will be a magnificent clash. A duel unlike any other. His lips found the redhead's neck, his breath growing ragged. Desire burned like wildfire, roaring to life once more. Bodies entwined, the Tesseract hovered above them, its glow casting flickering shadows over their primal struggle. Chapter 300, Chapter 299, The Fall of the Golden Realm, Part 1. Frigga, did I make a mistake? On the king's throne, Odin held his wife's arm, his majestic face etched with regret and guilt. His thoughts turned to his adopted son, the one who had strayed so far, and his heart swirled with complex emotions. After defeating the frost giants, the Allfather had found Loki abandoned in the frozen wastes of Jotunheim, a frail infant, cast aside by his own kin for being too weak. Odin had chosen to raise the child, keeping his true origins a secret. His plan had been simple: when Thor and Loki came of age, one would ascend the throne of Asgard, while the other would rule Jotunheim. Thus, the blood feud between their peoples might finally be resolved, paving the way for peace. But nothing had gone as he intended. Loki had discovered the truth, and with it, the belief that Odin had deceived him all along. The throne would always belong to Thor. No matter how hard he tried, he could never surpass his brash and arrogant brother. Loki will return. One day, he will understand that Asgard is his home, Frigga said softly. She often missed that quiet, thoughtful boy. Unlike Thor, Loki was sensitive and proud, desperate for approval. Learning of his frost giant heritage had only deepened his self-loathing and fury. If only it were so. Odin sighed. He knew his adopted son had crossed a line from which there was no return. The Chitauri army was coming. Heimdall, whose sight spanned the 9 realms, had lost track of them. It was clear that under Loki's guidance, they had found a way to evade Asgard's watch. Before their conversation could continue, a tremendous crash shook the palace, followed by the blaring of war horns from the Bifrost. An invasion alarm. Odin's single eye snapped open. A massive metallic beast surged up from beneath the Bifrost, followed by hordes of enemies. Among them, a familiar figure. It was Loki. A dark tide erupted from the abyss below. Dozens of serpentine leviathans coiled through the air, their roars shaking the golden city. Heimdall, guardian of the Bifrost, had sounded the warning at once. His all-seeing eyes missed nothing across the 9 realms, yet he had overlooked the abyss beneath Yggdrasil, a lifeless wasteland where nothing could survive. Who could have imagined Loki would lead an army through such a place? In another timeline, after failing to seize Asgard's throne, Loki would have fallen from the Bifrost into that abyss. Drifting in darkness, he would eventually find the Chitauri, offering them the secret of the Infinity Stones in exchange for the scepter, and then lead an invasion of Earth through the Tesseract. But without that cosmic gateway, Loki had turned his ambitions back to Asgard. He would make Odin and Thor see that even without Asgard's favor, he could carve out his own destiny. Once the Chitauri conquered Earth and the 9 realms, he would claim the throne as the rightful ruler of all. Loki. Heimdall's voice boomed across the Bifrost as he recognized the figure at the vanguard. Traitor! You betray Asgard itself. The gatekeeper swung his great sword, hurling back wave after wave of invaders. But the Chitauri were endless, swarming toward the observatory like an unstoppable tide. Asgard abandoned me first. Loki stood atop a towering leviathan, gazing down at the shining spires of the city he once called home. Hatred and fury burned in his chest. He had not been without love for Asgard. Had ambition not consumed him, he might never have tried to kill Thor. But the die was cast. The once prince of Asgard had no path back. Seize the observatory. It is the key to the 9 realms. Then, take the palace. Loki commanded the Chitauri elders, refusing to look down at Heimdall. The gatekeeper was already buried under countless bodies, the enemy throwing themselves forward like mindless insects. As the alarm blared, Asgard's defenses activated. A golden dome of energy shimmered into existence, shielding the city. Warriors rallied behind Thor, forming disciplined ranks. Odin, clad in golden armor, his ravens upon his shoulders, rode forth on Sleipnir. His presence alone a challenge to the heavens. The leviathans crashed against the golden barrier, their impacts like thunder. The shield wavered under the relentless assault, and cracks spread like spider webs. Begone. The Allfather raised Gungnir, unleashing a blast of raw power. A leviathan shrieked as its metallic hide shattered, its massive body crashing down onto the city below. But the shield could not hold. Boom. With a deafening explosion, the dome shattered. The shockwave tore through the golden streets, toppling towers like dominoes. Thor led the charge, Mjolnir blazing with lightning. Each swing felled scores of Chitauri, yet for every enemy struck down, 10 more took their place. Why are you doing this? This was your home. Thor roared at the figure above. Home? My family cast me aside. Odin never intended to give me a chance. The throne was always yours. He gave me hope, then crushed it. Loki's voice was raw with fury. He raised the scepter, cold fire burning in his eyes. I will prove to everyone that I am better than you. Odin surged forward on Sleipnir, a spear of light piercing the darkness. No enemy could stand before him. The leviathans crumbled under Gungnir's might, their remains scattering like dust. Yet the tide was endless. Loki, when will you grow up? The Allfather asked, his voice heavy with sorrow. He had never imagined that a single act of mercy would lead to this. On the Bifrost, Asgard's warriors clashed with the Chitauri horde. The battle was brutal, the losses mounting, but the enemy's numbers seemed infinite. Spare me your false kindness. If you would not give me what I deserved, I will take it myself. Loki directed the Chitauri in relentless waves, a cruel satisfaction twisting his face even as emptiness gnawed at him. Asgard cannot withstand this army. You cannot defeat the mad titan. If you would just. Asgard has no king who surrenders. Odin's ice-cold voice resounded, cutting Loki off. Light flashed, and another wave of enemies turned to ash. The Allfather continued, and that is why you will never sit upon the throne, Loki. You know nothing of courage. Chapter 301, Chapter 300, The Fall of the Golden Realm, Part 2. The unending roar of explosions echoed from below as the warriors of Asgard and the Chitauri clashed in brutal combat upon the Bifrost, the bridge connecting Asgard to the outside world. In terms of individual strength, the Chitauri, armed with energy weapons, were nothing more than ordinary mechanical soldiers. They were utterly incomparable to the battle-hardened and rigorously trained warriors of Asgard. But their advantage lay in sheer numbers. They overwhelmed their enemies through relentless waves of expendable troops. From above, the battlefield looked like an endless tide of ants swarming and engulfing Asgard's forces. The fearless Thor raised Mjolnir, divine power surging through his body as devastating bolts of lightning struck the battlefield again and again, annihilating countless Chitauri. Yet for every enemy slain, more poured forth, ferried by the armored leviathans that surged forward without end. In the skies, Asgardian warships armed with energy cannons rose, bombarding the oncoming hordes. Under the command of Chitauri riders, the serpentine leviathans lunged like ravenous sharks. Explosions of bright fire erupted across the battlefield, both sides suffering losses as the battle reached a stalemate. The fervor of war gradually waned in this grinding slaughter. No matter how mighty Asgard was, even an elephant would eventually be devoured by an endless tide of ants. We must cut off the source. These damned creatures won't stop coming. Thor bellowed. Beside him, the warrior Sif swung her sword, cutting down several Chitauri. This was not like their past campaigns across the 9 realms. These enemies were an alien race. One that was weak individually, but infinite in number. There must be a central command controlling these monsters. If they have no commander, then they must be linked another way. Volstagg, one of the warriors 3, shouted as he fought. The Asgardian army pushed forward, hacking and slashing, yet they could not break the invaders' relentless advance. The once wide Bifrost had become cramped, packed with combatants from both sides. Warriors and Chitauri alike fell from the bridge, screaming as they plunged into the abyss beneath Yggdrasil, swallowed by the churning darkness below. Is this the king you chose? Thor is brave, yes, but what does reckless courage achieve? He nearly died in Jotunheim, was exiled to Midgard, and even became a prisoner of the humans. And now, against the Chitauri, what can he do? Is a true king meant to rush headlong into battle, seeking glory in slaughter? Loki's handsome face twisted with open mockery as he brandished his scepter, his voice a venomous hiss. In the end, it all comes down to blood. I am a frost giant spawn, while Thor is of true royal lineage. That is what matters. No matter how well I perform, I will always be in his shadow. Dozens of armored leviathans encircled the imposing Allfather. Sleipnir, the 8-legged steed, hovered in the air, its iron hard hooves crackling with electricity as Odin sat astride it like an unshakable mountain. The king of Asgard gazed calmly at his adopted son. Once a mistake was made, it grew like tangled weeds, feeding the flames of hatred until they burned uncontrollably. Odin admitted that he had taken Loki in with his own motives, but the truth was not as cold and cruel as the trickster claimed. Even if you believe all of this is our fault, do you truly think Frigga's love for you was ever false? Odin's voice was rough as he asked. Loki fell silent. Even now, with his heart clouded by hatred, the queen's kindness remained one of the few bright spots in his soul. The mad titan is coming. I have no way back. The Chitauri are just mindless and expendable pawns. If you surrender, I can ensure Asgard remains unharmed. Then I will take the throne, rule the 9 realms, and restore this kingdom to its former glory. Loki sought to sway Odin, just as he had once used silver-tongued lies to obtain the scepter in the Chitauri army. Now, he wanted the Allfather himself to bow before him. Thanos was not an enemy to be trifled with. The mad titan was a harbinger of death and ruin. Failure would bring consequences too terrible to imagine. A shudder ran through Loki as he recalled how the great being dealt with those who disappointed him. Those were not memories he wished to revisit. Stop this, Loki. Odin sighed heavily, burdened by guilt. He truly did not wish to strike down his own son. There is still time to end this disaster. Disaster? No. This is my chance to become king of the 9 realms. Unable to let go of his ambition, Loki laughed as his dark golden robes billowed in the wind. Raising his scepter, he commanded the Leviathans to attack. Mounted atop a monstrous war beast, a Chitauri elder unleashed a devastating energy blast, the brilliance of which was like a miniature sun erupting in the sky. Watching from a distance, Loki felt a sudden hollowness in his chest. He narrowed his eyes, his emotions in turmoil. Odin was the greatest obstacle to his conquest. He was the one who stood most firmly between him and the throne. Yet Loki hesitated. At first, he had only wanted to prove himself superior to Thor. But now, things had spiraled beyond his control. There was no turning back. No one in the cosmos dared deceive the mad titan. To do so meant a life of exile, with no refuge left among the stars. Loki, Asgardians do not fear death. An authoritative voice pierced the blinding light. The Chitauri elder's triumphant grin froze as Sleipnir charged through the destructive energy storm. Clad in golden armor, Odin raised Gungnir like a spear, and a colossal wave of power surged across the heavens. Both the mighty Leviathan and its rider were torn apart and reduced to nothing. The sky cleared as a fierce wind whipped at Loki's robes. Staring into the Allfather's commanding gaze, he felt an instinctive urge to flee. Only now did Loki remember, this being astride the 8-legged steed was the king of Asgard, the one who had crushed the frost giants and conquered the 9 realms. 1,000 years ago, the name Odin had shaken the galaxies and echoed across the cosmos. Long live Asgard! Long live the king! The warriors below erupted into cheers. Even Thor, locked in battle, looked up in awe at his father's might. And then, a deep earth-shaking voice rumbled from the abyss. Pathetic fools. It seems I must intervene personally. The voice was thick with power, rolling over Asgard like a tidal wave. A terrifying presence was descending. Chapter 302, Chapter 301, The Fall of the Golden Realm, Part 3. Asgard trembled under the violent shockwaves, as if thunderous tides were sweeping through its cities and palaces. A terrifying presence rose from the abyss beneath Yggdrasil, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Even Odin seated upon Sleipnir felt an involuntary tremor in his heart, his grip tightening around Gungnir. 1,000 years ago, facing such a formidable opponent would have filled Odin with boiling blood and soaring spirits. He would have sung the grand battle hymns of the Aesir, charging forward without fear. But now, the aged king of Asgard was no longer the mighty warrior of old. No matter how much he refused to admit it, he could not escape the cruel truth. He was growing weaker with time. Thanos. That was a name that struck fear across the cosmos. Odin had heard the legends. He was the last survivor of the doomed Titan, a descendant of the Eternals, the one who had destroyed his own homeworld with his hands, stained with countless blood and sins. He was a bringer of slaughter and war to civilizations across the stars. This mad Titan pursued an extreme philosophy of balance. He was an absolute terror. Dark energy erupted like a volcano, surging into the sky. Any Chitauri who came close had their lives snuffed out in an instant. Several armored leviathans that were unable to evade in time were torn apart by the overwhelming tide of power. A massive ancient floating throne rose slowly from the abyss. Upon it sat a towering purple figure. The figure exuded a violent aura, like a beast capable of devouring entire planets. Your efficiency is lacking. The mad Titan's voice was heavy, rumbling like thunder across Asgard. Both Loki and the Chitauri leaders trembled like frightened insects. None dared face Thanos' wrath. King of Asgard, mightiest of the 9 realms. I admire your courage and tenacity in defending your home. But it seems your son did not inherit such qualities. Thanos glanced dismissively at Loki. He had no patience for groveling weaklings. I can spare Asgard if you surrender what I seek and bow before him. He gestured toward Loki. I promise this pitiful worm the throne of the 9 realms. Faced with such overwhelming pressure, even Odin could not help but tense. His gaze lingered on the golden gauntlet adorning Thanos' hand. It seemed as if it was crafted from pure gold. It shimmered with an eerie light. Its unique design could harness infinite energy, and was capable of wielding 6 mighty stones. Odin had once possessed the Tesseract. His father, Bor, had sealed away the Ether, the weapon of the Dark Elves. The Allfather was not ignorant of the Infinity Stones. Truthfully, Odin had once coveted their power. During his conquests with Hela, he had even commissioned the dwarves to forge a replica of the Infinity Gauntlet. But in the end, out of caution and hesitation, he abandoned the idea. The secrets hidden within the 6 stones far exceeded Asgard's capacity to control. Asgard has no king who surrenders. Odin declared, each word deliberate. Great Thanos, allow me to grant this king of Asgard, a voice spoke from behind the floating throne. 5 figures emerged from the shadows, a glorious death. Among the Black Order, the woman known as Proxima Midnight knelt at Thanos' side. Cloaked in white, her cold face burned with fanaticism. Thanos nodded, saying, Go, child. Perhaps you will fulfill your heart's desire. Proxima was an orphan he had taken in. Her homeworld had perished in war due to overpopulation. Gifted with telepathy and mind control, she longed only for death. Her white cloak billowed as she stepped onto the head of a leviathan, locking eyes with the Allfather. One of us shall return to eternal darkness. Her raspy voice carried an eerie power, threads of invisible energy weaving through the sky. Even Odin's unshakable will wavered slightly. In moments, the Asgardian warships hovering above turned their cannons which glowed with destructive energy toward the very king they once served. With their minds ensnared, the warriors of Asgard aimed their weapons at their own ruler. The Chitauri-controlled leviathans lunged in suicidal attacks, their frenzy spreading like wildfire. Proxima laughed into the wind, her fingers plucking at unseen strings. A blinding light erupted, carrying the stench of death. Being trapped within the circle of leviathans, Odin could neither dodge nor escape. He endured the full force of the bombardment. Below, Thor fought desperately, his heart burning with urgency. He longed to charge into the skies and stand beside his father. Mjolnir blazed with lightning, carving a path through the endless hordes of Chitauri. But for every enemy struck down, 10 more took their place. Odin's golden barrier flickered under the relentless assault. The warship's cannons fired again, their brilliance like a second sun. Proxima, who stood atop a leviathan, focused her psychic power into a piercing spike, driving it into Odin's mind. She reveled in the thrill of manipulating emotions, watching as complex thoughts danced at her fingertips. Asgard does not retreat. With a furious roar, Odin unleashed a surge of power. Gungnir flew from his hand like a spear, and like a bolt of lightning tearing through the storm. The strike pierced Proxima's chest. The energy released reduced her body to ashes. Return to death's embrace, my child. Thanos' lips curled slightly, his expression devoid of grief. He raised his arm from the throne. A devastating light erupted, crushing everything in its path. With a thunderous crash, the mighty Allfather plummeted from the sky like a burning meteor, smashing into the earth below. The towering golden palace crumbled like a sandcastle. Thanos gazed down at the insignificant beings below, his heart undisturbed. Perhaps this king of Asgard had once been counted among the universe's mighty. But time had eroded all things. Having annihilated countless planets and civilizations, Thanos had not needed to lift a finger in battle for years. The vast cosmos held few he would even consider worthy opponents. Had Loki and the Chitauri not proven so sluggish, he would not have bothered to appear personally. The laws of the universe are cruel and unfeeling. The weak have no right to survive, they will inevitably be left behind by evolution, discarded like refuse. His voice boomed across the heavens, his floating throne casting a shadow over Asgard. The warriors below teetered on the brink of despair. If even their Allfather could not defeat this monster, who could save them now? I was born in darkness, abandoned by my kin. The universe taught me that if you are not strong enough, neither fate nor life will ever be yours to control. Thanos rested his chin on one hand, and casually waved the other. A wave of destruction rippled across Asgard's cities and palaces. The towering spires which were like a forest of spears disintegrated into dust. Thor froze mid-battle as he watched his father fall like a burning star and crashing heavily to the ground. Blood poured from his mouth. Even in his weakened state, Odin had easily defeated Laufey, the frost giant king. Yet now, before this terrifying purple figure, the Allfather lay broken. For Asgard. Thor roared, swinging Mjolnir and launching himself into the sky, a storm of fury aimed at Thanos. Sometimes, bravery is merely another word for foolishness. The mad titan watched him like an ant. The moment Mjolnir neared the throne, its momentum dissipated into nothing. With a casual wave, Thanos unleashed a crushing force. Thor was sent flying backward, and Mjolnir pinned him to the ground. No matter how he struggled, he could not rise. Thor. Rushing from the palace, Frigga witnessed it all. Her mighty husband and valiant son had both fallen. Slaughter, destruction, conquest, these are privileges reserved for the strong. Even if you fight with all your might, what use is courage in the face of insurmountable power? Thanos was like a god presiding over mortals. The Asgardians threw themselves forward like moths to a flame, drowning in the endless tide of Chitauri. Frigga stood defiant amidst the ruins, rallying the warriors. Even the mightiest conqueror cannot make Asgardians submit. She thrust her sword through a Chitauri. With Odin gravely wounded and Thor unable to fight, only she remained to inspire them. Pathetic pride. Thanos' eyes were cold. In his long path of conquest, he had destroyed countless worlds. Under the shadow of death, all eventually knelt. Every life returned to darkness, restored balance to the universe. This was both glory and finality. Just as Thanos prepared to strike again, Loki, who had been cowering nearby, finally found his voice. No. The Prince of Asgard could watch Odin and Thor be defeated, but he could not bear to see Frigga die. Thanos turned, and gazed at Loki as if looking at an insect. You dare command me? His gaze was like a black hole, capable of devouring any soul. Before Loki could speak, a hurricane of energy sent him flying. The once elegant prince tumbled across the ground, the scepter slipping from his grasp. A worm who forgets his place. The mad titan sneered. He raised his hand. A blinding light erupted. The void itself seemed to collapse as destructive power annihilated all matter in its path. Loki shut his eyes in agony. Frigga, the woman who had once shown him kindness and love, was reduced to dust in the storm. The terrifying force radiated outward. The last remnants of Asgard's once glorious structures crumbled into nothingness. The cities and palaces were flattened, leaving only ruin. Now, who else dares defy me? His voice, cold as death, echoed across the land. The Asgardian warriors stood lost, their final hope extinguished. If even their greatest protector had fallen, what reason did they have left to fight? Chapter 303, Chapter 302, confirmed with a glance. The treasure vault of the Allfather Odin housed precious artifacts from across the 9 realms. It was like a holy grail for countless adventurers. Legend spoke of divine armor and swords blessed by the gods, the bones of dragons and deities, the casket of ancient winters capable of freezing entire planets, and the eternal flame that could resurrect the dead. These unimaginable treasures were recorded in ancient texts and age-old tales, filling hearts with longing. This was the vault of the king of the gods, holding miracles capable of altering fate. Many across the 9 realms believed this without question. A ripple of azure light tore through space, expanding into a shimmering portal. 2 figures stepped out, Sean, the Sentinel ranked among S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most dangerous individuals, and Jean, the Omega-level mutant known as Phoenix. The first thing that greeted them was a grand hall, its corridors stretching deep into the heart of the structure. On either side stood rows of elegant display cases filled with divine weapons etched with runes and dazzling gemstones. The sheer opulence was befitting of the king of Asgard. An ordinary person might have been overwhelmed by the dazzling array, unsure which treasure to claim. As they walked, Sean casually explained the origins and powers of each treasure as if he owned the place, this is the eternal flame, Odin's trophy from Surtur, the fire giant of Muspelheim. Legend says that once tempered, the sword of the fire giant could wield the power to destroy the realm of the gods. This is the destroyer, the mightiest armor of Asgard. Or at least, it was before it was damaged. Over there is the Orb of Agamotto, an artifact capable of detecting magic and sources of danger. It's a prized possession of a certain great sorcerer. Next to it is the Tablet of Life, originating from an ancient Earth civilization. It is said to aid its user in evolving into a supreme life form. What is it you're looking for? Jean asked curiously. This is exactly what I want. Sean stopped before a square stone pedestal, atop which rested a gleaming metal gauntlet. A replica of the Infinity Gauntlet, it shimmered with the same metallic brilliance, its 6 gem sockets ready to house the stones. As he slipped it on, he could feel the intricate energy pathways within, crisscrossing like circuits. With a mechanical click, the oversized gauntlet shrank to fit his hand perfectly. Sean then retrieved the tesseract, the cosmic cube coveted by both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Loki. A sharp golden light flashed in his eyes. A torrent of violent golden energy erupted as his fingers tightened. The cube's stable structure began to fracture, faint cracking sounds filled the air until an oval blue stone dropped into his palm. An invisible ripple spread like a pebble disturbing still water. On his floating throne, Thanos, who had been sitting calmly, suddenly stiffened. He had sensed it, the presence of an Infinity Stone. That Asgardian wasn't lying to me. The Mad Titan's heart burned with anticipation. With a slight gesture, the discarded scepter flew into his grasp. The golden staff that had granted Loki the power to manipulate minds shattered in Thanos' grip, revealing a yellow stone. He carefully placed it into one of the gauntlet's sockets. 2 invisible forces clashed. In Odin's vault, Sean turned his head slightly, his gaze piercing through the ruined palace and city. Entire structures crumbled into dust with thunderous roars. I need some time. He glanced at Jean. With the space stone now embedded in the replica gauntlet, he could clearly feel its limits. The delicate forgery could barely contain the energy of a single stone. The internal pathways were already overflowing. If he were to wield 3 stones at once, the gauntlet would likely self-destruct under the strain. Clenching his fist, azure light blazed as cosmic energy flooded into Sean's body. The Sentinel armor materialized in a flash of light, greedily absorbing the near-infinite power. He was about to break through the 50% threshold. No one will disturb you, Jean said in a calm voice. Her crimson hair billowed like flames as a violent aura erupted. The Phoenix stood before Sean, her eyes ice cold. Meanwhile, Thanos lounged on his throne, indifferent to the carnage below. The Chitauri would teach the Asgardians that no matter how hard they struggled, defeat was inevitable. In the merciless laws of the universe, weakness was a sin. Right now, the stone was the priority. Acquiring 2 Infinity Stones was an exceptionally bountiful harvest. His mental power spread like a tidal wave, scouring every corner for traces of the stone. Like a predator tracking prey through dense forests, he followed the residual energy, hunting down his hidden target. Hiding from my sight won't be so easy. A rare smirk crossed Thanos' face. A storm brewed in his cold eyes. A violent surge of energy erupted, carrying the chill of an ice age, like a hurricane of death and extinction capable of freezing souls. The frigid gale tore through space, pouring forth. Found you. A woman in red stood firm in the mental void, blocking the deadly frost with sheer will. Flames of destruction swirled around her, capable of reducing all existence to nothingness. The psychic realm crumbled and reformed, the physical world trembled. An interesting life form. Thanos' lips curled slightly, his initial indifference replaced by a hint of seriousness. A fiery phoenix spread its wings, its radiance a fusion of opposing forces, life and death, creation and destruction. The woman in red floated in the mental void, her entire body burning with intense flames. Any mental or physical presence that neared her was annihilated instantly. The Mad Titan's psychic assault intensified, a relentless hurricane battering against her defenses. The cold aura crushed the mental landscape like an unending blizzard. The vault shook violently, display cases toppling as priceless artifacts shattered into dust. Jean's face paled, the fire in her eyes blazing even as her body swayed unsteadily. Her psychic power was formidable, but against Thanos, a veteran of countless battles, she was still inexperienced. He could sense the terrifying potential of the Phoenix Force, but its wielder lacked the skill to fully harness it. Like a child swinging a hammer, the power was there, but the wielder was lacking. Poor little thing. The world of the strong is cruel indeed. Thanos prepared to extinguish this fragile consciousness with one final strike. A storm of annihilation loomed, ready to swallow the struggling will whole. Don't touch what is mine. A deep voice thundered into Thanos' mind. Golden light erupted. Like a rising sun, it dazzled with brilliance. Across the vast distance of space, 2 gazes locked, one cold and calculating, the other deep and unyielding. An invisible storm erupted, shaking the void itself. Chapter 304, Chapter 303, Under the Witness of the World. When the Chitauri army descended upon Asgard, Skynet initiated a global live broadcast. Wherever people looked up or turned on their computers and televisions, they could see massive billboards and scrolling digital screens all displaying explosive scenes rivaling Hollywood blockbusters. The worldwide network intrusion caused a certain degree of panic, followed by deeper contemplation and suspicion from all walks of life. A paper on extraterrestrial space by Jane Foster from Umbrella Corporation resurfaced. Once dismissed as wild fantasy, her theories now appeared to have the potential to become reality. The endless waves of Chitauri troops and the Asgardian legions charging relentlessly into battle presented images so realistic, they shocked viewers. Soon after, governments worldwide issued statements confirming these were not promotional materials for any film but actual events. A brutal interstellar war raged beyond human understanding. Earth was not the universe's only civilization. Humanity, cradled in peaceful ignorance, had opened its eyes for the first time to glimpse the vast cosmos. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters along the Potomac River, Nick Fury frowned in contemplation. Asgard's existence had been exposed to the world, and worse, an unknown alien army had appeared. The live battle footage clearly showed this was anything but friendly. Both sides displayed technological capabilities far surpassing Earth's. The one-eyed director temporarily set aside the terrifying global network intrusion. Though he had enlisted Stark and Dr. Richards to investigate, their tone suggested finding the mastermind would prove difficult. The purple figure seated upon the floating throne had shaken the world with his ruthless proclamation. Even if most didn't yet believe in Asgard's existence, Thanos' words made it clear Earth could well be the next target. The curtain of peace had been lifted. Every nation and individual on the planet needed to mentally prepare for war. Within moments, information flooded worldwide through invisible radio waves. The world's most powerful figures, elites standing atop the social pyramid, engaged in heated discussions as public attention reached fever pitch over Asgard's war. Superheroes, the Fantastic Four, Avengers, and mutants found themselves questioning. If Earth faced such a crisis, what could they possibly do? The endless steel tide, terrifying mechanical leviathans, and the inconceivably powerful cosmic overlord who had felled the mythological Allfather with a gesture. Superhuman strength seemed inadequate to save the world. On Asgard's Bifrost, the realm's warriors retreated steadily under relentless assault. Energy beams crisscrossed the sky like a colossal death net, while behind them, continuous explosions tore through the ruined cities and palaces. Flames raged unchecked. Loki stared blankly at Asgard's shattered remains, sudden emptiness filling his heart. Was this what he had sought all along? Odin lay grievously wounded, Thor stood powerless, and even their mother Frigga had perished in the violent energy tides. The bloody reality reminded Asgard's prince that war was cold and cruel, devoid of any tenderness. His dream of ruling the 9 realms now seemed like a ridiculous joke. What would remain of Asgard after Thanos and his Chitauri legion departed? With hatred burning in his eyes, Loki glared at the floating throne above, his fists clenching so tightly his nails drew blood. Around the massive purple figure, an invisible force suddenly erupted. Chitauri who ventured too close were instantly annihilated. A question arose in Loki's mind: did Asgard still possess anyone capable of opposing Thanos? Dark clouds gathered as the cosmic overlord sat upon his throne, his mountainous frame radiating power. Invisible psychic forces collided and cancelled out in the void, releasing hurricane-like shockwaves. Thanos hadn't anticipated that the individual who obtained one Infinity Stone would possess such formidable strength. While the red-haired woman had been noteworthy, she couldn't fully harness her power. She was an immature host far from her peak. "I thought you were just another weakling relying on the stone's power." Their minds communicated directly as Thanos grew more serious. The dazzling golden figure shone like a sun, holding firm in their psychic battle, seemingly with strength to spare. "Surrender the stone, and I'll let you leave alive," Thanos said, his eyes alight with rare excitement. It had been long since anyone had stirred him so. "I was thinking the same." The mocking reply held no concession. A deathly cold psychic storm slammed against the golden figure's radiant flames like a world-freezing Arctic front. Two fundamentally different powers collided with thunderous force. Pure golden flame surged like a rising inferno, battling the icy torrent for every inch of mental terrain. The colossal energies pressed and clashed, making the very void groan under the strain. Matter annihilated continuously as space neared collapse. The opposing forces released shockwaves like a dying star, sweeping through the area around the floating throne. The remaining Black Order members hastily retreated, while mindless Chitauri cannon fodder evaporated instantly like water droplets vanishing in flame. That such opposition to Lord Thanos exists in this barren sector is remarkable. Ebony Maw raised a hand, his black robes fluttering as he moved swiftly across the Bifrost's battlefield. Perhaps he shouldn't interrupt his master's hunting pleasure, but to ensure the Infinity Stones were secured without fail, action was necessary. When Asgardian warriors charged, Maw flicked his fingers, an invisible thread sliced through the air, sending heads tumbling from spurting necks. Entering the ruined palace unimpeded, a red-clad figure blocked his path. Flaming hair and elegant gown swayed as violent telekinetic force struck like a cannonball. "Don't interfere." Jean Grey lifted her chin, cold eyes brewing a fiery storm. Meanwhile, Sean's battle lust burned fiercely, like raging tides ready to burst from his chest. His golden frame stood firm in the void, his radiant flames like an ocean of light. He gazed across at the massive purple figure upon the ancient floating throne. One like an immovable mountain clad in gleaming armor, radiating overwhelming pressure. "One stone won't grant you victory, little one." Thanos' thunderous voice crashed into Sean's consciousness. The Titan's eyes opened, unleashing tsunamis of destructive intent. The Eternal's gaze brimmed with violent aggression, but Sean felt no fear. "I'd like to test that." Everything he'd done, all his efforts, hadn't they been for this very moment? Remove this final obstacle, and the world would be his. "I've crushed countless arrogant upstarts who thought they had reached power's pinnacle. You'll join them." Thanos delivered his death sentence with bone-chilling finality. "Then come." Sean replied quietly. Golden light erupted skyward like lightning-piercing gloom, streaking straight toward the cosmic overlord. Chapter 305, Chapter 304, First Encounter. To think such a remote and backward planetary civilization could produce a powerful being like you. The wonders of the universe are truly unfathomable. Thanos, seated upon his floating throne, murmured this praise as he rose to his feet, halting the Black Order's advance with a gesture. An opponent wielding an Infinity Stone deserved his personal attention. The golden lightning descending from the skies gradually stabilized as Sean's raging battle lust cooled. This cosmic overlord was unlike any enemy he has faced before. Thanos. Leader of the Black Order, descendant of the Eternals, sole survivor of Titan, the terrifying existence that made countless planetary civilizations tremble in fear. He was a living symbol of death and destruction across the vast cosmos. "Do you always spout nonsense before fighting?" Sean said coldly. Beneath the Sentinel armor, his power gathered like molten lava in a volcano, accumulating toward an inevitable eruption. "Ha! An amusing human. I simply fear after unleashing my full power, you won't remain standing long enough for conversation." Thanos descended from his ancient floating throne. His massive frame hovered in the void like an impassable mountain range, radiating overwhelming pressure. The cosmic overlord's metal gauntlet flexed, first opening, then clenching, as torrential energy gathered like tidal waves. Sensing the danger, Sean fired a thick energy beam from his palms. Scorching winds swept across the heavens as the beam bisected a leviathan beast drifting nearby. Two colossal energies collided like opposing tsunamis in the void. The dazzling golden torrent shone with the brilliance of stellar bodies, while Thanos' long-accumulated energy surge resembled the terrifying black holes formed from collapsing space and dying planets, exuding endless deathly aura. Anything caught in its gravitational pull would sink into eternal darkness. Their clashing powers drowned out even the battlefield's chaos. All combatants paused to witness the two inconceivable beings, one a rising golden sun bursting with radiant light, the other a cold and lifeless black hole devouring all hope. When their energies collided, the boiling chaos of Asgard fell into absolute silence as if time itself had frozen. Yet within this eerie quietude, reality began fracturing. Light distorted like buildings caught in a catastrophic storm, the very fabric of space crumbled as black fissures expanded into miniature singularities, annihilating all matter in their path. The resulting shockwaves erupted like bursting dams in all directions. Unfortunate Chitauri soldiers vanished before they could react, their very existence erased by the raging energy tides. Even the durable barriers of space couldn't withstand such violent compression, shattering like fragile glass with an audible crack. The rampaging energies ground everything within range into primordial nothingness. Still hovering midair, Sean was blasted backward like a cannonball, carving a deep trench through Asgard's ruined cityscape. His momentum carried him through building after building until he regained control and steadied himself. Meanwhile, the cosmic overlord remained firmly in place. Only his floating throne had completely vanished as if never existing. Members of the Black Order wisely retreated from the danger zone, for even the peripheral energies from this clash carried devastating destructive power. "Do you still cling to confidence in victory?" Thanos' resonant voice echoed across the heavens, his purple-skinned frame became the focal point for all observers. Whether Asgardian warriors or Earthlings watching through screens, all silently prayed for the being called Sentinel to prevail. In this moment, he had become Asgard's, nay, the Nine Realms' final line of defense. "No." The muffled voice through the helmet rang clear, "I'm more certain than ever." The second collision commenced instantly. Sean crossed the distance with an ear-splitting sonic boom, hurricane-like shockwaves rolled off his golden flickering fist as it unleashed terrifying energy tides meant to engulf the massive purple figure. "The courage of the ignorant," Thanos remarked. The cosmic overlord raised his arm, his metal gauntlet emitting intense vibrations resembling celestial collapse, the terrifying force causing space itself to warp. Their attacks met in a flash brighter than any star. Boom. A pseudonova explosion sent destructive energy rippling outward in transparent waves. The thunderous impact birthed a mushroom cloud of dust and debris. Within the cataclysmic storm, the rainbow bridge connecting the 9 realms fractured, triggering tsunami-like cosmic tides. Everyone on its surface scrambled desperately to escape this apocalyptic disaster. The endless pressure radiating downward reduced both the Chitauri swarm and mightiest guardian warriors to mere background elements in this grand conflict. The raging energy surges threatened to obliterate Asgard entirely as reality's structure unraveled. The golden sentinel and cosmic overlord high above warped space with mere gestures, defying all mortal comprehension. Your power extends far beyond this, yet only one may claim the Infinity Stones. Thanos' thunderous voice resonated within Sean's consciousness. This was no mere physical contest, but a battle of wills between evenly matched opponents, each employing every means to gain advantage for final victory. A terrifying aura expanded like a celestial body reaching its lifespan's end, collapsing into a massive black hole that threatened to devour even consciousness itself. The endless dark abyss spread, submerging that radiant golden sun. I share that sentiment. Sean's response came firm. While this notorious cosmic overlord's strength bordered on despair-inducing, it only hardened his resolve to claim victory. After traversing such an arduous path, the end finally neared, and Sean would stake everything to seize that future. Golden torrents surged, releasing billions of light rays as incomparable destructive power erupted. Like a millennia-pressurized volcano unleashing terrifying heat, it birthed tsunami-like shockwaves. The violent storm engulfed Asgard in blinding flashes. This land that knew peace for millennia now resembled a ship tossed in tempestuous seas, teetering on the brink of capsizing. Without the courage to stake everything, I wouldn't stand here now. Sean fully transformed into a stellar entity radiating golden light, while Thanos responded in kind, his massive purple frame pulsing with profound icy energy. The air vibrated intensely with dense humming as space cracked like glass, fissures spiderwebbing outward. Chapter 306, Chapter 305, This is not the end. In the violent collision, blinding white lightning shattered everything, and the residual energy wave spilled out like a catastrophic hurricane tearing through space, pulling forth terrifying energy tides. The Sentinel and Thanos. The former was like a stellar body, pure and radiant, the latter was like a massive black hole, cold and unfathomable. The two clashed in the skies above Asgard, each demonstrating their mastery and understanding of power. Their bodies fought, their spirits and wills collided. Bursts of intense light flashed, endless radiance swirled, and raging energy currents roared. The heavens echoed with thunderous booms, and the entire world watched this climactic battle between the mightiest, one that would decide the fate and future of the 9 realms. Asgard teetered on the brink, like a candle about to be snuffed out. The earth trembled with mournful groans, its sturdy rock formations on the verge of collapse. The surrounding oceans churned with massive waves, and thick storm clouds crackled with lightning. It seems we need to change the battlefield. Sean suddenly halted, azure light waves flickering and expanding into a massive portal. His golden figure gradually faded before vanishing entirely. A cold smirk curled on Thanos' lips as his towering muscular frame followed closely behind. He would not allow an Infinity Stone to slip from his grasp. On a desolate planet, Sean came to a stop. This was a lifeless wasteland at the edge of the 9 realms, where the blue earth and Asgard lay far behind. Layers of frost coated the sky, blotting out the faint sunlight. Cold gripped the land, and even the atmosphere was filled with solid ice particles. Endless ice peaks and snow-capped mountains covered the planet's surface. It was devoid of any life, and exuded the desolate chill of a primordial era. The azure light waves shrank and dissipated as the cosmic tyrant set foot on the barren frozen ground. The moment he steadied himself, he transformed into a raging, overwhelming force. A massive shockwave split the thick ice, carrying a surging frigid current toward Sean. Ice peaks and snow mountains that had stood for millennia crumbled like fragile white foam under the violent energy storm, effortlessly torn apart and swept away. The freezing air solidified, roaring as it surged forward. Sean slowly channeled the golden torrent within his body, scorching heat radiating outward. The icy currents evaporated before they could even touch him. Amid the thick swirling white mist, a gust of wind howled, and a thick purple arm shot out, fist clenched. The terrifying energy surging within it was enough to obliterate any formidable being in its path. A faint blue light flickered as Sean vanished like a wisp of smoke. The ferocious punch struck empty air, its colossal energy erupting like an astronomical tide, carving a deep jagged scar across the desolate planet. At the same time, Sean moved with uncanny precision, blinking behind Thanos. A hand blade sliced through the air, aimed at the Titan's head. Even his incredibly resilient purple skin could not withstand such a vicious strike. A cold lethal intent surged from behind, like a venomous snake striking. For the first time in this fierce battle, the cosmic tyrant felt his life threatened, as if he had returned to his weaker days, that tense vigilance flooding his body once more. With a furious roar, Thanos erupted with tsunami-like might. His massive frame twisted as he raised his metal gauntlet, a hidden pulse radiating outward. Sean, who had concentrated all his strength into that hand blade, suddenly froze. His unshakable mental defenses were violently shaken. Who do you think I am? Seizing the moment, Thanos spun around, delivering a devastating punch to Sean's body. A powerful shockwave erupted. With a deafening boom, the ancient ice peaks and snow mountains that had stood for eons disintegrated into dust. Carrying overwhelming force, the shockwave spread like a cataclysmic storm, annihilating everything near the battlefield. Having been struck with brutal force, Sean was sent flying like a golden arc, trailing a series of explosions before crashing down hard. Enduring tremendous impact, his body skidded backward, tearing a long fissure through the ice. By the time he regained control, he had been flung across nearly half the planet. Sean drifted in the vast icy whirlpool of waves. His shattered armor repaired itself as the golden torrent surged within him. Broken bones and torn flesh slowly began to heal. He felt long-forgotten pain and the threat of death. The atmosphere thundered as the cosmic tyrant descended like a mountain crashing into an icy sea. Tsunami-like waves surged as his towering purple form stood firm. He raised his metal gauntlet, the yellow infinity stone embedded within glowing faintly. I have sought the infinity stones for a long time. My understanding of them far surpasses yours. Thanos' eyes were cold, his purple face tinged with smugness, as if victory was already assured. I will give you one final chance. Hand over the stone. The cosmic tyrant sighed, a rare hint of melancholy flashing in his fervent and cold eyes. You do not have to die here, at least, not by my hand. The balance of the cosmos, the culling of life, this is the curse I bear, the ending I have foreseen. Long ago, before Thanos became the dreaded cosmic tyrant, the sole leader of the Black Order, he was known as the Mad Titan, his hands stained with the blood of his own kind. He was an explorer, a conqueror, and a destroyer. I'm afraid I cannot grant your generous request. The Infinity Stones are my path to the ultimate end. Sean's voice was hoarse, but his gaze grew calm, his mind clear. At this moment, all emotions, all memories, were like a transparent mirror. Each one vivid and unmistakable. I must say, human, you are the most tenacious opponent I have ever faced. Thanos' figure blurred as he swung a crushing fist downward. The frigid sea churned under the violent energy, forming massive whirlpools. I will step over your corpse and restore peace to the universe. Sean could feel the vast ice sea trembling. The atmosphere, layered with frost, was instantly torn apart by the surge of raging power. That fist descended like a blazing meteor, carrying unimaginable terror as it hurtled toward him. At the same time, a hidden pulse silently invaded his mind, unleashing endless illusions meant to warp his psyche. No matter how he calculated, there was no escaping the cosmic tyrant's dual assault. A faint blue light flickered, and the golden figure standing motionless vanished. You underestimate me. Thanos' deep and resonant voice boomed across the land. The golden armor clanged as his massive purple form lunged forward, fist swinging. Boom. The devastating punch struck empty air. The blue light dimmed and vanished. The Sentinel's armor shattered, dissolving into a cloud of golden particles like fine dust. It was as if 1,000,000 tons of explosives had detonated inside his body. In mere seconds, the overwhelming force tore through his steel-like form, leaving fatal wounds. Scorching heat vaporized his blood, and his armor nearly disintegrated entirely. The relentless assault continued. Having lost the initiative, Sean could only endure Thanos' brutal strikes. A massive hand gripped his skull as a golden gauntlet smashed into his face, bam. His nose shattered, and blood splattered. This is the end. May someone remember you. Thanos pressed his enemy beneath his foot, the crushing force like a 10,000-ton juggernaut grinding down on Sean's body. Struggling to open his eyes, Sean saw a hazy white light shimmering in his mind. The door. It was opening. I admire your spirit. Like a defiant beast, your fighting will burns like fire. But what use is it now? Thanos reveled in victory. He unleashed a surge of raging energy, blasting his helpless opponent into the depths of the icy sea. The vast ocean erupted in a colossal wave, surging with violent force. A long time passed before the raging storm finally subsided, the towering waves calming. The desolate planet returned to its frozen silence, with only the howling winds remaining. The cosmic tyrant gazed at the body floating amidst the waves. The spark of life within flickered weakly, like a candle in the wind. A trace of regret flickered in Thanos' eyes. Had his opponent been wiser and surrendered the stone, he would not have met such a fate. Now, it was time to claim his prize. Image here. Chapter 307, Chapter 306, The Void. Ha! Thick, frothing blood gushed from his mouth. The overwhelming force had nearly shattered his resilient body. Sean had never experienced anything like this. His body racked with icy currents, his consciousness blurred, as if at any moment, his life would fade into eternal nothingness. He felt death approaching with terrifying clarity, yet his fragile self could not resist. A faint blue light flowed through the metal gauntlet into his body. In his mind, the hazy white glow emitted a crisp clear sound. The long-standing barrier had been broken. The limits had been surpassed. The flame of life reignited. His heart pounded like thunder. The dimensional door swung halfway open, and the blazing light of a nova swallowed everything. Still alive. Thanos was genuinely surprised. Even the most ancient beings in the cosmos could not survive such devastating blows. He stopped and stared at the motionless body floating in the icy sea. The human's life force had vanished, yet his sharp instincts warned him that this battle was not over. Suddenly, golden particles swirled like liquid around the broken human form, seeping into it. The fingers of the metal gauntlet twitched almost imperceptibly. The frozen sea became a mirror-like surface, an overwhelming force suppressing all movement. The churning waves, the howling winds, the swirling currents, everything fell into absolute stillness. Under Thanos' astonished gaze, Sean stood once more. His eyes were pitch black, an unfamiliar aura radiated from him. It was the essence of annihilation, the void of all things. In a flash of golden light, the Sentinel armor reformed, but now, under the shifting glow of a black sun, the pure gold dimmed and was replaced by deep darkness. A black cape unfurled behind him, fluttering like a war banner. I have touched that unknown universe. The power beyond that door now rests in my grasp. His voice was hoarse and cold. His black eyes were devoid of emotion. Sean spread his hands, a simple motion, yet it caused space to collapse and gravity to distort. The frozen sea shattered into countless droplets, suspended in the air like weightless crystal flowers. I've never felt anything so sublime. It's as if my consciousness has left my body and ascended to a higher plane, drifting among the stars, wandering through the dark. Sean spoke like a medieval bard, his tone almost poetic. He was in a strange state. His mind and will floated in endless darkness, both hyper-aware of every minute change in the world yet also lost, like an exhausted traveler without direction. Thanos stared in shock. When his eyes met Sean's hollow gaze, an inexplicable dread surged within him. Suppressing it, he charged forward, his colossal form tearing through the collapsing space. As a conqueror, explorer, and self-proclaimed guardian of cosmic balance, the Titan's long life had granted him vast knowledge and experience. No matter what, he remained convinced that he would be the final victor. This was the unshakable confidence of absolute power. Thanos threw another devastating punch. Space groaned under the strain, the shockwave pulverizing the suspended water droplets into nothingness. His massive purple form advanced, an overwhelming aura erupting from him. The entire planet trembled beneath his feet. A cataclysmic tide of energy exploded outward, transforming into endless hurricanes of destruction that annihilated all matter in its path. The force surged toward Sean like a storm, intent on reducing him to dust. Boom. A deafening impact, like hundreds of grenades detonating at once, sent shockwaves ripping through the atmosphere. Ignoring Thanos' stunned expression, Sean blocked the descending fist, then instinctively struck back. The metal gauntlet smashed into the Titan's ridged chin. Crack. A sickening crack echoed as Thanos' head snapped back, blood trickling from his lips. But this was only the beginning. The black-clad figure pressed forward. Thanos relied on pure combat instinct to barely dodge the next blow, yet the sheer wind pressure left gashes across his face. A brutal knee strike followed. Two powerful hands clamped onto his shoulders as overwhelming force hammered into his chest. The nearly indestructible golden armor shattered, cracks spreading before exploding into fragments. Consider this my gift to you. The mocking voice faded as a gauntlet hand seized Thanos' skull and slammed him into the frozen depths. Icy seawater rushed in, the crushing pressure battering his mighty form. Thanos roared, "Enough." Bam. A fist to the face cut him off. The impact sent shockwaves through the ocean, the Titan's body rocketed upward, tearing through the frigid abyss. Not nearly. Sean replied coldly. With a single step, the sea quaked. The black figure shot forward like an arrow, piercing the water to appear before Thanos again. The metal gauntlet clenched, and blue light flared. The off-balance Titan crashed into a mountain range. Before he could react, violent energy erupted like lightning. The earth split, and ice peaks collapsed in an avalanche, burying him beneath millions of tons of snow and stone. A furious roar exploded from the buried wreckage, then we fight to the last breath. Until blood runs dry, and death takes us. The mad Titan emerged, his purple face twisted into a manic grin. His aura seethed with murderous intent and unholy devotion. The yellow gem on his gauntlet pulsed, and a hidden mental assault lanced out, aiming to shatter Sean's psyche, to drown him in illusions. For a moment, the hovering figure froze. Thanos laughed wildly, his massive arm swinging with all his might. He would crush this skull. Snap every bone. Drink his blood. Savor his screams. Madness burned in his veins. Memories surfaced, his homeworld, the voices calling him insane. But he alone had seen the truth, the universe has limits. All civilizations end. Death is the only certainty. His genocidal crusade, his brutal conquests, all of it was to maintain balance, to stabilize the scales of existence. Boom. The explosion hurled Thanos from the sky like a meteor, crashing into the earth with enough force to split the frozen crust. The same trick won't work twice. Sean's lips curled coldly. Behind him, 3 miniature suns materialized, blazing orbs of plasma which hotter than a star's core. With a gesture, they slammed into the fallen Titan and pierced his body, drawing a howl of agony. The ground collapsed. Molten rock geysered from the planet's core, a tidal wave of energy swallowed the battered tyrant. Sean stepped onto the fractured earth. Golden light condensed, his body transformed into a swirling nebula. Countless stars birthed and died within him, unleashing unimaginable power. A deep tremor spread. The planet itself groaned as the ice shell split apart. The black figure approached. Thanos lay broken. His purple flesh charred, and his breathing labored. Even for a being of his might, these wounds were fatal. "Ha, you're like me. We've both gone mad." The Titan grinned, no trace of despair in his eyes. "The darkness will consume you, break you, and drag you into oblivion. I face it. I embrace it. The void and I are one." For the first time, Sean's hollow gaze flickered. He sees Thanos, plunging them both into the planet's molten heart, a sea of fire at 10,000 degrees Celsius. It was hot enough to vaporize steel. "I am the void." With a thunderous roar, the two figures tore through the planet's core, and the world shattered. Chapter 308, Chapter 307, The Eve of Change. 3 days later. The revelation of Asgard's existence and the brutal war against an extraterrestrial civilization sparked widespread global discussion and upheaval. The overwhelming public debate and the strategic responses of nations became the focal point of attention. Yet, at the center of this storm was an unlikely figure, a once obscure female astronomer. Jane Foster, an employee of Umbrella Corporation, had long published papers espousing her unconventional, some would say outlandish, theories about the cosmos. Once dismissed as fringe nonsense by the academic mainstream, her claims had now been undeniably validated. Overnight, the laughingstock became a rising star in the scientific community. Standing in the White House briefing room, Jane still couldn't quite believe it. Seated before her were generals from the Department of Defense, the president's closest advisors, and the Secretary of State. All people most would never meet in their lifetime. Yet they were listening to her like students. Either I've gone insane, or the world has. Jane rubbed her temples. Everything had happened too fast. She was supposed to be in London for an astronomical observation, but instead, she had been whisked away by SHIELD agents to the heart of American power. She had secretly called Darcy, hoping her friend's wealthy boyfriend could help. Harry Osborn was her best bet. The Red Queen had informed her that Sean was unreachable, having left for an Arctic expedition a week ago. After their brief encounter in New Mexico, Jane had no love for these black-suited agents. But after exhausting all avenues, she realized the truth: this was about Asgard. The entire world was desperate for more information. The global broadcast 3 days ago had cut off after the Golden Sentinel and Thanos vanished. No one knew the outcome of that battle, or whether Earth would soon face an alien armada. Like a repeat of the Cold War, a tense and suffocating atmosphere gripped the whole world. While the average person might not feel it, those at the top, the ones who shaped the world's destiny, were already moving. As a global agency, SHIELD faced intense scrutiny from the World Security Council. Nick Fury had no choice but to disclose what little he knew about Asgard and Jane Foster, the astronomer who had first-hand contact with its people. Asgard is an ancient civilization. They visited Earth when humanity was still in its tribal infancy, which is the origin of Norse mythology. Jane relayed what she knew, most of it from Thor himself. She wondered how the Asgardian prince was faring now. In their cosmology, the galaxy consists of 9 realms, connected by the branches of Yggdrasil, the world tree. Earth is Midgard, and we are Midgardians. How are they different from us? A Defense Department general asked. Organically, they're similar. The differences lie at the microscopic level: slower aging, enhanced regeneration, resistance to disease, lower fertility. Their warriors can achieve a body density 3 times that of a human's. She paused, then continued, according to Norse myths, Asgard left its mark on Earth long ago. Their spatial technology was advanced even then, thousands of years ahead of where we are now. But what's puzzling is that Asgardians don't seem driven by economics or politics. Their society resembles medieval feudalism, hereditary monarchy, martial enforcement of order, underdeveloped monetary systems, no industrial framework. That sounds like regression, the Secretary of State remarked, frowning. From the broadcast, Asgard's technology was an enigma. They possessed spacefaring ships, energy cannons, and teleportation. Yet, their warfare was archaic, and lacked weapons of mass destruction. That was why they had been overrun by the Chitauri. No civilization is perfect. The Maya never invented the wheel, yet their astronomy was unparalleled. Asgard may be the same. They are physically superior, but stagnant in other ways. She had discussed this with Sean, who believed Asgard was in its twilight and merely surviving on past glories. Then how do you explain magic, Dr. Foster? Your reports mention it repeatedly, a presidential advisor pressed. Are you familiar with the concept of tacit knowledge? Jane countered. Proposed by Michael Polanyi, it distinguishes between explicit knowledge, documented, formulaic, and tacit knowledge, innate and unspoken understanding. Language is a prime example. Most people can't explain grammar rules, yet speak fluently. Bats navigate via echolocation, a natural ability human radar still can't fully replicate. For Thor, his magic is like that. He wields lightning instinctively, without understanding electromagnetism or advanced math. To him, it's as natural as breathing. After 2 hours of Q&A, Jane had painted a rough sketch of Asgard for the room's power brokers. Stepping out of the White House under a drizzle with files in her arms, a thought struck her. The world was on the brink of upheaval. Asgard, what was once the glorious realm revered across the 9 realms, now lay in ruins. The golden spires of its grand architecture were reduced to smoldering wreckage. Even the royal palace atop the mountains hadn't been spared. A silent fury hung over the land. The proud and fearless Asgardians had never known defeat. Under Odin, they had driven out the dark elves, crushed the frost giants, and reigned supreme as the 9 realms' protectors. But the Chitauri invasion and Thanos' descent had shattered their pride into the dirt. Odin was gravely wounded. Frigga had fallen in battle. Thor was broken. The realm mourned. Had the Dark Order and Chitauri not abruptly retreated, Asgard's name might have been erased forever. Thor entered the palace with Mjolnir in hand, his face etched with grief. Yesterday, he had held his mother's funeral. A boat carrying her belongings was sent into the abyss of Yggdrasil and set aflame by his father's arrow. The entire realm grieved, not just for their queen, but for lost loved ones. Their peace was shattered, and their fury burned fiercely. Father. Thor knelt before the throne. Once mighty, the All-Father now sat frail, with his breathing labored. Staring at his father's aged face, Thor realized that Odin could no longer lead Asgard forward. Is Thanos dead? Odin asked weakly. The enemy's sudden retreat must have been tied to the cosmic tyrant. Who had won that cataclysmic battle? It is unknown. Heimdall saw only their departure to the edge of the 9 realms. The barren planet they fought on was destroyed. Nothing remains. Time is the greatest enemy. Odin sighed. Were he not so weakened by age, defeat would never have come. He motioned Thor closer, his voice grave. Asgard must change. We have stagnated too long. It is time to forge new ties with the outside. T/N, this is where Volume 1 of this book concludes. Chapter 309, Chapter 1, Sokovia, Siblings. The world stood on the brink of change. Whether it was Earth or Asgard, all needed to prepare for the formidable enemies that lurked beyond the sea of stars. The curtain of peace had been drawn aside, and the winds of a new era howled mournfully. Some heard its call, while others remained oblivious. The rumbling wheels of fate turned slowly, their destination unknown to all. One could only wait with either anticipation or trepidation for the coming transformation. Sokovia, like most small Eastern European nations, was a land of political turmoil and economic collapse. The chasm between the ruling class and common citizens grew ever wider. Tensions reached a boiling point that frequently erupted into massive protests. The Maximoff siblings lived in such a country. Before the age of 10, they had known only warmth and happiness in their impoverished household, never minding their lack of expensive toy cars or delicate dolls. That day had begun like any other. The Maximoff family of 4 sat around their modest dinner table, enjoying their simple meal when the nightmare descended without warning. Suddenly, a warlord from the city's outskirts launched an armed coup, unable to suppress his hunger for power any longer. Sokovia plunged into chaos as government forces clashed violently with private militias. The roar of artillery and hail of gunfire brought war to everyone's doorstep in an instant. The Maximoffs were not spared. The first shell tore through 2 floors below them, their parents disappearing into the gaping hole it created. As the house began collapsing, Pietro was quicker. He grabbed Wanda and they rolled beneath the bed just as the second shell landed amidst the rubble and ruins. The unexploded bomb came to rest barely a meter from the Maximoff children. Pietro clung tightly to his sister as the 2 terrified youngsters waited helplessly for death. They remained trapped for 2 endless days. They were starving, parched, and paralyzed by fear. They feared that the slightest movement might trigger the bomb that loomed so close. For those 2 interminable days, death's shadow hovered above them, laughing coldly at their plight. When the fighting finally ceased, the warlord ascended triumphantly to power, swearing before the revolutionary statue that he would sacrifice everything for Sokovia's people, burning his very life if necessary. 6 months later, outraged citizens overthrew him. His corpse swung from that same city center statue where he'd taken his oath. Which was fate's bitter irony that left people torn between bitter laughter and stunned disbelief. Amid this farcical transfer of power, no one remembered the shattered Maximoff family. The orphaned siblings were sent to a state-run orphanage, left with only each other to rely on in this unforgiving world. Wanda, we can barely feed ourselves. Food prices keep rising at the stores, and the government stopped our relief payments after we turned 16. Pietro had been born 12 minutes before his sister. So he would occasionally play the mother's role and fuss like an old woman. As for why not father? Because Pietro talked so much, that Wanda teasingly called him Mom. I'm working part-time at the market. Even the fat manager complains how the country's economy is in shambles. He's even planning to strike and join the protests. While selecting fresh tomatoes to toss into Wanda's paper bag, Pietro kept up his running commentary as his sister pretended to listen obediently. I don't understand why you brought that idiot home. He doesn't even remember his own name, worse, he can't even speak properly. Pietro glanced around furtively as he spoke, slipping a pound of beef into his coat. The security guard was his buddy. A few bottles of whiskey would smooth things over later. He's not an idiot, Wanda retorted indignantly, Sean just has temporary amnesia. He fell from somewhere really high up. Sean. That's his name. Pietro frowned. Maybe. Yesterday while watching your favorite Godfather Part 2 DVD, he suddenly started talking. Wanda stuck out her tongue playfully. Her rescue of the mysterious man hadn't been purely out of kindness. After her bar shift that day, a gang of hippie-looking thugs had harassed her. Fleeing desperately to an abandoned factory, she might have suffered a terrible fate had he not suddenly appeared and knocked out her pursuers. What? You let him touch my collector's edition Godfather DVD. Pietro nearly lost it. In his eyes, this stranger Wanda brought home already threatened their fragile peace. Bickering non-stop, the siblings returned to their home on the city's outskirts, a dilapidated old house beside an abandoned factory. Since leaving the orphanage at 16, they had struggled to survive on their own. Pietro apprenticed at a factory while picking up odd jobs at the market, and Wanda worked as a bartender. Slowly, life had begun improving. Inside the crumbling house, movie dialogue echoed as a widowed mother groveled before a mafia don, a child clinging to her side. He's small. He can't hurt anyone. When he grows, he'll be strong. Don't be afraid. A child is no threat. When he becomes a man, he'll seek revenge. The young man sat quietly on the couch, watching this classic collaboration between Robert De Niro and Al Pacino, the interwoven tales of the first and second Godfathers retaining their brilliance across generations. He was Sean Cyphers. When the young man opened his eyes, this name surfaced in his mind. Other memories lay submerged like a frozen iceberg beneath vast oceans. It was not true amnesia, but more accurately a self-defense mechanism. Though unclear what exactly had happened, he knew he had experienced something profoundly traumatic before awakening, something so shocking, his mind had sealed away portions of memory. When he tried recalling carefully, only fragments emerged, blinding light, erupting magma, the Earth's core quaking. Basically, he saw apocalyptic visions that still made his heart race. Amid these terrifying scenes of catastrophe, a black-cloaked figure stood like a demon god, cape billowing like a banner. This image was seared into his mind, and was practically impossible to forget. Each night when sleep took him, endless darkness enveloped his being. Flickering light swirled as a yellow gem glowed faintly, its radiance distorting reality with bizarre illusions. Yet Sean felt no panic, only calm certainty. He would reclaim what was his. It was merely a matter of time. This conviction came without reason, yet felt utterly unshakable. According to Wanda, he had fallen from the sky, crushing some street thugs before she brought him home, saving him from life on the streets. Sokovia. When this country's name surfaced, the massive iceberg in his mind trembled, releasing a flood of information. His mind functioned like a search engine, inputting keywords triggered relevant data. And Sokovia seemed destined to play a crucial role in future events. As Sean pondered this, the television screen playing The Godfather suddenly filled with static. A mechanical and emotionless voice spoke through the snow, "Welcome back, sir."